Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak. Master, I am an unfilial disciple. Today, I must descend the mountain to inherit my family business. I hope you take care. A young voice, heavy with melancholy, echoed from outside. Inside, a middle-aged man in white revealed a bitter expression, lacking the desire to even glance at his disciple. His name was Shen Anzai, and he had been in this world for some time. Initially, he believed he was destined for a path of power and glory, yet he found himself burdened with a congenital disability, blocked meridians, and the misfortune of arriving in this world at over 30 years of age, devoid of the chance to alter his fate. Over a decade ago, the former head of Qingyun Peak and its disciples were nearly wiped out in a battle against the demonic sect, leaving the original host as the sole survivor. The head of Lingfu Mountain, feeling compassion, exceptionally appointed the original host, who had only reached the later stage of physical refinement, as the new peak master. The only one to ascend Qingyun Peak afterward was his disciple, Murong Tian, who intended to return to inherit his family business. Murong Tian, much like Shen Anzai, was also a genuine waste of talent, possessing dismal aptitude and still in the midst of physical refinement after 2 years. Now, his disciple was abandoning him, the lonely elder, to return home. Heavens, have you sent me here to suffer? Others traverse worlds to become emperors, while I struggle to even pull weeds or shoot birds, stuck on this small peak, enduring disdain. Even if I am not destined for kingship, at least grant me 10 or 8 beautiful wives, so I may live joyously. I am filled with resentment. I wish to end it all. Strike me down with a bolt of lightning. Shen Anzai pounded his chest in despair, his face etched with unwillingness. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed outside, startling him into hiding beneath the table. After confirming the outside was calm, he resumed his silent curses. Master, I am leaving. Please, take care. Just as Shen Anzai was wallowing in sorrow, a series of knocks echoed from the door, followed by footsteps that gradually faded. With a sigh, Shen Anzai felt a pang of regret at his disciple's departure. Although Murong Tian lacked talent, he had always shown great respect for Shen Anzai, and now he would leave, taking with him the only companion who could serve him tea. Detecting that the host is about to sever ties with his disciple, the good disciple cultivation system is activated. What is the good disciple cultivation? Shen Anzai was taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy. Surely, heaven had not abandoned him. A golden opportunity had arrived. How do I use this system? He eagerly inquired within his mind. Can it help me break through my cultivation? Not possible. This system is designed to assist the host in cultivating disciples. By completing tasks, the disciple's admiration value can be increased, yielding item rewards. Will the item rewards allow me to break through? You are quite adorable, but still no. Shen Anzai's expression darkened. If it wouldn't aid his own progress, what use was it? Task issued. Reconcile with Murong Tian. Completion rewards. Skill card pack X1, skill inheritance card X1, lottery chance X1. Failure will result in. What happens if I fail? It won't be erasure, right? Shen Anzai's heart tightened. Incorrect. Upon failure, the system will compel the host to practice the evil-repelling sword technique. A chill swept through him, and he bolted out the door. Although he could not enhance his own cultivation, the skill card should prove useful. He could collect powerful skill cards and become a master of them. Disciple, dear disciple, please wait. Outside, Murong Tian, burdened with packages, paused in surprise and turned. He saw his master hurriedly pursuing him, his expression markedly different from the usual despondence. Master, what is this? Disciple, do you truly wish to abandon your master and descend the mountain alone? Shen Anzai took a deep breath, attempting to feign tears, portraying a heartbroken demeanor. You leave, and what shall become of me? Can you bear to let your master grow old and lonely on this mountain? Murong Tian lowered his head, resolutely stating, Master, do not worry. After I descend, I will send 10 maidservants to the mountain. I will ensure you are not left alone. Shen Anzai paused, instinctively asking, are the maidservants beautiful? Naturally, they are lovely and fair. As Murong Tian spoke, Shen Anzai felt a twinge of desire but quickly coughed to interrupt, adopting a solemn demeanor. Ahem, Master desires no maidservants. I only wish for you to remain on the mountain. Murong Tian raised an eyebrow, stepping back to shield his unbloomed flower, his expression peculiar. No maidservants, only himself. What kind of wolfish thought was this? Master, I am grateful for your guidance over these 2 years, but my mind is made up. Please do not try to persuade me. Murong Tian shook his head, resolute in his decision. Shen Anzai frowned. Must you truly leave? Yes. Cannot your master's plea persuade you to stay? Murong Tian glanced at the middle-aged man before him, whose hair bore traces of gray, filled with doubt. Why was his master so different today? Usually, his master rarely ventured out or spoke to him, merely tossing some physical refinement text for him to ponder, showing little concern. Today, upon hearing of his departure, Had the shock driven him to madness? Disciple entered Lingfu Mountain to cultivate, yet my progress has. Murong Tian's gaze fell, lamenting his current mid-stage cultivation. Cultivation cannot be rushed. Look at your master, nearing 40 and still at the later stage of physical refinement, Shen Anzai counseled earnestly. However, Murong Tian only grew more dejected. To speak frankly, 2 years ago, my fiancée came to break our engagement. In a fit of anger, I made a 3-year pact with her. Now, 2 years have passed, and I have yet to catch up to her initial level. Shen Anzai was taken aback. A 3-year pact with his fiancée? He had never taken the time to learn about his disciple's life, unaware of these hidden tales. Yet, the 3-year pact felt oddly familiar. Master, I know my talent is lacking. I could never match that prodigal woman. This 3-year pact has become a joke. Murong Tian spoke bitterly, his eyes filled with despair. In youthful arrogance, he had made grand promises, yet 2 years later, he remained merely at the physical refinement stage. Even if he fulfilled his pact, it would only lead to mockery. What nonsense! My disciple is not inferior to anyone. A deep voice resonated, startling Murong Tian into looking up. Shen Anzai stood with hands clasped behind him, backlit by the rising sun, his gaze profound and distant. Let her be a prodigy. My disciple, Shen Anzai, is not someone to be bullied. Now, with only a year remaining in your 3-year pact, I can devise a way to help you enhance your cultivation. But if you give up on yourself, you will truly become the subject of ridicule. Shen Anzai's eyes burned fiercely as he spoke earnestly. Remember, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Murong Tian's dim eyes suddenly sparkled at those words, his heart racing, blood stirring. Indeed, there was still more than half a year left. Would he truly give up? Could he swallow the humiliation of being rejected? Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Murong Tian clenched his fists, the despondency in his gaze vanishing as determination took its place. He looked up and spoke. Master, I shall not leave. Even with only a year remaining, I will devote myself fully to cultivating on Qingyun Peak. Task to retain Murong Tian completed. Rewards, Skill Card Pack X1, Skill Inheritance Card, including entry-level experience, selectable skill inheritance, X1, Lottery Chance X1. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Shen Anzai could not help but smile. Here he came, his golden opportunity had arrived. Chapter 2. I bestow upon you a sword that may open the gates of heaven. Open the gift pack. Without a moment's hesitation, Shunin spoke eagerly in his mind. Acquired sword to open the gates of heaven, Celestial Spirit Realm, Consumption Card X1, Cloud Dispelling Palm, Qi Si Realm, Time Card X5. Martial practitioners cultivate their bodies, Qi Si, and return to the origin, which constitutes the lower 3 realms. The Earth Spirit, Celestial Spirit, and Universe represent the middle 3 realms. As for the upper 3 realms of Nirvana, Void Breaking, and True Ancestor, none have ever appeared in the Dun Dynasty. The skill card of the Celestial Spirit Realm implies that if he gathers enough, he could essentially roam freely within the Dun Dynasty. Shunin was ecstatic. The name of this skill alone was impressive. Just as he prepared to continue the lottery, Murong Tian looked at Shunin, whose eyes were wide with joy, and furrowed his brow, speaking up. Master, what is the matter with you? Huh? Shunin came back to his senses and chuckled. It is merely that I am pleased to see you willing to stay. Rest assured, my dear disciple, with your master here, I will ensure that you erase your past shame within a year. Murong Tian, filled with determination, proclaimed. I will personally ascend to the gates of the Tianxue sect to challenge Qin Qianhua. Excellent. Maintain this momentum. Shunin suddenly froze, staring intently at the young man before him. Where did you say you were going, and whom do you intend to challenge? Murong Tian blinked. Tianxue sect, Qin Qianhua. The disciple of the sect master of Tianxue sect, who has now reached the return to origin realm. Qin Qianhua? Yes, that is her. Shen An's expression fell, revealing a hint of bitterness. Disciple, perhaps you should reconsider descending the mountain. He never anticipated that Murong Tian's betrothed would be the extraordinary genius of Tianxue sect. A once-in-a-century talent. If she were merely an ordinary Qi Si realm practitioner, he could devise a way to bolster Murong Tian's strength with medicine. But his opponent was Qin Qianhua. That prodigy had reached the return to origin realm at merely 16, with hopes of breaking through to the middle 3 realms before turning 18. Master, what are you saying? Murong Tian blinked, thinking he had misheard. Host, please reconsider. The evil dispelling sword technique is always prepared for you. Taking a deep breath, Shunin replied, it is nothing. Please return the items for now. All right. The young man, filled with vigor and enthusiasm, hurriedly returned the various packages. Once he departed, Shen An's expression turned glum. What should he do? If he couldn't instill a sense of hope for a breakthrough in Murong Tian within the remaining year, he would still descend the mountain. If his only disciple left, his precious carrot would be beyond saving. It would be better to dash his hopes than to lose his carrot. But he still had one lottery chance remaining. Shen Anzai's brightened as he quickly inquired about the contents of the prize pool in his mind. The host has a chance to draw martial arts techniques or skills that can be passed on to disciples, 9th grade celestial elixirs, dragon pearls, phoenix blood, Qilin essence, divine weapons, and other extraordinary treasures. Upon hearing this, Shen felt a renewed glimmer of hope. If he could draw just one of those items, wouldn't there still be a chance? Swiftly, he exclaimed, "Lottery. Draw now?" As he spoke impatiently, an ethereal wheel began to spin rapidly before his eyes, dazzling with brilliance. Under his tense gaze, the needle gradually slowed, gliding past a multitude of resplendent treasures such as the Dragon Ball, Phoenix Blood, and the Excalibur of Eradication, ultimately coming to rest upon a tattered green orb. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the experience of a third-rank alchemist, along with an additional gift of 10 second-rank body refining pills and a formula for a third-rank cleansing pill. Shen twitched at the corner of his mouth. System, is your father surnamed Ma? Please refrain from jesting, host. Does the radish head not desire it anymore? All right, you are quite bold. Adopting the principle that a true hero does not quarrel with a minor system, Shen chose to swallow his irritation for the time being. As an influx of alchemical knowledge surged into his mind. Master. Not far away, a young boy sprinted over, his eyes alight with fervor. Master, how should I proceed with my cultivation? Shen gathered his thoughts, regarding the expectant Murong Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distant horizon, striking a pose reminiscent of a transcendent sage. My disciple, do you know what level of power it takes to part mountains and rivers, to traverse the winds? Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with longing, his heart ablaze. To traverse the winds, such a powerful being must at least possess the strength of the intermediate third realm, right? And do you believe they could cleave the heavens with a sword? Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback, looking up at the boundless clouds, shaking his head. How could human strength rival that of the heavens? Even a powerful being of the intermediate third realm should be incapable of opening the sky, right? Seeing his disbelief, Shen smiled knowingly, his eyes filled with profound meaning. I shall impart to you a sword technique, which, upon your mastery, will allow you to cleave the heavens and split the earth, traversing the 9 provinces and 10 domains. Murong Tian's mouth fell agape, his expression tinged with skepticism. He found it hard to believe that his humble master, merely at the late stage of body refinement, possessed such a formidable sword technique. To cleave the heavens and the earth, that must be a celestial-grade martial skill, right? Do you not believe me? Shen regarded him with a bemused smile. Murong Tian remained silent, yet his expression betrayed his thoughts. Shen chose not to elaborate further, merely placing a fingertip upon his brow, subtly activating the inheritance card. Disciple, today I shall impart to you a sword that can open the gates of heaven. A tempest arose, causing the garments of both to ripple and their long hair to dance wildly. Murong Tian's gaze froze, his brow radiating intense warmth, as the scene before him transformed. He beheld a figure strikingly similar to his master, soaring on the winds, raising a sword that unleashed sword energy across 3,000 miles, causing the heavens and earth to lament and tremble. The boundless expanse of clouds parted, and all of creation dimmed in the wake of that unparalleled sword energy. At first glance, it appeared as though even the heavens had been cleaved asunder by this sword. The boy was rendered speechless, even forgetting to breathe, immersed in the breathtaking spectacle of that cataclysmic sword strike. Such an utterly formidable sword technique truly existed in this world, and it was bestowed upon him by his master. When the figure that had opened the heavens vanished from sight, Murong Tian remained entranced for a long time. He gazed deeply at the middle-aged man in white, who had long since clasped his hands behind his back, standing at the cliff's edge, contemplating the clouds. The gentle breeze lifted the corners of his garments, stirring the silver strands at his temples, giving him an ethereal and profound appearance. Disciple, I am immensely grateful for your gift of the sword, master. Without a moment's hesitation, Murong Tian knelt with a thud, bowing 3 times with fervor. Standing at the precipice, Shen An's countenance was ashen, his lips muttering silent curses. The system had failed to inform him that utilizing the inheritance card would deplete such a substantial amount of energy, akin to conducting home visits in the red light district, nearly exhausting him entirely. Murong Tian's worship value, 300, current worship level, 3. Acquired special youth elixirs, reverses aging, x3. Shen twitched at the corners of his mouth. What use were these? Did the system presume him handsome, lamenting the prospect of aging? Chapter 3. With a master present, no one shall drive you away. Shen produced a youth elixir and swallowed it. As the medicinal properties coursed through him, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes visibly diminished. Although he still bore the appearance of middle age, he now exuded an ethereal aura. His silvered hair, while still present, appeared otherworldly, less burdened by wrinkles and imbued with a sense of authority. The earlier exhaustion from using the inheritance card dissipated, and he turned slowly, beaming at the kneeling Murong Tian. Once a useless disciple, he now seemed a treasure in Shen Anzai's, even if he could not break through himself. If he could bestow millions of mid-tier or even upper-tier skill cards upon his disciple, it would be tantamount to invincibility, would it not? At worst, he would simply become a master of cards, allowing his disciple to assume the mantle of greatness. Rise, my disciple. He stepped forward, helping the fervently kneeling youth to his feet. With this sword technique, should his realm increase in the coming days, the outcome of the battle a year hence remained uncertain. Shen An presented a vial of elixirs to Murong Tian, speaking earnestly, "My disciple, here are 10 body refinement elixirs for you to consume and enhance your physique, striving to break through as soon as possible." "Thank you, master," Murong Tian exclaimed, his eyes glistening with excitement as he gazed at his seemingly rejuvenated teacher. Although his family possessed ample elixirs, the sword technique was unprecedented. After 2 years on the mountain, this was the first flicker of hope he had seen. Murong Tian's worship value. 30. Shen An nodded slightly, preparing to utter further encouraging words to bolster his worship value, when suddenly, a cacophony of shouts erupted along the mountain path. "Murong Tian, come out. Damn it, you've grown bold today. You didn't even bother to pick up demon dung, leaving me to suffer scorn from the steward." Murong Tian frowned, a sense of foreboding washing over him. The one shouting was Zhang Shan from the miscellaneous department. This was troublesome, as Zhang Shan was of late-stage body refinement strength, leveraging a connection to a cousin in the law enforcement hall to bully others in the miscellaneous department, often taking on numerous tasks while making other disciples do the work for him in exchange for compensation. Murong Tian had planned to leave Lingfu Mountain today and had forgotten about this matter, only to find trouble had come knocking. Shen An furrowed his brow, perplexed. What was the situation? As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, he was not a mere errand boy. Why was he being implicated in such menial tasks? Soon, he grasped the situation. Undoubtedly, it was due to the low standing of Qingyun Peak within Lingfu Mountain, which led to Murong Tian being looked down upon and treated as if he were a mere laborer. In recent days, he had little inclination to engage with Murong Tian, remaining oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon observing Shen An's furrowed brow, Murong Tian mistakenly assumed it was his negligence in work that had displeased his master, and he hastily exclaimed, "Master, do not blame me. I shall attend to it at once." "Halt!" A stern voice rang out as he turned. Murong Tian, somewhat apprehensive, lowered his head in silence. "The reason I have not intervened in your affairs for the past 2 years is to allow you to temper your character. Now that you have sufficiently refined yourself, all that remains is for you to dedicate yourself to your cultivation." Murong Tian was taken aback, his eyes brimming with gratitude. So, it was for his own growth that his master had refrained from interference. However, he hesitated, considering the implications with senior brother Zhang. "With me as your master, who would dare to compel you otherwise?" Shen An's voice was icy. Just as his words fell, a derisive laugh echoed nearby. Approaching from the mountain's entrance was a burly man with slitted eyes, his expression laden with mockery. "Shen An, you think being granted the title of Peak Master makes you significant? Hurry up and send him to fetch dung. Otherwise, when the deacon lays blame, you shall witness my wrath. You dare." Murong Tian's face contorted with anger at the audacity to address his master so disrespectfully. Shen An's expression darkened as he fixed a cold gaze ahead. "What did you just call me?" Zhang Shan frowned. "Do you not have ears?" "I." A dull thud resonated as he was abruptly interrupted. Before he could finish his tirade, a flash of light surged forth, sending him crashing to the ground, his chest stinging with pain. Murong Tian stared in bewilderment at Shen An, who seemed unfazed as he calmly withdrew his hand, struggling to comprehend the situation. Wasn't his master at the late stage of body refinement? "Shen An, you dare to strike me?" Zhang Shan, clutching his chest, clumsily regained his footing. Disbelief etched across his face. "My cousin is Wang Hu from the law enforcement hall. You seek your own demise? Regardless of who you are, daring to run rampant on Qingyun Peak, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Shen An scoffed, and seizing the moment before the 5-minute grace period expired, he unleashed the cloud-dispelling palm, his spiritual energy coalescing into a palm print that soared towards Zhang Shan's chest. Spiritual energy unleashed. Zhang Shan's pupils constricted mid-flight as he comprehended the reality before him. He crashed heavily to the ground, astonished. To be capable of unleashing spiritual energy, he must at least be a Sea of Qi practitioner. He could hardly fathom that Shen An had broken through to the Sea of Qi realm. It was inconceivable. "Return and inform your superiors that Murong Tian is my direct disciple. Who are you to command him?" Zhang Shan's expression turned ashen at the revelation that the often meek master of Qingyun Peak would assert such authority, exhibiting remarkable strength. Shen Shen Anzai's narrowed slightly. Zhongshan panicked and quickly altered his tone, gritting his teeth. Elder Shen, have you forgotten the sect's regulations? Murong Tian placed last in last year's sect competition. Had it not been for your influence, he would have been expelled long ago. He currently lacks the qualifications to remain at Lingfu Mountain and is not your direct disciple. My assignment of him as a servant disciple was a chance for him. If you do not appreciate it, I shall report this matter to the law enforcement hall at once. Having spoken, he hastily turned away and ran down the mountain, his expression dark and forbidding. For the past 2 years, he had entrusted all his tasks to Murong Tian, who had remained silent about it. And Shen Anzai had never opposed this arrangement. Gradually, he had grown accustomed to commanding Murong Tian, only to be unexpectedly struck today. A worthless peak master and a useless disciple, indeed. If he could not deal with the peak master, could he not handle the disciple? As long as he brought up Murong Tian's last place finish in the grand competition, would he not swiftly pack his belongings and leave? Watching the other depart, Shen Anzai furrowed his brow. To finish last in the sect's competition and face expulsion? How was he unaware of this matter? Host, the evil dissipating sword technique is ready. Get lost. Shen Anzai could not suppress an expletive, his brow tightening. After much effort to convince his disciple to stay, if he were expelled from the sect, where would he go to earn rewards? Master, I am sorry, Murong Tian said, his head bowed, wearing an expression of remorse. He felt that finishing last in the grand competition had brought shame upon his master. What is there to apologize for? With me as your master, even the King of Heaven cannot force you away, Shen Anzai declared with conviction, his face resolute. It would be a joke if his disciple left. Not only would he lose a valuable asset, but where would he find more skill cards? Master, Murong Tian looked at him, his eyes reddening, deeply moved. Admiration value 10, admiration value 20. Chapter 4. My disciple, have I ever wronged you? Though touched, Murong Tian soon grew troubled again. Master, that Zhongshan's cousin, Wang Hu, is a member of the law enforcement hall and possesses mid-stage Qi-Si strength. You, he said, his gaze tentative. Mid-stage Qi-Si? Shen Anzai raised an eyebrow. The cloud-sweeping palm consumes cards and can handle those at the body refinement stage, but taking on someone at mid-stage Qi-Si would likely be a different matter, especially since he had only 4 cards left, each one critical. Fear not, a mere disciple of the law enforcement hall would not dare challenge me, the peak master. He huffed, holding his head high. At this moment, the weight of his status became evident. If he could not win in strength, he could assert his authority. If word of insubordination got out, the higher-ups of the sect would not stand idly by. Murong Tian hesitated. Wang Hu is the direct disciple of the law enforcement hall's leader, whose status surpasses yours, master. Ahem, my disciple. It is better to convey such matters all at once next time. Shen Anzai coughed a few times to mask his embarrassment, his brow furrowing. This was becoming somewhat troublesome. Currently, Qingyun Peak was merely a small peak within Lingfu Mountain, far inferior to the law enforcement hall, one of the 5 peaks and 2 halls. Within Lingfu Mountain, the 5 peaks held the highest status, followed by the 2 halls, and then the many smaller peaks. Li Yan, the leader of the law enforcement hall, possessed late-stage returning origin strength, just a step away from the mid-tier. The sword opening the heavenly gate is a consumable skill card, and using it should be avoided unless absolutely necessary. As he pondered, Shen Anzai felt a headache coming on, struggling against insurmountable odds, and with one's status proving futile. One finds oneself in a predicament. Should one seek assistance? To stand unafraid before Li Yan, it would require the intervention of the esteemed leader of 5 peaks. However, they are all formidable beings of the Earth's spirit realm, perpetually occupied, and one's rapport with them is far from sufficient to warrant their aid. The only one with a gentler disposition is Lu Yunqin, the leader of Qinghuan Peak. Alas, the original owner of this body had foolishly pursued her affections, stubbornly lingering at Qinghuan Peak for over 10 days, until her patience waned, and she unceremoniously cast him back to Qingyun Peak, threatening that any further disturbances from Qingyun Peak would result in dire consequences. Thus, seeking her assistance would undoubtedly be futile. Rubbing his temples, Shen pondered. If all else fails, he could approach the sect leader. After all, he could not allow Murong Tian to depart unchallenged. Perhaps he could invoke the tragic fates of the fallen disciples of Qingyun Peak to elicit sympathy. Although the sect leader had shown great compassion over the years, continually invoking pity might wear thin. Yet, this seemed to be the only recourse available. With this thought, Shen nodded to himself. Master, did you secretly use rouge last night? Just as he prepared to implore the sect leader, Murong Tian, observing his face intently, hesitantly inquired in a low voice. Rouge? Shen was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of indignation. Are you insulting my master? No. Murong Tian quickly waved his hands, clarifying, Master. You appear significantly younger than before. Aside from the white hair, one would scarcely believe you are over 30. Upon hearing this, Shen suddenly grasped the implication. I completely forgot. I still possess 2 youth-enhancing pills. What do women cherish most? Their beauty. Lu Yunqin, now 27, would soon find her youth waning in 3 years, inevitably revealing signs of maturity. No woman remains indifferent to the passage of time and the gradual fading of her beauty, without transcending to the upper realms. One remains mortal and unable to reverse the aging process. Lu Yunqin, absorbed in her cultivation for years, had neglected her appearance. In this critical moment, the efficacy of the youth-enhancing pill would surely shine forth. Disciple, let us speak inside, Shen exclaimed, excitement lighting his features as he grasped the young man's shoulders with fervor. Murong Tian, startled by his teacher's fervent demeanor, shyly covered his face with his hands, mumbling, Master, I am still too young. What do you mean too young? I meant for you to come inside and speak. In the room, Shen rummaged through drawers until he unearthed an exquisitely crafted white jade box, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding opulence. This was one of the few treasures belonging to the original owner. He opened the box and carefully placed a youth-enhancing pill, which emanated a subtle floral fragrance, within, sealing it securely. He then wrapped it in a tattered cloth to prevent it from being seized en route. Master, what is this for? Murong Tian asked, bewildered as he held the jade box. Take this to Elder Lu of Qinghuan Peak and request her presence, Shen instructed. With a thud, Master, the disciple is fully aware of the trouble he has caused. If punishment is to be meted out, must it be with such cruel methods? With no solid foundation beneath me, how can a man maintain his dignity in this world? Murong Tian knelt directly upon the ground, his expression resolute, clearly unwilling to set foot on Qinghuan Peak, for the words spoken by Lu Yunqin were no jest. He too belonged to Qingyun Peak. Should he dare to appear at Qinghuan Peak, he would surely suffer humiliation. Then return to me the sword techniques I have taught you. Shen extended his hand. Murong Tian's lips twitched. How could one reclaim sword techniques once imparted? Besides, those techniques resided in his mind. How could one possibly return them? My disciple, have I ever harmed you? Today, if you merely deliver this item into Elder Lu's hands, perhaps she will reward you with a bounty of elixirs and treasures. This is a golden opportunity, one that I am graciously passing on to you. Shen spoke earnestly, attempting to persuade him. Murong Tian felt a deep bitterness. Such words would not convince even a dog. Master, what exactly is contained within? A pill that preserves a woman's youth eternally. Murong Tian's lips twitched once more as he could not help but glance at his master. His family specialized in alchemy. Yet he had never heard of such a miraculous pill existing in the world. If one were to deceive him, at least a more believable reason should be concocted. However, there was no alternative. He could only cradle the jade box and turn to leave, carrying an air of tragic heroism, akin to a brave warrior departing for a perilous journey, never to return. Can this thing even be deducted? Shen could not help but scoff, then called out to the retreating youth. Remember to inform the mountain-guarding disciples that the contents within are what Elder Lu currently seeks and cannot obtain. There is but one in the heavens and the earth. If missed, there shall be no second chance. After the age of 30, it will be too late. Understood, Master. Prepare a larger bamboo tube for me. What do you need a bamboo tube for? I'll return to pickle radishes as a family heirloom. The youth's voice echoed back, tinged with a hint of grievance. As his figure vanished around the bend of the mountain path, Shen spread his hands in despair. There was no other option. Should he venture forth personally, he would likely be cast out by the disciples of Qinghuan Peak before he could utter a single word. It was by no means his intention to place his disciple in such peril. A person as devoted to the ethics of mentorship and who cherished his disciples as if they were his own flesh and blood would never resort to such measures that would compel his disciple to take desperate risks. Chapter 5. The youth-preserving pill. Murong Tian descended the mountain, walking in a state of gloom until he reached the exterior of Qinghuan Peak. Clutching the jade box, meticulously wrapped in tattered cloth, he cast a distant gaze at the mountain-guarding disciples, hesitating to advance. The 2 female disciples stationed at the peak noticed the furtive Murong Tian and exchanged disapproving glances. Isn't that the disciple of Elder Shen from Qingyun Peak? What mischief is that unrepentant Shen planning this time? Humph, who cares who he is? The Peak Master has decreed that any individual from Qingyun Peak shall be met with swift retribution. One of the female disciples scoffed, her gaze toward Murong Tian laced with disdain as she mimicked the motion of forcefully snapping a sugarcane. Seeing their expressions, Murong Tian felt a wave of despair. Yet, recalling his master's instructions, he steeled himself and stepped forward, cupping his hands in a respectful greeting. Murong Tian had encountered 2 senior sisters and requested that they convey a message. His master had a gift for Elder Lu. How audacious of you! disciples of Qingyun Peak. To dare approach my Qinghuan Peak. A female disciple, who had just been peeling sugarcane, interjected coldly, drawing her blade and preparing to strike. The Peak Master has decreed that any from Qingyun Peak who dares to come shall be cut down. What is this? This is obedience. With the strength of a late-stage body tempering practitioner, her blow could cleave stone, let alone flesh. Murong Tian, being merely at the mid-stage of body tempering, stood no chance. And cold sweat began to beat upon him. He barely had time to heed Shen Anzai's instructions. As he glanced at the glimmering blade, Murong Tian feared he might not escape this encounter alive. Yet, at that moment, the grand vision of Shen Anzai opening the gates of heaven with a single sword suddenly surged into his mind. The sword's aura spanned 3,000 miles, causing clouds to part and the heavens to dim, shining brightly within his thoughts. Almost instinctively, he bent to pick up a withered branch from the ground, twirling it into a flourish. The other female disciple, witnessing this, could not help but shake her head. The disparity in their strengths was evident. One wielded a blade, the other a mere twig. There was no comparison. She had already considered finding a bamboo tube to offer this disciple from Qingyun Peak, uncertain of the size required. The disciple with the blade wore an expression of disdain. If her knife could be halted by a mere branch, she could very well report back that she had warmed Murong Tian's bed. With a powerful downward stroke, the blade descended with ferocity. Murong Tian's gaze sharpened as he thrust the withered branch upward. Buzz! The unremarkable twig trembled slightly in his grasp, emitting a faint sound akin to a sword song. In the next instant, whoosh! The two female disciples seemed to witness a dazzling flash of sword light. Then, thud, 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 the disciple who had struck retreated 3 paces, her grip on the blade trembling slightly, her face revealing shock and disbelief as she stared at the unscathed branch in Murong Tian's hand. Impossible! The other observing disciple was equally astounded, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. A mid-stage body tempering practitioner had repelled a late-stage warrior using nothing more than a randomly picked twig? Soon, both realized the underlying truth. It was martial skill. Murong Tian's seemingly unremarkable strike had emitted a sword's resonance and radiated sword light from the withered branch. This technique was at least of the mid-grade in the mysterious tier, if not higher. What swordsmanship is this? They asked in unison, their voices filled with awe. Murong Tian, one hand cradling a tattered cloth-covered jade box, and the other flicking the twig, spoke with confidence. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Who taught you this? My master. The Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, Shen Anzai, Murong Tian proclaimed, a surge of excitement swelling within him. What a splendid sword indeed. Upon hearing this, the two disciples exchanged glances, skepticism etched on their faces. Shen Anzai, that Peak Master in his 30s, still merely at the late stage of body tempering, who would never ascend to the realm of Qi Si in this lifetime. Could he truly possess such formidable swordsmanship? This revelation left them in a state of uncertainty. The female disciple wielding a knife was somewhat angered and appeared poised to advance once more. Murong Tian, taken aback, realized that although his previous strike had been commendable, it had also been exceedingly taxing. His right hand, still aching from the exertion, was incapable of delivering a second blow in the near future. Halt! At this critical juncture, another female disciple intervened, stepping in front of Murong Tian. Junior brother Murong, did you just say your master intends to present something to our Peak Master? Seeing their willingness to listen, Murong Tian nodded with uncontainable joy. Yes, my master mentioned that the item within is something Elder Lu currently seeks but cannot obtain. A singular treasure in the heavens and the earth. Once it is lost, it cannot be regained, and after the age of 30, it will be too late for its use. Upon hearing this, the two female disciples exchanged glances before turning their eyes to the object wrapped in tattered cloth that he held. Humph, such boastful words. How could such a precious item possibly be in the possession of your master? The knife-wielding disciple evidently harbored doubts. Whether my words hold truth, the two senior sisters will know once they present this item to Elder Lu. As Murong Tian spoke, he reached out to unwrap the tattered cloth. The knife-wielding disciple had intended to voice further objections, but upon seeing the exquisitely adorned jade box beneath the cloth, her brow furrowed. She exchanged a glance with her companion, a flicker of astonishment crossing their faces. Could it be that the contents are truly as Shen Anzai has claimed? After a moment's hesitation, the other female disciple nodded and took the jade box. Very well, I shall make an exception and deliver this item to the Peak Master. You shall remain here, and all consequences will be yours to bear. Thank you, senior sister. Please be sure to convey my exact words, Murong Tian replied respectfully, bowing as he watched the female disciple retreat into the distance. In the Peak Master's side hall, within the Jade Pavilion, Lu Yunxin sat before a mirror, dressed in flowing azure robes. Her delicate hand gently brushed over a fine wrinkle at the corner of her eye, and she sighed inwardly. Recently, She had noted a marked decline in the smoothness and suppleness of her skin, once as pristine as a flawless pearl. Without undergoing nirvana, she remained a mortal vessel, unable to reverse the inevitable passage of time. Coupled with years of fervent cultivation neglecting self-care, by the time she recognized these issues, it was already too late. She had consulted numerous alchemists within the sect, yet none could concoct elixirs for skin rejuvenation. They merely advised her to drink more warm water. After days of fruitless inquiries, witnessing her skin darken daily and the wrinkles deepen at the corners of her eyes, her heart was heavy with despondency. For the past few days, she had not even wished to leave Qingyuan Peak. Outside the door, footsteps approached, followed by a respectful voice from the female disciple. Peak Master, Elder Shen from Qingyuan Peak has sent a gift, claiming it is something you currently seek but cannot obtain, a singular treasure in the heavens and the earth. Lu Yunqin's brows knitted together. Is it Shen again? Refuse it, and send it back. She spoke impatiently, already fraught with annoyance. The mere mention of Shen An's name exacerbated her irritation. Understood. The disciple outside acknowledged and retreated. Once silence returned, Lu Yunqin shook her head, a look of distaste crossing her features. This Shen An is indeed like an unyielding adhesive, insisting on sending what I currently yearn for, declaring it a singular treasure in the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, Lu Yunqin froze, her delicate hand brushing thoughtfully over her brow and eyes. In a moment of longing for that which is unattainable, she exclaimed, "Return and present the items to me." The female disciple outside the door was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully turned around. As the jade box was brought forth, Lu Yunqin opened it, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. Inside lay a milky white pill, accompanied by a slip of paper bearing its name, the rejuvenation pill. This pill was acquired by her master through great hardship. Its flawless form exuded a subtle floral fragrance, refreshing to the senses, capable of stirring even someone as powerful as Lu Yunqin, who was at the peak of the earth spirit realm. Such a fragrant aroma could only emanate from a 5th-grade pill or higher. Lu Yunqin picked up the rejuvenation pill, her eyes filled with astonishment. How had Shen An, a cultivator at the late stage of body refinement, managed to obtain such a precious pill? Moreover, named the rejuvenation pill, could it truly possess such miraculous properties? Her brows furrowed slightly in suspicion. The disciple delivering the pill noticed the peak master's frown and assumed it was due to the inadequacy of the pill. She immediately spoke. Master, Murong Tian, who delivered the pill, is waiting below the mountain. How shall we proceed? Lu Yunqin waved her hand dismissively, opting for silence. Instead, she delicately pinched the pill between her fingers, hesitated for a moment, then placed it against her ruby lips. Having already sensed the pill with her spiritual energy, she confirmed its lack of toxicity. It indeed held beneficial properties. As for its effectiveness in rejuvenation, only time would tell. As the pill slid down her throat, a wave of coolness enveloped her, the fragrant aroma filling her senses, prompting Lu Yunqin to close her eyes in comfort. The pill dissolved like sweet spring water, spreading warmth throughout her limbs. The disciple gazed in disbelief at her master, her mouth agape. In mere moments, the once slightly matured Lu Yunqin's skin transformed to a tender, luminous quality, resembling fresh snow, with the fine lines at the corners of her eyes vanishing. Even her features appeared more enchanting, exuding an ethereal quality. She looked as though she had regained nearly a decade of youth. Master, you. The disciple stammered, hesitant to continue. Lu Yunqin opened her beautiful eyes, noticing her disciple's astonishment, and turned to the mirror on the desk. As the flawless visage of red lips and white teeth appeared before her, she too gasped in disbelief. She had anticipated that even if the pill were effective, it would merely delay her aging. However, it seemed she was now even more radiant than a decade prior. Had Shen An truly sent this pill? With a hint of skepticism, she inquired, "Is it true that Shen An had his disciple, Murong Tian, deliver this?" "Yes, master. It was indeed Shen An who had Murong Tian personally bring it to you," the disciple replied. Upon hearing this, a spark of intrigue flickered in Lu Yunqin's eyes as she murmured, "Take me to meet Murong Tian." At the foot of Qingyuan Peak, Murong Tian paced anxiously, his heart racing. It had already been a quarter of an hour, yet no news had emerged from within. Could it be that the gift from his master was a sham, inciting Elder Lu's wrath, and now she was selecting implements of punishment? Despair washed over him. He had thought, after all, that such a miraculous pill, capable of bestowing eternal youth, could not possibly exist. Even his family, steeped in the art of alchemy for generations, had never heard of such a wondrous elixir. The female disciple, who always held a knife at her side, couldn't help but sneer at his evident nervousness, eager to witness the moment their sect leader would cast this young man aside. Just then, Lu Yunqin appeared at the mountain gate, clad in azure robes, accompanied by the previously dispatched female disciple. "Greetings, sect leader." The knife-wielding disciple immediately clasped her hands in respect. Lu Yinqin nodded slightly, her gaze shifting past her to scrutinize the youth before her, assessing him from head to toe. Are you Mu Rongtian? Esteemed Elder Lu? It is indeed this junior. Mu Rongtian replied, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice as his palms grew clammy with perspiration. That pill is quite remarkable. Such a precious item. Where did your master procure it? Caught off guard and bracing himself for impending reprimands, Mu Rongtian was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in surprise. Upon beholding the breathtaking beauty of the woman before him, he suddenly realized that his master's pill might indeed be genuine. It was no wonder his master had claimed that whatever he presented could not be ordinary. With that thought, he suppressed his overwhelming joy and relief, bowing his hands in respect. In response to Elder Lu, my master did not disclose this to me. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brow. Is it that he forbade you from speaking, or is the origin of this pill dubious? Mu Rongtian's heart raced as he swiftly sought to clarify. It is absolutely impossible. This pill was obtained by my master after enduring countless hardships in the extreme northern lands, risking his life, and nearly being turned into a mere tool by the locals. Throughout this perilous journey, my master was resolutely thinking of Elder Lu, persevering through myriad dangers without faltering. Lu Yinqin listened, her expression shifting as she observed the earnestness of the youth's exaggerated claims. The notion of venturing into the treacherous extreme north was something she could not accept. Such a perilous place would challenge even a warrior of her caliber, let alone someone like Shen Anzai, who was merely at the late stage of body refinement. Nevertheless, while Mu Rongtian's words were undoubtedly embellished, the pill's rarity was undeniable, suggesting its acquisition had not been an easy feat. Reflecting on this, she found herself slightly reassessing Shen Anzai, who had previously seemed so despondent. A soft sigh escaped her lips. Perhaps Shen Anzai was not inherently ill-natured. After all, he had remained the last standing among hundreds who perished during the battle at Qingyun Peak, evoking a sense of pity. As for his earlier pursuit of her affections, it was a sentiment shared by many. In comparison to those who flaunted their strength or resorted to underhanded tactics, his open admiration appeared far more noble. It was ironic that she had once looked down upon him, uttering words that were rather callous. During this time, Shen Anzai had not once visited Qingyun Peak, perhaps having learned of her quest for medicinal herbs, leading him to procure this rejuvenating pill. Fearing his presence might irk her, he had chosen to send his disciple in his stead. Lu Yinqin's eyelashes fluttered as a wave of sympathy washed over her for Shen Anzai. A practitioner at the late stage of body refinement managing to acquire a pill of at least 5th grade was no small feat. The sacrifices made were undoubtedly substantial. Within the sect, Shen Anzai had faced disdain and exclusion from a select few, often whispered about in contempt. Despite the sect leader's stern reprimands, there were always those inclined to gossip behind his back. Even she had harbored animosity towards him, having once spoken harshly of his character. Nevertheless, he did not relinquish his resolve. Instead, he became more earnest regarding his own affairs. Please convey to my master that I have accepted the items. Should any difficulties arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Lu Yinqin spoke softly, her tone significantly gentler. The two disciples beside her widened their eyes in disbelief, exchanging glances filled with incredulity. Mu Rongtian felt a surge of joy within his heart. Truly, his master was remarkable. A single elixir had such a profound effect. However, after this ecstatic moment, a look of difficulty crossed his face. He sighed, revealing a trace of self-reproach, feigning hesitation for a moment before ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. In that case, I shall take my leave. Lu Yinqin, having detected the self-reproach and hesitation in his gaze, furrowed her brows and inquired, has something occurred at Qingyun Peak? Mu Rongtian nodded, expressing his remorse. It is all my fault. It has implicated my master. He then recounted the events surrounding last year's sect competition, where he had placed last, and the ensuing conflict between Shen Anzai and the law enforcement hall due to his protection of a disciple. Lu Yinqin's expression darkened upon hearing this. Why did you not inform me sooner? Mu Rongtian responded with a bitter smile. You have never favored him. So my master did not wish to trouble Elder Lu and specifically instructed me not to mention this matter to you. Lu Yinqin paused, taken aback by his words. She sighed. Very well. I shall accompany you back to Qingyun Peak. Thank you, Elder. Mu Rongtian exclaimed with great joy, bowing deeply. With the support of the Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, how could the law enforcement hall dare to force him down the mountain again? Chapter 7. The law enforcement hall arrives. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Peak, Shen Anzai paced anxiously, his heart in turmoil. This boy had been gone for half an hour. Why had he not yet returned? A sense of unease washed over him. Did Lu Yinqin truly disregard appearances and look down upon that elixir? Had his disciple Mu Rongtian become a mere shadow of himself? No, the members of the law enforcement hall were approaching. If things went awry, He might need to retreat down the mountain to avoid confrontation. With this thought, Shen ceased his hesitation and rushed into the house to prepare his belongings. Just as he was gathering his things, he suddenly froze in place. What was happening? His admiration value had increased. Once he processed this, a look of delight spread across his face. It seemed the elixir had indeed been well received. Elder Shen, please come out for a moment. Just as he reveled in his good fortune, a voice called from outside. Shen An's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Murong Tian had not yet returned. How could the law enforcement hall arrive so quickly? Shen, come out. I know you are inside. Another voice, deep and authoritative, resonated from outside. It was none other than Li Yin, the head of the law enforcement hall. To his dismay, Li Yin had come in person. This was disastrous. Shen raised an eyebrow, feeling a wave of frustration. Li Yin was known for his domineering nature and was one of Lu Yunqin's suitors. Whenever the original owner of this body had pursued Lu Yunqin, Li Yan's gaze had been sharp as a knife. Alas, Shen could only sigh in resignation and steeled himself to step outside. At the mountain's entrance stood two figures clad in imposing black robes, a young man and a middle-aged man. It was Wang Hu and his master, Li Yin. Two individuals observed Shen emerge, one frowning while the other bore a mocking expression. Wang Hu chuckled derisively, fearing that Shen might wield his status to intimidate him alone. Thus, he had brought his master along. Although Li Yin held Shen in contempt, he had long harbored resentment over Shen An's audacity to pursue Lu Yunqin openly. Regrettably, Shen had remained sequestered on Qingyun Peak, committing no infractions, so today, as an opportunity presented itself to trample upon him, Li Yin was more than willing to oblige. How dare Elder Shen provoke a member of my law enforcement hall? Wang Hu was the first to speak, his tone condescending and questioning. Li Yin raised his chin, gazing at him with indifference. Initially, he had believed this fellow had indeed broken through to the Qi-Si realm, as Zhang Shan claimed. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared he was merely at the late stage of body refinement. A congenital waste. How could he possibly ascend to the Qi-Si? Shaking his head, Li Yin regarded him with disdain. The oppressive aura of Li Yin, at the late stage of the return to origin realm, caused Shen to feel trepidation. Clearing his throat, he steeled himself and declared that Zhang Shan is utterly disrespectful. Does this peak master not possess the right to discipline him? The disciples of the miscellaneous department are not your responsibility to chastise, Li Yin retorted coldly. If we are to speak of discipline, your disciple has been stagnant for 2 years, finishing last in 2 consecutive grand competitions. Instead of addressing him, you choose to reprimand those from the miscellaneous department? Shen furrowed his brow. Murong Tian was not lacking in diligence. He practiced tirelessly whenever he had the chance. Unfortunately, his talent was lacking as well. And even if he were not a congenital waste like Shen, breaking through to the Qi-Si realm would require no less than 3 to 5 years of dedication. Today, I, as elder, have come to inform you that Murong Tian is permitted to descend from the mountain, according to sect regulations. Those who finish last in 2 consecutive grand competitions do not qualify to remain on Lingfu Mountain, Li Yin stated flatly, his words laced with mockery. After all, the sect did not support the inept. Had it not been for Qingyun Peak's prior contributions, you would have been expelled long ago. Shen An's expression darkened, not solely due to the insult of being labeled inept, but because of Murong Tian's situation. What would he do if Murong Tian left? Moreover, what did it mean that the sect did not support the inept? Over the years, due to the aftermath of that great war, the sect had been impoverished, providing Qingyun Peak with scant resources. At best, the sect leader and other peak masters occasionally sent some items out of nostalgia. What if I insist on keeping him at Qingyun Peak? He spoke with a heavy tone. Upon hearing this, both Li Yin and Wang Hu were taken aback. Their doubts about whether such words could truly emanate from the typically meek master of Qingyun Peak evident. What are you to dictate whether he stays or goes? Do you believe the sect rules are mere decorations? Li Yin scoffed, dismissing Shen entirely. Wang Hu shook his head, adding, Elder Shen, I advise you to mind your own affairs and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you. Shen An's countenance darkened further as he inhaled deeply, asserting, Murong Tian cannot leave. I stand by my word. Observing his unwavering certainty, Wang Hu and Li Yin were momentarily stunned, before Wang Hu burst into laughter. Shen, do you truly consider yourself an elder? A mere waste in the later stages of body refinement. Had it not been for the benevolence of the sect master granting you a title, you would have long since been cast down the mountain. Now you dare to challenge the sect's regulations? If this matter reaches the ears of the sect master, you may well find your position as an elder in jeopardy. Shen Anzai, undeterred, fixed his gaze upon the two. Initially, it was you who accepted the gifts from the Murong family. Yet you refused to take Murong Tian as your disciple, instead casting him into my Qingyun Peak. Now you wish to expel him from the mountain? Such actions are exceedingly shameless, are they not? Li Yan sneered. Regardless, it was you who took him as your disciple. If you lack the ability to teach him properly, the Morong family should blame you, not this elder. Shen Anzai, filled with indignation, could hardly believe there existed such a brazen individual. A mere waste, daring to covet what is beyond his reach. Now he dares to provoke the sect's rules. Today, this elder shall give you a proper lesson on behalf of the sect. Li Yan, with a cold smile, stepped forward, his handsome yet youthful visage filling Shen Anzai with displeasure, and summoned his spiritual energy, his aura surging. Shen Anzai frowned. Was he truly to resort to his soul consumption card? What if he mismanaged his strength and accidentally killed him? Seeing Shen Anzai hesitate, Li Yan assumed he was paralyzed by fear and unleashed a punch, the sound of air splitting echoing as a fist imprint hurtled towards Shen Anzai's face. With that strike, his handsome features would surely be rendered unrecognizable. Shen Anzai was alarmed. It was evident that this man bore a grudge against him for once pursuing Lu Yunqin. And now he sought to take revenge. Jealousy, pure, unadulterated jealousy over his superior looks. Just as Shen Anzai prepared to activate his consumption card to protect his visage, a melodious sound of a sword echoed through the air. Buzz! A snow-white longsword flashed forth, effortlessly shattering the formidable punch imprint and embedding itself before him. Simultaneously, a clear and enchanting female voice resonated. Is it not rather inappropriate for Lord Li to strike at an elder? Upon hearing this voice, Shen Anzai's expression brightened, while Li Yan turned, astonished, only to have his countenance darken. On the mountain path, Lu Yunqin, clad in elegant azure, gracefully ascended, her brows like distant mountains, lips resembling cherry blossoms, her breathtaking beauty rendering the very landscape pale in comparison. The gentle breeze stirred her garments, bestowing upon her an ethereal presence, as if she were a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Chapter 8. My disciple Shen Anzai shall compete for the first place. Beside Lu Yunqin, Morong Tian followed respectfully. Upon seeing the two, Li Yan's expression soured, yet he forced a smile and spoke. What brings Elder Lu to Qingyun Peak? If you can come, then naturally, I can as well. Lu Yunqin merely cast a fleeting glance at him before striding directly to Shen Anzai, softly inquiring, Are you injured? The simplicity of her 4 words left everyone present, including Shen Anzai, momentarily stunned, before they hurriedly shook their heads to indicate their well-being. Observing his goddess express concern for a mere waste, Li Yan's jealousy surged, his countenance darkening to an almost palpable gloom. Seeing that Shen Anzai was indeed unharmed, Lu Yunqin nodded and turned her gaze toward Wang Hu and his disciple. Master Li, isn't it somewhat inappropriate for you to act against someone at the body refinement stage simply because of your own cultivation? Elder Lu has misunderstood. Shen is merely challenging the sect's rules, and I am only executing my duties impartially. Li Yan forced a smile, attempting to maintain his image before Lu Yunqin. Challenging the sect's rules? Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Although Morong Tian ranked last in the grand competition over the past 2 years, he is not an ordinary disciple, but rather a direct disciple of an elder. It seems rather inappropriate to apply such rules to him, does it not? Hearing her defend Qingyun Peak, Shen sighed in relief and exchanged a knowing glance with his disciple, who responded with a wink, and they both smiled at each other. Li Yan frowned. Although Shen holds the title of a peak master elder, he lacks the qualifications and strength. Who in the sect truly regards him as an elder? Su, the master of the spiritual medicine hall, is merely at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. Does he not possess qualifications as well? Lu Yunqin inquired. Though Master Su's cultivation may be lacking, he is a 4th-grade alchemist, and moreover, his disciple entered the top 10 in last year's competition. In terms of teaching and alchemy, he is far more qualified than Shen. Li Yan shook his head, still looking down on Shen, and Lu Yunqin's brows furrowed slightly, acknowledging this fact. The master of the spiritual medicine hall excels in alchemy, and his disciples are indeed formidable. In contrast, she glanced at Shen and Morong Tian, momentarily at a loss for words. Perceiving her dilemma, Li Yan sneered and continued, Elder Lu, you need not defend Qingyun Peak any longer. The sect does not support idlers. The sect master refrains from commenting excessively due to Qingyun Peak's past achievements, but our law enforcement hall must act impartially. He lacks the qualifications to be an elder, and thus his disciple can only be regarded as an ordinary disciple, deserving of expulsion. Lu Yunqin frowned. The peak master's title is granted by the sect master. How can it be stripped away by your mere words? Shen An's expression soured upon hearing this, internally questioning, System, can I descend the mountain first and return when I become formidable? Please consider, host. Only amidst conflicts can more opportunities arise to trigger disciple-raising tasks for rewards. Tasks. Shen was taken aback, contemplating for a moment before stepping forward and speaking. According to your assertions, how may I prove my qualifications to be this elder? Seeing him dare to step out from behind the woman, Li Yan's eyes glinted with mockery. Quite simply, either you break through to the returning origin realm, or you demonstrate your capability to teach disciples. For instance, his eyes sparkled with mischief. In the upcoming sect competition a month from now, ensure that Murong Tian places in the top 10. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxin's brows immediately knitted together. That is utterly impossible. Even among the new disciples of the past 2 years, many have broken through to the Qi-Si realm. And there are those like Wang Hu who are mid-Qi-Si warriors. Murong Tian, being merely at the mid-body refinement stage, has no hope of breaking into the top 10. As for Shen and breaking through to the returning origin realm, that is even more impossible. Everyone knows he is a natural waste, with no hope of channeling Qi into his body, destined to remain at the Qi-Si realm for life. Congratulations to the host for triggering the task. Assist Murong Tian in securing the top position in the sect competition, with rewards of 1 experience point for a 5th-grade alchemist, 5-time limited cards for the return to origin realm skills, and 1 consumption card for the earth spirit realm skills. As Shen Anzai listened to the voice echoing in his ears, a surge of joy filled his heart. Lu Yunxin slightly parted her crimson lips, preparing to refuse on his behalf, but before she could speak, someone beside her interjected. Very well, I accept your challenge, Shen Anzai declared, his gaze fiercely fixed on the surprised Li Yin ahead. The top 10 lacks challenge. My disciple must strive for first place. With these resonant words, everyone fell into a moment of stunned silence. Li Yin and Wang, who were rendered speechless, then burst into laughter. What? Surely we misheard. This so-called waste, merely in the mid-stage of body refinement, dares to claim first place in the impending sect competition? It was utterly ludicrous. Murong Tian hesitated, tugging at Shen Anzai's sleeve. He found the top 10 a daunting enough challenge, let alone claiming first place. After their laughter subsided, Li Yin sneered. What if you fail? Shen Anzai lifted his chin slightly, hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. If I fail, I shall leave the sect with him. His words were resolute and impactful. Murong Tian gazed at Shen Anzai, whose determination stirred a deep emotion within him. Master. Admiration value. 50. Current level of Murong Tian's admiration. 4. 1 lottery chance acquired. Very well. Li Yin retorted coldly. I shall eagerly await your disciple's performance in the competition. If you do not depart when the time comes, do not blame me for casting you down the mountain. He turned to Wang Hu. Let us go. Yes, master. Wang Hu bowed, casting a disdainful glance at Murong Tian before following him away. Once the two vanished along the mountain path, Lu Yunxin furrowed her brow and said, Elder Shen, you are being too impulsive. Achieving first place in the competition is no simple feat other than Wang Hu. Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak is also in the mid-stage of the Sea of Qi and is a talisman master. If it were merely about entering the top 10, I might assist your disciple, but first place. Lu Yunxin sighed and shook her head, evidently perceiving no hope. I appreciate Elder Lu's concern, but if my disciple cannot even secure the first position in this mere sect competition, how can he hope to contend with Qin Xianwei in a year? Shen Anzai turned, cupping his hands with a serious tone. Murong Tian, hearing this, was taken aback, clenching his fists tightly. Are you truly planning to let him face Qin Xianwei at Tianxue sect? Lu Yunxin asked, astonished, her brows knitted tightly. Indeed, my disciple is no weakling. He is a man of his word, and his actions will bear fruit. Shen Anzai proclaimed, raising his head. In truth, his acceptance of the sect competition was not a mere whim. Initially, he intended to cling stubbornly to his position, knowing Lu Yunxin's presence would deter Li Yin from taking action. However, when the system unexpectedly issued a task with such commendable rewards, he thought, if I can acquire those items, will I ever need to fear Li Yin again? Listening to his unwavering words, Lu Yunxin shook her head in silence. Qin Xianyue's innate talent and strength ranked among the finest in the entire South Ju region. Catching up to her was no simple feat. As for Murong Tian's 3-year pact with her, everyone had long since dismissed it as mere jest, hardly giving it a second thought. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yunxin spoke up. Why don't you entrust Murong Tian to me? I will do my utmost in this month to help him break through to the Qi-Si stage, ensuring he secures a place in the top 10. However, achieving first place might be a stretch. Shen was taken aback upon hearing this, casting a surprised glance at her. It was well known that Lu Yunxin had previously held a certain disdain for him, even if she had accepted a medicinal pill. Her shift in attitude seemed rather abrupt. Was it merely a transaction? He cast a doubtful glance at Murong Tian beside him, pondering whether the young man had whispered something to her. Chapter 9. Who told you that I was no longer able to refine pills? Faced with Lu Yunxin's goodwill, Shen chose to decline. Merely guaranteeing a spot in the top 10 was insufficient. The system's mission was to secure first place in the competition. Although this failure carried no punitive consequences, losing out on those rewards was a grave setback for Shen. whose resources were currently meager. No need to trouble Elder Lu. I shall teach my disciple myself. Lu Yinqin frowned. You will teach? Her skeptical gaze clearly questioned Shen Anzai's abilities. After all, even if Shen An were to participate in the competition, he likely wouldn't have a chance at the top 10. How could he possibly mentor someone to achieve first place? Disciple, Shen An called to the side. Present. Murong Tian responded, his demeanor respectful. Do you believe in your master? Yes. Without a hint of hesitation, Murong Tian answered with unwavering conviction and reverence. Observing the elevated spirits of this master-disciple duo, Lu Yinqin found herself perplexed. Weren't these two a natural waste and a talentless individual? What had transpired to instill such confidence in them? Murong Tian, would you like to accompany me to Qingyuan Peak? I shall teach you the falling flowers and leaves palm. Despite her confusion, Lu Yinqin still urged him to leave with her. After all, having benefited from the beauty-retaining pill, she wished to assist Qingyuan Peak, hoping to atone for her earlier actions towards Shen An. The falling flowers and leaves palm was a high-level martial technique of the Xian rank, esteemed throughout Lingfu Mountain, with few opportunities for others to learn it. However, to her utter astonishment, Murong Tian rejected her outright without a moment's hesitation. Thank you, Elder Lu, but I wish to continue learning swordsmanship from my master. Lu Yinqin was utterly flabbergasted. What kind of swordsmanship could possibly rival her falling flowers and leaves palm? Were these two not mad? 1. In the late stage of body refinement, believed he possessed the experience and skill to teach a talentless disciple to become the champion of the sect competition. The other, in the mid-stage of body refinement, was unyieldingly convinced of his master's capabilities, despite the latter's inferior talent, and wished to study swordsmanship under him? What on earth was happening in this world? To think that a martial artist of the earth spirit realm is outclassed by one merely at the late stage of body refinement. Very well, should you reconsider, feel free to seek me at Qingyuan Peak. With no persuasion yielding fruit, Lu Yinqin could only relent, leaving behind this parting remark before gracefully departing. On the mountaintop, only master and disciple remained. Master, Murong Tian spoke in a solemn tone. After years of rigorous training and refining those 10 body refinement pills, I should barely manage to reach the late stage of body refinement. However, the greatest obstacle in our quest for victory in the sect competition is not Wang Hu, but rather Yu Jingyuan of Qingfu Peak. He is the frontrunner for this championship, having secured first place last year. Shen An stroked his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, the methods of the talisman master are extraordinary, rendering him nearly invincible among peers. To triumph over a talisman master at the mid-stage of the Qi Si, Murong Tian would need to match his cultivation level and possess means sufficient to contend with such a master. Contemplating this, he beckoned, and Murong Tian promptly leaned in to listen. Upon hearing his words, surprise and confusion crossed his features. Master, what do you require these herbs for? If you need pills, my family has an abundance. I can simply send someone to deliver them. The Murong family is a lineage of pharmacology, possessing most ordinary herbs, albeit not on par with the medicine hall of Lingfu Mountain. This pill, no one else can refine, Shen An remarked with a faint smile. He had previously inquired of the system, and discovered that the washing marrow pill does not exist in this world. A pill capable of cleansing one's meridians would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among people. Of course, the prerequisite for such a cleansing is possessing even a modicum of aptitude. Yet, Shen An, being a natural waste, would find the washing marrow pill of no use to him. No one else can refine it. Murong Tian paused, a look of skepticism crossing his face. But Elder Su of the Spirit Medicine Hall has never been fond of you, Master. Would he truly assist? Bang! A sharp rap echoed as Shen An retorted with exasperation. Do you think your master is one who requires the assistance of others? Murong Tian rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat dejected. But those capable of alchemy within our sect are all at the Spirit Medicine Hall. Bang! Another crisp sound resounded. Who told you I sought the alchemists at the Spirit Medicine Hall? Then, Master, you wouldn't want your disciple to gnaw on the spirit herbs, would you? Murong Tian's face instantly morphed into a grimace. Yet upon realizing this matter directly affected their chances of remaining together, he gritted his teeth. I could manage to gnaw on them, as long as I have a sip of water. I could gnaw through 3 acres in a day. Bang! The third strike echoed as Shen An ceased his gestures and replied coolly, Gnawing? Are you a bovine warrior, capable of devouring 3 acres? As he spoke, he turned his back to Murong Tian, facing the blazing sun overhead, with the gentle breeze caressing his figure, which appeared remarkably majestic. Who told you that your master cannot refine pills? Observing the resplendent silhouette, Murong Tian hesitated, finding it difficult to voice his thoughts. Master, you don't even have an alchemy furnace. Shen An's lips twitched, and he promptly turned, raising his hand, only to find Murong Tian had already retreated a distance of 5 zhang. We may not have an alchemy furnace at Qingyuan Peak, but don't we have a kitchen? Can't we use a stove or a pot with a hole in it? A true alchemist, even without an alchemy furnace, can still concoct exquisite pills. Admiration value. Tin Morong Tian felt a stir within, realizing that perhaps his perspective had been too limited. Indeed, it is not surprising that a master capable of imparting such extraordinary sword techniques would possess remarkable alchemical skills. Subsequently, he eagerly set about arranging for his family to send herbal materials up the mountain. As Shen An observed his departure, a wave of profound dissatisfaction washed over him. System. Is it truly possible to refine elixirs without a cauldron? Surely you jest. Please refrain from questioning the system's words. A true alchemist can indeed create superior elixirs, even in the absence of a cauldron. Shen An grimaced. Damn it, if you're going to deceive, at least craft your own narrative instead of parroting my words to my disciple. Is this not treating me as a fool? Yet, with no alternative at hand. As cauldrons were prohibitively expensive, he had no choice. Seizing the opportunity, while Murong Tian was occupied with writing a letter, he began his second round of the lottery in his mind. As the wheel illuminated before him, a dazzling array of golden objects appeared, irresistibly tempting. I shall trade my disciple's 10 years of life for gold, he silently declared, initiating the draw. Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the dazzling spins, the pointer gradually slowed, gliding past clusters of golden light, inching towards the mundane white zone. Witnessing this, Shen An shook his head in disappointment. Just as he believed the pointer was destined to land in the white zone, it halted abruptly, mere fractions away. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the legacy technique, unparalleled sword control technique, supreme. Shen An was momentarily taken aback, then his face lit up with joy. It seemed he truly was the favored child of fortune. Who would have thought a casual draw would yield such treasure? Chapter 10. Who has stirred the great forces of heaven and earth? System. Is the unparalleled sword control technique truly formidable? Shen An inquired with curiosity. Rest assured, host. The system guarantees its excellence. With the system's assurance, Shen An's excitement heightened as he eagerly opened the description of the sword control technique. Unparalleled sword control technique. Inheritable supreme technique, capable of refining an unparalleled sword heart. Upon reaching later stages, one can command all swords in the world. Wielding no sword is akin to wielding one. A single strike can sever the threads of life and soul. A plethora of ornate descriptions followed, but in essence, this sword technique was extraordinarily powerful. System, allow me to cultivate it. Shen An eagerly implored. The host is a natural waste body and cannot cultivate. His spirits dampened. In his earlier excitement, he had momentarily forgotten this critical detail. Unable to draw energy into his body, he could not even reach the Qi-Si realm, and thus could not practice this technique. Is there truly no way for me to gain an opportunity to cultivate? Not even with dragon bone or phoenix blood? He queried, his hope not yet extinguished. That is not possible. This system is bound to the host's fate. Restructuring the bones or altering the fate would result in the system's disappearance, and the host would perish as well. The reasons for this should be explored by the host in due course. Then am I destined to live only as a mortal? What use do I have for you? The physical body will inevitably be constrained, but the soul can endure eternally. Please, host, maintain a broader perspective. Shen An fell silent, shaking his head and relinquishing any thoughts of breaking through. Without entering nirvana, one remains merely a mortal, and life expectancy cannot be extended. Whether one can break through to the upper realms within a century remains uncertain. As for longevity, the world is replete with extraordinary techniques and clever arts, and transcendence of realms is not the sole means to acquire them. By becoming a 7th-tier alchemist, one can concoct elixirs that prolong life. If I cannot cultivate this unparalleled sword mastery, then I shall pass it on to Murong Tian. The top position in this grand competition must be secured. Master. In the distance, Murong Tian hurried back to Qingyun Peak, waving his hands enthusiastically. I have already sent word to my family. They should deliver the medicinal materials in a few days. Good, come here. Shen An stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze profound. Master, what is it? The youth scampered forward, his expression a blend of curiosity and confusion. I wish to ask you, what is the purpose of your cultivation? Murong Tian was taken aback, scratching his head. The purpose of cultivation? After a moment's reflection, he replied, I simply want to catch up with Qin Xianyue and reclaim our family's honor. Not sufficient. Shen An shook his head, his demeanor exceedingly grave. Not sufficient. The boy's face fell in surprise as he gazed at the middle-aged man in white, who bore an unusually earnest expression. Indeed, not sufficient. Shen An reiterated, his words imbued with earnestness. My disciple, do you comprehend the vastness of this world and the number of formidable beings within it? Do you truly wish to confine yourself to this small realm of the Dan dynasty? As he spoke, he quietly formulated a plan. Since there appeared to be no hope for his own breakthrough in this lifetime, he would cultivate the most exceptional disciple. In the future, when he ventured out, he could proudly proclaim his disciple's name to all, which would be a source of great joy. Murong Tian fell silent. He genuinely wished to explore the world beyond. Yet his lack of talent left him uncertain if he could ever reach the middle realms. To step outside seemed an arduous task. Noticing the boy's conflicted emotions, Shen Anzai seized the moment. The outside world is vast, with an empress mending the heavens, mighty beings shooting the sun with bows, and even children stirring the oceans, pulling dragon tendons and extracting dragon bones. Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at his master. Mending the heavens, shooting the sun. Why had he never heard of such tales? Though unfamiliar with these exploits, a fervor ignited within him. The image of Shen Anzai wielding a sword to part the heavens, dispelling the clouds, resurfaced in his mind, and his gaze grew resolute. If master speaks of them, they must indeed exist. The absence of these formidable figures in his knowledge merely indicated they were not within the Dun dynasty, or perhaps even beyond the southern realm. I have grown old, and my talents are limited. It seems I shall never have the opportunity to witness the world beyond. Shen Anzai sighed deeply, a hint of regret in his eyes. My disciple, here I am. Their gazes met, and Shen Anzai's eyes shimmered with hope and kindness. I wish for you to become one of those legends. Become a legend? The boy's eyes ignited with fervor, a seed of ambition taking root in his heart. Sensing he had sufficiently inspired the youth, Shen Anzai swept his robe and spoke with renewed vigor. My disciple, today I shall impart to you an unparalleled supreme technique of heaven and earth, guiding you upon the path of the Sword Immortal. Before Murong Tian could utter a word, a fierce wind howled, and with a mere gesture, Shen Anzai pointed at his brow. In an instant, the heavens and the earth erupted with tumultuous winds and flashing lightning. As if the entire firmament had begun to wail in sorrow, the surrounding flora suddenly turned upright, resembling sharp swords intent on cleaving the sky and splitting the earth. At Qinghuan Peak, Lu Yinqin had just returned to the mountain gate when she noticed the darkening clouds, her delicate brows furrowing in concern. Such formidable sword intent. Could it be that an unparalleled sword path had manifested in the world? In the Spirit Rune main hall, the sect leader Xian Yuzi soared into the air, appearing outside the grand hall in an instant. His gaze was grave as he surveyed the thunderous skies, the boundless sword intent contained within causing him to feel a chill of trepidation. What on earth had transpired to invoke such a cosmic phenomenon? His expression was one of astonishment, his brows knitted tightly. The last time such a transformation occurred in the Great Dynasty was several years ago when the young daughter of the Qin family first entered the martial path and revealed her prodigious talents. The commotion from that incident paled in comparison to today's upheaval that enveloped the entire Spirit Rune Mountain. It was as if a minor spectacle stood before a grand marvel. Could it be that a treasure had emerged, or perhaps a disciple of Spirit Rune Mountain had comprehended a certain profound principle, revealing their exceptional talent? Xian Yuzi's eyes flickered as he waved his hand. Summon the others. At his command, several figures soon materialized. Sect leader, what are your orders? They inquired. Investigate who has stirred this cosmic force. The individuals exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, cupping his hands in respect. Reporting to the sect leader. Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak has been cultivating within the rune tower recently. This matter is likely related to him. Yu Jingyuan. Xian Yuzi's brows furrowed slightly. The latter was a direct disciple of the Qingfu Peak's master, possessing exceptional mental prowess, yet it seemed improbable that he could evoke such a tremendous cosmic force. Furthermore, this force was clearly imbued with boundless sword intent, seemingly unrelated to the path of runes. Reporting to the sect leader. This sword intent appears to be emanating from Qingyun Peak. Xian Yuzi was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards Qingyun Peak, but quickly shook his head. What was he thinking? With Shen Anzai and Murong Tian present, how could these two possibly incite such a surging cosmic force? News has arrived. At that moment, someone who had been gathering information suddenly spoke up. Xian Yuzi turned to face him. Sect leader, just now, Yu Jingyuan successfully inherited the heavenly sword rune left by the elder of the heavenly sword 200 years ago within the rune tower. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuzi nodded in realization, reflecting that it was no wonder such a cosmic force had been stirred. Although the commotion was rather exaggerated, it was still within the realm of reason. Surely, this overwhelming cosmic force and astonishing sword intent could not have been unleashed by Shen Anzai or his disciple. If that were the case, he might as well find a piece of tofu to end it all. Chapter 11. Master, is this truly a pill? At Qingyun Peak. As the thunder receded and the clouds dispersed, Shen Anzai's complexion turned pale, feeling his legs tremble slightly. Goodness, inheriting this thing was truly exhausting. One might think he was suffering from some deficiency. Disciple, how do you feel? He asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Murong Tian regained his senses. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, staring incredulously at the person before him. What esoteric technique had just manifested in his mind? The unparalleled sword heart, supreme sword of 10,000. This technique was surely at the celestial tier. Disciple, I am eternally grateful to Master for imparting the teachings. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man knelt on the ground with a thud, bowing 3 times with fervent excitement. Admiration value, 100. Current admiration level of Murong Tian, 5. Acquired Earth Tier Intermediate Body Technique, Illusory Light and Shadow Heritage Card X1. Earth Tier Superior Sword Technique, Thunderous Blade Heritage Card X1. Shen furrowed his brow. Why did he ascend 3 levels with the previous technique, yet only 1 level now? Reply to host. As the admiration level increases, the admiration value gained diminishes with each acquisition. He felt a hint of frustration. It appeared that the path to elevating his disciple's admiration value to its zenith was fraught with challenges. The initial efforts had yet to bear fruit. Perseverance was essential. All right, rise quickly. In the upcoming sect competition, if you do not secure the first place, both of us shall be expelled from the mountain. Shen approached to assist Murong Tian, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I shall risk my life to ensure you are not disappointed. Murong Tian declared with conviction. In his heart, Shen had transformed into an enigmatic sage. After all, he had previously presented the unparalleled technique of the sword to open the heavens, and now revealed a celestial tier skill. Such a figure could only be considered a hidden master, not merely a waste at the late stage of body refinement. A promising student indeed. Shen nodded in satisfaction, his eyes glimmering with pride. Master awaits the day you become a true Sword Immortal. With that, he turned to leave, opting not to bestow the other 2 martial arts inheritances just yet. He was utterly fatigued and reluctant to expend the remaining youth-preserving pill, which he might need in the future to forge powerful alliances. Thus, he decided to conserve it. Murong Tian watched Shen depart, his eyes resolute as he hurried to the training grounds, consuming the body refinement pill previously provided by his master, and began his cultivation. Soon, 10 days had passed. The reason behind the astonishing phenomenon that had shocked the entire Lingfu Mountain had spread like wildfire. It was due to Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak. The celestial sword talisman he inherited within the sword tower held great significance. 2 centuries ago, the celestial sword elder of Lingfu Mountain had shattered the cosmos with a single sword talisman, nearly ascending to the realm of the supreme. At that time, he was renowned throughout the entire Dan dynasty. After his passing, the celestial sword talisman he left behind had been coveted by countless talisman masters, yet none could comprehend its essence. To everyone's astonishment, Yu Jingyuan had recently succeeded in inheriting it. Such monstrous talent incited envy and admiration across Lingfu Mountain. As for the upcoming sect competition in 20 days, it was universally acknowledged that the first place belonged to him. Shortly after news of Yu Jingyuan broke, another bombshell was dropped. Murong Tian of Qingyun Peak aimed to contest Yu Jingyuan for the title of champion in this competition. Upon hearing this news, Lingfu Mountain erupted once more, but this time not with admiration and excitement, but with mockery and disdain. What is this Murong Tian? Placed at the bottom in 2 grand competitions, he audaciously aspires for the top spot? Ha ha ha. After all, even being last could still be considered first. I've heard that this wager wasn't initiated by Murong Tian himself, but rather imposed upon him by his master, who asserted that if Murong Tian fails to secure first place, they would both pack up and leave. Elder Shen? He himself is merely at the late stage of body refinement. In no time, rumors began to circulate throughout Lingfu Mountain, and this matter quickly became the subject of casual conversation among the disciples of various peaks and halls. The members of the law enforcement hall mocked the presumption of this master and disciple duo, deeming them a disgrace to the sect, and suggested that their departure would spare the sect from embarrassment. However, most disciples remained relatively rational and refrained from mockery. Instead, they felt sympathy for Qingyun Peak, fearing it had been pressured by Hall Master Li, their sentiments leaning towards compassion. Yet, regardless of whether they mocked or sympathized, none truly believed that Murong Tian could achieve first place. As for the rumors circulating outside, this master and disciple pair had no intention of concerning themselves with them. Today, the Murong family had dispatched someone to deliver the medicinal materials, albeit much later than anticipated, yet at last, they had arrived. Upon receiving the materials, Shen hurried to the kitchen. The master and disciple busily prepared the cauldron and kindled the fire. To an onlooker, it might appear they were preparing a lavish meal for the evening. Notably, during these 10 days, leveraging 10 body refinement pills and diligent practice, Murong Tian successfully broke through to the late stage of body refinement. Now he stood just a step away from drawing qi into his body. However, this step was also the most arduous. After all, the poorer the talent, the longer it takes to draw qi into the body. Master, Can medicinal pills truly be concocted using an iron pot? Morong Tian asked. His face darkened as he continually added kindling to the fire. If I say it can be done, then it can, Shen confidently retorted, though internally he felt uncertain. After all, the system had claimed so. Although he possessed the knowledge and perspective of a third-tier alchemist, he lacked spiritual energy and mental acuity. Thus, he was unsure if he could indeed produce pills using this method. Furthermore, he could only hope that the washing marrow pill would assist Morong Tian in drawing qi into his body. Otherwise, given his aptitude, it would be utterly impossible to break through to the qi realm within 20 days, let alone compete with the likes of Wang Hu and Yuzhen Yuan. Master, do you truly know how to refine pills? I've never seen anyone wielding a kitchen knife to cut herbs, Morong Tian remarked, casting a doubtful glance at Shen, who was chopping spiritual herbs on the cutting board with a kitchen knife. What do you know? I'm controlling the dosage, lest I inadvertently allow you to consume too much. If you break through too quickly, it could lead to restlessness. Shen replied tersely. Oh, master. What grade is this washing marrow pill? Why have I never heard of it? Third tier. Master, close your mouth. Shen grimaced and turned back, causing the youth to shiver and retract his neck. Faced with an unending stream of inquiries, Shen's head buzzed during this time. How had he not noticed before how talkative this lad was? Morong Tian looked up at him with a timid expression, quietly probing. Master, one last question. Speak. Shen, with impatience, tossed the chopped herbs into the pot, his voice laced with curiosity. What level are you at, really? The youth's eyes sparkled with hopeful inquiry. Having posed this question for the 30th time over the past 10 days. Late stage of body refinement. I don't believe it. The boy's gaze was clear and innocent. Shen turned to look at him, casually grabbing the willow branch at his waist. Soon after, the kitchen echoed with the lamentations of Morong Tian. Master, I am your direct disciple. Let us speak civilly and refrain from violence. Oh dear master, I was wrong. I want to ask about the elixir again. Master, the potion is burning. A quarter of an hour later, both lifted the pot lid, staring in silence at the contents. Master, this lump of pitch-black goo, can it truly be an elixir? Is it even edible? Why not try it and see? I refuse. Morong Tian shook his head vigorously, like a rattling drum, scratching his head hesitantly. As per seniority, perhaps you should taste it first, master? Shen turned to leave, locking the kitchen door behind him, once again brandishing the willow branch. Soon after, oh no, master, please don't strike. I'll eat it. Isn't that sufficient? Chapter 12, Disciple. You've brought this upon yourself. Gazing into the bowl at the sticky, dark substance, Morong Tian swallowed hard. Dear disciple, do eat. This is truly a fine thing. Shen, with a smile in his eyes, gently tapped the willow branch in his hand. Morong Tian's heart sank. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. I'll go for it. What is the worst that could happen? 3 days and nights of running? With this thought, he no longer hesitated, bringing the bowl to his lips. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Shen's mind. Worship value. 10. A twitch of his lips revealed the urge to strike this lad with the willow branch. But then, a sudden realization struck him, prompting an inquiry within his mind. System, since the worship value can be deducted, if my level regresses and I level up again, will I receive another reward? He felt a surge of excitement. If that were the case, he could continuously upgrade at this easily accessible worship value stage, repeatedly earning rewards. The system remained silent for a moment before responding. Bug has been fixed. Thank you for your feedback, host. Shen felt as if 500 little goals waved goodbye to him. He could hardly contain the urge to slap himself. Had he only tested it first? Why had he even asked? Is there a limit to taking on disciples? Can I, right now, go down the mountain and recruit 108 disciples? That is not possible. Only after the previous disciple's worship value reaches its maximum can the host recruit the next disciple. Very well. Shen's hopes crumbled entirely. It seemed he could only diligently nurture one disciple for now. Shaking his head, he gazed eagerly at the already cross-legged Morong Tian, who was drenched in sweat and flushed in the face, his heart racing in panic. Though the substance was as difficult to swallow as mucus, once it dissolved, it unleashed a peculiar force that began to surge through his meridians, searingly intense. As time inexorably passed, the force of the impact intensified, causing his brows to furrow increasingly. The pain was excruciating, akin to needles piercing through every fiber of his being. However, Morong Tian was horrified to discover that the long obstructed meridians within him were showing signs of expansion under this overwhelming force. It felt as if someone were tirelessly forging a pathway, repeatedly breaking through barriers. This revelation filled him with ecstatic joy. He gritted his teeth in silence, resolutely enduring the heart-wrenching agony. His master was undoubtedly enhancing his innate talents, and he could not betray such goodwill. Only by improving his abilities could he hope to ascend to the ranks of the Tianxue sect and challenge Qin Xinhua in the future. Shen Anzai's lips curled into a slight smile, for it seemed the cleansing elixir had begun to take effect. Observing the contorted expression on this youth's face, it was clear he was enduring intense suffering. The formula for the cleansing elixir indicated that to enhance one's qualifications, one must endure pains that ordinary individuals could not withstand, akin to being pierced by 1,000 arrows. This lad, indeed, displayed remarkable fortitude. Shen Anzai noted his steadfastness, the way he continued to clench his teeth in silence, and shook his head slightly. It appeared that the humiliation from that 3-year pact had left an indelible mark, allowing him to withstand such torment without complaint. One must remember, he was still a mere 16 years old, the scion of the Murong family, raised in luxury. He had never faced such hardships before. Typically, protagonists possess either an extraordinarily resilient spirit or profound opportunities and innate gifts. Perhaps, were it you, such feats would indeed be achievable. Shen Anzai found himself lost in contemplation, eagerly anticipating Murong Tian's future transformation into a sovereign, commanding the world with grandeur. If that day were to come, as his master, wouldn't life be splendid? Just as he envisioned a future filled with delightful companionship, with his disciple assisting him in seeking out enchanting beauties and engaging in philosophical musings. An unexpectedly nauseating odor wafted toward him. The stench was reminiscent of having one's head forcibly pressed into a steaming pile of something foul, the pervasive aroma invading every breath, penetrating to the very soul. Goodness, disciple, did you just? Shen Anzai immediately seized the scallion from the kitchen counter, inserting it into his nostrils while covering his mouth. He watched as Murong Tian began to expel a torrent of foul, black liquid, and he swiftly grabbed a nearby utensil to shield his handsome visage. The warmth against his face startled him, prompting him to glance at the object in his hand. The wooden spoon, riddled with holes, left him momentarily speechless. The black liquid seemed to be gushing forth in ever-increasing amounts. In shock, Shen Anzai fled, slamming the kitchen door behind him. He dashed to the well, splashing water on his face repeatedly until the repugnant scent was finally washed away. His expression was one of deep frustration. He had not anticipated the cleansing elixir's potency. In the distance, Murong Tian, his face smeared with dark muck, sprinted toward him, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth, his expression brimming with excitement. Reaching out to embrace Shen Anzai, master, my meridians. Shen Anzai's lip twitched, and he bolted away. Murong Tian stood dazed, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't his master usually lecherous in his gaze when he saw him? Why did he flee upon spotting him now? Clean yourself and the kitchen before you come to see me. Do not wash in the bathhouse of Qingyun Peak. Shen Anzai had shouted from a distance, leaving those words behind. Only then did Murong Tian process the situation. He frowned and raised his hand to carefully sniff his nose, then retched. As night fell, the stars and moon hung high in the sky, and the evening breeze carried a gentle fragrance that caressed the flowers and grasses of Qingyun Peak. Inside the side hall, Shen Anzai inquired, "Are you certain you are clean?" The disciple had soaked in water for half an hour and truly felt devoid of any odor. Murong Tian looked bitterly at Shen Anzai, who was hiding at a distance with cloth stuffed in his nose. "What is the deal with that basket of fish?" Shen Anzai pointed to a basket of fish lying beside Murong Tian's feet. "I noticed you've been working hard lately, master. So I specially caught some fish to nourish your body. Why are they all belly up, and why do their eyes appear green?" Murong Tian questioned. I don't know. They must be some special spirit fish," Shen Anzai replied, scratching his head. "Special fish?" Shen Anzai asked skeptically, pulling out the cloth from his nose and taking a deep breath of fresh air. "Take them away. Do you dare eat any fish? Aren't you afraid of poisoning?" He waved his hand dismissively and then asked, "Since master forbade you from washing in the bathhouse of Qingyun Peak, where did you soak for half an hour?" Murong Tian pondered, stroking his chin. "I'm not sure, but that river seems quite close to the law enforcement peak." Shen Anzai nodded. As long as it wasn't at Qingyun Peak, it was acceptable. Now that the cleansing of the marrow had been completed, it was time for him to practice the unmatched sword control technique and break through to the Qi-Si realm. Chapter 13. Borrowing money. How do you feel now? Shen Anzai's gaze was piercing as he asked the young disciple. The boy's face was alight with excitement. "Master, after taking the elixir, I feel remarkably lighter all over. Previously, when practicing sword techniques, I often felt a sense of stagnation, but now, everything flows seamlessly." It seemed the marrow cleansing elixir had indeed significantly enhanced his aptitude. Shen Anzai nodded inwardly, relieved. While he might not rival those prodigious talents, Murong Tian had certainly reached a level of ordinary aptitude. Yes, merely ordinary. After all, the herbs used for this elixir were not particularly rare. If a single pill could transform someone into a genius, that would be excessively miraculous. "Master, I will have my family send over several hundred more herbs." While he pondered, the youth was bubbling with eagerness, his eyes shining with ambition. If he could consume hundreds or thousands of such aptitude-enhancing pills, Wouldn't he have the chance to become an even more monstrous talent than Qin Xiangyue? Bang! Shen An, exasperated, gave him a light slap on the head. Do you think this elixir is as common as cabbage? You can't just take it whenever you want. Although the elixir was potent, one could only consume it once. A second pill would hold no effect. What? Hearing this, Murong Tian's face fell, his dreams of genius shattered. Enough, do not be so ungrateful. Quickly cultivate the unparalleled sword technique and draw the energy into your body. Afterward, I shall impart to you 2 additional martial arts techniques. Upon hearing that there were 2 more techniques, Murong Tian's eyes instantly lit up. Could they possibly be as formidable as the swordsmanship that could open the heavenly gate? Perceiving his thoughts, Shen An spoke calmly. Do not entertain such notions. They are not as extraordinary as that sword technique. They are merely of superior and intermediate earth-tier quality. Oh, very well. Murong Tian felt a twinge of disappointment at these words, only to be struck by a sudden realization. Why was he feeling disappointed? After all, they were earth-tier techniques. In the outside world, such treasures would incite a frenzy among people, yet he found himself looking down upon them? This was troubling, surely. He had been influenced by his master. It was all his master's fault for casually stating that they were merely superior and intermediate earth-tier techniques. Countless individuals sought to join the Qingyuan Peak, hoping to learn Elder Lu's superior Xian-tier technique, the falling petal's palm. Yet, martial arts of a higher grade, when spoken of by his master, were reduced to mere trivialities. Shen An cast a dubious glance at the unusually pensive Murong Tian, wondering what thoughts were swirling in his mind. Enough, focus on your training. There are only 20 days left until the sect's grand competition. I will venture outside shortly to gather intelligence on your opponents. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory in every battle. He patted the young man's shoulder with earnestness. Yes, master. Murong Tian replied respectfully, clasping his hands in gratitude as he watched Shen An depart. Feeling a surge of emotion, his master rarely ventured out, and now he was willingly leaving Qingyuan Peak to gather information for him. It seemed he held significant importance in his master's heart. As Shen An stepped beyond the palace doors, a smile crept upon his lips, his anticipation growing. He wondered if anyone in the sect was placing bets on such a hotly contested event. If he wagered on his disciple and it resulted in an unexpected victory, would he not be enriched? For the sake of prudence, he should perhaps place some bets on other competitors as well, lest he suffer a total loss. Pondering deeply, he found himself troubled. He had no money on hand. Would it be too embarrassing to ask his disciple for a loan? After a moment of contemplation, he slapped his forehead, his eyes sparkling with inspiration. Was there not another person from whom he could borrow? At Qingyuan Peak, in the side hall, Lu Yinxin listened to the report from the female disciples, her delicate brows knitting together. Yu Zhengyuan from Qingfu Peak has inherited the heavenly sword talisman from the Talisman Tower? Indeed, the information has come from the elder guarding the tower, and it cannot be false. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxin's expression grew somber. This was troublesome. Yu Zhengyuan was already nearly invincible at the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm, and now, with the formidable heavenly sword talisman in his possession, he would likely possess the strength to contend even with those at the late stage of the Qi-Si realm. Even if Murong Tian managed to reach the mid-stage of the Qi-Si in this time, could he withstand the might of the heavenly sword talisman? Even her falling petal's palm would pale in comparison before it. To counter the heavenly sword talisman, one would need at least an earth-tier martial technique. Lu Yinxin hesitated, her beautiful eyes reflecting her inner turmoil, before finally letting out a long sigh. Alas, the precious elixir of youth he is willing to bestow upon me is indeed remarkable. Thus, I shall gift him a modest martial technique of the earthly tier. Upon this thought, she softly spoke, summoning Fei Shuang. Yes, the female disciple bowed respectfully and withdrew. Before long, another woman clad in the attire of the Lingfu Mountain disciples arrived. She was tall, her elongated Danfeng eyes exuding an air of exceptional pride. This was Ling Fei Shuang, the foremost disciple of the Qingyuan Peak, now at the threshold of the half-step returning origin realm, and the champion of the recent sect competition before the Zhenyuan. Master, you summoned your disciple. What is it you desire? Ling Fei Shuang inquired, her demeanor cool as she bowed. Deliver this mirror moon palm to Qingyuan Peak and teach it to Murong Tian. Lu Yinxin retrieved a jade slip from her storage ring. At this proclamation, Ling Fei Shuang's brows furrowed in astonishment. Master, this is a martial technique of the lower earthly tier. Such a precious item is unnecessary for you to give. Lu Yinxin waved her delicate hand. Simply take this to him and elucidate its profound intricacies to aid in his cultivation. The latter frowned, a look of confusion crossing her features. Why would her master take such a keen interest in someone from Qingyuan Peak, even offering a technique of the earthly tier? Very well. Though perplexed, she refrained from questioning further, accepting the jade slip and taking her leave. After departing from Qingyuan Peak, She made her way towards Qingyun Peak. Not long after Ling Fei Shuang's exit, the earlier female disciple returned. Peak Master, Elder Shun requests an audience. Is Shen in here? Lu Yinqin paused, taken aback. Why would he seek her out suddenly? Could it be that he regretted his previous boasts of being incapable of teaching Murong Tian? Let him in. Moments later, Shen entered, rubbing his hands together and wearing a congenial smile. Elder Lu, it has been quite some time. I have missed you dearly. Lu Yinqin's brows knitted slightly. What brings you here? Hee. I come bearing a significant matter to discuss with Elder Lu. Shen grinned, adopting an air of mystery. I wish to borrow 1 million gold from you. Lu Yinqin was momentarily taken aback, suspecting she had misheard, and furrowed her brows once more. What do you intend to do with such a sum? Shen scratched his head, somewhat sheepish as he reiterated, I wish to borrow 1 million gold from you. The atmosphere in the side hall turned rather tranquil. Lu Yinqin's brows tightened as she scrutinized the man before her, her expression a mixture of bewilderment and confusion. What does this mean? This fellow came to Qinghuan Peak not for Murong Tian, but to borrow money. And he asks for 1 million gold outright. Chapter 14. Ling Shizhi, do you possess wealth? What do you require such a vast sum for? Lu Yinqin regarded him with suspicion. Naturally, it is for a significant purpose. Rest assured, Elder Lu, once the competition concludes, I shall return every last coin, not a single one missing. Shen spoke with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He had already inquired outside and learned that a betting pool had indeed been established regarding the sect competition, situated at Qingxi Peak. And it was rumored that the organizer had connections to the peak's master, alleviating concerns of a scam. What piqued his interest further was the enticing odds of 10 to 1 on his disciple, Murong Tian, claiming the top spot. Lu Yinqin fell into silence. Is this fellow under some misapprehension? What does 1 million gold signify? Such an amount is more than sufficient to acquire a local tier martial art. If it were techniques or other items, I might have something to offer, but when it comes to money, I possess none. Lu Yinqin spoke succinctly. Individuals of their formidable caliber typically convert most of their wealth into equivalent treasures and resources. How could they possibly have liquid cash? Shen was feeling somewhat dismal as he rummaged through his pocket, discovering only a few coins. He had mustered the audacity to seek a loan. Yet it seemed he would not succeed. Must he merely watch his dreams of wealth shatter? Observing his crestfallen expression, Lu Yinqin could not help but interject. If your intention is to purchase a martial technique for Murong Tian, there is no need. I have already instructed Fei Shuang to deliver my Mirror Moon Palm to him. Shen froze momentarily. The Mirror Moon Palm? He furrowed his brow. Although this technique is of the inferior local tier, its essence is at odds with the unmatched sword technique. The sword technique emphasizes ruthless combat and a pure sword heart, whereas the Mirror Moon Palm is notably gentle, focusing on bewildering the enemy with countless illusory strikes, lacking in decisive lethality. In comparison, a straightforward technique like the Thunderclap sword would be far more suitable for Murong Tian. Grateful for Elder Lu's kind intentions, I fear my disciple's straightforward nature may not be well suited for such a martial art. Lu Yinqin narrowed her beautiful eyes. Without practicing a local tier martial art, how can Murong Tian contend with Yu Zhengyuan? Although mastering the Mirror Moon Palm may not guarantee victory against the latter, without training, he likely wouldn't even survive to face him. I have already transmitted a sword technique to him. That should suffice. Shen stroked his chin. What caliber of sword technique could possibly surpass my Mirror Moon Palm? Lu Yinqin's expression soured slightly. Shen scratched his head. Feeling awkward. That sword technique is of my own creation and currently lacks a defined tier. The system did not specify what rank 1 sword opens the Heavenly Gate belongs to, and it would be unwise to fabricate a story. Besides, if he claimed it to be superior to Heavenly tier techniques, who would believe him? They would likely regard him as a fool. Of your own creation? Lu Yinqin was momentarily taken aback, then her brow furrowed, her expression turning grave. Shen, this matter is no trifling affair. Should your disciple lose, both of you will be expelled from the sect. Clearly, she did not believe that Shen Anzai's self-created sword technique could possess any significant power. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu. Shen clasped his hands in gratitude, offering no further explanation. What a jest! At this moment, revealing all his cards would be folly. If word got out and the odds shifted, where would he go to lament? Seeing his indifference, Lu Yinqin couldn't help but shake her head slightly, disappointment flickering in her eyes. She had hoped Shen would prove more capable than the rumors suggested, yet he seemed to disregard the promise he had made. Did he still believe the sect leader would support him when the time came? Very well. Her gaze regained its composure, lacking 1 million gold. She could only provide 100,000. As she spoke, Lu Yinqin elegantly waved her hand, sending a ring soaring forward. Shen Anzai's spirits soared at the sight. Thank you. Elder Lu, is there anything else? None. As Shen bid farewell with a courteous gesture, he swiftly dashed towards Qingxi Peak. observing his retreating figure. The disappointment in Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes was unmistakable. Meanwhile, at Qingyun Peak, Ling Feishuang ascended the mountain and soon discovered Murong Tian, who was drawing water by the well in preparation for dinner. Upon her arrival, Murong Tian paused momentarily. "Senior sister Ling, what brings you here?" "My master has sent me to impart martial techniques to you," Ling Feishuang replied, her piercing phoenix eyes scrutinizing the young man before her, eager to discern what made him worthy of her master's attention and the precious earth-level martial arts. However, her brows soon knitted in surprise. "Have you broken through to the Qi realm? Wasn't it just 10 days ago that you were merely at the mid-stage of body refinement? How could you have leaped a significant realm in such a short span?" Murong Tian scratched his head, chuckling. It was merely luck. Though he spoke lightly, he was genuinely astonished at how, within a single hour, he could draw qi into his body. This remarkable feat was entirely attributable to the efficacy of the Shisui Dan and the astonishing technique he had practiced, the Wushuan Yujinju. While typical martial arts required practitioners to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he was astounded to discover that, while executing the Wushuan Yujinju, the spiritual energy surged towards him with fervor, as if vying to enter his body. Ling Feishuang quickly regained her composure and, after a moment of contemplation, deemed there was nothing particularly surprising. After all, the Murong family was renowned in the field of alchemy, and over the years, they had likely administered countless elixirs to Murong Tian. Achieving the later stage of body refinement and successfully drawing qi into his body was hardly extraordinary. "Here, this is the martial technique my master wishes to pass on to you." She gently waved her sleeve, sending a jade slip soaring through the air. "Only an earth-level inferior technique, the Jinghua Palm?" Murong Tian instinctively exclaimed. Ling Feishuang froze, a gentle breeze tousling her flowing hair, leaving her looking rather disheveled. She seriously questioned whether she had misheard. What did he mean by only an earth-level inferior technique? Such a rare treasure was scarcely found throughout Lingfu Mountain. Yet it was deemed trivial by Murong Tian. "Senior sister, I appreciate Elder Lu's kindness, but my master has already imparted numerous techniques to me. I fear I may be overwhelmed at present." Murong Tian shook his head, presenting the jade slip back to her. "What nonsense. The lowest level of what my master teaches is an earth-level medium technique. Why would I waste my time on this?" Ling Feishuang was taken aback. For a moment, she could not discern whether it was she who was mistaken or if Murong Tian had lost his senses. To disregard an earth-level martial technique in favor of lessons from his master, who was merely at the later stage of body refinement. "Are you certain you do not want it?" "I truly do not." Murong Tian shook his head emphatically, thrusting the jade slip into Ling Feishuang's hands. Displaying a hint of disdain. Noticing that she stood there hesitantly, he tentatively inquired, "Would you care to stay for dinner?" Ling Feishuang, somewhat dazed, shook her head, clutching the jade slip as she turned to leave. Watching her depart, Murong Tian finally released a breath of relief, silently acknowledging how fortunate he was. "If it were not for the master mentioning in the morning that he would teach me swordsmanship, I would have almost been forced to practice this inferior earth-level martial art." As I descended the mountain path, Shen was in an exceptionally good mood, humming a little tune. Noticing Ling Feishuang ahead, clearly preoccupied, he called out to her, "Cousin Ling, are you leaving without staying for a meal?" After returning his greeting, Ling Feishuang shook her head in refusal, observing his cheerful demeanor. She couldn't help but frown and inquire, "Elder Shen, what brings you such joy?" "Haha, I am about to become wealthy, of course I am happy," Shen chuckled. Ling Feishuang appeared momentarily stunned, her expression one of confusion. "About to?" Sensing her curiosity, Shen had a sudden inspiration and stepped closer. "Cousin Ling, how much cash do you currently have? Could you lend it to the elder? I assure you, I can help you multiply it by 5 in 20 days. "Cash?" Ling Feishuang frowned and hesitated, pulling out a storage ring. "I should have about 10,000 gold. That is more than enough," Shen exclaimed, taking the ring and promptly turning to dash down the mountain. Left in the wind, Ling Feishuang was somewhat disheveled. And only after he had vanished did she slowly come to her senses, her lips parting slightly, unsure of what to say. Was her money truly gone? Chapter 15, Disciple. "I perceive you possess the potential of a Sword Immortal." On Qingyuan Peak, as Ling Feishuang recounted her report, Lu Yunqin's brows knitted tighter. "Are you certain he is using the money to place bets?" My disciple heard the discussions among the sect members, stating that Elder Shen went to Qingxi Peak to wager 50,000 gold on Murong Tian to win. Ling Feishuang affirmed, her expression revealing displeasure. With a sigh, Lu Yunqin shook her head in silence, feeling utterly disappointed in Shen. She never anticipated he would act in such a manner. It was one thing to show no concern for her disciple's competition in 20 days. It was another to participate in gambling. Lu Yunqin pondered, perplexed. Did she not lend him 100,000 gold? Why then did he only wager 50,000 gold after taking another 10,000 from Feishuang? Noticing her master's confusion, Ling Feishuang spoke again. Elder Shen also placed a bet for another individual, also 50,000 gold. Who? Yu Jingyuan from Qingfu Peak. Lu Yinxin found herself at a loss for words. Not only did Shen run off to gamble, but he also placed a bet on the opponent of his own disciple? What kind of example was this for a teacher? It was utterly shameless. In making such a wager, did he hope for Murong Tian to win or to lose? If he lost, Shen might still win from Yu Jingyuan's side, albeit with a smaller loss, but it would allow him to recoup some funds. Yet if Murong Tian truly won, he could profit handsomely, although that was highly unlikely. Lu Yinxin shook her head, resigning herself. Let him be. After all, she had already offered her assistance, but they were too arrogant to accept it. By the way, master, when I visited Qingyan Peak today, Murong Tian has already broken through to the Qi Si realm. Ling Feishuang spoke once more. Lu Yinxin was taken aback, exclaiming, he has broken through to the Qi Si? This revelation surprised her. By her estimation, even with all the elixirs the Murong family provided, Murong Tian should have only managed a difficult breakthrough just before the competition. Moreover, Murong Tian currently finds himself in an awkward position within his family, as the Murong clan is unlikely to expend such vast resources on him. To his surprise, merely 10 days have passed, and he has indeed made a breakthrough. Given his swift advancement, if he can subsequently master a technique of the Earth grade, he stands a genuine chance of entering the top 10. After some contemplation, Lu Yinxin resolved to visit Qingyun Peak in a couple of days to earnestly persuade the master and disciple. She felt somewhat exasperated. Who would bestow upon someone an Earth-grade martial skill while having to visit repeatedly? However, thinking of that remarkably effective beauty-enhancing pill, she subdued her displeasure. When will the king of Jinan arrive? She inquired about another matter. He is expected by noon tomorrow, replied Ling Feishuang, furrowing her brow hesitantly. Master, the daughter of the king of Jinan has been poisoned to the marrow. Eradicating it seems utterly hopeless. She did not finish her sentence before Lu Yinxin interjected. The king of Jinan once saved my life. As his master, I cannot stand idly by. Even if healing her proves impossible, I must at least extend her life. Ling Feishuang observed her master's resolute demeanor and nodded in silence. In the dead of night, at Qingyan Peak, what a magnificent sword, truly magnificent. In the training ground, Murong Tian held a long sword, entirely black and gold in color, with an expression of delight. Observing the youth's joy, Shen nodded approvingly, stroking his chin. Originally, he intended to borrow money from Ling Feishuang to place a bet on Yu Jingyuan, but along the way, he happened to overhear disciples discussing spiritual weapons. This reminded him that his apprentice seemed to lack a suitable sword. With a fine spiritual weapon, his chances of securing first place would undoubtedly increase. Thus, he spent 9,000 gold to purchase a low-grade spiritual sword at the sect's marketplace. The disciple had initially asked for 12,000, but upon realizing Shen Anzai's presence and after some warm inquiries, willingly lowered the price to 9,000 gold. It was not due to his emphasizing his elder status to negotiate. My disciple, how is your practice of the one sword opens heaven's gate progressing? Shen coughed to interrupt Murong Tian, who was fondling the sword. Master, my spiritual energy barely suffices for a single use. Otherwise, the other energies would dissipate as well, and I cannot yet wield it freely. The latter replied respectfully. I see. Shen stroked his chin and nodded. Since you have entered the Qi Si, I shall impart to you a body technique and a sword technique. You must practice diligently. Thank you, master. Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At long last, 2 Earth-grade martial skills are within reach. With a familiar gesture, he pressed his finger to his brow and closed his eyes. The cultivation methods for floating light, fleeting shadow steps, and thunderbolt sword were etched into his heart. He opened his eyes, looking at Shen with profound respect. Truly, he is my master. His offerings are nothing less than mid-grade earth techniques. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of relief, grateful that he had not chosen to study some low-grade earth technique like the mirror moon palm. As the voice echoed in his mind, Shen was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with curiosity as he opened the newly appeared panel. Talent Proficiency Panel, Martial Arts Proficiency, Level 0, Alchemy Proficiency, Level 3, Refining Proficiency, Level 0, Rune Proficiency, Level 0. Martial Arts, Alchemy, Refining, and Runes represent the mainstream paths of cultivation in today's world. Among them, martial arts encompass swordsmanship and knife techniques, while alchemy includes both poisons and elixirs. As for formations, they fall under the domain of runes. The alchemy proficiency being at level 3 is likely due to his previous acquisition of experience as a third-tier alchemist. If he were to fully elevate all 4 talents, he would become truly versatile. With this thought, Shen felt a surge of excitement and inquired within his mind, System, how can I upgrade these talents? The host can obtain upgrades through the lottery or by the insights gained by disciples. Shouldn't you grant me some talent points? Shen was momentarily stunned. This didn't seem right. Usually, unlocking such functions comes with a gift of talent points. The host is quite adorable, but no points will be given. Shen twitched the corner of his mouth. The system had a rather bothersome way of speaking. It seemed that to enhance himself, he would have to rely on his disciple. If the disciple gained insights, he too could level up. As for the lottery, forget it. Rather than drawing for talent points, he would prefer something tangible, like 100 time cards for the Qiankuan realm, or 10 or 8 sets of heavenly tiered defensive spiritual artifacts. With these thoughts, Shen observed the fervently excited Murong Tian, who was mentally rehearsing martial techniques, his gaze eager. Master, what is the matter? Murong Tian, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Shen An's intense gaze, took a step back and asked, My disciple, I see extraordinary potential in you. You possess the makings of a sword immortal. You must strive diligently and not slack off, lest you disappoint my expectations. Shen spoke earnestly, his expression solemn. Rest assured, master. I shall practice swordsmanship day and night, and will not let you down. Murong Tian declared with his chest held high and a determined glint in his eyes. Seeing the boy's resolute demeanor, Shen felt a deep sense of satisfaction, patting the youth on the shoulder before turning to depart. He was simply waiting for his obedient disciple to achieve greatness in swordsmanship, thereby aiding him in upgrading his talents. Chapter 16. Disciple, do you understand? The following day, Shen found himself utterly unoccupied. As for the lottery opportunity gained from Murong Tian's worship value upgrade, he had already utilized it. That draw was, without a doubt, the most exasperating experience he had with the system. He had drawn a cat toy. System, explain this to me. With such vast resources, you present me with this trivial item. Is it not rather pathetic? Shen leaned against a blue stone, holding a stick with a dangling fluff ball, expressing his grievances. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Although it may be a mere cat toy, it is the finest among countless others. Truly the king of cat toys, with significant utility. Ridiculous, pure deception, Shen scoffed, interrupting the system's response. He casually stowed away the cat toy, uninterested, and too weary to engage in further quarrels with this stingy and unscrupulous system. Due to the previous events, his devoted disciple had rushed over, drenched in sweat. Master, the disciple has encountered another problem, he exclaimed. Shen absent-mindedly scratched his ear and replied, What is it? Regarding the third form of the thunderclap, 5 styles. How does one interpret the thunder from the ground? Murong Tian inquired earnestly. The introduction stated that to achieve a thunderous sound and a swift flash of the sword was the mark of mastery, yet the disciple struggled to grasp the essence. Thunder from the ground. Shen pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Throughout the morning, he had been engaged in instructing Murong Tian in swordsmanship. Although the latter had received techniques for martial arts, the path to mastery was far from simple. It required the tempering of time. The sword opening the heavenly gate was inherently a card of inherited experience, distinct from one without such lineage. As for the myriad questions regarding sword techniques, Murong Tian had a plethora, and Shen, with clever evasion, addressed each one, including the current inquiry about thunder from the ground. Under Murong Tian's expectant gaze, Shen began, Disciple, are you familiar with a type of firework called skyrocket monkey? Murong Tian paused, puzzled, shaking his head in confusion. Noticing his lack of understanding, Shen gestured animatedly. Look, whoosh. He waved his finger before the youth, and then, smack. He unexpectedly slapped him across the face. Murong Tian was taken aback. Disciple, did you hear that? Yes, and it kind of hurts, he replied. Now do you comprehend what thunder from the ground signifies? I understand. Murong Tian nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Master means that you used one finger to capture my attention and, in a moment of unguardedness, delivered a powerful strike with all 5 fingers combined. This is thunder from the ground. He was invigorated, marveling at how such profound swordplay could be elucidated through such simple reasoning. Observing Murong Tian eagerly run to an open space to further contemplate the sword technique, Shen couldn't help but click his tongue in appreciation. How gratifying it is to see my devoted disciple reaching a level 6 in admiration. He has begun to think for himself. After all, his own martial prowess was at a mere 0 level. He knew nothing, merely leading the way through clever deception. The understanding was left to Murong Tian's intuition. In the hall of the Qinghuan Peak, Lu Yunqin, clad in blue attire, occupied the esteemed position. Below her, apart from Ling Feishuang, another figure sat, a middle-aged man with a stern demeanor, dressed in a black and gold robe, exuding an air of authority without anger. With a countenance that radiated a sense of iron and blood, he was evidently a battle-hardened veteran, decisive in his actions. This was none other than the renowned king of the south, Xiao Ao Hai, of the Great and Dynasty. His name resonated throughout the southern Zhu domain. not solely due to his past prowess in the Qinkuan realm, but also because he commanded an army of 300,000 Iron Blood Wolf riders. Yet, what truly instilled fear in the hearts of many was his legendary battle a decade ago in the southern region of Wolf Abyss. In the present day, the southern Zhou domain is home to three dominant dynasties, Great An, Baiming, and Ping Tian. However, a decade prior, there were four. The fourth dynasty has been utterly obliterated and absorbed by the Ping Tian dynasty, which has consequently emerged as the most formidable dynasty within the southern realm. However, the Ping Tian dynasty, unsatisfied with this conquest, extended its iron grasp towards the neighboring Dun dynasty. Yet, despite the overwhelming advance of 500,000 troops, they retreated in disarray, leaving behind nearly 100,000 corpses. This was due to the valiant defense mounted by the current Prince of the South, Xiao Aohai, who, along with his 30,000 wolf cavalry, fiercely repelled the 500,000-strong army of the Ping Tian dynasty, even managing to engage three formidable masters of the Qiankuan realm single-handedly, ultimately decapitating one. That battle irrevocably etched the name of the Prince of the South into the annals of the southern realm. While the wolf cavalry earned a reputation as the most ferocious force of Da, and regrettably, although a master of the Qiankuan realm was slain, Xiao Aohai sustained grave injuries that compromised his foundation. In recent years, his cultivation has diminished to the Tianling realm, and despite his relentless search for skilled healers, he has found no remedy. His injuries are such that only a highly proficient alchemist could hope to mend them, leaving even the renowned apothecary of the Apothecary Valley at a loss. Nevertheless, the Prince of the South remains remarkably magnanimous, declaring that even as a mere Tianling realm warrior, should the forces of the Ping Tian dynasty dare to approach, he would still prevail in battle. Today, however, his visit to Lingfu Mountain is not for his own affliction, but rather for his daughter. Lady Lu, Jing Shui, has long been afflicted by a peculiar poison. Had it not been for the suppression from the Apothecary Valley, her life would have been in jeopardy long ago. Yet, the situation has grown increasingly dire in recent years. The Apothecaries' Council suggests that only by finding an individual with an exceptionally gentle and benevolent cultivation method might there be hope for her prolonged survival, with the requisite level being at least mid-tier in the Earth rank. Xiao Aohai spoke somberly, lamenting the rarity of such mid-tier Earth rank methods, especially those possessing the requisite gentleness and benevolence. He pondered many individuals, ultimately concluding that perhaps Lady Lu might hold the key. The princess' intentions were clear to Lu Yunqin, who nodded graciously. Had it not been for the prince's intervention in the Wolf Abyss years ago, it is likely she would have perished long ago. Now that the prince's progeny is in peril, she could not remain indifferent. Upon hearing her response, Xiao Aohai felt a sense of relief wash over him, gratitude flickering in his resolute gaze. It appeared that her cultivation method was indeed of considerable merit. A decade prior, when the Ping Tian dynasty invaded, amidst the chaos of battle, he fortuitously discovered the gravely injured Lu Yunqin at the edge of a precipice. Observing her youthful countenance and lack of armor, he presumed she was merely a victim of the turmoil, and thus brought her back to his camp for healing. In a matter of years, Lu Yunqin ascended to become the master of Qingwan Peak on Lingfu Mountain. Curiously, he noted that despite saving her when she was already at the Earth Spirit Realm, she had remained at that same level all these years. He had recognized that the cultivation method she practiced was both gentle and potent, suggesting it was of no ordinary caliber. Her background, it seemed, was far more complex than he had initially surmised. Thus, when news from the Apothecary Valley reached him, Lu Yunqin was the first individual to spring to his mind, prompting his immediate journey here. As he reflected on these matters, Xiao Aohai gazed at the woman seated at the head of the assembly, suddenly struck by a sense of bewilderment. It was remarkable. Lady Lu's appearance remained unchanged from a decade ago, perhaps even more radiant than before. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunqin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she offered a gentle smile. An elder from our sect gifted me a beauty elixir. What sort of concoction possesses such remarkable effects? It truly is extraordinary. Could it be that it was concocted by Su, the master of the Spirit Herb Hall? Xiao Aohai couldn't help but feel a twinge of interest. His own lady had been clamoring daily for some beauty-enhancing elixir, and he had intended to procure one from the Apothecary Valley. However, it seemed that the beauty elixirs from there did not possess such efficacy. No, he questioned, taken aback. Which elder from Spirit Mountain could possibly concoct such a wondrous pill? Xiao Aohai's surprise and curiosity were palpable. As Lu Yunqin pondered his inquiry, a shadow flitted through her mind. Her ruby lips parted as she softly spoke, on Qingyun Peak. There is Shen Anzai. Chapter 17. I have succeeded, Master, I have succeeded. Who? Xiao Aohai momentarily faltered, his expression turning peculiar. Few individuals could leave a lasting impression on him, but Shen Anzai was undoubtedly one of them. Not for any other reason. but due to his reputation as a congenital waste, a title that echoed throughout the entire southern realm. The elixir was indeed given to me by Shen Anzai. Though I cannot ascertain whether he crafted it, Lu Yunqin replied softly, her beautiful eyes flickering. Does the prince wish to inquire about the origins of this elixir? Xiao Aohai nodded. To speak candidly, my wife has been rather distressed and worn lately due to matters concerning our daughter. I, too, wish to find similar elixirs to present to her. In that case, your highness, might I suggest that we accompany each other to Qingyan Peak? Lu Yunqin proposed. She had originally intended to persuade Murong Tian to practice the mirror moon palm the following day. But since Xiao Aohai expressed interest and his daughter would take some time to arrive from the Apothecary Valley, visiting Qingyan Peak first seemed prudent. It was also an opportunity for her to inquire about the origins of the rejuvenating elixir from Shen Anzai. The two departed from Qingwan Peak, heading toward Qingyan Peak. Along the way, Xiao Aohai learned from Lu Yunqin about the current situation on Qingyan Peak. Upon discovering that Murong Tian had become a disciple of Shen Anzai, he shook his head inwardly. The Murong family had historical ties with the Qin family, fostering a notable camaraderie. However, due to the matter of their engagement, they had not interacted for 2 years. The engagement had been established by the former head of the Qin family, the father of Qin Xianyue, and the head of the Murong family, without the support of the Qin family. Unfortunately, following the unexpected death of the Qin patriarch and the emergence of Qin Xianyue's prodigious talents, the elder of the Qin family showed no inclination to uphold the engagement. The news of Qin Xianyue's visit to annul the engagement had spread like wildfire. Though the Murong family was a modest clan in the realm of medicine, the Qin family held significant renown throughout the entire Dun dynasty. Qin Xianyue had also joined the esteemed Tiansno sect of the Northern Ming dynasty at an early age. In terms of strength, the Tiansno sect surpassed Spirit Mountain. It was only in the second year after joining the Tiansno sect that Qin Xianyue personally visited the Murong family to annul the engagement. Such a public humiliation left the Murong family utterly mortified, becoming a source of amusement across the Dun dynasty. Many laughed, saying that the Murong family aspired to an unattainable ideal, only to find themselves publicly rejected. As for Murong Tian's bold proclamation of a 3-year promise made in front of the crowd, it was met with incredulity. Xiao Aohai shook his head slightly. Qin Xianyue has now attained the Gu Yuan realm, and within a year, she is likely to touch the threshold of the Earth Spirit realm. Murong Tian, rumored to possess exceptionally poor talent, is unlikely to catch up to her in a year, or even in 10. Now, Shen dares to establish a grand competition agreement with the head of the law enforcement hall. It truly reflects a master-disciple pair of reckless fools lacking in substantial abilities. Xiao Aohai refrained from expressing his disdain in front of Lu Yunqin, but felt quite embarrassed internally. However, only Shen knew about the news of the youth preservation pill, so he had no choice but to visit Qingyan Peak personally to inquire. Initially, I intended to pass on the mirror moon palm to Murong Tian, but he refused it, opting instead to cultivate his master's self-created sword technique. Lu Yunqin sighed as she spoke. Upon hearing this, he frowned even more. What kind of sword technique could someone in the late stage of body refinement create? Could it possibly rival Earth-ranked martial skills? My intention in visiting was also to dissuade the master and disciple duo, Lu Yunqin gently remarked. Xiao Aohai silently shook his head and followed her up to Qingyan Peak. The scenery here was indeed quite delightful, with lush greenery and continuous fragrances. Soon, they arrived at the mountain's summit. But Shen and Murong Tian were absent from the front hall. After a brief perception, they headed towards the training grounds. Ha, I did it. Master, I have succeeded. As they approached, a frenzied voice echoed from afar. The two exchanged glances, frowning as they gazed ahead. In the center of the training ground, Murong Tian appeared disheveled, with many scorched marks on his face, one hand gesticulating in front of him, and then, slap. He suddenly gave himself a resounding slap. Not only that, but he wore an expression of unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, Shen lounged in a nearby chair, legs crossed, casually tossing green grapes into his mouth, reveling in the moment. Especially after casually discovering that the law enforcement Peak-S members had all suffered from some sort of stomach ailment, he was in particularly high spirits. With the grand competition approaching, how could he, as the master, be so leisurely? What on earth was his disciple doing? Xiao Aohai's expression turned peculiar. Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes also reflected disappointment. She had initially thought Shen was genuinely preparing for something. To her astonishment, she encountered such an undignified scene. The master leisurely lounged in a chair, indulging in fruits, while the disciple repeatedly slapped himself, wearing a frenzied expression. Had Murong Tian truly gone mad under Shen's tutelage? As this thought crossed her mind, Lu Yunqin furrowed her brows and stepped forward to intervene. Yet, in the next moment, Shen threw a black sword towards the training ground. Since you have succeeded, Let us demonstrate the sword technique I taught you and see the results. Yes, master. Murong Tian exclaimed excitedly, catching the long sword and closing his eyes to calm his mind. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yunqin halted her steps, retracting her intention to intervene. Xiao Aohai stood off to the side, observing intently. He wished to see what sword technique Shen Anzai had imparted that made Murong Tian forsake even earth-ranked martial skills. In the center of the training ground, Murong Tian's rising and falling chest gradually steadied. Gripping the sword with one hand, he suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. The earlier frenzied joy had completely vanished. In its place surged a sharp intent that ascended skyward. The first form of the thunderbolt sword, thunderclouds above. As Murong Tian's aura transformed, the black sword in his grip surged with spiritual energy and descended with a powerful strike. As he executed this blow, the spiritual energy billowed like clouds, accompanied by the muffled rumble of thunder within, creating an astonishing momentum. Both individuals were momentarily stunned. This strike had likely reached the level of mid-tier Xin-class martial arts. The second form of the thunderbolt sword, fierce thunder shatters mountains. With a crackling sound, the training ground was illuminated by flashes of lightning as Murong Tian thrust his sword forward, unleashing bolts of thunder as thick as fingers, resplendent and captivating. Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai found themselves momentarily breathless, their eyes filled with astonishment. This second strike embodied the essence of upper-tier Xin-class martial arts. Exhaling deeply, Murong Tian sheathed his sword, and the surrounding lightning dissipated entirely. The two observers, watching from a distance, involuntarily felt relieved. Concluding that perhaps only these two strikes had been executed, they reasoned, after all, how could a practitioner at the late stage of body refinement possibly create earth-tier martial arts? Yet, just as they began to relax, Murong Tian moved once more on the training ground. This time, he did not draw his sword, but instead formed a sword finger with his left hand and pointed forward. The third form of the thunderbolt sword. Thunder awakens from the ground. As his words fell, the once tranquil training ground, devoid of any flickering lightning, erupted violently. Boom! The blue brick shattered, and 5 beams of lightning, as thick as water barrels, shot skyward, sharp as a sword's edge, the roaring sound deafening. Observing the soaring lightning sword shadows, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai exchanged a stunned glance. When they finally regained their senses, their pupils constricted, and they inhaled deeply, disbelief etched across their faces. The essence of that last strike had undoubtedly reached the lower tier of Earth-class martial arts. Chapter 18. This young man truly exhibits the qualities of a Sword Immortal. Lu Yunqin gazed blankly at Murong Tian, who was panting yet exceptionally exhilarated in the training ground, questioning whether she had indeed awakened from her slumber today. Was that magnificent swordsmanship truly executed by Murong Tian? Xiao Aohai also wore an expression of astonishment and confusion as he turned to the woman beside him. Miss Lu, when did Lingfu Mountain acquire such an impressive sword technique? If you told me it was created by Shen Anzai, I would find that utterly unbelievable. Though Lu Yunqin shared his skepticism, she was aware that Lingfu Mountain had no one adept in the sword arts. The only elder proficient in sword techniques had passed away long ago, and his expertise lay in talisman swords, not pure swordplay. Thus arose the question, where had Murong Tian learned this sword technique? Could it truly be that Shen Anzai was the one instructing him? Amidst their astonishment, Shen Anzai, reclining in his chair, spoke up with a calm tone, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. It was adequate, I suppose. It was worth the time I spent teaching you this morning. Thank you, master. Admiration value. 2. Shen Anzai felt somewhat helpless after reaching level 6. His admiration value seemed to dwindle, and he wondered when it would reach its maximum. All right, enough of that. Let us prepare for a meal. I shall teach you the remaining 2 forms this afternoon. He waved his hand, patting his stomach as he spoke. The words were clearly heard by the 2 individuals in the distance, causing their pupils to constrict. There are still 2 forms remaining? The third technique alone has already achieved the inferior rank of Earth-level martial arts. Could the simultaneous release of 5 swords be of superior rank? Master, I am not hungry. I can continue my training. Murong Tian's face flushed with excitement, his gaze fervent. Suddenly, a green grape struck his forehead. Just because you are not hungry, does that mean I am not? Should I personally cook for you? Shen Anzai muttered irritably. Whether practicing swordplay or martial arts, one must adhere to the principle of moderation. Perseverance is not achieved in a day, and only through a balance of work and rest can one progressively improve. In the distance, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai nodded in agreement. Through their observation, they noted that Murong Tian's stamina had reached its limit. Should he continue to force himself to practice such a thunderous and lethal sword technique, he might harm his meridians. Unexpectedly, Shen Anzai was observing so meticulously, managing to discern the exact moment when Murong Tian needed to rest, neither a moment too soon nor too late. Miss Lu, Is Elder Shen truly just at the later stages of body refinement? Xiao Aohai regarded her with a peculiar expression. Both of them possessed mid-tier strength and formidable mental acuity, enabling them to detect Murong Tian's fatigue at a glance. It is true. Lu Yinxin nodded with conviction. I don't believe it. Lu Yinxin turned her head away, disregarding him. Thank you for your reminder, Master. I shall prepare the meal now. Murong Tian suppressed his inner restlessness, cupped his hands in acknowledgement, and hurried off to the kitchen. Watching his obedient disciple depart, Shen began to sway in his chair, savoring the grapes with great enjoyment. He felt that while he had not made much progress in other skills during this time, he had certainly become adept at the art of persuasion. But that was fine. ISNT guiding disciples, all about persuasion? Just as he contemplated this, a deep, resonant voice suddenly echoed beside him, startling him. The grand competition is imminent. Yet Elder Shen appears quite at ease. Do you not care at all about the outcome? Turning to look, he saw a man clad in a black and gold robe, with a powerful physique, striding towards him, accompanied by the elegantly attired Lu Yinxin. Shen was momentarily taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at her. This is the king of Southern Town. As Lu Yinxin spoke softly, Shen was once again startled, hastily rising from his seat to bow. I have the honor of meeting the king of Southern Town. As he bowed his head, his heart raced. The man before him was indeed the legendary king of Southern Town, who had reportedly slain formidable opponents from the Qinkuan realm. What brings him here? There is no need for such formalities, Elder Shen. I have taken the liberty to visit, and I hope you will bear with me. The king of Southern Town stepped forward to support him, simultaneously probing Shen Anzai's internal condition with his mental energy, causing his brow to furrow. The meridians are damaged and blocked, with no trace of spiritual energy remaining. Indeed, he is merely at the later stages of body refinement. This piqued his curiosity. How could a practitioner at this level so easily discern Murong Tian's fatigue? Or was it merely a stroke of luck? Thank you, Your Highness. Shen rose, somewhat astonished by the attention he was receiving. Unexpectedly, the esteemed king of Zhen Nen would extend such courtesy to a seemingly inconspicuous peak master like myself. Was that sword technique truly imparted by you to Murong Tian? At this moment, Lu Yinxin interjected from the side. Upon hearing her words, Shen raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a longer glance at her. It appeared that these two had arrived earlier, concealed nearby to observe. Since they had been discovered, he could only smile awkwardly and respond. It is hardly worth mentioning. Is it indeed your teaching? Lu Yinxin pressed further, her beautiful eyes indicating her determination to uncover the truth. Shen, feeling somewhat helpless, nodded in acquiescence. Yes, I taught it. Where did you acquire this sword technique? She inquired. Found it, he replied. And how did you find it? There is a temple in the mountains, where an old monk once passed down a set of sword techniques to a young monk. As he spun this tale, Lu Yinxin fell silent, realizing in her excitement she had spoken too much. Regardless of the origin of this sword technique or whether it was self-created, she should not have pressed further. I apologize, she said softly, her red lips parting slightly, leaving Shen momentarily taken aback, unsure of her sudden apology. Is it that you disallow me from teaching Murong Tian the Mirror Moon Palm because you deem it beneath you? After her apology, Lu Yinxin continued, her eyes reflecting a hint of indignation. If you possess this sword technique, why did you not mention it sooner? You have caused me unnecessary worry over the past few days regarding the two of you. Shen could only smile bitterly, attempting to explain. It is not as you think, Elder Lu. The truth is, my disciple excels in swordsmanship, and if he were to practice palm techniques, he might find himself overwhelmed. Is that truly the case? Lu Yinxin questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Indeed, Shen replied, his eyes sincere and bright. At that moment, as the two exchanged glances, Xiao Aohai, who had been contemplative, spoke up. Just now, I observed Murong Tian practicing his swordsmanship from a distance. His demeanor and aura transformed entirely as he wielded the sword, akin to a blade unsheathed, radiating brilliance. If I am not mistaken, this young man possesses a natural talent for the sword. Were it not for his inadequate cultivation aptitude, he could potentially grasp the sword path and become a sword immortal. Lu Yinxin's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished as she regarded Xiao Aohai, then glanced at Shen. The fact that even the former king of Zhen Nen spoke thusly indicated the truth of the matter. Shen likely recognized this, which is why he encouraged Murong Tian to practice the sword, and his earlier intention to teach the latter the Mirror Moon Palm was undoubtedly a hindrance. Realizing that her well-meaning actions nearly led to a misstep, and having previously felt disappointment in Shen and his disciple for not accepting her goodwill, Lu Yinxin furrowed her brow, casting a gaze at Shen filled with more apology and complexity. She had not anticipated that in the end. It was her own short-sightedness that nearly led to the downfall of a promising disciple. Chapter 19, Shen crafts another. Even though Murong Tian had reached the Qi Si realm and learned this sword technique, the prospect of defeating Wang, who seemed plausible. Yet besting Yu Jingyuan might still be a stretch. Lu Yunqin spoke in a low tone. The power of the heavenly sword talisman is extraordinary. Even this sword technique can only barely contend with it. To completely surpass, it is still a considerable distance away. Moreover, Yu Jingyuan's cultivation is superior to Mu Rongtian's. With merely 20 days remaining, the prospect of the latter breaking through to the mid-stage of the Qi realm appears utterly improbable. Beside him, Xiao Aohai nodded in agreement, harboring little optimism for Mu Rongtian in the upcoming grand competition. All that could be done was to give it their utmost effort. Shen shrugged, devoid of any impatience. Given the limited time, achieving an advancement to a level comparable to Yu Jingyuan indeed seemed unattainable. However, aside from the Thunderbolt sword technique, Mu Rongtian possessed the Opening Heaven sword, which could potentially grant him a significant chance of defeating Yu Jingyuan. Shen chose not to dwell on this matter further, instead casting a perplexed glance at Xiao Aohai. What could have brought the prince to Lingfu Mountain, and specifically to Maiqingyan Peak? Noticing his inquiry, Xiao Aohai recalled his purpose and promptly spoke. I wish to inquire with Elder Shun regarding the youth-preserving pill. Who was its alchemist, and is there any remaining? Shunan raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yunqin, and with a somewhat awkward expression, replied, That pill was procured at great cost by me, and there exists but a single one. Lu Yunqin's lovely eyes flickered. It seemed that there truly was only one of such a precious elixir. The thought that Shunan had so casually bestowed it upon her stirred a gentle ripple of emotion within her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aohai could not help but sigh in regret. I see, what a pity. I had intended to purchase one at a high price to gift to someone dear. High price? Shunan blinked, inquiring tentatively about the amount. While he lacked substantial wealth, he could offer Earth-grade low-tier spirit artifacts or other rare treasures, talismans, and formations. If the prince could provide them, he would not hold back. Earth-grade spirit artifacts. Shen Anzai's gaze sharpened. Such items are indeed true treasures, rare in the market. Possessing a defensive spirit artifact would make it exceedingly difficult for those of the lower realms to breach his defenses. Contemplating this, he involuntarily smiled innocently, rubbing his hands together and sheepishly stating, Actually, acquiring that youth-preserving pill is not entirely out of the question. Both individuals were taken aback. Xiao Aohai furrowed his brow. Elder Shun, what do you mean by this? Do you possess an extra youth-preserving pill? Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes narrowed as she regarded him with curiosity. Could it be that his earlier claim of there being only one youth-preserving pill was a ruse? How foolish of her to have held him in such high regard moments ago. Sensing Lu Yunqin's gaze, Shun An's heart skipped a beat, dismissing the immediate notion of presenting the remaining youth-preserving pill. If the prince is not in a rush, you may wait a few more days until I refine another one. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Both were momentarily stunned. A pill capable of rejuvenating one's youth by a decade, with a grade of at least 5 or even 6, was supposedly concocted by him? They exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their eyes. Initially, they presumed that the pill must have been acquired through someone else's efforts or other means of chance. There was simply no way it could have been Shun An's handiwork. After all, how could one who had only reached the late stage of body refinement, unable to wield spiritual energy, possibly concoct pills? Xiao Aohai regarded him with a dubious expression, his countenance peculiar. Elder Shun, please do not jest. This elixir must be at least a 5th-grade pill. He did not finish his sentence, yet the meaning in his eyes was unmistakable to Shun, and rest assured, Your Highness. A true alchemist need not be confined by mundane constraints. Even without spiritual energy or a pill furnace, one can still concoct an elixir. With unwavering confidence, Shun An assured him, It is merely a rejuvenation pill. In a few days, I shall present it to you with both hands. Observing his self-assured demeanor, both men felt a tinge of uncertainty. Could it be that this fellow truly possessed the ability to refine pills? Though skepticism lingered in Xiao Aohai's heart, he realized it was merely a matter of waiting a few days, which posed no inconvenience. With this thought, he clasped his hands together and smiled. Then I shall leave this matter in Elder Shun's capable hands. I will remain at Lingfu Mountain for a considerable time, enjoying the festivities of your esteemed sect's grand competition, and shall not depart in the short term. Certainly, I shall ensure that the moment the elixir is ready, it will be delivered to your highness without delay. Shun An replied with a smile, his heart swelling with satisfaction. The foresight of the system had indeed proven invaluable. Having provided him with 3 rejuvenation pills, one to restore his youthful charm, another to secure the favor of Lu Yunqin, and now a third, which could be exchanged for an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. How delightful! Then I shall not detain you further. I eagerly await the good news from Elder Shun. Xiao Aohai chuckled as he clasped his hands in farewell and departed Qingyun Peak with Lu Yunqin. After descending the mountain, Lu Yunqin furrowed her brows slightly and inquired softly, "Does your highness truly believe Shen and can concoct the rejuvenation pill?" The former shook his head, stating, "Naturally. I do not believe it. He is merely at the late stage of body refinement, lacking the spiritual energy to guide him, and his mental acuity is insufficient to expertly control the medicinal effects. However, if he departs Qingyun Peak in the next few days, I shall visit him again with a gift." Lu Yunqin's eyelashes fluttered. "Does your highness suspect that another might be responsible for crafting the rejuvenation pill? But what if Shunan remains in seclusion for the next few days?" Xiao Ao Hai fell silent, contemplating. Perhaps he has more than one rejuvenation pill in his possession, and what he offers you may not be his sole remaining one. What if it truly is his creation? Lu Yunqin hesitated before voicing this concern. Their gazes met, and Xiao Ao Hai queried, "Do you believe?" At his words, she paused, then slowly shook her head. "I do not believe. A late-stage body refiner has no feasible way to concoct a rejuvenation pill." With this thought, her brows knitted once more. Yet, could a mere late-stage body refiner possibly develop an earth-grade martial art? If he could truly refine fifth-grade pills with the mental acuity of a body refiner, he might surpass even Bei Chun, the master of medicine. If such a remarkable individual existed, how could the affliction plaguing Jing Shui remain unresolved? Xiao Ao Hai gazed into the distant skies, his expression deep and contemplative as he sighed heavily. His daughter, Xiao Jingshui, had suffered from the bone-corroding poison for many years. If someone could indeed eradicate this affliction completely, he would not hesitate to sacrifice all his wealth for her liberation. Lu Yunqin lowered her beautiful eyes, enveloped in silence. The bone-corroding poison, which even the esteemed master of the Medicine King Valley, known as the foremost authority on medicinal arts, could not cure, surely would not be so easily vanquished. Regrettably, Xiao Jingsu, whose extraordinary talent rivals that of Qin Qianyue, remains trapped in the late stage of the Qi-Si realm due to the existence of the bone-eating poison, unable to break through to the returning Yuan realm. Alas, if I cannot cultivate Xiao Jingsu into a successor, when the strength of the Southern King declines once more, those lurking adversaries will surely become restless. Chapter 20. My master is no ordinary alchemist. For 5 days, Shen leisurely reclined on Qingyun Peak, occasionally offering guidance on Murong Tian's sword techniques. He still struggled to successfully wield the 4th and 5th forms of the Thunderbolt sword, yet he grew increasingly proficient in the first 3 forms. Shen surmised that once this lad mastered the entirety of the Thunderbolt sword, his own martial prowess would likely ascend to a higher level. According to the system, this elevation would not merely pertain to swordsmanship, but would also yield enlightenment in other martial disciplines. It was akin to a disciple advancing in swordplay, resulting in an all-encompassing feedback for him. Calculating the passage of time, Shen scratched his ear and spoke languidly, "Disciple, come here." On the training grounds, Murong Tian was drenched in sweat, practicing his swordplay, and immediately ceased his movements, scampering over eagerly. "Master, what is your command?" "Take this elixir to Qingyuan Peak and deliver it to the Southern King." Shen opened his palm, revealing a milky white pill that lay quietly there, exuding a serene fragrance reminiscent of a blooming garden, refreshing and uplifting. "Master, should I just take it like this, without any wrapping?" Murong Tian hesitated. "Indeed, come closer, disciple." "Oh." Murong Tian shuffled his feet, and then, with a sudden rip, exclaimed, "Master, what are you doing? Please no." He anxiously covered his exposed chest, appearing quite pitiful. Casting a sidelong glance at him, Shen tucked the elixir into a cloth torn from Murong Tian's garment, neatly wrapping it and tying a lovely bow. "There, take it to Qingyuan Peak." With a flick of his wrist, Shen tossed the cloth bundle forward, reclining back comfortably, squinting his eyes in contentment while humming a gentle tune. Murong Tian blinked, scratching his head as he hurriedly ran off with the cloth bundle. On a small path outside Qingyuan Peak, a pale-faced, delicate young lady stood there, clad in a resplendent white robe, adorned with a silver hairpin, clearly a lady of refinement. Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, yet her expression bore a striking frailty, as if she had recently recovered from a severe illness, the signs of her weakness unmistakable. At this moment, she furrowed her brows, hesitating. "Oh no, had I known, I would have had someone guide me up the mountain. With so many peaks. Which one is Qingyuan Peak?" With a soft sigh, she raised her hand to wipe the perspiration from her forehead, evident fatigue clouding her gaze. Just then, a youth clad in the robes of a Lingfu mountain disciple approached, sword at his side, his brows sharp and eyes resolute. The young lady hesitated momentarily before gracefully stepping forward to call out, "Excuse me, young sir, please hold." Murong Tian paused, glancing at the young lady. Sensing she was not from Lingfu Mountain, but likely a visitor, he questioned with a hint of suspicion, "Is there something you require?" "May I inquire, young sir, how does one reach Qingyuan Peak?" she asked, giving a slight curtsy, her voice soft and gentle. Follow this path, and you will soon arrive at the gate of Qinghuan Peak. Murong Tian, with great enthusiasm, pointed out a path. Thank you, young master, the girl said, bowing politely before she began to walk in that direction. However, after taking just a couple of steps, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, accompanied by a searing pain akin to having her bones extracted. Just as Murong Tian was about to move, he noticed she was collapsing towards the ground and instinctively rushed to support her. Once he realized the situation, a wave of panic surged through him. Miss, I have no money. Please don't do this, he thought, fearing he had fallen victim to a scam. Yet, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. The girl's once delicate, rosy lips had turned a shade of dark blue, her brows knitted tightly, as if she were enduring immense suffering. This did not appear to be an act. Murong Tian felt utterly helpless. Regardless of whether it was a ruse, if she were to perish in his presence, he would be unable to justify it. With this thought, he grew anxious, helping the girl into a cross-legged position and placing one hand on her back, channeling his spiritual energy into her body. Upon inspection, he was taken aback. Her meridians were a mottled blue and purple, a potent toxin infiltrating her spiritual essence and marrow. This won't do. I must suppress the toxin. His expression hardened as he promptly activated the peerless sword control technique. As he executed the technique, his spiritual energy began to hum, transforming into countless sword energies. The overwhelming force of the sword energy seemed to intimidate the toxin within the girl, causing it to gradually fade away. The girl let out a soft moan, slowly opening her enchanting eyes. Miss, are you all right? Murong Tian inquired anxiously, relief washing over him. Thank you for saving me, young master, she responded weakly, rising with his support, her face tinged with regret. She had never anticipated that her one act of defiance could nearly cost her life. The toxin within you has not been entirely eradicated. Should we seek my master's assistance? Murong Tian hesitated, fearing that if she took another step and collapsed, it would be a grave matter, especially since they were within the gates of Lingfu Mountain. The girl gently shook her head, her eyes dimming slightly. There's no need. I have consulted many alchemists about this toxin, and even Elder Bachin declared it untreatable. What do those quacks know? They cannot be compared to my master, whose mastery of medicine is unparalleled. If he wishes, this toxin will be nothing, Murong Tian boasted proudly, yet internally he pondered. Elder Bachin? Is there a renowned alchemist by that name in the Southern Realm? If one were to speak of the most formidable alchemist in the Southern Realm, it would be the head of the Medicine King Valley, a revered figure in the art of medicine. But what was his surname again? Murong Tian scratched his head, racking his brain, but could not recall. He simply shook his head and dismissed the thought. His father had mentioned the Medicine King before, but he had never taken an interest in the art of medicine, dismissing it as unworthy of his attention. Quacks. The girl appeared momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of incredulity as she regarded him. It seemed he was the only one bold enough to deem the esteemed head of the Medicine King Valley a veritable paragon of medicine, a mere quack. Is your master an exceptionally skilled alchemist? She inquired with a hint of curiosity. Of course, my master is no ordinary alchemist, Murong Tian replied, puffing out his chest with pride. As if fearing the girl might doubt him, he elaborated, I once suffered from blocked meridians and possessed remarkably poor talent. It was my master who crafted a cleansing pill to enhance my innate abilities. Otherwise, I would still be at the body refinement stage. Enhance innate abilities? The girl was visibly astonished. Having spent several years at the Medicine King Valley, she had yet to encounter anything capable of improving one's talent. Such treasures were exceedingly rare and precious, even within the Medicine King Valley. The fact that this young man's master could concoct one was astounding. By the way, I am Murong Tian from Qingyun Peak, and I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name, he said, bowing respectfully. The girl returned a gentle bow and softly replied, Xiao Jingxue. Oh, Murong Tian's eyes widened as he stammered while pointing at her. You wouldn't be the daughter of the Southern Town King, would you? Xiao Jingxue smiled slightly and nodded. Indeed, Jingxue. Just then, a deep and anxious voice echoed from the mountain. Murong Tian turned to see Xiao Aohai striding toward them, his expression filled with urgency. Jingxue, are you all right? He asked, his face etched with concern as he assessed her condition. Upon seeing her shake her head, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had just received a message from a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, stating that Xiao Jingxue had stealthily ascended Lingfu Mountain alone, without any attendants or alchemists. This had alarmed him greatly. If any poison were to manifest at that moment without anyone to suppress it, his daughter's life would be in grave peril. Chapter 21. Who is Shen Anzai? Is he formidable? Thanks to this young master Murong, who assisted me in regulating my energy, Xiao Jingxue spoke softly. Only then did Xiao Aohai notice the presence of another person beside her, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. The disciple of Shen Anzai? How did he come to be here? I am the junior Murong Tian, honored to meet the Southern Town King. Murong Tian said excitedly, bowing his head in respect. This was indeed the Southern Town King, a formidable figure who had slain a formidable foe in the Qian Kuan realm. Please, no need for formalities. I must thank you, young friend Murong, for your assistance earlier. Xiao Ao Hai waved his hand and then asked with curiosity, why are you not diligently practicing swordsmanship at Qingyun Peak in preparation for the grand competition? What brings you here? Your Highness, I have come at my master's behest to deliver elixirs, Murong Tian replied. Elixirs? Xiao Ao Hai was momentarily taken aback before his surprise deepened. Is it a rejuvenation pill sent by your master? Indeed, it is, Murong Tian confirmed, nodding as he presented the elixir, carefully wrapped in tattered cloth. Upon seeing the packaging, Xiao Ao Hai's lips twitched, yet he caught a faint, alluring fragrance wafting from within. Unwrapping it revealed a flawless, milky white pill, which he picked up delicately between his fingers, his expression betraying curiosity. Could such a single pill truly possess such remarkable efficacy? Xiao Jingxue, glancing at the rejuvenation pill, was equally taken aback. Its perfectly rounded form and captivating aroma raised her intrigue. Which esteemed alchemist could have crafted such a flawless elixir? Hearing her admiration, Xiao Ao Hai felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Having spent several years in the Valley of the Medicine King, his daughter had absorbed much knowledge, far surpassing his own understanding as an outsider. She asserted the potency of the elixir, and he could hardly doubt her claim. Is this elixir truly concocted by your master? Xiao Ao Hai inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Murong Tian. During this period, he had been closely observing Qingyun Peak, and the master and disciple had not ventured outside even once. Indeed, it was crafted by my esteemed teacher, Murong Tian replied with a respectful gesture, his tone unwavering. Xiao Ao Hai stroked his chin, still uncertain, as he retrieved a jade vial to secure the elixir. Very well, I shall accept this elixir. Should it prove effective, your master shall receive the due rewards. You may return now. Yes, I take my leave, Murong Tian responded, departing as Xiao Ao Hai anxiously approached his daughter. Jingxue, why did you venture up the mountain alone? Do you not realize the peril involved? What if the poison within you were to recur? Xiao Jingxue lowered her gaze slightly. Father, I apologize for causing you concern. For all these years, I have always been accompanied by guards and herbalists, wherever I went. I do not relish the feeling of being constantly watched, so I thought to ascend the mountain alone. Yet, I did not anticipate that such a moment of recklessness could nearly cost me my life due to the bone corrosion poison. Seeing the girl's downcast expression, Xiao Ao Hai felt a pang of sympathy and gently caressed her cheek, sighing without uttering a word. Earlier, you mentioned that Murong Tian assisted you in regulating your energy during the onset of the bone corrosion poison? He queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yes, Xiao Jingxue replied with a slight nod. Observing this, Xiao Ao Hai's frown deepened. Could it be that you misjudged? The poison within you is exceedingly malevolent. The Lord of Beichen Valley recently informed me that to suppress such poison, one must have cultivated to at least the earth stage and possess a disposition of utmost gentleness. Yet, is Murong Tian's spiritual energy truly so mild? His doubt lingered, recalling how, 5 days prior, he had witnessed Murong Tian wielding his sword with an unmistakably fierce aura. Xiao Jingxue shook her head. Not at all. In fact, although I was unconscious, I could faintly sense that young Master Murong's spiritual energy was exceedingly domineering and fierce. How perplexing, Xiao Ao Hai mused, his expression one of bewilderment as he grasped her delicate wrist, probing her energy with his spiritual force. Upon detecting a trace of lingering sword intent within her, and confirming that the poison had indeed receded, his brow furrowed even tighter. This shouldn't be possible. Could the esteemed Medicine King truly deceive himself? Father, who is young Master Murong's master? Xiao Jingxue inquired with curiosity. Shen Anzai, he replied. Who is Shen Anzai? Is he formidable? She asked. He is at the late stage of body refinement. Xiao Jingxue's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes wide with disbelief. Father, are you certain? How could someone at the late stage of body refinement concoct such an elixir? Moreover, young Master Murong just mentioned that his master specifically refined the medicine to enhance his constitution. With such profound knowledge of the medicinal arts, it is implausible that he could merely be at the body refinement stage. Xiao Ao Hai furrowed his brow, gazing at her intently. What did you just say? Shen Anzai concocted elixirs to assist Murong Tian in improving his constitution? Although he did not comprehend why his father suddenly appeared troubled, Xiao Jingxue nodded gently, reiterating Murong Tian's earlier statement. He also mentioned that if I were willing, the bone-corroding poison would be regarded as trifling in the eyes of his master. What do you mean by trifling? Xiao Ao Hai pressed. Xiao Jingshue's eyelashes trembled slightly as she lowered her head and softly replied. He said that in his master's eyes, the Lord of Beichen Valley is merely a mediocre physician. Xiao Aohai was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the girl. A sixth-grade alchemist, a reputable master of medicine, is merely considered a mediocre physician in Shen Anzai's view? How audacious! Xiao Aohai furrowed his brows. What is the truth of this matter? To concoct elixirs that grant eternal youth is one thing, but could he truly forge pills that enhance one's constitution? If these potions were indeed crafted by Shen An, then his mastery of medicine might rival that of the Lord of Beichen Valley. Jingshui, come with me to find Miss Lu and stabilize the poison within you, Xiao Aohai declared, shaking his head to dismiss the troubling thoughts. He led Xiao Jingshui towards Qingwan Peak. Whether Murong Tian's aptitude had truly improved would be revealed in 15 days during the sect competition at Lingfu Mountain. Given his original talent, he had no chance of becoming the sect's champion in such a short span. If he truly persevered and overcame obstacles, then Xiao Aohai would need to personally visit Qingyan Peak once more. After all, Murong Tian had just told his daughter that this mere bone-corroding poison was of little consequence in his master's eyes. If there were indeed a chance to cure his daughter, he would be willing to sacrifice everything. Upon returning to Qingwan Peak, it was not long before disciples from the Valley of Medicine arrived. Seeing that Xiao Jingshui was unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing them, Xiao Aohai's brow furrowed slightly as he stepped forward to inquire. Did your master instruct you whether any methods, aside from the earth-tier technique of ultimate gentleness, can suppress the bone-corroding poison? The disciples of the Valley of Medicine exchanged glances, one of them shaking his head. No, our master explicitly stated that only the energy of ultimate gentleness among earth-tier techniques can effectively suppress the bone poison. Xiao Aohai keenly grasped the implications of their words, hesitating briefly before speaking in a low voice. What if it were above earth tier? The disciples of the Valley of Medicine looked at each other, a bitter smile gracing their lips. Your Highness, please do not jest with us. Heaven tier techniques are exceedingly rare. There are none in the entire southern domain, and such techniques are scarce even in Zhongzhou. However, if your Highness could indeed find someone who practices a heaven tier technique, whether it be a domineering or gentle approach, it would more effectively suppress the spread of the bone poison and extend Miss Zhao's lifespan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Aohai's heart sank, his thoughts drifting. The third sword of the Thunderbolt 5 swords had already attained the essence of low-grade earth tier. When all 5 swords are wielded together, they would at least be of mid to high-grade earth tier. Could it be possible that Shen An indeed passed down a heaven tier technique for Murong Tian to cultivate? Chapter 22. The competition approaches Qingyan Peak. You say you encountered Xiao Jingshui? Shen An glanced at the returning youth before him, casually spitting out the grape seed from his mouth. Yes, master. It seems she has been poisoned with something quite severe. She nearly succumbed right before my eyes. Murong Tian spoke, expressing his initial intention to bring her to master for treatment, but it seems she harbored doubts regarding master's medical skills. Shen An, somewhat exasperated, retorted, do not bring just anyone to me. She is not my disciple, so why should I treat her? I lack the leisure to attend to Xiao Jingshui. Besides, the esteemed prince of the southern town has vast connections, and if he cannot find someone to cure her, what makes you think a mere third-tier alchemist like myself should seek trouble? I shall content myself with honing my own skills and extracting more proficiency from you. Murong Tian scratched his head, tentatively inquiring, is it possible that even you cannot cure that poison, master? Shen An scoffed, what nonsense. I am who I am. A trivial poison is but a matter of moments to resolve. However, I cannot be bothered to intervene for someone I have no ties to. Shen An, maintaining an air of pride in front of his disciple, continued to boast, reassured that this young man would never be foolish enough to claim he could heal in front of a royal. Indeed, master, now that the elixir has been delivered, should you not practice your swordplay? You must also diligently train in the flickering light steps. With only 15 days until the grand competition, do not disappoint me. Shen An waved his hand, dismissing further discussion on the matter. Yes, master, I shall not bring disgrace upon you. Murong Tian bowed respectfully and hurriedly took up his black sword, rushing to the training grounds to practice the thunderclap sword. He was no longer the dejected youth he once was. Now, he radiated vitality and vigor, embodying the spirit of youth. Observing Murong Tian's relentless sword practice, Shen An clucked his tongue in approval and reclined once more. Despite his lack of innate talent, this lad exhibited an admirable character and diligence. One could only hope that with the right system in place, he might one day transcend his natural limitations. In the ensuing days, the master and disciple remained secluded on Qingyan Peak, seldom stepping outside. Shen An frequently concocted elixirs to help Murong Tian dispel fatigue, ensuring he possessed ample energy for his training the following day. Having gained experience from his first dose of the cleansing marrow pill, Murong Tian no longer displayed distaste when confronted with the murky or verdant concoctions. Each time an elixir was prepared, he eagerly consumed it without hesitation. Nevertheless, his cultivation level remained stagnant at the initial stage of the Qi. Although the unique sword control technique was formidable, Murong Tian's limited aptitude made a breakthrough in less than a month a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, over these past days, he had fully mastered the first 3 strikes of the Thunderclap sword, significantly enhancing his prowess. The Earth Tier movement technique, flickering light steps, was also executed with remarkable speed, leaving behind only fleeting shadows that the naked eye could scarcely discern. With these 2 martial arts in his arsenal, securing a spot in the top 10 was undoubtedly within reach, and there was a chance to contend for the coveted first position. Shen was already contemplating his ascension to a 5th-tier alchemist after claiming first place, pondering which elixirs to concoct for Murong Tian to bolster his cultivation. Oh, my intentions are not solely for the sake of admiration. I aim to assist my dear disciple in becoming a formidable force. Shen stroked his chin, nodding quietly. Master, your disciple is prepared. The voice of Murong Tian reached him, prompting him to turn around. Today, the youth was not clad in the attire of Lingfu Mountain but had donned a black combat outfit, suited for battle, with a black sword slung across his back. Murong Tian's resolute features radiated youthful vigor. Then let us depart for the martial arts hall, Shen declared, waving his sleeve as the master and disciple strode confidently down Qingyun Mountain, heading towards the venue of the sect's grand competition. The martial arts hall of Lingfu Mountain was already teeming with people, disciples from various peaks and halls gathered in eager anticipation, their eyes alight with expectation. The annual sect competition was a momentous event for Lingfu Mountain. Yu Zhenyuan had held the title of champion for 2 consecutive years, and it was said that Wang Hu from the Law Enforcement Hall had also advanced to the mid-stage of Qi, having mastered a superior-grade martial art technique. It remained uncertain who would claim the title this year. The sect leader and the elders have arrived, exclaimed the crowd, recognizing Elder Zheng from Qingfu Peak and Brother Yu. With gasps of admiration, all disciples gazed reverently upwards. Several figures soared gracefully into the air, landing effortlessly on the front podium, each exuding an extraordinary presence. Behind a few elders stood a striking young man. Ah, I recognize the elders, but who are those 2? Some curious gazes fell upon Xiao Ao Hai and his daughter Lu Yanqin. You don't know the king of Southern Zhao? He is the one who has slain a powerful figure of the Qianquan realm and defended our great and wolf abyss. Upon hearing this name, some inhaled sharply, their eyes glimmering with fervor. The name of King Xiao Ao Hai was renowned throughout the Great Han dynasty, a figure admired by many in the younger generation. Then the young lady beside him must be Xiao Jingxue, the king's sole daughter? It was said that years ago, Xiao Jingxue had been afflicted by a bone-corroding poison and had been seeking treatment in Yaowang Valley of the northern Ming dynasty. It seemed she had come this time for medical assistance. If Yaowang Valley cannot cure her, can anyone at Lingfu Mountain? Amidst the murmurs, some expressed doubt and curiosity. Yet, the disciples were limited in their knowledge and were unaware of the true purpose of the king of Southern Zhao's visit. As Suan Yuzi and others entered, the atmosphere within the martial arts hall reached a fever pitch. Make way, let my master through. Amidst the reverent gazes directed at the likes of King Xiao and others, an incongruous voice pierced through the crowd. Even Suan Yuzi and the others on the podium frowned, turning to locate the source of the sound. At the fringes of the throng, Shen stood with his hands clasped behind him, chest held high, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Murong Tian parted the crowd ahead of him, clearing the way. In stark contrast to other elders who arrived with their disciples in a manner befitting their status, the sight of this master and disciple squeezing through the crowd to enter the martial arts hall appeared rather unceremonious. Is that the master of Qingyun Peak, Shen? Over the years, Elder Shen seemed to have never attended the sect's grand competition. The past 2 years, Murong Tian had come alone. It was unexpected for him to appear in person this year. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each casting varied glances at the duo who had finally made their way through the throng. It is said that Elder Shen has a prior wager with Leader Li. Should Murong Tian fail to secure the top position in the competition, both of them shall be expelled from the mountain. Initially, I doubted this rumor, but it now appears to hold considerable truth. As discussions ebbed and flowed, a few individuals erupted into laughter, their expressions rife with disdain. The master and disciple truly do not grasp the gravity of their situation. One, shamelessly serving as the peak master for many years at the body refinement stage, absurdly expects his inept disciple to claim the championship? Such antics are merely a spectacle, a display of folly. It would be best for this worthless individual to vacate Lingfu Mountain post-haste to avoid further embarrassment. Despite the mockery, the majority maintained a stance of cautious observation. They had no grievances with Qingyun Peak and found no merit in deriding them. As the scornful remarks reached his ears, Murong Tian's cheeks flushed with indignation. His fists clenched in a desire to retort. Elder Shen gently patted his shoulder and spoke with calm composure. How can the sparrow comprehend the aspirations of the swan? If you wish to shield Qingyun Peak from their contempt, focus on your performance and refrain from engaging in arguments. Yes, master. Murong Tian tightened his fists. Suppressing the flames of fury within, his gaze resolute. What do they truly understand? Though his master remains indifferent to fame and fortune, he is certainly not the worthless individual they claim. Their disdain for Qingyun Peak must be met with actions that speak louder than words. The championship title shall undoubtedly be his. Chapter 23. To wager or not to wager. Under the watchful eyes of all present, Shen Anzai led Murong Tian step by step toward the esteemed figures of Swan Yuzi and other high-ranking members of Lingfu Mountain. Swan Yuzi and the elders regarded the duo with astonishment. Their presence in the martial arts hall was unexpected. Li Yan's face twisted into a mocking grin, while Wang Hu behind him scoffed, his gaze dripping with disdain. In the face of their varied reactions, Shen Anzai remained remarkably composed, offering a subtle smile to Lu Yinqin before taking a seat beside her. She nodded slightly, casting a more attentive glance at the master and disciple. Even the esteemed king of southern Zhun greeted him courteously, while Xiao Jingxue observed them with curious, bright eyes. The sight of the king of southern Zhun engaging with a mere body refinement stage practitioner astonished Swan Yuzi and the elders. Once Shen Anzai settled into his seat, Li Yan's dissatisfaction bubbled forth. This is where the sect's elders sit. Those at the body refinement stage should stand over there to observe. As his words echoed, the elders exchanged perplexed glances, their expressions growing peculiar. They were well aware of Li Yan's discontent regarding Shen Anzai's past pursuits of Lu Yinqin, so his remarks seemed unsurprising. In response to Li Yan's veiled jab, Shen Anzai raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and addressed Swan Yuzi. May I inquire, master? Am I not an elder of the sect? Swan Yuzi arched an eyebrow, taken aback by his inquiry. There was an unfamiliarity about Shen Anzai that he could not quite place. Yet he sensed the many gazes of the elders upon him and could only nod in resignation. Indeed, you are. There is no alternative. Qingyun Peak's initial eradication of the demonic sect led to the near-total annihilation of its disciples. The position of elder that Shen Anzai holds was bestowed upon him personally, and to suggest otherwise would be a blatant affront to his own credibility. Upon receiving this affirmation, Shen Anzai turned to Li Yan with a broad grin and remarked, "Did you hear that, Master Li?" In response to his behavior, several elders discreetly shook their heads, their hearts swelling with disdain. To brazenly rely on the legacy of those who have perished at Qingyun Peak is nothing short of disgraceful. Humph, Li Yan snorted dismissively. You shall soon cease to be. Once your disciple falters, I shall promptly expel both of you from the mountain. Alas, master, I fear you may be disappointed. I, Shen Anzai, never engage in battles without preparation. Now that I am here, my disciple shall not falter, he replied, his demeanor nonchalant, causing Li Yan to twitch his lips in disdain. We shall see about that, he retorted. The spectators, noting Shen Anzai's calmness, cast their gazes upon Murong Tian, and upon closer inspection, their brows furrowed in surprise. Early stage, Qi Si. To their astonishment, Murong Tian had managed to break through to the early stage of the Qi Si during these past few days, which was indeed remarkable. Nearby, Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, stroked his beard and chuckled. I heard that Elder Shen recently wagered 50,000 gold on his nephew's victory at my Qingxi Peak. Does Elder Shen hold no faith in his own disciple? His words momentarily took Li Yan, Yu Zhenyuan, and his master, Zheng Sanshan of Qingfu Peak, aback. Even Murong Tian was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at his master. Isn't it master who wagered on Yu Zhenyuan to win? As he felt his admiration begin to wane, Shen Anzai hastily cleared his throat and explained, cough, cough. My disciple must not overthink. My bet on my nephew was entirely intentional. Intentional? Murong Tian questioned, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, by placing my bet on Zhenyuan. Does it not convey to others that our victory at Qingyun Peak is in jeopardy? If you were to win now, would it not double my honor? Shen Anzai spoke with a facade of serenity. Lu Yinqin, Shen Yuzi, and Xiao Aohai exchanged glances, feeling somewhat speechless. Could it be that he views others as fools? Uttering such words? Who would believe that? Now I understand. I was mistaken. Murong Tian exclaimed, his expression one of enlightenment as he addressed Shen Anzai with respect. Though the reasoning seemed a bit skewed, since it was spoken by his master, it must surely be correct. Shen Yuzi and the others twitched their lips, shifting their gazes elsewhere. Very well, it seems neither of these two possess a semblance of normalcy. Cough, cough. Shen Yuzi rose and took a few steps forward. Today marks the grand competition of our Lingfu sect. You have all been in the mountain for a while. It is time to assess your cultivation achievements. If you wish to avoid disappointing the elders of our sect and aspire to shine amongst your peers, to become the radiant star, he began the annual refrain. And the disciples below were stirred with fervor. Shen, recalling his own school days, had heard such motivational speeches too many times. In those days, mere words could coax tears from students, who would then sob to their parents, subsequently spending money on books they would never open. Casting a glance at Murong Tian, who listened intently to Xuan Yuzi's speech with eager excitement, Shen stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that his knack for deception was not unconnected to the extravagant courses from his previous life, which were originally priced at 88,000 but now offered for merely 880. As he absorbed Xuan Yuzi's words, a voice echoed in his mind. Listen to the applause. Following a deeply moving motivational speech, an elder began drawing lots for the disciples to compete sequentially on the platforms. Within the martial arts hall, there were 10 arenas, and with only a little over 100 participants in this sect competition, the matches were not anticipated to be particularly challenging. Murong Tian also descended to draw his lot. Master, I am number 18. Shen nodded slightly upon receiving the bamboo stick, noting that it was a relatively favorable position. You are number 18? Elder Mu of Qingling Peak expressed mild surprise, then turned to the petite girl beside him with a beaming smile. Xiaochun, it appears that entering the top 50 is practically assured for you. The girl named Xiaochun showed a relieved expression and cast a glance at Murong Tian. Although Elder Mu's disciple was merely at the initial stage of the Qi Si, she had proficiently mastered a mid-grade Xian-tier sword technique, making her a formidable opponent against the lesser contenders who relied solely on medicinal pills for their cultivation. Li Yan seized the opportunity to mock. Shen raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Li Yan and Elder Mu with a benevolent smile. Since both of you seem so doubtful of my disciple's victory, why not engage in a wager? Wager? Li Yan scoffed. You wish to bet. But do you have the means? This remark left Shen in a bit of a quandary, as he indeed lacked substantial funds. Just as he felt a pang of regret, a gentle voice reached his ears. I have 50,000 gold here to lend you. If you win, you can return me 80,000. Xuan Yuzi and the others looked in astonishment at Lu Yanqin, surprised that she would involve herself in such matters. Hee. I rarely witness such grand events, so I shall join in the revelry. However, as a member of the royal family, it would be inappropriate for me to participate directly in a gambling affair. Thus, I shall entrust this 200,000 gold to Elder Shen, allowing me to partake vicariously. Beside them, Xiao Aohai chuckled as he produced a storage ring. Shen was overjoyed and accepted without hesitation. Thank you, Your Highness. We shall split the winnings 70-30. With you receiving 30. Xiao Aohai simply nodded, unfazed. Li Yan's expression darkened at this development. What did this mean? His goddess was willing to lend Shen money. And now even the esteemed Prince of Zhen was involved? When had Shen cultivated such connections? Chapter 24. Did I not say to be gentle? Collecting the contributions from both parties, Shen beamed at Li Yan and Elder Mu. 250,000 gold. Will you accept? The two exchanged glances and promptly nodded. Accepted. It was absurd to turn away eager funds. Meanwhile, Xuan Yuzi, Zheng Sanshan, and the others observed this scene with growing suspicion. The expressions of Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai suggested they were already confident in Murong Tian's victory. Participants, please ascend the stage. The competition commences. The elder presiding over the event raised his voice, and soon the top 20 disciples of Lingfu Mountain found their respective arenas. Master, I shall take my leave. Shen stated softly. Rest assured, Master, I will exercise restraint and not harm my junior sister, Murong Tian replied, clasping his hands in respect before descending from the observation platform to the 9th arena. The peculiar exchange between the master and disciple left the elders present looking rather bewildered, as if questioning their own wakefulness. Had these two always possessed such confidence? A female disciple named Xiaochun huffed, leaping down from the platform, eager to arrive before Murong Tian. Begin. The presiding elder declared loudly as the 20 disciples took their positions. Ha ha, how unfortunate for Murong Tian to face senior sister Xiaochun first. Indeed, Xiaochun's flying rain sword is a mid-tier Xian class martial technique. Her strikes fall like rain, nearly impossible to evade. Qingyun Peak has met its match. The surrounding disciples exchanged glances, reveling in the misfortune, none believing Murong Tian would emerge victorious. Junior sister Xiaochun, please. Murong Tian bowed in greeting. However, Xiaochun paid him no heed, her sword swiftly unsheathed, the blade flashing like a tempest, its speed astonishing. Xiaochun wasted no time unleashing the flying rain sword technique. A reckless display. Should she knock Murong Tian off the platform with a single strike, it would surely bring disgrace to Elder Shen. Elder Mu stroked his beard. A satisfied grin plastered across his face, as if envisioning the moment his disciple sent Murong Tian flying with a single blow. Li Yan and Wang, who shared knowing smirks, quietly observing. On the ninth arena, facing the tempest of flashing sword lights, Murong Tian's gaze sharpened. Junior sister Xiaochun, I must apologize. In an instant, he drew the black sword from his back, delivering a decisive strike that unleashed spiritual energy, resembling an ominous gathering of dark clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Thunderclouds converge. With a resounding boom, the storm of sword light shattered beneath the weight of his powerful strike. Xiaochun's pupils constricted as the fierce energy swept through her. The lightning flickered, causing her hand to tremble and her sword to fall. In an instant, she was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. One strike, a swift defeat. I concede. On the arena, Murong Tian stood with his sword sheathed, offering a slight bow before turning to leave. Xiaochun sat dazed outside the arena, her face pale, staring blankly at the retreating figure of the young man in black, still reeling from the impact of that single strike. The crowd of disciples, initially eager to witness Murong Tian's misfortune, now gaped in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. What had just transpired? Murong Tian had sent senior sister Xiaochun flying with a single strike? When did he break through to the Qi realm? And could his technique truly rival a mid-tier Xian-class martial skill? Amidst the rising exclamations of surprise, Murong Tian returned to the viewing platform. Master, I have not disgraced my mission, he remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Shen chuckled. Oh dear, did I not advise you to hold back a little? How could you send someone flying with just one strike? What will Elder Mu think of this? Beside him, Elder Mu and Li Yin, still recovering from the shock, exchanged uncertain glances. Xian Yitzi was also somewhat taken aback as he re-evaluated Murong Tian, a contemplative expression crossing his face. This fellow, brimming with spiritual energy as sharp as a sword, displayed decisive techniques, seemingly transformed from the person he was during last year's competition. Li Hall Master, Elder Mu, do not play the fool. Surely you do not intend to renege in front of the sect master and the prince? Shen extended his hand, a broad smile on his face, while Li Yin and the others wore grim expressions. A mere 250,000 gold, take it. No one could have anticipated that Murong Tian had mastered such an impressive sword technique, at least a mid-tier Xian level, and judging by its power, it surpassed Elder Mu's Rainfall sword by a significant margin. Such a formidable sword technique could not possibly have been taught by Shen. As they tossed the money to Shen, they cast furtive glances at Lu Yinqin. The only plausible explanation was that Lu Yinqin had personally instructed Murong Tian on Qingyun Peak during this time. No wonder she had so much faith in Murong Tian's victory earlier. Upon realizing this, Elder Mu merely sighed and went to console his defeated disciple, not pondering further. However, Li Yan's fists were clenched tightly beneath his sleeves, his face darkening to the point of nearly dripping with frustration. He never expected Lu Yinqin to repeatedly aid this good-for-nothing in opposing him. Just a late-stage body refinement practitioner, how dare he? Ignoring the various gazes of the elders, Shen joyfully began distributing the winnings to Lu Yinqin and the Prince of Southern Jun, unable to contain his delight. What a wonderful turn of events. With hundreds of thousands of gold now at hand, they say that wealth comes from killing and burning, but how could it be so delightfully effortless? In contrast to the astonishment of others, Lu Yinqin and Xiao Ao Hai exchanged knowing glances, already having anticipated this outcome. That day at the martial arena on Qingyun Peak, they had witnessed Murong Tian wield this sword technique, which now seemed even more formidable than before. They watched the pair of master and disciple counting money together, exchanging glances without words. Both were eager to see how far Murong Tian would go in this competition. Xiao Jingshue's bright eyes flickered with curiosity as she observed Shen. Deep in thought, is this the master of young Master Murong? He appears to be merely a late-stage body refinement practitioner. Why does young Master Murong hold him in such esteem? Is his mastery of the medicinal arts truly profound? Humph, merely a mid-tier Xian-level sword technique, while indeed impressive. It is nothing extraordinary. Wang Hu. Li Yan's irritation escalated as he gazed at Shen's cheerful demeanor, letting out a cold snort. Master, your disciple is here. You shall take the stage in the next round, so certain individuals can witness what true martial prowess looks like. Yes. Wang Hu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he cast a mocking glance at Murong Tian. The latter met his gaze without fear, his eyes glinting like blades, brimming with determination. Soon after, the first round concluded, and the 10 victors took a brief respite before the next round commenced. Wang Hu leaped into the air, emitting an ear-splitting roar as he landed firmly on the arena. This display caused many disciples to gaze in awe, chanting Wang Shixiang's name. However, soon his cheers were eclipsed by another voice. Yu Shixiang is so handsome. Yu Shixiang, I love you. In the midst of the rising and falling voices, punctuated occasionally by peculiar sounds, it remains evident that Yu Zhenyuan commands considerable respect among the younger generation within the sect. Wang Hu turned to observe him. Clad in pristine white robes, Yu Zhenyuan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his expression serene as he gracefully traversed the air. With each step he took, radiant runes illuminated beneath his feet, transforming into gentle breezes that buoyed his form. Possessing a cultivation level of the lower three realms, he adeptly utilized wind talismans to traverse the skies, exuding an undeniable air of elegance. Shen Anzai silently nodded in admiration at this spectacle, letting out a faint sound of envy. How wonderful it would be to experience the sensation of soaring through the heavens. Chapter 25. The might of a second-rank talismonger indeed. As a second-rank talismonger, Yu Zhenyuan's mastery of wind talismans likely reflects a profound understanding, perhaps 50% of Elder Zheng's true teachings. Elders Mu and Zhao Cheng from Qingxi Peak exchanged appreciative glances as they observed the scene. Zheng Sanchan, listening to praises about his disciple, stroked his beard with a contented expression. Meanwhile, Li Yin shook his head slightly upon witnessing Yu Zhenyuan descend from the platform with the aid of the wind. The prowess displayed by Yu Zhenyuan in wind talismans was already formidable, and coupled with the heavenly sword talisman he had recently comprehended from the talisman tower, it seemed unlikely that Wang Hu would prove a match for him. Nonetheless, securing a second place would still be commendable. Losing to a prodigy who inherited the legacy of the heavenly sword elder from 2 centuries prior would not be a source of shame. Look, the battle is about to commence, exclaimed a disciple among the onlookers. In the arena, Yu Zhenyuan and Wang Hu's opponents had also arrived on the stage. Both adversaries were at the mid-level of Qi-Si cultivation. Despite their equal levels, they appeared visibly tense in the face of Yu Zhenyuan and Wang Hu. After exchanging formalities, the battle commenced immediately. Wang Hu was the first to strike, his fist imbued with fierce energy. As he unleashed his punch, a formidable phantom of a tiger emerged behind him, emitting a thunderous roar. Accompanied by the tiger's shadow, Wang Hu's tiger-roaring fist displayed impressive strength, a testament to his training under the direct tutelage of Master Li. Xian Yuzi nodded slightly, his expression one of admiration. Li Yin, pleased, cast a disdainful glance at Shen Anzai, remarking, "See, all masters have their disciples praised by the sect leader." Yet, Shen Anzai, seemingly indifferent, lazily retrieved a bunch of grapes from his pocket, reclining comfortably as he indulged in them. Lu Yunqin, noticing his nonchalance, couldn't help but furrow her brow. Was he truly unconcerned about the potential outcome should his disciple face Wang Hu? In the arena, confronted with the formidable punch from Wang Hu, the disciple opposite him wore a serious expression, employing a low-grade Xiantir palm technique to counter. However, how could a high-grade Xiantir technique like the tiger-roaring fist be matched by a mere low-grade technique? In a mere breath, the tiger phantom lunged forth, accompanied by Wang Hu's punch, crashing into his opponent. Puff! The opponent was sent soaring through the air, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell from the platform. His face etched with shock. He has won. Brother Wang has emerged victorious. Truly, he is a direct disciple of Master Li. His strength is astonishing. The arena erupted with exclamations, as most disciples displayed expressions of envy, wishing fervently to take Wang Hu's place upon that stage. Look, the match with senior brother Yu has commenced. Shen Anzai, momentarily adopting a serious demeanor, spat out the grape seed from his mouth. Defeating Wang Hu posed no challenge. But this Yu Zhenyuan was indeed a formidable opponent, warranting careful observation. Despite his advanced cultivation, Shen Anzai could discern little from his vantage point. Meanwhile, after exchanging formalities with his opponent, Yu Zhenyuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, an expression of indifference gracing his features, seemingly reluctant to even move. "Wave-cutting blade!" shouted the disciple of mid-stage Qi Hai, drawing his long knife to unleash a series of powerful blade strikes, the sound of slicing air piercing the silence. What a formidable strike! This technique must belong to the mid-tier of the profound rank. The wave-cutting blade was once the renowned skill of Elder Zhao, and it appeared he had imparted all his knowledge to this disciple. Onlookers voiced their astonishment at the ferocity of the technique. Yet, in the face of these blade strikes, Yu Zhenyuan showed no intention of withdrawing his hands from behind him. Only a glimmer of azure light danced in his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce wind swirled upon the stage, coalescing before him into a protective barrier of runes formed by the flowing air. Bang! The blade strikes met the rune barrier, failing to even ripple the surface before being effortlessly dispersed. This is impossible. He hadn't even utilized his spiritual energy. Merely relying on his mental prowess to summon the wind runes, he effortlessly blocked the wave-cutting blade. The disciples outside gaped in disbelief, admiration swelling in their gazes. Truly, senior brother Yu is remarkable. Seeing his blade strikes so easily thwarted, the disciple's expression grew grave as he charged forward. With a mighty swing, he struck again, the sound of crashing waves reverberating behind him. Bang! Bang! The successive powerful slashes sent shockwaves through the air. However, Yu Jingyuan remained unmoved, standing serenely with his hands still behind his back. Regardless of the direction of the assault, his unwavering azure gaze ensured that the wind barrier effectively neutralized all attacks. Clearly, his opponent's strikes lacked even the potential to breach his wind rune defense. After numerous failed attempts to penetrate his defense, sweat began to bead at the temple of the beleaguered disciple, his breath coming in heaving gasps. It's time to end this. Noticing his fatigue, Yu Jingyuan spoke with a calm demeanor, extending a hand and giving a gentle wave. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind surged forth, propelled by the rune's power, sending the disciple staggering backward, the long knife in his hand ringing out sharply. Clang! A blade of wind flashed through the air, knocking the knife from his grasp, which arced gracefully before landing safely outside the arena. The disciple stared in horror at his empty right hand, a chill running down his spine. The force of that wind blade could have effortlessly severed his arm. Thank you for your mercy, senior brother Yu. Realizing he was utterly outmatched, he inhaled deeply and cupped his hands in submission. Yu Jingyuan nodded lightly, turning to leave with the wind runes carrying him away. Truly, senior brother Yu makes defeating a fellow practitioner of the same realm seem remarkably effortless. Given his current prowess, it seems unlikely that even a late-stage Qi practitioner could triumph over him. The gathered disciples were utterly astonished, with many female disciples gazing at him with starry-eyed admiration. Yu Jingyuan's nonchalant combat style effortlessly captured the hearts of these young ladies. On the high platform, Xiao Aohai and others expressed their astonishment upon Yu Jingyuan's return. Could it be that his mental acuity has reached the threshold of a third-tier talisman master? With such mastery in talisman crafting, combined with the heavenly sword talisman, he is likely unparalleled among those in the Qi realm. Listening to the praises from the elders and even the prince of Southern Town, Zheng Sanshan grinned broadly, his satisfaction evident. Indeed, if Elder Lu's disciple Ling Feishuang were to participate, there might be a chance for a contest. However, it appears that even Wang Hu would not stand a chance. The outcome of this grand competition seems predetermined. Zhao Cheng, the peak master of Qingxi Peak, nodded in agreement, prompting the other elders to concur. Not so fast, interjected Xiao Aohai, shaking his head. Oh, Xian Yuzi looked at him in confusion. Does the prince believe Wang Hu has a chance to surpass the heavenly sword talisman? No, he shook his head once more, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Murong Tian. Smiling as he spoke, in my view, young friend Murong possesses remarkable sword intent. If his martial skills are on par, he may indeed have a chance at victory. At this declaration, the elders were taken aback, casting incredulous glances at Murong Tian, who was currently massaging Shen Anzai's shoulders. Him? Chapter 26. My name, Lian, read backward. The prince must be jesting. How could he possibly stand against Master Yu's nephew? Lian frowned, his disdain evident. Upon hearing these words, both Yu Jingyuan and Zheng Sanshan exchanged curious glances, sizing up Murong Tian and Shen Anzai. Although they had witnessed Murong Tian's earlier battle, how could someone of initial Qi stage, armed with merely a profound tier sword technique, hope to contend with a second-tier talisman master? It is hard to believe he could even defeat Wang Hu. Thus, I reiterate, should Elder Shen impart exceptional martial skills to young friend Murong, there may still be a glimmer of hope for victory. Xiao Aohai reiterated, casting a knowing glance at Shen Anzai. Lu Yanqin also turned her gaze in that direction, a flicker of anticipation rising within her. Humph, a late-stage body refinement practitioner is a dime a dozen in Lingfu Mountain. If such a person could teach Murong Tian formidable martial skills, I would gladly reverse my name. Lian. Lian scoffed, dripping with sarcasm. He was well aware of Shen Anzai's circumstances, a solitary man of meager means, reportedly having acquired only a low-grade yellow-tier martial technique within the sect. If it were rumored that Lu Yanqin secretly imparted martial skills to Murong Tian, it might be plausible, but Shen Anzai? Absolutely not. Ah, dear Hall Master Yanli. Such words should not be uttered. A name is given by one's parents, and to easily alter it would be an act of filial disrespect. Hall Master Yanli ought to reconsider, Shen Anzai urged, his expression earnest and laden with concern. Hearing him address him as Hall Master Yanli, Lian's face darkened with indignation. Humph, do not flaunt your verbal prowess. Soon, Murong Tian will face me, and once I cast him down from the platform, I shall see if Elder Shen still has the audacity to remain on Qingyun Peak. Wang Hu, standing behind Lian, scoffed disdainfully at Murong Tian. Meeting his gaze, Murong Tian exhibited no sign of fear. We shall see. The audacity displayed by both Murong Tian and his master left Xian Yuzi and the others astounded. When had Shen An and his disciple grown so arrogant? Wang Hu was no ordinary disciple. The might of his tiger roar fist rivaled that of the heavenly sword talisman, transcending the realm of common martial arts. I hope you two can still be so brazen after your defeat, Li Yin remarked with a sneer. Shen An merely dug at his ears, opting not to respond. In due course, the battles on the other platforms drew to a close. After several more rounds of competition, the previous victors ascended the stage in succession. Wang Hu cast a cold glance at Murong Tian and leaped down from the platform. "Master, I shall take my leave," he declared. Shen nodded lightly. "Go ahead, but if you cannot secure victory within 3 strikes, do not attribute it to the sword techniques I have imparted. I cannot bear such shame. Rest assured, master, I shall give it my all." Murong Tian's gaze was resolute as he turned towards the platform. 3 strikes? In my estimation, it would be commendable if Murong Tian could endure until Wang Hu unleashes 3 tiger shadows. Elder Mu shook his head. Such arrogance. Li Yan chuckled, already envisioning Murong Tian being sent flying by his disciple's punch. Xiao Jingshue's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she observed the young man in black who had taken the stage. "Father, do you truly believe that young Master Murong can prevail?" Xiao Aohai smiled faintly. How could Elder Shen's disciple be ordinary? Just watch this battle. Hearing such praise from the esteemed king of the south left Shen Yuzi furrowing his brow, wondering if he were truly awake. Why would Xiao Aohai, on his first visit to Lingfu Mountain, hold Shen En and his disciple in such high regard? As matters between Shen En and Li Yan unfolded, the gazes of numerous elders shifted from Yu Yuan, who was also on the platform, to Murong Tian and Wang Hu. Brother Wang is stepping up again. Can Murong Tian win this time? What nonsense. A mere waste thinks he can best Brother Wang? Do you consider the Tiger Roar Fist and the esteemed Li Hall Master as trifles? If he succeeds, I shall descend the mountain tonight and seek a seductive demon as penance for 10 days and nights. Many disciples scoffed in disdain. Who was Murong Tian? Born with obstructed meridians, he had consumed countless pills from the Murong family over 2.5 years just to reach the initial stage of Qi Si. With such abundant resources, even a pig could have achieved the later stage of Qi Si. Furthermore, his master was merely at the body refinement stage. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly contend with Wang Hu? "Brother Wang, I seek your guidance," Murong Tian said, slightly cupping his fists. Wang Hu, dismissive and uninterested in idle chatter, moved forward with a fierce expression, unleashing a punch that shattered the air, 2 tiger shadows soaring forth. The sheer force of this strike was capable of splitting stone. Should a human be struck by it, they would undoubtedly suffer broken bones. Outside the arena, gasps of astonishment filled the air as a faint smile graced Li Yan's lips, as if he had already envisioned the scene of Murong Tian being struck and sent tumbling, bloodied, with the immediate summoning of 2 tiger shadows. Was he intent on crippling Murong Tian? Lu Yinxin furrowed her brow, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Shen Yuzi glanced towards Shen Anzai, who appeared unfazed, displaying no concern for his disciple's fate. Within the arena, the 2 tiger shadows, one towering and the other low, charged towards Murong Tian, accompanied by a deafening roar and a fierce gust of wind from their fists. Had that fool been rendered senseless, standing there without drawing his sword or evading? Surely, he must have been paralyzed by fear. With such a strike, it seemed he would be bedridden for at least 3 to 5 months. Derisive murmurs erupted, as onlookers observed Murong Tian standing foolishly in place, an expression of disdain upon his face. But wait. Shen Yuzi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he scrutinized the scene below. The other elders were momentarily taken aback, following his gaze. Boom. The fist shadow descended with a thunderous crash, causing the entire platform to tremble. Yet, in a turn of events that left everyone speechless, Murong Tian did not falter. Instead, he began to fade away, an afterimage. A gasp resonated through the crowd. Wang Hu's smile faltered as he heard Murong Tian's calm voice emanating from behind him. "Brother Wang, were you merely striking at air?" Startled, he turned around to find Murong Tian already standing behind him, his black robe billowing in the wind, his demeanor composed. Such incredible speed. How could this be possible? On the spectators' platform, the expressions of the elders shifted. Li Yan's grin froze, morphing into a grimace. The martial technique of movement. Xiao Aohai and Lu Yinxin exchanged astonished glances, turning to the composed Shen Anzai beside them. They were aware of the formidable power of Murong Tian's thunder sword, yet they had not witnessed his mastery of movement techniques that day. To evade Wang Hu's attack with such swiftness, leaving behind an afterimage, was a display of extraordinary skill, far from ordinary. Shen Yuzi and Zheng Sanshan exchanged glances, their expressions laden with gravity. This martial technique of movement likely approached the Earth-tier standard. With such agility at his disposal, Wang Hu's path to victory would not be straightforward. Chapter 27. One Sword Resolution. Wang Hu, startled by Murong Tian's sudden emergence behind him, was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he swiftly turned to deliver another punch. A continuous barrage of tiger roars echoing forth. Yet, before his fierce assault, Murong Tian merely stepped back lightly, effortlessly evading the onslaught. He nimbly dodged several successive punches, employing the technique of ephemeral shadows. Wang Hu couldn't even graze the hem of Murong Tian's garments. The unfolding spectacle rendered the disciples outside the arena wide-eyed and incredulous. What manner of martial technique was this? I can scarcely discern his movements. Could this truly be Murong Tian? As the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations, Wang Hu's countenance darkened. If you possess the ability, face me head-on, continuously dodging and hiding. What kind of hero does that make you? Observing Wang Hu's ire, Murong Tian halted and slowly drew the black sword from his back. If that is your desire, then let it be so. Seeing that he truly intended to refrain from utilizing his agility to evade, Wang Hu's heart surged with joy, fearing that prolonged night would lead to lingering dreams. He immediately unleashed his most formidable technique, Tiger Shakes the Mountains. With a thunderous roar, he thrust forth a powerful punch, summoning 3 fierce tiger phantoms that charged towards Murong Tian from 3 distinct angles, exuding an overwhelming might. Alas, Murong Tian was too arrogant, foolishly standing there to await Wang's ultimate execution of the Tiger Roar Fist. Indeed, I almost believed this lad was destined to triumph. However, it appears that despite his serendipitous acquisition of a martial arts technique, his intellectual shortcomings remain unresolved. In the stands, Li Yin could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The final punch of this Tiger Roar Fist had already subtly brushed against the level of Earth-tier martial techniques. Even those at the late stage of Qi Si would not dare to confront such a blow head-on, let alone those at the early stage. Meanwhile, facing the 3 roaring tiger phantoms and the sinister grin of Wang Hu, Murong Tian exhibited not the slightest hint of trepidation. At the moment his long sword was fully unsheathed, his gaze sharpened abruptly, akin to an ancient, unparalleled sword long concealed from the world. Confronted by that piercing gaze, Wang Hu's heart skipped a beat, a chill running down his spine as if countless swords were poised at his throat. Yet, having already unleashed his fist, like an arrow on the string that must be released, he could only grit his teeth and press on. He refused to believe that Murong Tian could truly withstand his mightiest attack. With a roar, the 3 tiger phantoms bared their fangs, lunging forward to engulf Murong Tian entirely. Just as the onlookers believed the battle had reached its conclusion, an extraordinary turn of events unfolded. Thunderous fury. A bolt of lightning, sword light, suddenly flared, instantly transforming into numerous cascading thunderous sword shadows, resonating with a cataclysmic intensity. In an instant, the lightning obliterated the 3 ferocious tiger phantoms with astonishing speed and force that defied belief. Wang Hu's pupils constricted before he could react. The lightning sword shadows darted past him. The next moment, a resounding thud. It felt as if his chest had been struck with immense force, sending him hurtling backward, tracing a graceful arc through the air before crashing to the ground. Silence. The arena fell into a profound stillness, with all present rendered speechless. Li Yin leapt to his feet, his expression dramatically altered, fixated on the youth who sheathed his sword atop the stage. Forgive my rudeness, Murong Tian said, slightly cupping his fist in salute as he approached the astonished gaze of Shen and Master. I have not disgraced your teachings. 1 strike sufficed. Shen nodded in satisfaction, a broad smile illuminating his face. At last, you have not brought shame upon me. It was worth the effort I invested in teaching you swordplay. Murong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Effort? Wasn't my master merely sitting nearby, sometimes reclining in his chair for a nap? That 1 strike was a marvel. An explosion of bamboo shoots. What remarkable swordsmanship. That technique seemed even more formidable than Wang Hu's Tiger Roar Fist. Where on earth had Murong Tian acquired such swordplay and agility? At this moment, the other disciples regained their composure, and the arena erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. Li Yin, realizing that his disciple had been vanquished, turned ashen. He could accept defeat at the hands of anyone, but losing to Murong Tian? And to have the battle concluded with just a single strike? At this moment, listening to the conversation between Shen and his disciple, Li Yin felt a deep sense of embarrassment wash over him. With a cold snort, he attempted to maintain his composure. Humph. Some individuals seem to revel in claiming all the credit for themselves. With your mere late-stage body refinement, do you even consider your own limitations? Such swordsmanship and agility could not possibly be mastered by Murong Tian without Elder Lu's guidance. This sentiment was echoed by other elders, including Xian Yuzi, who nodded in agreement. They too believed that Murong Tian's abilities were undoubtedly bolstered by Lu Yunqin's covert instruction. As for why Lu Yunqin chose to assist Shen, rumors suggested that the latter had presented her with a gift, which likely influenced her decision to mentor Murong Tian. However, upon hearing this, Lu Yunqin furrowed her brows, her expression revealing a hint of perplexity. Although she possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding palm techniques, She was not proficient in swordsmanship and could not impart what she did not master herself. Li Tangzhu thinks too highly of himself. I have never taught Murong Tian swordsmanship. I am not skilled in that area, she retorted, further darkening Li Yan's expression. Did this imply that he, as a master, was inferior to Shen An, a mere late-stage body refiner? Meanwhile, Xiao Aohai observed Murong Tian with a flicker of intrigue, contemplating deeply. Indeed, Murong Tian's talent in swordsmanship was remarkable, and his aura was rich and flowing, devoid of any signs of obstruction. Wasn't it said that his meridians were narrow and blocked? Could it be that Shen An had concocted a pill to enhance Murong Tian's innate abilities? If someone could produce such miraculous elixirs, perhaps there was hope for alleviating the poison afflicting his own daughter. It seemed prudent to seek an opportunity to visit Qingyun Peak once more. With this thought, Xiao Aohai's mind began to race, his gaze repeatedly drifting towards Shen An. Meanwhile, Yu Jingyuan effortlessly concluded his battle and returned to the viewing platform, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment as he regarded Murong Tian. He had heard whispers about this master-disciple duo. In previous competitions, Murong Tian had consistently ranked at the bottom, often ridiculed and beaten. Yet this year, he appeared to have transformed entirely. Nonetheless, despite his surprise, Yu Jingyuan did not regard Murong Tian as a serious contender. After all, he was merely at the initial stage of Qi Si, hardly worthy enough to pique his interest. Li Tangzhu, you once claimed that Shen lacked the qualifications to teach his disciples. How is it that your disciple has now been bested by mine? Shen An spoke with an enigmatic smile, observing Wang Hu, who had slinked back to Li Yan's side, head bowed in silence. Lu Yanqin turned her gaze towards them as well, intensifying Li Yan's discomfort. Humiliated before the woman he admired, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgrace. Chapter 28. Colluding with the demon sect? Humph, the petty man has risen to power. Li Yan sneered derisively, turning his head away while glaring fiercely at Wang Hu. It was entirely this disappointing fool's fault for being so easily dispatched by Murong Tian's sword. Meanwhile, Elder Mu felt a sense of relief and offered words of comfort to his disciple, Xiao Chun. After all, even the remarkably gifted Wang Hu was defeated by Murong Tian. So it is hardly shameful for my disciple to have lost. Xian Yuzi sat back in his chair, stroking his chin in perplexity. To his recollection, Lu Yanqin indeed seemed to lack proficiency in swordsmanship, while Shen An was merely at the late stage of body refinement. Could it be that he taught those techniques? Unlikely. As he pondered, an incredulous thought suddenly crossed his mind. He glanced at the side, where Xiao Aohai sat, and his heart was filled with unease. Could it be that the king of Southtown taught him? Xiao Aohai, known for his swordsmanship and revered as the Sword King of Dun, had once successfully defended the Wolf Abyss using his formidable killing sword techniques. Yet, that too seemed implausible, as the royal family of Dun derived their sword techniques from the Sword Tomb. Merely teaching verbally could not impart the true essence. Moreover, the Sword Tomb had not yet opened. Even if Murong Tian had the opportunity to enter, it would take some time. Elder Shun, who exactly taught Murong Tian his sword techniques? Unable to fathom any further explanations, Xian Yuzi directly inquired. Shen An turned around and replied, "What do you mean by that?" "Sectmaster, naturally, I taught my disciple." His expression grew somewhat peculiar as he surveyed the assembled elders. "Besides, if I were to teach him to you, would you be willing to do so?" "No." The elders collectively shook their heads. He was born with obstructed meridians. It's hard for him to achieve greatness. Then what need is there for such a question? Shen An looked at Li Yan as if he were a fool. Xian Yuzi and the other elders were taken aback, exchanging glances. Just then, Li Yan suddenly recalled something, narrowing his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Shen An. "You say that both the sword techniques and movement techniques were taught by you, not by Elder Lu or anyone else. Is there a problem?" Shen An frowned, perplexed by the old man's line of questioning. Upon receiving a response, Li Yan sneered coldly. "Then do you know this set of sword techniques?" Shen An was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he did not know them. However, he could not admit that in front of everyone, so he responded ambiguously, "What do you think? If you truly do not know this sword technique, then I have reason to suspect that Murong Tian has colluded with the demonic sect to enhance his strength. The Murong family is a medicinal family and would never teach him this sword technique. As for purchasing it for a hefty sum, that's impossible. The Murong family's business has suffered this year, and they have already fallen to a third-rate family in Tianhan City, struggling even to cover their expenses. How could they afford to buy this sword technique?" Li Yan believed he had found his rationale, his expression turning cold. Colluding with the demonic sect is no trivial matter. According to the sect rules, the lightest penalty would be the forfeiture of cultivation, and the harshest could lead to execution. Shen An furrowed his brow. Murong Tian abruptly looked up. The Murong family's business had faltered? Why had he never heard any news about this from home? It was no wonder that when he had requested the materials needed for the cleansing elixir, which, according to the Morong family's resources, should have arrived within a day or two. It had taken a full 10 days instead. Such circumstances had unfolded. The elders, upon hearing Li Yan's words, suddenly adopted serious expressions. Colluding with the demonic sect was indeed a grave matter. In the past, numerous lives were claimed by the hands of the demonic sect on Lingfu Mountain, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards it. Yet, could Murong Tian truly conspire with such a nefarious group? Surely, Master Li's words are excessive, despite Murong Tian's lack of exceptional talent. He has always revered his teachers and upheld the principles of righteousness. He is certainly not the kind of individual who would engage in duplicity. Lu Yinqin's brows furrowed, her expression growing increasingly displeased. She had not previously perceived that Li Yin possessed such a narrow-minded disposition. Is it so difficult for him to accept that his disciple simply lost? Witnessing her support for Shen and in the conversation with his disciple, Li Yan's irritation deepened, and he spoke coldly. Humph, one can know a person's face, but not their heart. Who can ascertain the origins of his martial skills? Do you truly believe that Shen taught him while being merely at the body refinement stage, or that both master and disciple have defected to the demonic sect? Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Such statements, lacking evidence, should not be made lightly by Master Li. Indeed, the disciples of Qingyun Peak are loyal and righteous. I, Zheng Sanshan, still believe that Elder Shen and his disciple are not the sort to betray their integrity. Amidst the elders' discussions, rather than supporting Li Yan, they rallied behind Shen. Shen An's countenance darkened. You claim that my disciple and I are colluding with the demonic sect based solely on conjecture. Then, may I assert that you are in league with them as well? Otherwise, how could the law enforcement hall be in such disarray, with disciples behaving so unruly? Master Li, one must not make such accusations without evidence. Zheng Sanshan interjected, frowning. Humph, if it were not for collusion with the demonic sect. From where did Qingyun Peak acquire such advanced sword techniques? His voice resonated loudly, reaching the ears of many disciples. A wave of murmurs erupted. What? Qingyun Peak colluding with the demonic sect? Impossible. I refuse to believe that Elder Shen and Murong Tian are such individuals. Perhaps that sword technique is a legacy left by the predecessors of Qingyun Peak? Indeed, while Elder Shen may seem unoccupied and often plays the victim, he has always shown genuine care for us disciples and has never used his position to oppress others. Perhaps he is merely acting for your benefit. Do not allow yourselves to be deceived by the machinations of the unscrupulous. The clamor of dissent swelled, momentarily overshadowing the grand competition. While the majority remained skeptical, there were still disciples from the law enforcement peak who supported their master. Xian Yuzi furrowed his brow and cast an irritated glance at Li Yin before speaking, without evidence. Such suspicions are unfounded. Elder Shen possesses his own opportunities. Why pursue this matter further? He then turned to the other elders. Zheng Sanshan, Zhao Cheng, Elder Mu, and others exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. I stand with Qingyun Peak. While the law enforcement hall may have ties to the demonic sect, Qingyun Peak is unequivocally innocent. Zheng Sanshan gazed at Shen Un and his disciple, letting out a soft sigh before continuing. Indeed, though Elder Shen's cultivation was shallow in the past, he bravely ventured to the battlefield against the demonic sect, unafraid of death. How could he and his disciple possibly conspire with such a faction now? Seeing many express support for Qingyun Peak, Li Yan's expression soured. Murong Tian's face flushed crimson. It was one thing for the law enforcement hall to insult him, but to implicate his master as being in league with the demonic sect was intolerable. Despite the unfounded accusations, Shen felt a flicker of gratitude within, appreciating that there were still individuals in the sect who valued loyalty and camaraderie. Chapter 29. Is the acquired skill insufficient? Observing Murong Tian's face flush a deep crimson, Shen furrowed his brow and inquired within his mind. System. Is there any means for me to acquire the skill card for the Thunderbolt sword at this moment? The host may opt to utilize existing skill cards for a designated lottery. Designated lottery? Shen was taken aback. What on earth was that? It is a lottery wheel that doubles the probability of acquiring the desired item for the host, requiring a substantial number of skill cards. Such a skill. Why did you not mention it earlier? Why did the host not inquire sooner? Shen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Fine. He understood now that this system was afflicted with extreme laziness. I currently possess 4 effective cards for the Cloud Dispelling Palm at the Qi realm. Can I draw? Yes. Please select the item for which you wish to enhance the probability. The skill card for the Thunderbolt sword, preferably of the Qiankuan realm. The host's lifespan is insufficient. Exchange is not permitted. Could you at least inform me in advance when you intend to deduct from my life? Could the host perhaps dream a little more realistically next time? Feeling utterly defeated, Shen replied, All right. Just proceed with the lottery. Any Thunderbolt sword will suffice. Payment successful. Commencing lottery. Beep beep beep. As the wheel spun, a sense of tension gripped Shun and Murong Tian. You had better confess. Who taught you that sword technique? If we uncover the truth, you might not even have the chance to admit it. Li Yan scoffed, his gaze icy. My disciple has declared that he would never engage in treachery. This sword technique was imparted directly by my master and has nothing to do with the demonic sect. Murong Tian was blushing furiously in protest. Oh, your master? Li Yan sneered. A mere late-stage body refinement practitioner who cannot even wield spiritual energy. How could he possibly obtain such a sword technique without colluding with the demonic sect? I believe your Qingyun Peak is nothing more than a nest of snakes and rats. A cancer within the sect. His words quickly incited the disciples of the law enforcement hall to echo their agreement, jeering at him. Indeed, sect leader. Expel these two from Qingyun Peak at once. If we allow them to remain, it would be an affront to justice. As she observed the indignant disciples, Lu Yinqin furrowed her delicate brows and slammed her hand on the armrest of her chair. Silence. Her voice, imbued with unparalleled authority, reverberated throughout the hall, and the oppressive aura of a peak Earth spirit realm cultivator enveloped the space. The disciples immediately recoiled, displaying expressions of fear. Why was the usually gentle master of Qingyuan Peak so enraged at this moment? She turned to Li Yan, her gaze now laced with disdain, and spoke coldly. In matters of right and wrong, there exists a natural justice. If you assert that this sword technique is from the demonic sect, then present your evidence. Seeing Lu Yinqin repeatedly defend Shun En and his master in front of him, Li Yan's expression darkened considerably. Lu Elder, do you safeguard this pair out of some hidden motive, perhaps due to an improper relationship with the one surnamed Shen? Or are you deliberately concealing something on his behalf? Lu Yinqin was filled with indignation and anger, her gaze turning frostbitten. Impudence. The authoritative reprimand resonated from the seat of honor, and in an instant, the temperature of the entire platform plummeted several degrees, a more formidable pressure enveloping the space, causing numerous disciples to turn pale and kneel upon the ground. Li Yan was taken aback, glancing towards the main seat. Xian Yuzi's gaze had turned utterly frigid, narrowing as he fixed his eyes on Li Yan. As the master of the enforcement hall, how dare you repeatedly attempt to place the label of collusion with the demonic sect upon others? Seeking to incite discord within our Lingfu Mountain sect? What is your true intention? Li Yan's eyes flickered, and he quickly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, Please, master, quell your anger. It was a slip of the tongue on my part. At that moment, another voice rang out. Is it true that you, Hall Master Li, have targeted Shen for this reason? The crowd fell silent, turning their attention to Shen Anzai, who had remained silent since the beginning. He slowly rose, gently patting Lu Yunqin's shoulder. The latter furrowed her delicate brows, the chill in her eyes dissipating slightly. Many within the sect were aware that Hall Master Li had harbored feelings for Elder Lu for quite some time. Yet, like falling petals yearning for the flowing stream, the stream remained indifferent to the blossoms. One could only blame Shun, whose talents surpassed those of Hall Master Li, thus igniting the flames of jealousy within him. Upon hearing this, disdainful glances were cast towards Shun. Even Lu Yunqin displayed a hint of embarrassment and anger. However, given the present circumstances, she found no inclination to defend herself, as it was merely a matter of idle gossip. Shen Anzai smiled slyly, teasingly observing Li Yan, while a consumption card had already appeared within his system backpack. Thunder Sword, Peak of the Returning Yuan Realm, a high-grade Earth-level technique, comprising 5 swords, with the 5th sword rarely encountering adversaries of the same realm. To his surprise, his luck had proven exceptionally favorable this time. He had initially thought that exchanging his Qi Si realm's cloud-dispelling palm for a thunder sword of the same realm would suffice, yet unexpectedly, he had acquired one from the returning Yuan realm. Was this not a sign from the heavens for him to put on a grand display? Li Yan frowned. Shen Anzai, what do you mean by that? My meaning is clear. Elder Lu does not regard you. How can a toad aspire to eat swan meat? Shen Anzai replied with a faint smile. Li Yan was infuriated. If he was the toad, then surely Shen Anzai, being in the latter stage of body refinement, was even less than that. However, fearing the wrath of Xian Yuzi, he refrained from pursuing the matter further, instead snorting derisively and stating, Humph. We are discussing your disciples' collusion with the demonic sect. Do not divert the topic with your trivialities. Collusion with the demonic sect? Shen Anzai turned to glance at Murong Tian. Have you colluded? No, the youth replied, his face flushing as he shook his head resolutely. Did you hear that? My disciple claims he has not colluded. As the master of the enforcement hall, how can you slander and accuse without any evidence? Shen Anzai turned with a firm tone. Questioning Li Yan, Zheng Sanshan, and others displayed their displeasure. The evidence is that your Qingyun Peak does not possess this sword technique. It is impossible for you to impart it to Murong Tian. Li Yan scoffed, confident that Shen Anzai would never possess such a sword technique. Even if he had seen it, he would undoubtedly be unable to execute it, for he was merely at the latter stage of body refinement, devoid of spiritual energy. How could he possibly perform a sword technique? In response to his words, Lu Yinqin and the others frowned. Shen Anzai cast a sidelong glance at Li Yin, his tone indifferent. What if I picked it up outside? Picked it up? Li Yin sneered. Do you think the earth-level martial arts are as commonplace as cabbages on the street, to be picked up at will? Enough, without any proof. Let this matter rest. At this moment, Shen Anzai spoke coldly, successfully halting Li Yan's forthcoming remarks. However, Shen stepped forward once more. After all, one cannot endure such humiliation in vain. His disciple's eyes were already reddened with indignation. How could he not express his grievances? Chapter 30. The challenge. He let out a cold snort and declared, as the head of the law enforcement hall, you slander others without evidence. Li Yin, what a grand authority you wield. Just because our Qingyun Peak holds a lowly position within Lingfu Mountain and my disciple lacks exceptional talent, do you think you can freely disparage us? Yet, Lingfu Mountain is filled with ordinary disciples of mediocre talent. Do they not possess human rights in your eyes, Li Yin, to be bullied and defamed at will? Li Yan's expression darkened at the rebuke. When did this young man become so sharp-tongued? Meanwhile, those who had been clamoring for the sect master to expel Shen An and his disciple now wore complex expressions. Many mediocre disciples were deeply stirred by Shen An's words. Li Yin, do your actions live up to the sect master's trust in you and your position as head of the law enforcement hall? Shen An's questioning resonated powerfully. Listening to him repeatedly address Li Yin by name, the latter gritted his teeth in fury, wishing he could strike him down. Even if he were to pronounce his name backward, it would have to wait until Murong Tian defeated Yu Zhenyuan first. Even if he is not colluding with the demon sect, this sword technique could never have been taught by someone at the body refinement stage. Li Yin, aware of his own shortcomings, refused to back down. As long as Murong Tian did not disclose the origin of the sword technique, he would cling to this matter. Li Yin, you have overstepped your bounds. At that moment, Xiao Aohai, who had initially intended to observe the affairs of Lingfu Mountain, voiced his discontent. On that day, I accompanied Elder Lu to Qingyun Peak, and this sword technique is called the Thunderbolt Sword. It was indeed taught to young friend Murong by Elder Shen himself. Upon hearing that even the king of Zhenan had spoken in favor of Shen Anzai could not help but be surprised, nodding in agreement. In that case, there is no need for further discussion. The upcoming competition is of utmost importance. Li Yin frowned, sitting down with a sullen expression. He could doubt anyone, but not the king of Zhenan. Just when everyone thought the matter was settled, Shen An spoke once more. No, the crowd frowned, unable to comprehend his intentions. Murong Tian is my only disciple. You wrongfully accuse him of collusion with the demon sect, and you think to simply brush this matter aside without an apology? Standing firm. Shen An's expression was grave as he coldly stared at Li Yin. Murong Tian felt deeply moved, admiration swelling in his eyes. Li Yin was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Shen An with a mocking smile. You wish for this hall master to apologize? Yes, an apology, Shen An affirmed with a nod. Li Yin burst into laughter, incredulous that this fellow might have lost his senses. What was his status compared to Shen An's? Why should he, as the head of the law enforcement hall, apologize to someone merely at the late stage of body refinement? Such a dream. This hall master never bows to the weak. If you desire an apology, you must demonstrate your strength. Li Yin retorted mockingly. Very well, once my disciple secures the first place in the competition, I shall challenge you to a duel, and with the Thunderblade, I shall emerge victorious. Shen An spoke with an air of confidence that resonated deeply within those present. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback, questioning the reliability of their own hearing. What? Shen An intends to challenge Li Yin, who is at the late stage of the returning origin realm, after the competition? Is he not merely inviting a beating? Shen An, do not act impulsively. Lu Yinqin urged gently, her brow furrowed. However, Shen An remained unfazed, offering her a reassuring glance instead. Li Yin perceived this as perhaps the most absurd joke in the world, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Are you certain you wish to fight me? Indeed, since you refuse to apologize, I have no choice but to teach you a lesson to avenge my disciple, Shen An replied coolly, his hands clasped behind his back. Beside him, Murong Tian's eyes gleamed with excitement. At last, an opportunity to witness his master in action? He had long suspected that his master was concealing his true strength, all the while maintaining the pretense of merely being at the late stage of body refinement. Surely, no one could remain at that level into their 30s without revealing greater capabilities. To his astonishment, his master had concealed his powers for so long, now ready to unveil them for his sake. Admiration value. 5. Shen An noted the information that flashed in his mind, nodding in approval. Such a splendid opportunity to garner admiration value must not be missed. Moreover, it was high time to assert his worth, lest he become a target of ridicule wherever he went, Which would be most tiresome? Very well. I shall send some elixirs beneficial for cultivating the Qi Si to Qingyun Peak shortly. Let this display of temper cease here, Shen Anzai interjected, reluctant to witness Shen and suffer a beating. With the heroic legacy of Qingyun Peak at stake, Shen An was, after all, the sole survivor of his generation. Given Li Yan's temperament, an apology was out of the question. Thus, it fell upon him, the sect leader, to mediate. Thank you for your kind intentions. But I am resolute in my decision to fight him, Shen An replied, bowing respectfully, his gaze towards Li Yan laced with coldness. Ha ha ha, very well. I shall see what skills you possess to contend with me. Li Yan laughed, unfazed, and snorted derisively. Xiao Aohai appeared contemplative. One capable of teaching such sword techniques and concocting elixirs to enhance others' talents should not merely be at the body refinement stage. It seemed evident that Shen An had indeed been concealing his true power. With this thought, he nodded to himself. This was an opportune moment to observe the latter's true realm. The other elders, upon hearing Shen An's audacious refusal of the sect leader's goodwill, insisting on battling Li Yan, could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. This individual was clearly unaware of the gravity of his situation. While others may be oblivious, they, having spent years in Lingfu Mountain, were undoubtedly aware of Shen An's true strength. He was undeniably at the late stage of body refinement. How could he challenge someone at the late stage of the returning origin realm without inviting calamity? Chapter 31, Murong Tian versus. Yu Zhenyuan. Lu Yinqin frowned and turned to Murong Tian. Are you not going to dissuade your master? In her eyes, Shen An's audacity to challenge Li Yan was nothing short of self-inflicted suffering. There was no need to exchange fleeting bravado for a fate riddled with wounds. However, in response to her words, Murong Tian merely shook his head, his gaze resolute and imbued with anticipation. I believe in my master. His unwavering declaration astonished Shen Anzai and the others. What sort of enchantment had Shen An cast upon this youth, that he would hold such faith? All right, my disciple. Prepare yourself well. I eagerly await your triumph in the grand competition. Murong Tian's expression was one of fervor. Rest assured, master, I shall emerge victorious. The peculiar countenance of the onlookers reflected their incredulity. What was this? How could the master and disciple both exude such confidence? One was set to challenge an opponent at the later stage of Guijin with mere late-stage body refinement cultivation, while the other believed he could best Yu Zhenyuan, who had comprehended the heavenly sword talisman. Amidst the disdainful and scornful gazes of many, the presiding elder below began to arrange the details of the competition once more. With only 20 contestants remaining, the final showdown was imminent. Disciple, do hold back a bit, Zheng Sanshan whispered discreetly. Yes, master. As Yu Zhenyuan and Murong Tian took the stage in succession, the grand competition intensified, filling the disciples with fervor. Yu Zhenyuan remained as before, merely standing there while all attacks were effortlessly deflected by the wind talisman surrounding him. With a gentle wave of his hand, he sent his opponent tumbling off the platform amidst a flicker of runes. However, it was Murong Tian who astonished everyone the most. Besides his thunderous sword technique, his movements were so swift that his opponents could scarcely graze the hem of his garment before their defeat. Yet, all understood that the ultimate confrontation held no suspense. Yu Zhenyuan's victory was inevitable. After all, the latter possessed the heavenly sword talisman, which could easily secure triumph even against those in the later stage of Qi Si. Murong Tian's swordplay might not even breach the defensive wind barriers surrounding Yu Zhenyuan, let alone compel him to reveal the heavenly sword talisman. No matter how swift Murong Tian's movements were, if he could not breach the defenses, he could only watch helplessly. Initially, it was believed that only Wang who could contend with Zhenyuan in this year's sect competition, yet unexpectedly, Murong Tian emerged as Zhengyuan's final adversary. Zheng Sanshan clicked his tongue, observing the standoff between the two on stage, utterly unconcerned. Did Elder Zheng not worry about his disciple's potential defeat? After all, someone had boldly declared that if Murong Tian failed to secure first place, both master and disciple would be expelled from Lingfu Mountain. Li Yan interjected with a mocking tone from the side. The crowd shook their heads secretly, although Murong Tian's journey to this point had astonished them. They believed it would end here. He could not possibly emerge as the final dark horse. Perhaps you should worry about yourself, Li Yan, for your name is soon to be turned upside down, Shen An remarked nonchalantly. Li Yan snorted dismissively, uninterested in further verbal sparring. Brother you are so handsome. Murong Tian was rather arrogant, believing that even with his earth-level sword technique, he could not possibly rival Brother Yu. The audience erupted in a chorus of boos, many shaking their heads in skepticism. Faced with those words, Murong Tian maintained a calm demeanor. After years of experience, he had heard enough and his temperament had evolved significantly. At present, his heart brimmed with excitement as he fixed his fervent gaze upon Yu Zhenyuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Today, He was determined to make a name for himself in battle, wielding the swordsmanship imparted to him by his master. Qingyun Peak, Morong Tian. His voice resonated with fervor as he saluted. Qingfu Peak, Yu Zhengyuan, please make your move. Yu Zhengyuan, far more courteous and humble than Wang Hu, showed no sign of disdain. Very well. Morong Tian responded decisively, drawing his dark sword and leaping into the air to execute the first form of the thunderbolt sword. Thunderclouds above. The sword's keen wail echoed like a rolling thunder, yet at the moment of its formidable descent, a fierce gale surged forth, transforming into a barrier of flowing wind before Yu Zhengyuan. With the glimmer of runes, he effortlessly deflected the blow, not even budging an inch. As the tempest swept by, Morong Tian was overwhelmed by the sheer force, staggering back several steps. Brother Yu is truly formidable. As expected of him, he has repelled that young man without even lifting a finger. If he were to strike, wouldn't the arena itself be overturned? The crowd erupted in increasingly fervent cheers. Wang Hu, witnessing Morong Tian's failed sword strike, could not suppress a mocking smile, reveling in his rival's misfortune. If he could not defeat him, watching him falter brought a certain satisfaction. Again, undeterred, Morong Tian's eyes blazed with determination as he ascended once more, his long sword thrusting forward. Mountains crushed by thunder. With the execution of the second form of the thunderbolt sword, the arena resonated with the sound of thunder, and lightning-infused sword shadows burst forth with wild abandon. Yet, Yu Zhengyuan remained unperturbed, his gaze slightly sharpened. With a swift gust, the lightning sword shadows dispersed once more. Morong Tian felt as if struck in the chest by the wind, stifling a groan as he retreated several steps, nearly losing his footing on the platform. Observing Morong Tian's failure to breach the defense with his two strongest strikes, the onlookers began to sense that the outcome was all but decided. Some even called out for him to concede and spare himself further embarrassment. Having unleashed his mightiest two attacks and still failing to penetrate Yu Zhengyuan's wind barrier, does he still dare to hope for victory? Li Yin smirked derisively, casting a scornful glance at Shen Anzai with a calm demeanor. Casually flicked his ear and brushed the comment aside. Do not rush. My disciple possesses more than mere tricks. Stubborn, Li Yin scoffed, dismissing the notion. In the arena, Morong Tian inhaled deeply, extending his left hand into a sword-like gesture, his eyes sharpening further. What is he doing? Does he intend to defeat his opponent with mere fingers? Li Yin had anticipated a hidden skill, but upon seeing Morong Tian forsake his sword for a finger, he could not help but laugh. However, in that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! Several bolts of thunder erupted. Though they stood at a considerable distance and Morong Tian had yet to draw his sword, beneath Yu Zhengyuan's feet, colossal bolts of lightning suddenly burst forth, transforming into massive sword shadows that struck down. The third sword, thunder, erupts from the ground. Upon witnessing the sudden emergence of sword shadows, far more formidable than the previous two, Yu Zhengyuan furrowed his brow and finally drew forth a hand from behind, his palm aglow with the swirling light of a talisman. The Gale Talisman. As the intricate patterns of the rune manifested, the winds around him grew wild and tempestuous, roaring as if transforming into a ferocious beast with a gaping maw ready to devour. However, in the blink of an eye, this tempestuous creature was engulfed by lightning. Amidst the flickering remnants, Morong Tian surged forward, sword in hand, accompanied by countless arcs of lightning as he thrust forth with ferocity. With a sharp sound, Yu Zhengyuan retreated explosively, the winds surrounding him collapsing under the onslaught of the lightning, his gaze fixed in astonishment upon the tattered garments before him, the expression of disbelief evident in his eyes. What a powerful strike! Chapter 32. Master has imparted another sword technique. I implore you to test it. This sudden and violent strike rendered the assembled crowd speechless, frozen in awe. This sword technique had already reached the lower tier of the earth rank. It was far more formidable than the previous two. Numerous elders gasped in astonishment, unable to believe their eyes. Li Yin stood in shock. Having just mocked Morong Tian moments before, Xian Yuzi instinctively furrowed his brow, his expression grave, when he extended his sword finger. I distinctly sensed a powerful sword energy converging upon the ground, coalescing into this thunderous strike. Li Yin felt a pang of embarrassment. No wonder no one else had dared to ridicule him earlier. He had failed to recognize the might of this strike. The recollection of his previous mockery left him with a burning sensation on his face, feeling as though he had been made a fool. So, Li Yin, are you ready to turn your name around? Shen remarked with a glint of amusement in his eyes. The elders exchanged glances, while Li Yan's countenance darkened. Yet, Yu Zhengyuan had yet to employ the heavenly sword talisman. This battle was far from over. Zhang Sanshan nodded in appreciation. I did not expect Morong Tian to master such a sword technique. It seems that for Zhengyuan to emerge victorious today, he must employ the heavenly sword talisman. He remained unfazed, showing no concern for the potential defeat of his disciple. The onlooking disciples rubbed their eyes in disbelief at Murong Tian's ability to shatter Yu Jingyuan's wind talisman. Could such a powerful strike truly be unleashed by the seemingly talentless Murong Tian? Yu Jingyuan frowned at his damaged garments, his expression reflecting surprise. He had not anticipated that he would almost be harmed by that sudden strike, considering the intensity of that thunderous sword technique. It seemed that aside from the recently comprehended heavenly sword talisman, he had no other means to counter it. Murong, my junior, possesses remarkable swordsmanship. You must proceed with caution. Yu Jingyuan remarked softly, his eyes suddenly alight as he extended a hand to sketch in the air. As his fingers danced like a brush, a series of rune patterns were conjured before him. The intricate lines formed sharp sword auras that, merely by sight, caused one's eyes to sting painfully. It is the heavenly sword talisman. I never anticipated that my senior brother would be forced to employ the heavenly sword talisman against this fellow. Once this talisman is unleashed, my senior brother can battle those at the peak of the Qi Si and emerge victorious. Murong Tian stands no chance of winning. The disciples in the stands erupted with excitement, engaging in fervent discussions. Their previous disdain for Murong Tian had considerably diminished. Yet no one truly believed he had a chance of victory. Sword go? With a swift motion, Yu Jingyuan completed the celestial sword talisman before him. His gaze sharpened as he waved his sleeve. In an instant, countless beams of sword light surged forth like a galaxy cascading from the heavens, charging toward Murong Tian with formidable sharpness. Faced with this torrent of sword energy, Murong Tian did not dare to be careless. His expression grew grave as he once again unleashed the third form of the thunderclap sword technique. Striking forth, bolts of lightning as thick as water barrels erupted alongside his sword, roaring fiercely. Yet, this potent lightning found itself utterly stymied against the silver river of swords. In mere moments, it was thoroughly dispersed, the relentless tide of swords pushing Murong Tian to the edge of the arena, blood spilling from his lips, and deep gashes appearing across his body. Junior brother Murong, concede. If you were of the same realm, perhaps you could contend with me using this earthly sword technique. But you are merely at the initial stage of Qi Si. Yu Jingyuan gestured, and the silver river of swords swirled around him. Beneath his flowing white robe, the overwhelming sword intent battered the arena, leaving it riddled with scars, exuding an air befitting a master. In the stands, Elder Zhao from Qingxi Peak released a breath he had been holding, unable to resist wiping the cold sweat that had slipped down his cheek. Thankfully, it seemed Murong Tian's swordsmanship was insufficient to rival the celestial sword talisman. He cast a furtive glance at Shen Anzai, silently acknowledging how perilous the situation was. If Shen Anzai were to win, he would be obliged to pay him 500,000 gold. He had wagered 50,000 gold on Murong Tian's victory. At the time, everyone regarded this as a jest, but now it appeared that had Murong Tian's cultivation been a notch higher, he might have had a genuine chance of winning. It's over. Li Yin also secretly exhaled, realizing he had unconsciously gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, indicative of his anxiety. Should Murong Tian emerge victorious, he would have to read his name in reverse. How could he not be tense? Just as he prepared to turn and make a sarcastic remark, Xian Yuzi suddenly spoke up, his tone grave. No, it seems Murong Tian still possesses one final strike. Everyone paused, frowning as they looked down. Indeed, Murong Tian did not appear to intend to concede. He held his long sword horizontally across his chest, seemingly gathering his strength for something. Even if he had one last strike, could it truly shatter the celestial sword talisman? Li Yin scoffed, if he can win, I shall eat upside down. His voice trailed off as he caught a glimpse of Shen Anzai's cryptic smile, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. Why has Elderly stopped speaking? Shen Anzai expressed keen interest. After all, even in his past life, he had only witnessed someone eating. Never had he seen anyone do so upside down. He had not anticipated this opportunity to broaden his horizons. Humph. Li Yin snorted coldly, opting for silence as a precaution. Who knew whether Murong Tian might stumble upon good fortune? Although unlikely, what if he actually won? He refrained from speaking, while Shen Anzai looked on with regret, initially hoping for a chance to gain some insight. In the arena, Yu Jingyuan observed Murong Tian with his sword crossed before his chest, a frown creasing his brow as a grave expression settled upon his face. He could distinctly sense a formidable sword intent converging ahead, even feeling as if his heavenly sword talisman was subtly being drawn in. The atmosphere resonated with a resounding sword chant that echoed through the heavens and the earth. Xiao Aohai abruptly rose from his position, fixated on Murong Tian. The sword chant just now was a manifestation of the world itself. What sword technique was he about to employ that could invoke such a cosmic force? Xian Yuzi's brow furrowed tightly, his mind involuntarily recalling the celestial phenomena witnessed above Lingfu Mountain not long ago. At that time, he had believed it was Yu Zhenyuan, who had comprehended the heavenly sword talisman within the talisman tower that had drawn forth the heavenly forces. Yet now, he found himself wavering. For it seemed the center of that celestial phenomenon was not located at Qingfu Peak, but rather at Qingyun Peak. Murong Tian lifted his gaze, and in that moment, the aura surrounding him underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to a supremely extraordinary sword unsheathed, its brilliance undeniable. The powerful sword intent coalesced around him, and the black sword in his hand emanated an intimidating cold light, an awe-inspiring presence. Brother Yu, aside from the Thunderbolt sword, my master has imparted another sword to me. Allow me to demonstrate. Chapter 33. The Victor, Murong Tian. Several elders, overcome by the overwhelming sword intent, found themselves rising to their feet involuntarily. While the surrounding disciples held their breath, their minds engulfed in a fog of confusion. This intense sword intent even seemingly overshadowed Yu Zhenyuan's heavenly sword talisman. Even Shen Anzai felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he knew that the sword opening heaven's gate was undoubtedly superior to the heavenly sword talisman, Murong Tian's realm was merely at the early stage of the Sea of Talent, a step behind Yu Zhenyuan. Whether he could secure victory remained uncertain. Such potent sword intent. Yu Zhenyuan's expression grew grave, his eyes shining with a profound light. In that instant, he summoned all his mental energy, striving to activate the ethereal runes above his head. The silver sword river swirling around him became even more resplendent and tumultuous, transforming into a raging torrent that surged fiercely toward Murong Tian. Once more confronting the heavenly sword talisman, a fierce determination ignited in Murong Tian's eyes. He shouted, and with a decisive swing of his black sword, he unleashed his strike. One sword opened the heavenly gate. A dazzling beam of sword light shot skyward, as if the very heavens and earth had lost their color in that moment, leaving only the brilliance of the sword light. The sharp sword intent and immense power reached their zenith. In an instant, the heavens resonated once more with a resounding sword chant, as the sword river split apart like brittle reeds. Yu Zhenyuan's pupils constricted sharply, and the heavenly sword talisman above his head shattered in an instant. The piercing sword aura surged toward him, invoking an overwhelming sense of impending doom. There was no escape. Zhenyuan, be careful, Zheng Sanshan shouted, his face etched with concern. Just as he prepared to intervene, that resplendent sword light halted before Yu Zhenyuan, refusing to advance further. Murong Tian's complexion paled. After performing a flourish with his black sword, he returned it to its sheath, and the sword light dissipated accordingly. Brother Yu, I concede. He clasped his hands together, his youthful face barely able to contain his excitement. He had won. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that Murong Tian's recent strike had effortlessly shattered the heavenly sword talisman. Yu Zhenyuan was the first to regain his composure, casting a profound glance at Murong Tian before clasping his fists in respect. Your swordsmanship is remarkable, junior brother. I extend my gratitude for your mercy. It is I who have lost. With a sigh and a shake of his head, he turned and departed the arena, ascending towards the high platform. At that moment, the elder presiding over the event finally reacted, promptly announcing in a loud voice, the victor is Murong Tian of Qingyun Peak. As the triumphant proclamation echoed through every corner of the martial arts hall, the astonished disciples slowly came to their senses, filled with disbelief. What? Murong Tian has truly won. What was that strike? How could I sense that mere sword intent could easily cleave me in two? What level of swordsmanship is this? Capable of tearing apart the heavenly sword talisman with a single blow? A commotion arose outside the arena, as everyone grappled with their incredulity and shock. Congratulations to the host for helping the disciples secure first place in the sect competition, completing the task, and receiving rewards. Acquired level 5 alchemist experience X1. Skill card pack X1. Hearing the voice resonating in his mind, Shen Anzai was filled with uncontainable joy, as a continuous influx of alchemist experience flooded his memory. A single word echoed in his mind, exhilarating. The contents of the skill card pack had already been disclosed by the system, comprising 5 temporal cards for the Return to Origin realm and 1 consumption card for the Earth Spirit realm. As for the skills it might yield, that would have to wait. In the stands, all eyes of the elders were drawn to Shen Anzai at that moment. Among them, 2 gazes were particularly pained. One belonged to Zhao Chong, the leader of Qingxi Peak, who wore a bitter expression. He had not anticipated losing 500,000 gold to Shen Anzai, but at least most had wagered on Yu Zhenyuan, so he considered it a minor loss. The other, of course, was the head of the law enforcement hall, Elder Yen Li, who clenched his fists, his face darkened with displeasure. He had not expected Murong Tian to actually prevail. Master, Master, I have one. The youth, sword in hand, dashed from the arena, his face alight with exhilaration. He resembled a dutiful child awaiting praise from a parent. Devoid of the sharpness he had displayed moments prior in the arena. Ah, splendid, splendid. It is a testament to the efforts I have invested in teaching you swordsmanship. Shen beamed, nodding with a smile so wide it nearly split his face. Lu Yunqin and Xiao Aohai exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious as they regarded the master-disciple duo. They had not anticipated that Murong Tian had mastered such a formidable sword technique. To contend with the heavenly sword talisman, one would require at least an earth-tier martial skill, yet to utterly obliterate it, even while being at a slight disadvantage in realm. That strike may have even grazed the threshold of a heaven-tier martial skill. Not only the two of them, but Xuan Yuzi also bore a solemn expression. Heaven-tier martial skills were exceedingly rare, with only one known in the entire Dan dynasty, the Divine Dragon technique, exclusively practiced by the crown prince within the royal family. Even outside, it was unobtainable. How had Murong Tian learned such a technique? If it truly is Shen and imparting this sword technique, then from where did he acquire such mastery? Elder Xianyu inquired, his voice steady. If it were merely an earthly tier martial skill, he might have refrained from questioning its origins. However, should it transcend that tier, he must pursue the matter further. The implications of a heavenly tier martial art becoming known could invite myriad complications. Just observing the increasingly fervent gazes of the disciples present made it clear how alluring such a skill could be to others. I taught it, Shen replied casually. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, and Xianyu pressed on. From where did you truly obtain this sword technique? Shen had anticipated their concerns. He was acutely aware of the adage that a common man, possessing a precious gem, invites calamity, and understood that exceptional talent often draws envy. If not for the demands of that peculiar task, he would have preferred to keep his disciples from the spotlight. I encountered a formidable individual during my travels in the extreme north, he elaborated. The extreme north? Xiao Aohai furrowed his brow, exchanging a glance with Lu Yunqin. The extreme north was no tranquil locale. It was the most perilous region of the southern domain, characterized by vast, desolate sands and inhabited by bloodthirsty fiends. Even the fierce winds that occasionally swept through posed a challenge that a celestial realm cultivator would struggle to withstand. Shen, at the late stage of body refinement, dared to venture into such a treacherous place. Was he not concerned that a gust could sweep away his very bones? What caliber of expert? Xianyu pressed further. I cannot specify the exact realm, but I witnessed him point a finger, causing the void to lament, and manifesting countless divine abilities, Shen replied, contemplating the gravity of his words. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through all present. To disturb the void and wield divine powers implied that he was at least within the nirvana realm among the upper three tiers. Chapter 34. The Master is finally ready to act. Not a single individual in the entirety of the Dan dynasty could match a practitioner of the upper three tiers. It was said that those in the nirvana realm had transcended the mortal coil, achieving true mastery. Above them, those in the void-breaking realm could perceive illusions. There will forming an independent domain, capable of altering the very winds and mountains with a mere gesture. As for the true ancestor realm, their strength was beyond the comprehension of those present. Yet, even a practitioner of the nirvana realm could traverse the entirety of the Dan dynasty, and indeed, the southern domain with ease. That esteemed individual and I shared a bond over wine, pledging brotherhood in a peach orchard, where he took the role of elder brother, and I that of the second brother, proclaiming he would soon visit me in the southern domain. Shen spoke with an air of conviction, as though recounting an undeniable truth. In that moment, the gathered elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and uncertainty. They found it hard to accept that Shen, of his temperament, would dare venture into the extreme north. Yet, it seemed that this was the only explanation for how he could impart such sword techniques to Murong Tian. Hearing this, Xianyu could not help but nod in quiet agreement. In such circumstances, everything seems to fall into place. If Shen has a powerful figure at the Nirvana stage backing him, then it stands to reason that even if news of this grand competition spreads, those with ulterior motives would think twice before approaching Lingfu Mountain. When will that formidable individual arrive? Suddenly, Xiao Aohai, with a look of urgency in his eyes, inquired, seemingly eager to ascertain the precise timing. Beside him, Xiao Jingshue's bright eyes shimmered with a glimmer of hope. Shen shook his head. I am not quite certain. Upon hearing this, both father and daughter lowered their gazes simultaneously, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Everyone accepted his words, except for Murong Tian, who stood silently by, fully aware that Shen had not left Lingfu Mountain in the past 3 years. How could he possibly encounter such an unparalleled powerhouse? However, since his master had said so, there must be a reason. He would obediently listen. Humph, do you truly believe such fabrications? At this moment, Yanli scoffed, utterly disbelieving. After all, it is inconceivable to encounter a Nirvana stage expert so easily. Even if one were to meet such an individual, would they truly pledge allegiance to Shen? A fool. A slight smile graced Shen Anzai's lips. He hoped for someone to raise doubts and disbelief, so he could prove himself. Yanli, you may doubt my disciple's alleged collusion with the demonic sect, but this matter is far from resolved. Without an apology, do not blame me for being merciless. Ridiculous. I, a practitioner at the return to origin stage, am I to fear you, a mere cultivator at the late stage of body refinement? Yanli sneered, eager to witness whether that Nirvana stage expert truly imparted any wisdom to you. With that, he dramatically flung his robe and leaped onto the arena. Only then did Xian Yuzi and the others recall that Shen still had a duel with Yanli ahead. Previously, none of them held any anticipation for the outcome of this battle, as the disparity between the late stages of body refinement and the late stages of return to origin was simply insurmountable. Yet after hearing Shen speak of the powerful figures of the upper three realms, they found themselves in a quandary. If he truly had connections with such a formidable being, could he not possibly acquire some fortuitous opportunities? If he could indeed defeat Yanli, then the truth of his claims would be all but certain. Conversely, the veracity would come into question. Be cautious. Just as Shen prepared to descend, a soft voice reached his ears. Surprised, he turned to see Lu Yunqin, her delicate brows furrowed. He had been stagnant at the return to origin stage for many years, possessing the strength of a half-step earth spirit stage. If you intend to fight, be wary of his ability to channel the power of the earth. The body refinement stage and the Qi stage are trivial matters. But to break through the return to origin stage, one must transform the internal spiritual energy into spiritual essence. The upper three realms are all the more formidable. The earth spirit stage can manipulate the power of the earth, yielding exceptional defensive capabilities and formidable force aided by the earth's energy. The heaven spirit stage, on the other hand, can simultaneously harness the powers of heaven and earth, soaring with the wind and traversing vast distances. As for the Qiankuan stage, it transcends the standards of ordinary mortals, wielding divine powers that allow one to traverse distances in an instant, akin to teleportation. Even if it is merely a half-step into the earth spirit realm, the power it commands from the earth is far beyond what an ordinary person in the return to origin realm could compare to. Is Elder Lu expressing concern for me? Shen blinked. Elder Lu Yunqin frowned, remaining silent. Ha ha ha, it is merely a half-step into the earth spirit realm. What do I, Shen, have to fear? He laughed heartily, though he longed to leap from the platform as Ili had. He could only descend step by step, simultaneously drawing the sword from Mu Rongtian's back. Watch closely, my disciple. Allow me to teach you what the true Thunder Sword is. Mu Rongtian stood still, his youthful eyes brimming with anticipation. Here it comes. His master is finally going to make a move. Below, Ili coldly observed Shen approaching step by step. His eyes filled with impatience. Today, this fellow had vexed him greatly. Not only had he lost money because of him, but he had also been publicly humiliated, even having his name altered. If he did not reclaim his honor today, he would forever read his name backward. The many disciples, having learned the backstory of this duel, exhibited peculiar expressions. They were unaware of the remarks Shen had made earlier. They merely thought that anyone in the late stage of body refinement daring to challenge someone in the return to origin realm must have either lost their mind or been completely foolish. However, due to Mu Rongtian's unexpected prowess, they were hesitant to mock him. For every time they ridiculed him, Mu Rongtian seemed to emerge victorious. Let me give you a head start of 3 moves, lest others accuse me of bullying you. Ili looked disdainfully ahead, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. You said it yourself, I made no such request. Shen, gripping the black sword, regarded him with an odd expression. I shall stand right here, feel free to strike. Ili raised his head, his demeanor proud. As he stood, tendrils of earthy yellow energy emanated from beneath his feet, coalescing beside him into an invisible barrier, akin to an unassailable mountain. This was the power of the earth that only a true earth spirit realm master could wield. Very well, I shall not hold back. Shen nodded, secretly activating the Thunder Sword consumption card he had exchanged for. In an instant, he felt a surge of immense power coursing through him, his limbs resonating with a thrilling tremor, invigorated by this unprecedented sense of strength. Crack! As Shen took a single step forward, the arena fractured, a myriad of spiderweb-like cracks spreading across its surface, his overwhelming aura enveloping the entire space. The sword intent soaring skyward. This platform was forged from iron-green stone. Even during the battle between Mu Rongtian and Yu Jinyuan, it had only managed to bear faint marks. Yet now, with just one step from Shen, the platform teetered on the brink of collapse. Xian Yunzi was taken aback, Xiao Aohai was stunned. and Lu Yinqin was likewise astonished. As for Yi Li, witnessing Shen and nearly shatter the arena with a single step, he was utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? A late-stage body refinement practitioner nearly obliterated a platform made of iron green stone with a single step? Chapter 35. 5 Swords. Just as Yi Li remained in a daze, a thunderous roar echoed ahead, and a beam of sword light surged forth like storm clouds descending. Yi Li, brace yourself. With a thunderous roar, Shen drew his black sword, which soared through the air like a dragon, exuding a sword intent that far surpassed Murong Tian's prowess with the same blade. The earth-shattering sound shattered the protective barrier formed by the earth's power around Yin Li. A powerful bolt of lightning sent him stumbling back. A look of disbelief etched across his face. Before him stood Shen, sword in hand, an imposing figure radiating formidable energy, causing a torrent of confusion to surge within Yin Li. Who on earth claimed that Shen was merely in the late stage of body refinement? Have they ever witnessed someone capable of shattering a platform with a single step or cleaving through the earth's power with a single strike at that stage? The elders, including Xian Yuzi, rose from their seats, their expressions filled with shock. Lu Yinqin instinctively parted her lips in disbelief. That strike from Shen undoubtedly exhibited the strength of a peak in the returning Yuan realm. Wasn't he in the late stage of body refinement? When did he acquire such power? Master, you are magnificent. Murong Tian exclaimed excitedly, his face alight with fervor. Truly, he was his master, breaking through Elder Yin Li's defense with a single strike. His master had indeed been concealing his true capabilities all along. Below, the gathered disciples exchanged incredulous glances, questioning their own senses. First, Murong Tian's unexpected victory over Yu Zhenyuan, and now Shen, transforming from the late stage of body refinement to the pinnacle of the returning Yuan realm. Shen, when did you achieve this breakthrough? Yin Li demanded, his expression grim. Had he known Shen possessed such strength, he would not have boasted so foolishly, allowing him 3 moves. I haven't broken through. I am merely in the late stage of body refinement, Shen replied, blinking in bewilderment and shrugging his shoulders. Was Elder Yin Li having second thoughts about the 3 moves? Xian Yuzi and the others furrowed their brows, channeling their spiritual energy to sense the situation, their hearts brimming with confusion. There were no fluctuations of spiritual essence or realm. He was indeed just in the late stage of body refinement. Yet, what had transpired with that last strike? Yin Li's face turned ashen, trapped in a state of silent frustration, forced to swallow his indignation. Fine, 3 moves it shall be. You still have 2 chances. With that, he once again summoned the Earth's power to form a protective barrier and retrieved a set of mid-grade defensive armor from his storage ring. Come, let us continue. With his defenses bolstered, he held his head high. Seeing his shamelessness in donning defensive armor, Shen could not help but display a look of disdain. Disciple, watch closely. The second strike of the thunderous blade, Thunderstorm, shatters the mountain. Shen raised his sword once more and thrust it forward with great vigor. Instantly, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning. The overwhelming destructive force transformed into thunder, surging forward with his strike. Boom! A deafening roar shattered the arena, which could no longer withstand the force and exploded into countless fragments. Yin Li staggered back several steps, his complexion pale under the might of that strike. The earth barrier crumbled, and even the armor he wore began to lose its luster. Before he could comprehend the situation, Shen and sword shot upward again. The third strike of the thunderous blade, thunder roar from the ground. The lightning, which had only just faded into obscurity, re-emerged with a thunderous roar that seemed poised to deafen all present. A bolt as thick as a barrel surged from the ground, connecting heaven and earth as it struck Yin Li with ferocious intensity. As the blinding light dissipated, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The once formidable armor adorning Yin Li lay shattered, his body charred, and his hair singed into frizz. He appeared utterly disheveled. Such formidable swordsmanship. Xiao Aohai rose, his expression grave. This technique, wielded by Shen Anzai, was on an entirely different level than that of Murong Tian, while Murong Tian's strikes emphasized the sharpness of the blade. They lacked depth. In contrast, Shen Anzai's sword transformed into a manifestation of thunder, its annihilating aura resembling divine retribution in all its glory. It became clear that the essence of the thunderbolt sword lay in the fusion of the intent of thunder and the spirit of the blade. Murong Tian, seated in the stands, pondered deeply, his eyes glimmering with insight. Shen Anzai, you seek your own demise. After 3 exchanges, Yin Li could no longer contain his fury. Bellowing in anger, to be struck down into charred remains before so many, including his goddess, was a humiliation more unbearable than death itself. The sea-toppling seal. With his roar, Yin Li unleashed a powerful palm strike, countless spiritual energies infused with the might of the earth surging forth like a tidal wave, crashing towards Shen Anzai with tremendous force. It was the renowned technique of the Hall Master, a low-grade Earth-tier martial skill, the Sea-Toppling Seal. Yin Li had infused it with the power of the earth, making its might truly astounding. How would Elder Shen respond to such an onslaught? Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, who dared not blink. Fearing they might miss this climactic confrontation, the fourth sword of the Thunderbolt Sword, thunder pierces the clouds. Whoosh! All eyes beheld a flash of lightning within the tumultuous waves. As the sword light, embodying the force of breaking clouds and piercing the moon, effortlessly cleaved through the crashing tide. Yin Li was taken aback, astonished that his signature technique could be so easily dismantled. The fifth sword of the Thunderbolt Sword, Heavenly Thunder, shakes the universe. Shen Anzai stepped forward, his sword swinging down with ferocity. Boom! The clear sky erupted with a sudden thunderclap, as ominous clouds began to gather. A colossal sword of lightning descended from above, aimed directly at Yin Li. Faced with this impending strike, Yin Li's eyelids twitched violently, cold sweat soaking his back. The sheer power of this sword ignited an overwhelming sense of helplessness within him. Crash! The training hall's ground sank by 3 inches, dust swirling as the thunder crackled incessantly. All present held their breath, not daring to exhale, captivated by the spectacle unfolding at the center. As the dust began to settle, a figure clad in white emerged. First coming into view, he bore a striking countenance, one hand resting behind him, while the other grasped the sword, standing proudly amidst the sea of lightning. Before him lay Yin Li, sprawled on the ground, his garments reduced to tatters, his body charred, exhaling wisps of smoke. He looked as wretched as one could possibly be. It was unimaginable that this pitiful figure, resembling a lifeless dog, was the once highly revered Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. The power of this single sword was indeed terrifying. The elders present collectively gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. The thunderous might encapsulated within that recent sword strike had even stirred trepidation among these genuine Earth Spirit Realm experts. What more could one expect from a mere half-step Earth Spirit Realm cultivator like Yin Li? His survival beneath such a lethal sword was nothing short of miraculous. Lu Yunxin slightly parted her crimson lips, staring in a daze at Shen Anzai, who stood poised with his sword, clad in a white robe. As the wind and clouds danced around him, her beautiful eyes reflected pure astonishment. When had this individual acquired such formidable prowess? Chapter 36. Disciple. Take a sack to the spiritual herb, haul 5 strikes. Merely 5 strikes, and he had effortlessly toppled a half-step Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse. This spectacle left the onlookers, predominantly disciples, utterly speechless and in disbelief. Who could have anticipated that Shen Anzai, a mere figure from the Qingyun Peak, possessed strength far surpassing the rumored late-stage body refining realm, capable of overwhelming the head of the Law Enforcement Hall? Had Elder Shen truly entered the Earth Spirit Realm? The reality remained unclear, yet it was evident he was no longer in the late-stage body refining realm. The multitude of disciples stood in shock, their eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. Shen Anzai turned, seizing the fleeting remnants of power from the thunderous blade before casting the black sword onto the platform. With a whoosh, the black sword found its mark, seamlessly returning to the scabbard behind Morong Tian. Disciple, do you comprehend the intricacies of this thunderous blade? Shen Anzai inquired, his hands clasped behind his back as he ascended the platform, exuding an air of nonchalance that left Xian Yuzi and the other elders momentarily stunned, though he appeared unfazed. Inside, Shen Anzai was reveling in joy. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Master, I understand. Morong Tian exclaimed, his eyes brimming with admiration. All level 20. Current all level of Morong Tian. 7. Rewards. Spirit Soil X1. Celestial Spirit Spring Source X1. Spirit Soil. Celestial Spirit Spring Source. Shen Anzai paused, quickly examining the newly acquired rewards and their functions. Spirit Soil. Encompassing an entire universe, it significantly aids in accelerating the growth and enhancing the efficacy of spiritual herbs, while augmenting the celestial aura within a 3-zhang radius, which automatically expands over time. Celestial Spirit Spring Source. A continuous flow of liquid from the spiritual spring that can dispel ailments and calamities, reviving withered flora, and assisting martial artists in their cultivation. Good heavens! Is the system experiencing a fever? Are these rewards truly complementary? Upon discerning the descriptions, Shen Anzai was overwhelmed with delight, momentarily questioning the system's sanity. Detected disrespect towards the system, rewards retracted immediately. Wait. I was mistaken. After much pleading and smiling, Shen Anzai managed to retain his rewards. At that moment, Xian Yuzi, Xiao Aohai, and the others regarded Shen Anzai with keen, suspicious gazes. Regardless of how one looked at it, he appeared to be merely at the late stage of body refining. Yet, the 5 strikes he executed were undeniably real. What could possibly explain this anomaly? Was it conceivable that Shen Anzai's strength had ascended to a level beyond their detection? Xian Yuzi and the others shook their heads in disbelief. It was implausible. Surely, some Nirvana realm expert must have imparted a technique to him that concealed his true strength. Ahem, Elder Zhao? Shinan coughed twice and turned his gaze towards Qingxi Peak. Zhao Cheng wore a pained expression, saying, Elder Shen, please do not worry. Shortly, I will send 50,000 gold coins without fail to Qingyan Peak. Elder Zhao, such generosity. Shinan grinned, giving him a thumbs up. Zhao Cheng could only smile wryly. He wished he could be stingy, but recalling Yan Li's fate, he deemed it wiser to be magnanimous. Although he was at the Earth Spirit Realm, enduring those few swords was no trivial matter. Moreover, Shunan had a formidable Nirvana realm expert backing him, whose arrival remained uncertain. Xian Yuzi and the others exchanged glances. At this juncture, no one doubted the existence of Shun An's powerful ally. Xiao Aohai furrowed his brows, glancing at Xiao Jingshui, lost in thought. Sect leader. The sect competition has concluded. My disciple performed admirably. Did I not lead him astray? Shun An turned to Xian Yuzi. The other elders could only smile wryly. If those who produced first place in the competition were deemed misguided, what did that make them? Naturally, they were not. Xian Yuzi shook his head. Do I still possess the qualification to remain the master of Qingyan Peak? Indeed, you do. Shinan beamed. Then all is well. You may continue your discussions. We shall return to Qingyan Peak. He was eager to experiment with the miraculous spirit soil. Xian Yuzi was taken aback. Still processing the conversation when Shun An had already exited. Murong Tian followed suit after bowing to his companions. What? I hadn't even declared the conclusion of the competition, nor shared my encouraging words. Leaving so abruptly seemed rather disrespectful to himself. Xiao Aohai turned to Lu Yunxin in astonishment. Does Elder Shen always act so unconventionally? Lu Yunxin shook her head, watching the two departing figures with fluttering eyelashes. I do not know him well. She then turned, her voice steady. If the Nirvana realm expert behind him is genuine, there may still be hope for the bone corrosion poison. Xiao Aohai nodded solemnly, having already considered this possibility. However, before he could contemplate how to broach the subject with Shunan, the latter had already vanished. You seem to have a close relationship with him. Might you speak on my behalf? Xiao Aohai pondered before speaking. Hearing this, Lu Yunxin's gaze flickered before she shook her head. Your Highness, you overestimate our relationship. Shunan and I are merely acquaintances. Acquaintances? Xiao Aohai regarded her with skepticism. Is that so? Then why did he gift you such a precious beauty pill? And why are you so eager to present him with Earth-tier martial techniques? Are you truly just acquaintances? Lu Yunxin paused, blinking her captivating peach blossom eyes at him, and replied earnestly, Your Highness, we genuinely are mere acquaintances. Is that so? Indeed. I find that difficult to believe. Lu Yunxin sighed. It was understandable that Xiao Aohai was skeptical. Would two individuals with such a superficial relationship exchange a beauty pill and rush to offer Earth-tier martial techniques? Even Yinli would not believe it. However, recalling the life-saving grace bestowed upon her by Xiao Aohai, Lu Yunxin gently nodded and replied softly, Since the prince has requested it, I shall accompany you to Qingyun Peak this evening. Many thanks, Miss Lu. Xiao Aohai expressed his gratitude with a nod, while Xiao Jingshui behind him offered a slight bow, exuding grace and elegance. Qingyun Peak. Disciple, take a sack and make a trip to the Spirit Medicine Hall. What is the purpose of this? Murong Tian looked bewilderedly at his master, who was rummaging through boxes in search of a sack. Gather as many withered spirit herbs as you can, but they are already dead, their medicinal properties lost and replaced by weeds. What use could you possibly have for them? Master? Murong Tian questioned, scratching his head in confusion. Enough nonsense. Go swiftly, for Master commands you. While Su Tangzhu and most disciples of the medicine hall are absent, seize the opportunity to collect any intact spirit herbs you can find. With that, Shinan struck Murong Tian on the backside with a cat toy he was using as a ruler. Ah, wouldn't that be theft? What nonsense. I shall take them openly. That is not theft. Shinan, not in the mood for his disciples' protests, gave him another swat. Besides, as the champion of the grand competition, you are entitled to the reward of spirit herbs. What does it matter if you collect them yourself? Oh, the disciple understands. Murong Tian nodded, clutching a sack tightly. Hurry along now. I shall await your return here. If you happen upon any particularly rare items in the fields, be sure to gather those as well. Understood. Murong Tian declared as he exited with the sack in hand. Once he departed, Shen An excitedly retrieved the spirit essence soil and began searching for a favorable location on the mountainside of Qingyun Peak. Chapter 37. Is the prince here for a meal, or does he have business with my master? As Shen An hummed a cheerful tune, he merrily wielded a hoe to clear the weeds. Ah, I still have the skill card package yet to open. Let me see what skills I have acquired. Suddenly recalling something, He paused his work and opened the package obtained for helping his disciple achieve first place in the grand competition. Acquired Indestructible Vajra Skill, Earth Spirit Realm. Consumption card X1, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Peak of Returning to Origin Realm. Duration card X5, Indestructible Vajra, 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Shen was momentarily taken aback. System, this is not a martial arts world. Can Indestructible Vajra and 6 Meridians Divine Sword truly unleash their power here? Please do not doubt this system. Simply observe the skill descriptions. Skeptical, yet intrigued, Shen focused on the descriptions of the 2 skill cards. Indestructible Vajra Skill, Defensive Skill Card. Triggers automatically when danger is encountered, can withstand attacks from a martial artist of 1 major realm higher for 10 seconds without sustaining any damage, with no side effects. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Sword Chi at 1's fingertips, capable of severing a head from 100 paces away, effortlessly shattering gold and stone, easily penetrating the protective martial arts of an opponent of the same realm. This implies that there may yet be Indestructible Vajra and 6 Meridians Divine Sword skills in the Celestial Spirit Realm and the Cosmic Realm, or even the 9-een White Bone Claw. There is nothing the host cannot conceive of that this system cannot achieve. Hearing this, Shen's interest was piqued, and his imagination began to soar. If he could amass 1,000 duration cards for the Indestructible Vajra skill at the upper 3 realms, would that not equate to achieving invincibility? Standing there, allowing others to strike, surely one cannot perish from such blows, can one? The task remains unfulfilled. Comrades must strive harder. He smiled broadly, his face alight with joy as he gazed towards the direction from which Murong Tian had departed. Whether one can attain invincibility in this world ultimately hinges on the capabilities of his diligent disciple. For now, it is prudent to observe the effects of the spirit soil and the celestial spring. Shen, panting and wiping the sweat from his brow, glanced at the barren land that had been tilled beneath his feet. Had he known, he would have awaited Murong Tian's return to plow the fields. For what is the purpose of nurturing a devoted disciple if not to, well, refine their skills? Shaking his head, Shen retrieved a palm-sized piece of black soil from his backpack and examined it closely. This soil appeared to pulsate with vitality, moist and exuding an earthy fragrance. After inquiring about its usage, Shen, without a moment's hesitation, cast the spirit soil onto the cultivated wasteland. Miraculously, upon contact with the ground, the spirit soil instantly melded with the yellowish earth. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the yellow soil beneath Shen began to transform, gradually turning a glossy dark brown, exceedingly fertile. The area was approximately 3 zhang in circumference, neither too large nor too small, and it continued to assimilate and expand outward slowly. According to the system, the spirit soil could ultimately envelop an area of 10 mu, which is quite substantial. With the presence of the spirit soil, Shen contemplated transforming the hillside into his medicinal garden. After all, as a 5th-grade alchemist, lacking a medicinal garden would be rather unbecoming. Furthermore, he intended to take on more disciples in the future, and having a garden would allow him to brew more elixirs for them to consume. Soon, the garden began to take shape. In the spot where he had cast the spirit soil, Shen also placed the celestial spring nearby. A pit the size of a basin slowly overflowed with crystalline blue water drawn forth by the spirit soil. System, do you think I should establish some formidable formations to protect them? Host need not worry. No one recognizes the spirit soil and celestial spring. As long as the host doesn't foolishly disclose their properties, no one will attempt to seize them. Moreover, they cannot be stolen. These items are bound to the host. Will you perish if you don't provoke me for a day? Shen curled his lip, ignoring the system, and continued to tend to his garden. As dusk fell, beneath the Qingyun Peak, Lu Yunqin, Xiao Aohai, and Xiao Jingxue arrived together, observing the somewhat desolate mountain path as they walked in unison. Before long, footsteps echoed behind them. Turning back, they beheld Murong Tian, sprinting towards them with a burlap sack slung over his shoulder. Murong, my young friend, what brings you here? Xiao Aohai inquired. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Yunqin frowned as she regarded the burlap sack, faintly detecting a light herbal aroma. I have come to greet the prince and elder Lu, Murong Tian said, placing the sack down and cupping his fists in salute. Wiping his brow, he continued, my master tasked me with borrowing some medicinal herbs from the spirit herb hall. Borrowing? Xiao Aohai and the others exchanged glances, their eyes twitching at the peculiar antics of this master-disciple duo. Fetching spirit herbs is one matter. As an elder of Spirit Rune Mountain, there is a certain convenience in acquiring such resources. However, who has ever seen someone employing a sack to collect spirit herbs? One might as well think they were gathering cabbages. What if Master Su were to return from the martial hall and witness the barren state of the herb garden? He would surely be enraged to the point of fainting. The fire tongue grass, soaked through with water, the dark moonflower, scorched under the sun, and the 3 mountain snow that had grown too long and forgotten to be harvested, causing its medicinal properties to deteriorate. All these were present while the 3 stood in bewilderment. At that moment, the gentle Xiao Jingxue spoke softly, her delicate nose slightly twitching, and her eyes, as gentle as autumn waters, blinked. Why does young Master Morong carry so many ineffective herbs? There was a hint of curiosity in the girl's gaze. Ineffective herbs? Xiao Ao Hai and the others were taken aback, casting doubtful glances at Murong Tian, who appeared somewhat surprised. Though he was unfamiliar with most of the herbs he had gathered, he had heard a few of them mentioned by the disciples managing the wasteland herbs at the Spirit Herb Hall. It coincidentally aligned with what Xiao Jingxue had said. Certain herbs cannot be exposed to water, while others must not see the light. Nurturing them to a usable age requires diligent care, or they will become useless. How does the princess know that what I have here are ineffective herbs? Xiao Jingxue smiled faintly. Having spent so many years at the Apothecary Valley, I have gained considerable insight into herbalism. Distinguishing the state of common spirit herbs by their scent is not particularly difficult. So impressive? Murong Tian was astonished, then nodded and replied, "These materials are for my master. I am unsure of their intended use." "Your master?" Lu Yinqin exchanged glances with the others before inquiring. "Where is your master now?" "On the mountain." "Are the prince and elder Lu here to share a meal or to discuss matters with my master?" Murong Tian asked with curiosity in his eyes. Upon hearing the phrase share a meal, Xiao Ao Hai's lips twitched, and he replied with a smile, "Naturally. They have come to consult Elder Shen about something. However, should we be fortunate enough to partake in a delightful meal, it would also be a pleasing affair." "Oh, then please invite the prince and elder Lu up the mountain." Murong Tian hoisted the sack again and led them upward, observing the sack full of ineffective herbs. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brow throughout the ascent. What could Shen be plotting with such a quantity of useless herbs? Chapter 38. That was close. I almost took on another mess. On Qingyun Peak. This marked the first time in years that guests had set foot in the Qingyun Hall. Since Qingyun Peak had fallen into desolation, Shen had not revisited this place. However, Murong Tian often came to tidy up, so it was not entirely neglected. "The prince and elder Lu may wait here. I shall fetch my master." "Thank you, young friend Murong," Xiao Ao Hai nodded. Murong Tian, carrying the sack, dashed out of the main hall toward the back mountain. "What are you doing with that sack? Where's your storage ring?" Shen frowned. Murong Tian scratched his head. "A few months ago, there was nothing to eat on the peak, so I sold my storage ring to buy groceries." "Sold it?" Shen was taken aback, his expression turning somber. It seemed the Murong family was indeed in dire straits, with Murong Tian having fallen to such a state. "Nevertheless, it is of no concern. For soon Qingxi Peak shall bestow generous gifts, enabling me to indulge in a life of luxury alongside my disciple." Upon encountering a small patch of medicinal herbs, Murong Tian was taken aback. "Master, what are you doing?" "Naturally, I am establishing a medicinal garden," Shen replied, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he observed Murong Tian carrying a sack of spiritual herbs. "Growing herbs?" Murong Tian queried, perplexed. "But we do not possess any seeds for spiritual herbs." "You do not understand." Shen shook his head, taking the sack from Murong Tian's shoulder. He carefully unwrapped it and extracted several intact, albeit withered, herbs, gently planting them in the spiritual soil. The system had previously indicated that the spiritual soil and the essence of the celestial spring could not infinitely revive those lifeless herbs. 2 conditions were necessary for restoration. First, the integrity of the herbs must be preserved, and their efficacy should not be entirely lost. Second, an ample supply of the celestial spring's essence was required. Without it, one could only await the gradual recovery of the spring. As the fire tongue grass and a few other desiccated herbs were planted, a remarkable sight unfolded before Murong Tian's eyes. The herbs, which had previously appeared utterly lifeless, began to exhibit visible signs of vitality, regaining their moisture and luster. Meanwhile, the crystalline blue liquid in the nearby spring was slowly receding. Murong Tian was astounded. He had initially presumed that his master required the withered herbs for medicinal baths or culinary purposes. Observing the rejuvenated herbs, Shen wore a look of satisfaction as he tossed a hoe and a sickle to Murong Tian. "Disciple, this place is entrusted to you. I hope to see you plow this 10 acres by tomorrow and also erect a fence nearby." "How much?" Murong Tian received the hoe, doubtful that he had heard correctly. "Not much, merely 10 acres. Master, why don't you dig it yourself? Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, and they must first toil their muscles and harden their will." Murong Tian's face was etched with bitterness. "Master, even if I were an ox, I could not plow 10 acres in a single night." "Very well. Then plow 5 acres first, and I shall assist you in erecting the fence tomorrow." Murong Tian bitterly nodded, then seemed to recall something, slapping his forehead. "Master, The prince and elder Lu have come to share a meal. They are currently waiting for you in the main hall. The prince and elder Lu? Shen paused, puzzled by their purpose. Could it be that the effects of the youth elixir were remarkable enough for them to present him with a terrestrial-grade spiritual artifact? With this thought, a smile spread across his face as he patted Murong Tian's shoulder. Disciple, sort the herbs in the sack by type and plant them accordingly. I shall return shortly to check your work. With that, Shen dashed away before awaiting a response. Murong Tian wore a bitter expression, gazing at the sack of herbs. Uncertain how to proceed. Master, I do not know how. Though he hailed from a family of herbalists, he had never delved into the study of medicine and had little interest in the field. To be tasked with sorting and planting spiritual herbs at this moment felt like a daunting challenge. Moreover, he must prepare a meal shortly, and after that, he needs to plow the fields. Currently, he is occupied with sorting herbs. Meanwhile, at the Qingyan Hall, Shen arrived to find Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin had been waiting for quite some time. Upon his arrival, the former promptly rose with a welcoming smile. Shen, beaming with warmth, inquired, "What brings your highness to Qingyan Peak today?" Xiao Aohai, with a humble bow, exchanged a knowing wink with Lu Yunqin. The latter, with a hint of resignation, spoke softly, "I have heard that Elder Shen possesses profound knowledge in the art of alchemy, to the point where even a renowned apothecary would pale in comparison. Therefore, we have come here to seek your assistance regarding a matter." Shen was taken aback, staring wide-eyed at the group. "When did I ever say such a thing?" "It was my younger sister who personally heard young friend Murong say that Elder Shen is no ordinary alchemist," Xiao Aohai eagerly responded, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Shen An's lips twitched in response. What a rascal, daring to mislead his master. If this were to reach the Apothecary Valley, the entire realm of alchemists in the southern domain would surely condemn him, drowning him in their spittle. "My apprentice speaks without intention. I hope your highness can forgive me. I am merely at the late stage of body refinement. In terms of alchemical prowess, how could I possibly compare to the Lord of Beichen Valley?" Shen clasped his hands respectfully, discreetly glancing at the young woman behind Xiao Aohai. "Surely, they do not wish for me to treat his daughter? A troublesome ailment that even a sixth-grade apothecary cannot resolve should not fall upon my shoulders." However, as soon as he finished speaking, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him, making Shen feel somewhat uneasy. Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin exchanged peculiar glances. Late stage of body refinement? The late stage that nearly cleaved through the half-step spiritual realm? Realizing their stares, Shen spoke earnestly. "Do you truly believe I am just at the late stage of body refinement?" "Not a chance," the 3 responded in unison, shaking their heads simultaneously. Shen could only smile wryly at Lu Yunqin. "Regarding your request for my assistance, it wouldn't be for treating the princess's ailment, would it?" Lu Yunqin nodded gently. "Do not feel pressured. If you can heal her, that would be wonderful, but if not, it is of no consequence. Indeed, Elder Shen, your best efforts will suffice. If you can truly find a solution, I shall be most generous in my gratitude." Xiao Aohai added, his gaze filled with hope. "If all else fails, I would be grateful if Elder Shen could introduce me to that enigmatic upper realm expert." Shen raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat helpless. It seemed the latter part of his words revealed the true intent of the prince's visit. He had never harbored any hope of curing Xiao Jingshui. Rather, he merely sought to meet that elusive upper realm expert through Shen, hoping to enlist their aid in treating her. "What are your thoughts, Elder Shen?" Xiao Aohai inquired with a hint of anticipation. Shen shook his head, causing the former to furrow his brow. "It is not that I am unwilling to make an introduction. Rather, my sworn brother is notoriously enigmatic, and I do not know when he might come to visit. If he does not arrive for 3 or 5 years, would that not delay the princess's condition?" Xiao Aohai sighed, a look of regret crossing his face. "It seems. Ultimately, there is no way forward. My apologies, your highness. I fear I am powerless in this matter," Shen said, clasping his fists in a gesture of apology. "Not at all," Xiao Aohai waved his hand dismissively. "Such is fate, and father and daughter are powerless to change it. Given this, I shall not linger further. Farewell." With no hope of locating that formidable figure in the third realm, Xiao Aohai lost all appetite for dining and took his leave with a cupped fist. "Your highness, take care." Shen promptly rose to escort the 3 of them away from the Qingyan Palace. Once they departed, he released a sigh of relief. That was a close call. He almost took on another troublesome burden. The 3-year agreement with Murong Tian was already enough to leave him frazzled. Adding the complexity of treating Xiao Jingshui would surely lead him to despair. Meanwhile, not long after Xiao Aohai and his companions exited the Qingyan Palace, Murong Tian, who had been waiting nearby, brightened at the sight of Shen not following them and hurried over. Asking him to sort through the spiritual herbs was akin to sentencing him to death. Besides, he still had to plow the fields that evening. There was simply no time to painstakingly sort and plant each herb. If he were to search through the books for each herb, It would undoubtedly take several hours to complete. Thus, he thought of Xiao Jingxue. She could identify the herbs merely by scent, so sorting them should be a trivial task for her. Chapter 39. You must become my junior sister, Your Highness, Elder Lu. Morong Tian approached and performed a respectful bow. Morong Xiaoyu, what brings you here? Inquired Xiao Hai. The former scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I have a matter I wish to request the princess's assistance with. Me? Xiao Jingxue responded with surprise in her beautiful eyes. Please, speak freely, young Master Morong. Following this, Morong Tian explained his desire for her help in sorting the spiritual herbs. She appeared somewhat astonished, but nodded in agreement. Her curiosity piqued regarding Elder Shen's intentions for such a large quantity of useless herbs. Xiao Ao Hai and Lu Yinqin did not object, allowing Xiao Jingxue to remain while they departed. The poison within her had already been subdued by Lu Yinqin, and it would not flare up in the short term, so there was no cause for concern. The two made their way to the medicinal fields in the back mountains. Xiao Jingxue curiously surveyed the area. Qingyun Peak was indeed picturesque, though it lacked particularly enchanting scenery. The gentle breeze and lush greenery uplifted one's spirits. As she gazed ahead, her eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing several robust and thriving spiritual herbs rising from the dark brown soil. Are these the useless herbs young Master Morong just brought back? Xiao Jingxue asked, unable to believe her eyes. She distinctly remembered the scent she had previously encountered being entirely different. Those fire-tongue herbs and dark moon flowers should have been withered, teetering on the brink of death. How could they now appear so vibrant and full of medicinal potency? Morong Tian nodded. Indeed, my master instructed me to classify and plant the remaining spiritual herbs. Since I lack knowledge in this area, I thought of asking the princess for help. He scratched his head, perplexed, noting that these herbs had not been so robust before. How could they have become increasingly upright in such a short time? Planting useless herbs, Xiao Jingxue furrowed her brow slightly, stepping forward to examine the soil. She crouched down, delicately pinching some black earth between her fingers and bringing it to her nose, only to be met with astonishment. The immense vitality contained within the soil left her utterly astonished, even more so than the fertile fields of the renowned Apothecary King. Yet, even the Apothecary King's fields could not transform waste herbs into treasures. Was there some hidden mystery within this medicinal field? Or was it that Elder Shen possessed extraordinary skills in herbalism, capable of reviving herbs on the brink of death? Frowning in confusion, her gaze fell upon a pit adjacent to the field. It appeared that there had once been water there, but it had since dried up. In the midst of this flat medicinal field, the pit stood out conspicuously, an anomaly. Why was such a pit left within the field? Xiao Jingxue inquired with curiosity. Morong Tian glanced up briefly before shaking his head. I don't know, perhaps Master simply overlooked it. I'll fill it in now. With that, he picked up a shovel and filled the pit with soil, packing it down firmly. After smoothing it over, he stepped back. All done, he announced, clapping his hands as he stood up. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxue had begun to sift through the spirit herbs in the burlap sacks. Upon reaching the back, her expression turned peculiar. 50-year-old Bai Ling leaves, 100-year-old Hei Ling ginseng, 70-year-old Lan Dai fruits, aside from the discarded herbs at the top. The lower layer consisted entirely of intact spirit herbs that were quite valuable in the market. Did Elder Shen not want waste herbs? What then were these? She raised a withered blue butterfly fruit in her hand, puzzled. Oh, those were also given to me by Master. He said to take some spirit herbs while Hall Master Su hasn't returned to the apothecary hall. Casually, Xiao Jingxue raised an eyebrow. Glancing at the fruit in her hand and the burlap sack containing at least dozens of well-preserved, potent spirit herbs. Indeed, it was quite casual. None of these herbs were less than 50 years old, and all were precious. One couldn't help but wonder how the Hall Master would react upon discovering this. Can you categorize these spirit herbs, Princess? Morong Tian asked with anticipation. Of course, Xiao Jingxue replied, nodding slightly. Sorting through herbs was hardly a challenge for her. As she sorted the waste herbs, Morong Tian observed her closely. Noticing her complexion had improved significantly, he couldn't help but inquire, has the poison within the princess been resolved? Xiao Jingxue's gaze dimmed slightly as she shook her head gently. This poison is difficult to eradicate, for now. I can only rely on Elder Lu's techniques to suppress it and prolong my life. What will happen if it cannot be resolved? Morong Tian asked. It will merely lead to death, Xiao Jingxue replied with a faint smile. Though her smile was resilient, the underlying sadness stirred something deep within Morong Tian's heart. You came today to ask if my master has any solutions, right? What did he say? She asked again, shaking her head. The powerful beings behind Elder Shen, those in the Nirvana realm, come and go without a trace. He has no effective means to cure this bone-corroding poison. Incurable? Morong Tian frowned, recalling that Master had previously stated that the poison afflicting Xiao Jingxue was nothing to him. However, It seemed that the master had remarked at that time that the two were neither related nor acquainted, and thus there was no necessity to treat her. Could it be that the master was unwilling to assist outsiders, using the pretext of being unable to heal her as a means of evasion? Upon reflection, it appeared that the master had never revealed his prowess to anyone before I arrived at Qingyun Peak. It was only just before my departure from Qingyun Peak that he was willing to emerge from seclusion. Murong Tian scratched his head, lost in contemplation. He pondered whether Qingyun Peak, having only ever housed himself and the master, was perhaps too desolate. Since the master intended to cultivate a medicinal garden, the tasks of tending to spiritual herbs and sorting medicinal materials would undoubtedly arise. It would be more prudent to invite another person to join Qingyun Peak rather than leave the management of the herbs to an amateur like himself. However, he possessed no authority to take on disciples on behalf of his master. He could only make a suggestion and let Xiao Jingxue seek out a master for herself, which still required the master's explicit consent. With this thought, he adopted a serious demeanor. Observing him suddenly sitting upright, Xiao Jingxue was somewhat perplexed. "Young Master Murong, what troubles you?" Their eyes met, and Murong Tian spoke earnestly. "Princess, do you wish to rid yourself of the poison within you?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jingxue's smile took on a slightly bitter edge. "Naturally, I wish to. Once this poison is cured, I can enjoy the mountains and rivers alone, no longer burdened by the fear of when the poison might strike. In truth, my master once told me that the poison within you is nothing to him." At this revelation, Xiao Jingxue's delicate hands, which were sorting through the spiritual herbs, momentarily halted, and her breath quickened. She gazed up at Murong Tian, noting the seriousness etched on his face, realizing he was not lying. But why had Elder Shen previously refrained from acting in the hall? Murong Tian interrupted her, continuing to elucidate. "It is because my master dislikes meddling in others' affairs, especially those of outsiders. Before I arrived at Qingyun Peak, my master never revealed his abilities, remaining unfazed even when insulted. It was only a month ago that he began teaching me martial arts and techniques." Young Master Murong, after 2 years of initiation, why did Elder Shen only begin imparting these teachings a month ago? Xiao Jingxue queried, somewhat baffled. "I believe those 2 years were a test for me. When heaven is about to bestow a great responsibility, it must first exhaust one's muscles and bones, starve one's body, and empty one's pockets." Murong Tian recited Shen Anzai's words verbatim, then fixed his piercing gaze upon the young girl before him. "Thus, to persuade my master to assist you in dispelling the poison, you must become his disciple, which means you would be my junior apprentice." Xiao Jingxue was taken aback, staring at the earnest young man in black before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 40. I have filled the pit. Becoming Shen Anzai's disciple. Xiao Jingxue frowned deeply. This was something she had never contemplated. To speak of taking a master, the Medicine King had favored her greatly, having cared for her significantly during her years at the Medicine King Valley, effectively serving as a half-master. Furthermore, her father, Xiao Aohai, had once been a formidable figure who had slain at the realm of Qianquan. As for Shen Anzai, no one truly understood the extent of his abilities. Although he seemed to possess considerable knowledge of medicine, his own cultivation remained a mystery. Could he truly cure the poison coursing through his veins? Sensing her lingering hesitation, Murong Tian began to speak again. "After all, the poison within you has remained untreated for so many years. Becoming my master's disciple could provide an additional glimmer of hope. It is a risk worth taking." He patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Once you become my junior sister, my master will undoubtedly exert every effort to assist you in purging the toxins." He paused for a moment, emphasizing, "However, it is imperative that my master personally agrees to accept you as a disciple. As a disciple myself, I lack the authority to recruit students on his behalf." Xiao Jingxue hesitated, eventually responding softly, "The matter of becoming a disciple is of great significance. I must consult my father before making any decisions." Though she claimed this, she was already somewhat swayed. Indeed, as Murong Tian had pointed out, she would be staying on Lingfu Mountain for an extended period, allowing Elder Lu to assist her in suppressing the poison. There was no inherent conflict in taking Shen An as a master. If there were a genuine opportunity to rid herself of the poison, it would be a fortunate turn of events. Moreover, Elder Shen was undeniably enigmatic. His disciple, Murong Tian, seemed to have cultivated some extraordinary techniques, as he could even suppress the bone-corroding poison. Perhaps he truly possessed a method to dispel the toxins. Seeing her wavering, Murong Tian felt a surge of joy. If she were to remain at Qingyun Peak, he could entrust her with the affairs of the herb garden, allowing him to focus entirely on his sword practice in preparation for the impending 3-year agreement. Once the spiritual herbs had been sorted, Xiao Jingxue stood to take her leave, intending to consult her father about her potential apprenticeship. Not long after her departure, Shen An arrived leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, to inspect the progress. Upon witnessing Murong Tian diligently plowing the land, with the herbs neatly arranged by type in the cultivated plot, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. Just as he was about to offer praise, Shen Anzai suddenly froze. The plot was impeccably level, yet the spring he had previously uncovered for the Xianling spring had vanished. "Disciple, where's the spring?" he inquired, pointing at the filled-in plot. Murong Tian was taken aback. "Spring? I didn't see any spring, there was only a hole, which I filled in." "Filled in?" Shen Anzai's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. The Xianling spring, just like that, was filled with dirt? Had his grand scheme to cultivate medicinal herbs been ruined in an instant? Rebellious disciple. Shen Anzai lamented, "Today, I shall contend with you." In his despair, he brandished a cat toy as he swung it at Murong Tian. Smack! Smack! Murong Tian felt no pain, scratching his head in confusion as he looked at his master. "Master, what is the matter? Is it really necessary to be so agitated over a mere filled hole?" After striking Murong Tian twice, seeing that he was unfazed, Shen Anzai became even more irate. Breaking through to the Qi realm truly makes a difference. Now, you don't even cry out. With no other recourse, he rushed to the side of the herb garden to start digging. Yet, no matter how he excavated, he found not a trace of the Xianling spring. With a mournful cry, he cursed the prodigal. "System, where is the Xianling spring? Is there still hope?" "It is gone." Hearing the system's reply, Shen Anzai gasped, turning to Murong Tian. As the latter shrank his neck, a chill enveloped his entire being. "Do not worry, host. The source of the celestial spirit spring has already merged with the spiritual breath soil. Although the spring liquid cannot be extracted for independent use, it continues to exert a beneficial effect on the medicinal herbs within the soil." Upon hearing the system's subsequent words, Shen Anzai felt as though he had been rescued from the brink of despair. Fortunately, the effect remained intact, though the spring liquid could no longer be utilized separately. Taking a deep breath, Shen Anzai picked up a cat tease stick and playfully struck Murong Tian's rear. To his surprise, the lad showed no sign of distress, merely scratching his head and hesitating to speak. "Master, have you not eaten?" The question caused Shen Anzai's vision to darken, nearly rendering him unconscious from frustration. It was over. All semblance of the master's authority had been utterly shattered. If this was merely the Sea of Qi stage, what would happen when Murong Tian reached the return to origin or earth spirit stages? Would a single lash send him reeling with bruises from his apprentice's protective spiritual essence? With a face full of bitterness and tears threatening to fall, Shen Anzai exclaimed, "You know your master is hungry. Go prepare a meal. You shall not sleep until you have plowed this 10 acres of land tonight." Murong Tian's countenance fell at once. "Master, I am not a beast of burden." At Qinghuan Peak, after hearing Xiao Jingshue's account, Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin exchanged glances, both furrowing their brows. Did Murong Tian truly claim that the bone-devouring poison posed no threat to his master? The young woman nodded gently. Their expressions were a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. If even the Medicine King could not resolve such a poison, could Shen Anzai truly possess the means to do so? Taking him as a master was not out of the question. Even if Murong Tian was merely boasting, the Nirvana realm figure behind Elder Shen was no fabrication. Should they forge a master-apprentice bond, it would be advantageous when that powerful being arrived. After careful consideration, Xiao Aohai made a decision. "I wish to request Elder Lu to extract a strand of the bone-devouring poison to present to Elder Shen. It would not endanger his life. A mere sliver of the toxin is not as deeply entrenched as what Jingxue has endured. With the Medicine King's detoxifying elixir, it should be completely alleviated." Lu Yunqin frowned slightly. However, Elder Shen seems to conduct himself with low profile. Even if he can neutralize it, he may choose not to. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Aohai's eyes glimmered. There is still a beauty-enhancing pill as a reward that has not been given to him. I shall inquire what he desires. And perhaps we can secretly place the bone-devouring poison on that. Would that not be somewhat inappropriate? Lu Yunqin frowned, concerned it might provoke Shen Anzai's displeasure. In order to aid Jingxue in detoxification, I have no other recourse. Even if he cannot dispel the poison, I shall ensure the Medicine King's antidote reaches him without delay. Are you not worried he will blame you afterward? Lu Yunqin retorted. Blame or not, I only seek for him to save my daughter's life. I would not flinch even if he demanded my life in return. With a sigh, the former conceded, though he would prefer not to resort to such underhanded tactics. Yet witnessing his daughter suffer from the torment of poison was unbearable. As a father, one often finds themselves in such helpless situations, compelled to act for the sake of their child. There was no risk involved, and it would also serve to ascertain whether Shen Anzai truly possessed the expertise in the art of medicine. Though it is but a mere thread of corrosive poison, it is as insidious as a stubborn affliction, difficult to eradicate. Without the expertise of a fifth-grade alchemist, one cannot concoct a sufficient antidote. The antidotes in his possession are the result of the apothecary king's painstaking efforts, requiring a full 3 days to refine. Lu Yunqin fell silent. her beautiful eyes flickering with thought. Elder Shen and his disciples are currently facing a dire predicament. The prince could offer a form of compensation to Qingyun Peak, serving as an atonement. As she spoke, she quietly mused to herself. Ah, Shen Anzai, I can only assist you to this extent. Whether you seize this opportunity depends solely on you and your disciple. Compensation? Xiao Aohai was taken aback. Isn't Chunyu Mountain about to open? The prince might as well grant them a spot. Chunyu Mountain? Upon hearing Lu Yunxin's words, Xiao Aohai's expression turned peculiar. Chunyu Mountain is a sacred ground of the Dan royal family, opening once every 5 years, significantly aiding martial artists in their quest for spiritual rejuvenation. Whether breaking through from the Qi-Si realm to the rejuvenation realm, or from the rejuvenation realm to the earth spirit realm, the time required can be greatly shortened within the confines of Chunyu Mountain. Murong Tian is currently at the Qi-Si realm, and once the rewards from the Lingfu Sect's competition are distributed, he estimates it won't be long before he reaches the mid-stage of the Qi-Si realm. Lu Yunxin's intentions are clearly aimed at aiding Murong Tian. Xiao Aohai chuckled bitterly, finding it difficult to discern whether she was genuinely assisting him or merely considering Shen Anzai and his disciples. This is acceptable. But Qin Xianyue from the Qin family will also enter Chunyu Mountain. Xiao Aohai hesitated. Not to worry, I will remain with Shen Anzai. As long as the old man Qin does not attend, all shall be well, Lu Yunxin replied softly. That is indeed feasible. Xiao Aohai nodded, no longer hesitating, and promptly began his preparations. Chapter 41. At last, I can assist my master. The following morning, Shen Anzai yawned as he made his way to the back mountain. Murong Tian was diligently plowing the land, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes. Truly, as a martial artist of the Qi-Si realm, he had plowed 7 acres of land through an entire night without rest. However, the young man appeared utterly exhausted, covered in mud, his eyelids drooping, and his head bobbing. This foolish boy, Shen Anzai mused, shaking his head slightly as he turned towards the kitchen. He had not anticipated that the lad would exert himself so thoroughly to finish the 10 acres in one night, without even attempting to slack off. He was nothing like his master, who could easily lounge for 5 hours during an 8-hour shift without being detected by the superiors. As the sun fully ascended from the valley, Murong Tian could no longer withstand the fatigue. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, he buried his head in the soil. What are you doing? Starving yourself to the point of eating dirt? I have brought you breakfast, so rise and eat. Shen Anzai exclaimed, pulling Murong Tian from the ground by his foot. Upon seeing the familiar bowl of black sesame paste in his master's hand, Murong Tian rubbed his sore and swollen eyes. Master, I only have 2 acres left to finish. Enough, drink the contents of the bowl first, Shen Anzai replied. Murong Tian nodded and, pinching his nose, downed the mixture in one go. The medicine this time was unexpectedly sweet rather than bitter, melting effortlessly upon entry. As he consumed a bowl of the concoction, a refreshing sensation spread through his entire being, swiftly dissipating his fatigue and replacing it with a wave of comfort. Even the dark circles under his eyes faded, and his spirit was markedly rejuvenated. Master, what kind of elixir is this? Murong Tian inquired, astonished, as he felt invigorated enough to plow several more acres. It is a 4th-rank clarity pill, Shunan replied casually, his gaze wandering as he prepared to find some trees to chop for a fence. A 4th-rank pill? Murong Tian was taken aback, glancing at the person beside him. Although its appearance was unimpressive, its efficacy was undeniably remarkable. If he could consume this elixir every morning, would he not be able to forego sleep entirely? Once the tasks at the medicinal field were completed, with diligent practice day and night, he would eventually attain the realm of return to origin. Elder Shun. At that moment, a female disciple from Qingluan Peak approached. She held a set of armor, radiant in a deep azure hue. An earth-rank low-grade armor. Shen An's eyes gleamed with delight. The previous night, Lu Yunxin had visited, informing him that the princess was exceedingly pleased with the rejuvenation pill, prompting the Southern King to inquire about any desired rewards. Without a moment's hesitation, he had requested a heavenly ranked defensive spirit artifact. However, this had earned him a disdainful look from Lu Yunxin, for such artifacts were exceedingly rare. Only the emperor possessed one within the entire Dun royal family. Ultimately, he was offered but an earth-ranked defensive artifact. After receiving the armor, Shunan joyfully retreated to his quarters to initiate the blood acknowledgement process. Yet, before he could proceed, he sensed something amiss. This armor felt unusually heavy in his hands, and, after holding it for a while, a piercing pain began to manifest. This was merely from holding it. If he were to acknowledge it with blood, the situation might worsen. Although his spiritual power was insufficiently robust, Shunan quickly discerned the cause with his experience as a 5th-rank alchemist. The armor harbored residual toxins. This revelation left him somewhat apprehensive. It was uncertain whether the poison was a remnant from the Southern King's past battles while wearing the armor or a corrosive toxin left by the princess. Was he testing me? Shen mused, stroking his chin. If it were indeed the corrosive toxin, he would undoubtedly be unable to resolve it. And it was highly likely that Xiao Aohai was probing his alchemical abilities. Did he truly consider me a fool? He thought, such transparent intentions. Yet he seeks to ensnare me. Shen? Not only did he lack the capability to detoxify it at present, but even if he did, he would refrain. That would merely invite trouble. With a dismissive snort, he hung the armor in the main hall and chose to disregard it. With toxins present, storing it in his spatial ring could jeopardize his other possessions, so he resolved to leave it hanging for the time being. With the Southern King still present, he would devise a plan to have the system assist in neutralizing the toxins after the father and daughter departed. For now, he had no immediate plans and felt no fear of ambush. As Shen pondered, his spirits lifted. He hummed a cheerful tune and made his way out of Qingyun Peak, heading towards Qingxi Peak. Zhao Cheng has yet to deliver the 500,000 gold, so he must go and urge him. Shortly after he departed, Mu Rongtian entered, rubbing his waist. At this moment, his face was alight with joy. A night spent tilling had rendered his spiritual energy significantly purer and denser, hinting at an impending breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi Si. Thus, he hastened to inquire about when the reward for securing first place in the sect competition would be issued. Among the rewards was a breaking sea pill, and he was confident that consuming it would enable him to reach the mid-stage of Qi Si within half a month. After calling out several times without seeing his master, Mu Rongtian scratched his head in puzzlement. Where could his master have gone? Hadn't he said they would work on the fence together today? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a set of dark blue armor hanging on the wall of the Great Hall. Was this not the armor gifted by the senior sister of Qingwan Peak? Why had his master placed it here? Curiosity piqued. He approached the armor and reached out to touch it. A slightly bone-chilling pain coursed through him, prompting Mu Rongtian to furrow his brow. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of when he had used his energy to expel poison from Xiao Jingxue. Could it be that this armor was also tainted with the poison that plagued the princess? At this thought, excitement flickered in his eyes. He vaguely recalled that his cultivation method possessed the ability to suppress and dispel this toxin. His master had always assisted him, though it was a minor matter. Today he could finally aid his master. With that resolve, Mu Rongtian unhesitatingly donned the armor, allowing the chilling sensation to permeate him as he activated the unparalleled sword art. As the sword technique surged, a fierce and sharp sword intent rippled forth, quickly causing layers of black liquid to ooze from the surface of the armor, reeking foully. This poison still lingered within Xiao Jingxue, but being merely an inanimate object. The armor had no flesh or bone to hide it, and the sword intent forced it outward. Exhaling a sigh, Mu Rongtian's complexion paled slightly. He fetched a cloth to wipe the armor clean, transforming its hue from the original dark blue to a now vibrant indigo. Indeed, if his master were to learn that he had resolved the toxin on the armor, he would surely receive some reward. Satisfied with the newly hung armor, Mu Rongtian nodded appreciatively, only to scratch his head once more. Where could his master be? Hadn't they planned to work on the fence today? He began searching for Shen Anzai, who, at that very moment, had already arrived at Qingxi Peak. Aside from Zhao Cheng, he had encountered Su Hall, master of the Spirit Herb Hall there. Chapter 42. Shen Anzai. Surely he would not refuse, would he? Upon spotting Shen Anzai, Su Hall master, fuming, pointed at him and unleashed a torrent of curses. You, Shen, what did your disciple do in my Spirit Herb Hall yesterday? Tell me, what was he up to? Seeing he had been caught red-handed, Shen Anzai feigned confusion, his face unflushed and breath steady. Could it be that my disciple committed some heinous act? Do not play the fool with me. He went to the hall to fetch medicine as per your orders, even bringing a sack to carry it. Su Hall master's face turned ashen, seizing the opportunity while the disciples guarding the herb hall were distracted. He had absconded with all the herbs I had nurtured for many years. Beside them, Zhao Cheng was caught between laughter and exasperation, for it was his first encounter with such a bizarre situation. Taking the elixir was one thing, but to carry it away in sacks was altogether another. Su Hall master had arrived at Qingxi Peak early that morning with the intention of reclaiming his losses from Shen Anzai's gambling stakes. However, he was certainly unwilling to comply. If the 50,000 in stakes were found to be short, Shen Anzai would be the one stirring trouble for Qingxi Peak. Not for the apothecary hall. Although he was unafraid of a confrontation with a half-step earthly spirit, he preferred to avoid any unpleasantness with Shen Anzai. And now, such an outrageous matter? Shen Anzai feigned fury, instructing Hall Master Su to await his news, promising to send his rebellious disciple to the apothecary hall for judgment shortly. I have no interest in your wayward disciple. Either return my elixir or compensate me with 30,000 gold. Hall Master Su, being shrewd, realized that waiting for any news upon returning would be futile, thus he resorted to acting obstinately. He refused to leave without the elixir or the money, insisting on staying. Elder Shen, after deducting the handling fee, the remaining amount is 470,000 gold, all right here. Please take it, I shall take my leave now. Zhao Cheng produced a storage ring and handed it to him before swiftly departing. Shen Anzai, observing the greed gleaming in Hall Master Su's eyes, suddenly paused and bowed respectfully behind him. I have met the sect leader, and I have met the king of the south. Hall Master Su was taken aback, hastily turning to return the gesture. However, he found nothing but emptiness behind him, not a ghostly shadow in sight. When he turned back, Shen Anzai had long since vanished without a trace. Hall Master Su's complexion shifted between shades of green and red. Shen Anzai, in the distance. Upon hearing the furious roar that seemed to wish him dead, Shen Anzai felt quite pleased, smacking his lips as he made his way down to the small town at the foot of Lingfu Mountain. What is the first thing one does when wealth is at hand? Naturally, one indulges. Having been here for quite some time, he had yet to truly unwind. It was only right to spend a day exploring the town below the mountain. As for how to enjoy himself, he had prepared for this since his arrival. It was merely a matter of lacking the funds to do so until now. After all, Shen Anzai could be considered a gentleman of his time, a cultured scholar. Descending the mountain, he intended to visit the places where scholars frequented and engage in the pursuits befitting a gentleman. He would not grace tea houses, academies, or literary gatherings with his presence. Instead, he aimed to rescue those suffering in the world. For instance, women whose parents were ill while their younger brothers still needed to attend school. Not only could he alleviate their suffering, but he could also cultivate his own spirit. What joy could there be in this? Having remained atop Qingyun Peak for so long, he felt as though he might forget the sound of birdsong. Of course, he merely intended to listen to some music for relaxation, not to indulge in carnal pleasures. After all, there were no little umbrellas here. However, with his prowess in the art of medicine, he was not particularly concerned about illness. As dusk approached at the base of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Aohai and Lu Yunqin ascended the mountain side by side, preparing to investigate the situation. Since no one besides Shen Anzai and his disciple remained at Qingyun Peak, they had no one to inform and could only proceed toward Qingyun Hall. Outside the hall, they fortuitously encountered the muddy Murong Tian standing guard. Upon seeing the king of the south and Lu Yunqin approach, Murong Tian hurriedly clapped his hands in greeting. Murong, my young friend, is your master within the peak? Xiao Aohai gestured for him to dispense with formalities and inquired. Murong Tian shook his head. My master is not within the peak today. I'm unsure of his whereabouts. The two exchanged a moment of surprise at this revelation. However, the keen-eyed Lu Yunqin was the first to notice the indigo-hued armor hanging on the wall of the grand hall, her gaze sharpening. Xiao Aohai also perceived the change in the armor and felt a tightening in his breath. Remarkably, within just a day, the poison contained in the armor had been entirely purged. It was evident that Shun's mastery of medicinal arts rivaled that of the medicine king. Moreover, with a formidable figure of the upper third realm backing him, if his daughter could become his disciple, there might indeed be hope for completely dispelling the bone corrosion poison. Little did he expect that a visit to Lingfu Mountain would yield such a significant discovery, which truly astonished him. The prince and elder Lu seek my master for a matter. I am willing to convey their message. The two remained composed, and Xiao Aohai spoke with an apologetic tone. This morning, I was careless in delivering the poisoned armor, thinking to bring the antidote. But it seems it is no longer necessary. To atone for my oversight, I have contemplated offering something to young friend Mu Rong. Offering to a junior? Mu Rong Tian inquired with curiosity. What could it be? Upon the suggestion of Miss Lu, I intend to provide Elder Shun with a quota to enter Chun Yuan Mountain. As Xiao Aohai's words fell, Mu Rong Tian's breath caught in his throat. Chun Yuan Mountain, a sacred site of the Da and royal family, accessible only to the offspring of powerful factions with royal connections. Entering this mountain could significantly shorten the training time required for practitioners of the Qi Si and returning origin realms. With less than 6 months remaining until his 3-year pact with Qin Xianyu, he was in desperate need of an opportunity to break through. Chun Yuan Mountain was undoubtedly an exceptional opportunity. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Elder Lu. Mu Rong Tian expressed his gratitude, bowing fervently. However, Xiao Aohai soon furrowed his brow and continued. Yet, this quota is not easily granted. Only royal kin or elite factions can enter Chun Yuan Mountain. To enter with legitimacy, both Elder Shun and you will require a proper identity. Identity. Mu Rong Tian was taken aback, somewhat perplexed by the implication. It is quite simple. With Shun and accepting the princess as his disciple, you would become her senior brother, thus establishing a connection with the royal family. An entry into Chun Yuan Mountain would face no opposition, Lu Yunqin gently interjected. Upon hearing this, Mu Rongtian was enlightened and felt a surge of excitement. He had contemplated this notion before. With Xiao Jingshui's presence, he would be free from the troubles of the medicinal garden and could devote more time to cultivation. I dare not make decisions on behalf of my master without his consent, but I will certainly relay the message. He was prudent enough to understand that such matters required Shen Anzai's personal intervention. Thank you for your efforts, Xiao Aohai nodded. He was soon to depart, as recent unrest in Lang Yuan necessitated his personal oversight, leaving him unable to remain for long. Yet, a stone had finally been lifted from his heart. It appeared there was indeed a way to alleviate his daughter's bone corrosion poison, and even if it could not be entirely eradicated, it could be significantly suppressed. As for whether Shinan would agree, he did not contemplate it deeply. To take a noble princess as a disciple and forge a connection with the royal family was an opportunity that countless formidable beings in the celestial realm would yearn for, yet could never attain. Surely, Shinan had no reason to decline such an offer. Chapter 43. The choice to refuse the following morning. Shinan returned leisurely to Lingfu Mountain after spending a night at the brothel. The performances at the Furong Pavilion were truly exceptional, graceful, and melodious, akin to the sweet strains of string music. Meanwhile, Murong Tian was in the back mountain, wearing a melancholic expression while assembling a fence. The 10 acres had been completely cultivated, and the fence was nearly finished. Observing his master's radiant countenance, he could not help but inquire, "Master, where did you spend the entire day yesterday? You did not return at night?" "I went down the mountain to engage in a discussion on musical theory." "Discussion?" Murong Tian's curiosity was piqued. Such matters are best left to adults. Children should refrain from prying. Shunan waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from further questioning. Although he had not engaged in any impropriety, the brothel was still a place of pleasure, and rumors could be detrimental. It was akin to the misunderstanding that could arise when someone visited an entertainment venue merely for a massage. "Oh," Murong Tian sighed in disappointment, then murmured softly, "Master, did you not say you would assist me in assembling the fence?" "Did I?" "Yes. Disciple, you must understand, heaven has great responsibilities in store for you." Murong Tian gazed at him with forlorn eyes, resembling a heartbroken maiden. It appears to be taking shape now." Shen surveyed the burgeoning medicinal garden with satisfaction, ready to exchange his funds for a batch of herbs to cultivate. As a fifth-tier alchemist, he had numerous formulas in his mind, albeit common ones. Yet they could be refined into elixirs for monetary gain, even if he chose not to sell them. He could produce more items to aid Murong Tian in enhancing his cultivation. With only about half a year remaining until his 3-year pact with Qin Xianhua, the gap between their realms had widened by at least one major tier. He wondered what level of cultivation Qin Xianhua had attained by now. Assisting Murong Tian in winning the agreement 3 years hence was also a task assigned by the system, though the reward remained uncertain. "By the way, Master, yesterday the prince and elder Lu paid a visit. Did they say anything?" Shinan raised an eyebrow. "The prince mentioned that, in essence, he had sent a poisoned treasure armor to you and is willing to offer a quota for Chunyuan Mountain, hoping that you would accept the princess as a disciple and assist her in detoxification." "A quota for Chunyuan Mountain?" This surprised him. Yet he was resolute regarding the matter of accepting Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. "No, I am too busy." To Murong Tian's astonishment, Shunan decisively waved his hand. The bone-corroding poison was beyond even the master of Yaowang Valley. How could he possibly resolve it? Why not, Master? Accepting the princess as a disciple would be tantamount to forging a bond with the prince and the royal family. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Why do you choose to refuse?" Murong Tian was utterly bewildered. Shunan sighed helplessly. He was well aware of the implications. However, the system had stated that he could not accept a second disciple until Murong Tian's admiration value reached its maximum level. Last time he inquired, if one were to insist on collecting, it would come at the cost of 10 centimeters shorter. As a man, not only 10 centimeters, but even a millimeter of reduction is an unacceptable outcome. Currently, all of my energy is devoted to you. If I were to take on a disciple, it would have to wait for 6 months. Shunan was calculating that, given the current pace of admiration points. If Murong Tian were to triumph over Qin Xianhua after my guidance, it would coincide perfectly with the time required to reach the maximum level. Only upon achieving this pinnacle could I accept the second disciple. However, when these words reached Murong Tian's ears, they took on a different meaning, filling him with emotion. It turned out that Master had forsaken taking the princess as a disciple in order to devote all his efforts to him. 6 months later would be right after his battle with Qin Xianhua, wouldn't it? At this thought, the youth felt a surge of profound gratitude. Shunan regarded him with a peculiar glance, uncertain of what thoughts were swirling in the young man's mind. "Master, while I understand your sentiment, does this not necessitate someone to specifically manage the 10 acres of medicinal garden? After all, as your disciple Murong Tian scratched his head, Shunan glanced at the sizable garden, silently affirming the truth in the young man's words. Indeed, Murong Tian needed to prepare for rigorous cultivation and could not afford to oversee the garden daily. Moreover, as the master of a peak, it was impractical for him to handle everything personally. Perhaps allowing Xiao Jingxue to stay would reveal whether she sincerely wished to become a disciple or merely intended to exploit him for her own antidote needs. Very well. She could remain to assist in tending to the garden, should she wish to serve as an ordinary disciple of Qingyun Peak. The matter of accepting disciples could wait until later. Indeed, Murong Tian replied with slight joy. With Master's words, it felt as though consent had been granted. He would soon have a junior sister. Shen still harbored some doubts. Why would Xiao Aohai desire for Xiao Jingxue to become his disciple when the poison on the treasured armor had not been addressed? By the way, Master, I have already helped you eliminate the poison from that low-grade earth-tier armor. In the next moment, Murong Tian revealed the answer. You removed it? Shen was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in disbelief. How did you manage that? It became clear why Xiao Aohai had suddenly proposed that he take Xiao Jingxue as a disciple. It was indeed the result of Murong Tian's good deed. Presumably, Xiao Aohai mistakenly believed that Shen had removed the poison, thus concluding that he might possess a means to treat Xiao Jingxue, which led to this decision. It was all due to the powerful techniques you taught me, Master, Murong Tian replied, his voice brimming with reverence. The unparalleled sword control technique. Shen raised an eyebrow. Could a technique truly have an effect on bone-corroding poison? This foolish boy, whether intentionally or not, had indeed surprised him, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Did this imply that if he wished to aid Xiao Jingxue in detoxification, it would not necessarily require him to become a 7th-tier alchemist? Rather, crafting a suitable superior technique for her would suffice? Contemplating this, he shook his head. Superior techniques are not easily obtained. It would be more prudent to gain experience as an alchemist, breaking through to the 6th tier and then advancing to the 7th. Once you finish installing the fence, please remember to prepare dinner. I have engaged in a night-long battle and now feel somewhat fatigued, so I shall take my leave to rest. With a yawn, Shen waved his hand and departed. Take care, Master. Murong Tian bid farewell, suddenly curious about the formidable opponent his master had faced. If even the esteemed Li Tangzhu was easily defeated by his master, who could possibly contend with him for an entire night? Shaking his head, Murong Tian left the medicinal garden and hurried to Qingyuan Peak to deliver the news. Upon hearing Murong Tian's message, Xiao Aohai fell into a contemplative silence. He had been rejected. Shen had turned down the request for apprenticeship from none other than the daughter of the illustrious Zhun Nanwang. It was no wonder, given that he had the backing of a formidable figure from the upper 3 realms, untempted by earthly gains. Xiao Aohai clicked his tongue in admiration and then inquired about Xiao Jingxue's thoughts. Father, I find both Elder Shen and young Master Murong quite intriguing. There is no harm in having them remain as ordinary disciples at Qingyun Peak, especially since Elder Lu is here, Xiao Jingxue replied, her voice gentle and without hesitation. Having finally tasted freedom, she had no desire to return to the watchful eyes of the disciples from Yaowang Valley. Here, she only needed to have Lu Yunqin suppress the bone corrosion poison once a month, leaving her free to wander as she pleased. Very well, Xiao Aohai nodded solemnly. In that case, you shall stay here. After a month, when matters at Chunyuan Mountain arise, you will accompany them, for with you and Elder Shen present, the Qin family should not dare to act recklessly. Yes, Father, Xiao Jingxue replied, her fair face lighting up with joy, though curiosity stirred within her heart. What could the former fiancé of young Master Murong be like? Chapter 44. Chunyuan Mountain, the Shangwan clan. Murong Tian comprehends the Thunder Sword. Breakthrough in martial arts proficiency level. Observing the long-awaited breakthrough to level 1 in martial arts proficiency, Shen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. This endeavor was indeed challenging. His disciple had only managed to advance after mastering a top-tier earth-grade sword technique. To reach level 10 seemed a distant goal. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope. Murong Tian possessed remarkable talent in swordsmanship, and with increased focus on his training, great progress could be anticipated. How do you feel, my disciple? Shen asked with a smile, watching Murong Tian on the training grounds, who was drenched in sweat from practicing his swordsmanship since early morning. After observing his master perform the Thunder Sword previously, he had gained some insights, and was now finally mastering the 4th and 5th strikes of the technique. I am aware that I still have much to learn compared to how my master executed it, Murong Tian replied humbly, his demeanor calm and composed. Much to Shen's satisfaction. Excellent. Keep practicing diligently, and I believe it won't be long before you surpass me. Shen nodded with encouragement. Just then, 2 graceful figures approached from outside the training grounds, creating a striking visual against the backdrop of the verdant mountains. It was none other than Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingxue. Elder Lu, Princess, what brings you here? Shen rose to greet them respectfully. I have come to present the reward for the first place in the sect competition. The Breaking Sea Elixir. Lu Yinqin spoke softly, extending a vial towards him. It is a great honor for Elder Lu to personally deliver this. Accepting the vial, Shen An immediately handed it over to Murong Tian. The youth, overwhelmed with joy at receiving the elixir, could hardly contain his eagerness to swallow it and seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. Furthermore, I have heard that you have established a medicinal garden in the back mountains, which is currently unattended. Coincidentally, the princess has spent considerable time at the Medicine King Valley and wishes to assist you in your garden. Could you prepare a room for her to reside in? Lu Yinqin's gentle eyes softened as she spoke. Naturally, that would pose no issue. Shen An chuckled. As long as he wasn't required to take on disciples, having a free helper was a boon, saving him the expense of hiring assistants. Though he understood that this arrangement stemmed from Murong Tian having resolved the poison on the treasured armor, and that Xiao Ao Hai was scheming to have him accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, it mattered little. After all, he had generously bestowed a quota for Chunyuan Mountain upon Qingyun Peak, effectively considering it a future fee for accepting a disciple. Moreover, when the time came for formally accepting Xiao Jingxue, would he not be able to collect another round of fees? As he pondered this, he nodded appreciatively, not overly concerned with Xiao Ao Hai's maneuvering regarding the armor. After all, had Xiao Ao Hai directly asked if he could dispel the poison, Shen An would have undoubtedly replied in the negative, thus prompting such underhanded tactics for the sake of his daughter. The former had also prepared an antidote, ensuring no risks would be involved, and with the offering of the quota for Chunyuan Mountain as compensation, Xiao Ao Hai had already shown considerable sincerity. Then I must trouble the princess. Elder Shen spoke earnestly, addressing me simply as Jingxue. There is no need for formalities. Xiao Jingxue blinked, offering a slight bow. The young girl's beauty was no less than that of Lu Yinqin, yet she appeared rather fragile, as if a mere breeze could topple her. There is another matter regarding Chunyuan Mountain, Lu Yinqin continued, and upon mentioning the three characters, Shen An and Murong Tian's attention was immediately captured. In a month, Chunyuan Mountain will open, and not only will members of the royal family attend, but Qin Qianyue from the Qin family will also be present. Her tone turned serious, her gaze fixed on Murong Tian. Though you have secured first place in the Spirit Rune Mountain competition, there remains an insurmountable chasm between you and Qin Qianyue. If I am not mistaken, she is likely preparing for a breakthrough to the Earth Spirit Realm. The Earth Spirit Realm. Murong Tian felt a sudden constriction in his breath, his fists instinctively clenching. To achieve the Earth Spirit Realm before the age of 20, one can only imagine the magnitude of Qin Qianyue's talent. Yet here he was, of similar age, barely managing to break into the Qi Si realm. With merely half a year remaining, could he truly catch up to her? Noticing Murong Tian's anxiety, Shen An gently patted his shoulder. It is merely the Earth Spirit Realm. In 6 months' time, I shall ensure you possess the means to contend with her. Murong Tian's tension eased slightly as he cast a grateful glance at his master, feeling an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Lu Yinqin observed Shen An with renewed curiosity, pondering where this confidence stemmed from, believing that he could enable the seemingly less gifted Murong Tian to match Qin Qianyue's pace within half a year. Do not mention him. Even if a powerful being from the realm of Nirvana were to come forth, they might merely stare in disbelief. After all, the disparity in both talent and resources between the two is immense. Behind Qin Qianyue stands the entire Tianxue sect and the formidable Qin family. What I need you to pay attention to is that another individual will accompany Qin Qianyue. Who? Murong Tian furrowed his brows. It is Shangwan Jie from the Shangwan family. Shangwan Jie? Shen An raised an eyebrow. He had heard of this individual, known to be of equal standing with the Qin family in the Graydon dynasty, possessing significant connections within the royal court. While Shangwan Jie's prowess may not match Qin Qianyue, he is nonetheless at the mid-stage of the returning origin realm. However, what relevance does the matter of Chunyuan Mountain have to the Shangwan family? Noticing the confusion on Shen An's face regarding the two, Lu Yinqin continued. Shangwan Jie has long harbored affections for Qin Qianyue and, 3 months ago, visited the Qin family to propose marriage. However, Qin Qianyue did not acquiesce. Her exact words were that the marriage contract would not be fully annulled until the 3-year agreement was fulfilled, and she would not consider the matter further. Although it is widely recognized as a mere pretext, it has undoubtedly displeased the Shangwan family, leading them to covertly suppress the Murong family over the past few months. As Lu Yinqin elaborated, Murong Tian's brow tightened with concern. No wonder during the grand competition, Yanli mentioned that the Murong family's business faced setbacks. It appears the Shangwan family had intervened. Shangwan Jie is narrow-minded, and should you encounter him at Chunyuan Mountain, it is highly probable he would obstruct your passage. Thus, I will accompany you. Shen An looked astonished. You will accompany us. Lu Yinqin nodded gently. Noticing the peculiar look in his eyes, she quickly added, "Do not misunderstand. I fear you may make a fruitless trip, wasting both time and opportunity. After all, aside from the royal family, others wishing to enter Chunyuan Mountain for cultivation must be escorted by powerful elders from their families." Shen An's expression grew even more peculiar. He hadn't pondered it much. Yet, her concerns were indeed valid. Chunyuan Mountain is a modest peak, home to several Chunyuan pools. Except for the royal family's exclusive pool at the top, it is not so simple for others to monopolize a Chunyuan pool for cultivation. Thus, influence becomes paramount. The stronger the backing, the more formidable the individual's scent, the better the chances of securing a more effective Chunyuan pool. Should one manage to claim the 2 premier pools, just below the royal pool, the cultivation speed would exceed 5 times the usual rate. After spending a month there, Murong Tian could potentially ascend directly to the pinnacle of the Qi realm. Without a doubt, Qin Shanhua, supported by the might of both the Tianxua sect and the Qin family, would occupy one of those pools, while the other would likely belong to the Shangguan family. Although we may not secure the top 3 pools with my presence, I can at least ensure your disciple obtains access to the 4th pool, Lu Yinqin proclaimed confidently, her lips parting with assurance. Shen An hesitated before inquiring, what level of individuals will the Shangguan and Qin families send to accompany their juniors? They will likely dispatch someone at the initial stage of the Tianling realm. The Tianling realm, he mused, stroking his chin, his brow furrowing as he rummaged through his bag for the sole Tianling realm consumption card he possessed. Chapter 45. The princess who stays to observe the medicine garden. Since he was merely a practitioner of the celestial spirit realm, there was no cause for concern. Not to mention that Lu Yinqin would accompany him, even if she chose not to, with the Sword of Heaven's Gate skill card in his possession. He harbored no fear of the celestial spirit warriors. I am grateful to Elder Lu for sharing this information, Shen An remarked with a respectful gesture. Lu Yinqin slightly shook her head. I came solely to discuss these 2 matters. There is nothing else of importance. As she spoke, she extended her delicate jade-like hand, causing Shen An to pause in surprise. What is it? He inquired. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brow. The money. Did you not borrow 100,000 gold from me, along with 10,000 gold belonging to my disciple for gambling purposes? You may return my portion as principal only, but for my disciples, you shall repay 70,000 gold. Upon hearing this, Shen An finally grasped the situation, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. A total of 170,000 gold. However, he was not one to be stingy and willingly handed over the sum to Lu Yinqin. Well, that concludes our business. If there are any regulations at Qinyan Peak, you may discuss them with the princess. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lu Yinqin nodded slightly to Xiao Jingxue and gracefully departed. Once she had left, Shen An and Mu Rongtian turned their attention to one another. In contrast to Shen An's deliberation, Mu Rongtian wore an expression of excitement. With Xiao Jingxue present, the medicine garden finally had someone to oversee its care. May I inquire, Jingxue, what is your current rank as an alchemist? Shen An asked. Alas, I am but a 2nd-tier alchemist, she replied modestly. A 2nd-tier alchemist, indeed, Shen An nodded slightly. For a young individual, attaining the rank of a 2nd-tier alchemist was commendable. It was noteworthy that Xiao Jingxue was not only a 2nd-tier alchemist, but also a practitioner of the Qi realm, having endured the torment of the bone-corroding poison for many years. Under such circumstances, her achievement as a 2nd-tier alchemist was remarkable. It seemed evident that she could competently oversee the medicine garden. As for the matter of the spirit breath soil, Shen An was untroubled by the possibility of her discovering it. After all, the spirit breath soil had already merged with the earth's veins. Even if someone were to remove the entire back mountain of Qinyan Peak, it would impact the flow of the earth's energy, leading to the withering of the soil. Moreover, as the daughter of the esteemed southern town king, it was unlikely she would covet such insignificant soil. From now on, consider Qinyan Peak your home. Feel free to act without restraint, and simply assist in overseeing the medicine garden, Shen An instructed. Jingxue bowed gracefully in response. Shen An, with a kind demeanor, beckoned to Mu Rongtian. Disciple, take Jingxue to select a courtyard that she fancies. Yes. Mu Rongtian nodded and temporarily led Xiao Jingxue away. Qinyan Peak had once been a grand mountain, but after that battle, its inhabitants had been decimated. All resources had been reclaimed by the sect leader. And it was not until Shen An returned, gravely injured and near death, that Qinyan Peak was preserved from being taken by others. Of course, it was not that Lingfu Mountain had turned its back on them. Rather, they assumed that all the people of Qinyan Peak had perished and were in dire need of resources, thus taking such actions. Had the sect leader not exerted great effort to save him, it was likely that Shen An would not be present today, despite the absence of any valuable possessions. A variety of courtyards from the past still remain. I believe there must be something that Xiao Jingxue would appreciate. After selecting a courtyard with Xiao Jingxue, Shen Anzai allowed Murong Tian to take her for a leisurely stroll around Qingyun Peak. As for himself, he descended the mountain first to indulge in music at the taverns. In the following days, the medicinal fields were entrusted to Xiao Jingshue's care, while Murong Tian immersed himself in seclusion for cultivation. With the presence of spiritual soil and the immortal spiritual spring, the once withered spiritual herbs had revived one by one, flourishing in their lush greenery. This left Xiao Jingxue astonished. All of the spiritual herbs had been personally sorted by her, and she vividly recalled their former wilted appearances, which were now utterly transformed. This revelation piqued her curiosity regarding Shen Anzai's methods. What kind of prowess could achieve such miraculous results? Even the revered medicine king would require extensive preparations to resurrect dying herbs. Notably, Master Su visited Qingyun Peak twice thereafter, fervently demanding compensation from Shen Anzai for his spiritual herbs. However, Shen Anzai was nowhere to be found, and Murong Tian, having learned some cunning from somewhere, directly sent Xiao Jingxue to assist in receiving him. No matter how imposing Master Su was, he could only relent in the presence of the cherished jewel of the Southern Protector. After such encounters, he never returned. As for Master Yan Li and his favored disciple Wang Hu, they had vanished from sight since the sect competition seemingly evaporated into thin air. Clearly, their defeat to Shen Anzai had left them utterly humiliated, rendering them unable to show their faces again. On the 5th day following the competition, Xiao Aohai departed for the main peak to bid farewell. He was required to lead the forces at Wolf Abyss and could not afford to linger here. The Ping Tian dynasty had not relinquished its ambitions over the years, occasionally dispatching minor sects and rogue cultivators to instigate small disturbances near Wolf Abyss, such as constructing formations. However, with a formidable army stationed there, no significant issues had arisen thus far. On the 7th day, after consuming the Breaking Sea pill, Murong Tian successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the Qi Sea, even faster than Shen Anzai had anticipated. His rapid breakthrough was entirely due to the formidable prowess of the unmatched sword control technique. Shen Anzai even mused that if he could secure a prime location for Murong Tian at Chunyuan Mountain and prepare some medicinal pills, a swift descent to the returning origin realm would be highly plausible. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. To voice them aloud would invite laughter from others. Completing a major realm breakthrough in just 2 months was a feat that even Qin Qianyue could not have accomplished in her prime. The ensuing days were remarkably tranquil, as Shen Anzai procured numerous spiritual herbs to cultivate in the medicinal garden. After a little over 10 days, the garden had begun to take shape. Covering 3 acres with flourishing spiritual herbs, the entire back mountain infused with rich spiritual energy and fragrant aromas. A multitude of birds and beasts were drawn to this spiritual essence, providing Shen Anzai and his companions with a delightful bounty during this time. Each time Xiao Jingxue observed Shen in preparing a pot of viscous black sesame, while Murong Tian eagerly anticipated its consumption, she could not help but frown. Initially, when she heard Murong Tian mention that Shen was concocting pills, she felt a flicker of excitement. However, upon witnessing him wielding a kitchen knife to slice herbs and haphazardly tossing them into the pot, she was momentarily stunned, questioning the very fabric of reality. It was her first encounter with such a peculiar method of alchemy, although the appearance left much to be desired. The efficacy of the concoction that Murong Tian ingested was undeniably remarkable. The ability to produce potent elixirs through such a casual approach further tested an alchemist's mastery over the age of the herbs, their techniques, and the various properties of the ingredients. This demonstrated the considerable expertise of the Qingyun Peak's master in the art of alchemy. Consequently, her belief in Murong Tian's assertions deepened. Perhaps this master truly possessed the capability to cure her affliction of bone-corroding poison. On the 15th day, news reached Murong Tian that the Murong family's apothecary had been shut down, and the situation had become dire, with the risk of being uprooted at any moment. He had hoped to wait for Shen Anzai's return before descending the mountain, but after waiting all night in vain, he resolved to return alone to assess the situation. Xiao Jingxue remained on the peak, anticipating Shen Anzai's arrival. Should he not return by noon, she would have no choice but to seek Elder Lu from Qinghuan Peak for assistance. Chapter 46. The Crisis of the Murong Family at the foot of the ruined Spirit Mountain, in the city of Fuling. Murong Tian hurriedly made his way towards the Murong family's residence, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the familiar streets. It had been over half a year since his last visit. The bustling crowd on the street paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the young man clad in black attire, with a long sword slung across his back, before murmurs of disbelief began to circulate. Isn't that the eldest son of the Murong family? It seems so. Hasn't he been at Ruined Spirit Mountain all this time? Why has he come down after such a long absence? Are you not aware? The Murong family's apothecary has been shut down, and the Lu and Sun families, who simultaneously consumed their medicines, have had their cultivation completely crippled and remain bedridden. They are now surrounded by those two families, and even the apothecary has been vandalized. Listening to these discussions, Murong Tian's heart raced with urgency. Over the years, his cultivation had stagnated, yet his family had shown him unwavering support, sending him numerous potions to aid his training. The last time he relayed his master's request for herbs, it took his family 10 days to respond, suggesting they had already been subtly undermined by the Suphan family at that time. The Lu and Sun families were among the prominent clans in Fuling City. But prior to Qin Xinyue's cancellation of her engagement, they had always been beneath Murong Tian. However, following the engagement's dissolution, the Murong family's prestige had waned, affecting their business, which allowed these two families to gradually rise. Both were martial clans, and in terms of strength, they were not inferior to the Murong family. Now, with the two families uniting to demand accountability, the Murong family was undoubtedly in dire straits. With a heavy heart, Murong Tian hastened his steps to the entrance of the Murong residence, which was now besieged by a throng, the sound of quarrels faintly echoing from within. Outside the gate stood numerous guards from the Lu and Sun families, armed and vigilant. Inside, the heads of the Sun and Lu families, Sun Yi and Lu Tai, were present. Opposite them stood a middle-aged man, his hair streaked with silver and his face lined with wrinkles, none other than Murong Tian's father and the patriarch of the Murong family, Murong Yunlei. Humph, Murong. If you do not resolve this matter, do not blame me and Brother Sun for our lack of courtesy, Lu Tai declared coldly, his aura as a pinnacle practitioner of the returning origin realm evident. Sun Yi stepped forward as well, exuding a formidable presence. Murong Yunlei's expression darkened as he observed the scene. His family's pharmacy had existed for many years without incident, yet today's situation was unprecedented. How could a mere ordinary qi gathering pill cause two practitioners of the qi si realm to have their Cs obliterated and become invalids? It was clear that the two families were deliberately provoking trouble. His gaze fell upon two middle-aged men behind the Lu and Sun families, their faces flushed with vitality. They had claimed to have purchased pills from the Murong pharmacy, only to return home and discover something amiss, resulting in the destruction of their qi Cs. Yet, their jovial demeanor belied any signs of having lost their cultivation. Strangely, he could not ascertain the whereabouts of their qi Cs. It seemed as though they had truly vanished. Murong Yunlei, stop pretending to be mute. How do you intend to resolve this matter? Sun Yi demanded sharply, noticing his silence. How do you two wish to resolve it? Murong Yunlei inhaled deeply, sensing that there were unseen forces backing the two families. Otherwise, they would not dare conspire to slander the Murong family so brazenly. After all, should matters escalate, the Murong family was not afraid to contend fiercely for survival. It is simple. Compensate us with 100,000 gold, and surrender all your pharmacies to our two families. We shall then let bygones be bygones. Sun Yi replied with a derisive smirk. Impossible. An elder from the Murong family thundered in outrage. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the underhanded dealings your families have engaged in these past 2 years. Do you truly believe the Murong family is so easily bullied? Murong Yunlei's countenance darkened, setting aside the issue of whether they could produce 100,000 gold. Surrendering their pharmacies would be tantamount to severing the very foundation of the Murong family. From that point onward, the Murong clan would be rendered powerless. Who is orchestrating this behind the scenes? He inquired, his gaze icy as it fixed upon the two men. Lu Tai's lips curled into a mocking smile as he gleefully remarked, Who can blame you? Your family's toad wishes to feast on swan flesh, only to find itself pecked by the swan. In the past, your connection to the Qin family allowed you to ascend to your current status in Fuling City. But times have changed. Offending the Qin family means there are many who wish to see your downfall. Sun Yi added, if you seek a scapegoat, look no further than your foolish son, who dared to proclaim a 3-year pact. If it were not for this agreement, even if the Qin family withdrew their engagement, they would still be willing to offer protection to the Murong family. Yet, Murong Tian, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, boldly declared before the assembly his intent to challenge Qin Xinyue in 3 years. Was this not a blatant provocation? The members of the Murong family fell silent, the elders exhaling soft sighs of resignation. Only Murong Yunlei maintained a sharp gaze, his voice cool and resolute. My son possesses remarkable potential. It is merely a matter of opportunity. In the future, he shall undoubtedly become a formidable force. Huh, just based on that useless child of yours? Don't be absurd. I heard he has become an apprentice to an elder at Lingfu Mountain, who is even more incompetent than he is. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Murong Yunlei remained silent, his determination unwavering. He had witnessed the glint of resolve in Murong Tian's eyes when he once wielded a sword and understood the rarity of such youthful tenacity. Given an opportunity, he would surely rise to greatness, his future boundless. Amidst the mocking laughter, a cold voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. Turning to behold the source, a tall youth clad in black emerged, parting the throng with an air of confidence. His piercing gaze rendered others hesitant to meet his eyes, exuding an extraordinary presence. Judging by the aura he radiated, he was already at the mid-stage of the Chi-Si realm. At such a young age, this level of cultivation, while not exceedingly extraordinary, was indeed rare. Sun Yi furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the so-called waste you speak of, Morong Tian," he declared, head held high. "Tianer, how have you returned?" Morong Yunlei initially stood in shock before hastening forward, astonishment etched on his face. "Your cultivation level," Morong Tian offered a faint smile, patting his father's hand to reassure him. The onlookers, witnessing this remarkable youth, found it hard to reconcile the reality with the rumors of Morong Tian's supposed ineptitude. Was it not said that he was a natural failure, cursed with blocked meridians? How then had he ascended to the mid-stage of the Chi-Si realm? "Humph. Your return is quite timely. Your family's medicinal mishap has rendered our steward a cripple. Now, you must either provide compensation, or I shall incapacitate 2 members of the Morong family." Sun Yi and Lu Tai exchanged glances, their disdain palpable. It was merely a mid-stage Chi-Si practitioner. While somewhat at odds with the tales of a failure, it ultimately mattered little. Their purpose today was to force the Morong family into a confrontation. Chapter 47. Will Morong Tian be rendered powerless? Not a chance. Understanding the implications behind Lu Tai and Sun Yi's words, Morong Yunlei spoke coldly, unhesitatingly. He comprehended that the matter at hand would not conclude amicably. "Go, bring over 2 members of the Morong family." Sun Yi sneered, signaling to the steward behind him. "Yes." The steward complied, swiftly approaching the Morong family members. Meanwhile, the elders and heads of both families remained vigilant, each wary of the other's potential aggression. In no time, the steward reached the Morong family members, grinning malevolently as he extended his hand to seize one. As a practitioner at the late stage of the Chi-Si, capturing a mere junior from the Morong family would be an effortless task. Morong Yunlei's brow furrowed. Sensing the urgency of the situation, he prepared to intervene, disregarding the watchful gazes of the family heads. However, as he took a step forward, Sun Yi and Lu Tai moved in unison, the oppressive aura of the Guiyuan realm spreading outward. At that moment, a figure flickered like a ghost, swiftly arriving before the member of the Morong family. The sword in hand radiating a blinding light, roaring like thunder. Buzz. The steward of the Sun family's expression changed dramatically, and in alarm, he crossed his hands to gather energy for defense. Even so, he was still forced back by the sword's lightning-like aura, spitting blood, with his hands charred and blackened. Who dares to harm a member of the Morong family? Morong Tian's gaze was sharp, as he horizontally brandished his black sword, lightning swirling around him. The onlookers were astonished to see that the one who had repelled the late-stage C of Chi's steward from the Sun family was none other than Morong Tian, whom they had previously dismissed. What technique did he just employ? I couldn't discern it in time. And his swordsmanship is so extraordinary, moving like thunder. The members of the Morong family were taken aback by Morong Tian's newfound strength, their surprise palpable. "Tianer." Morong Yunlei was momentarily dazed, murmuring in disbelief. "Well, it seems you have unexpectedly gained some fortune to break through your realm. Very well, I shall ensure you become a true waste today." Sun Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, an icy smile forming in his heart. Should the members of the Shangwan family learn of Morong Tian's considerable prowess, they would likely harbor ill feelings. If he were to eliminate Morong Tian now, the Shangwan family would surely be pleased, and the Sun family would flourish in this small city of Fuling. With this thought in mind, he instantly flashed forward, delivering a punch imbued with the illusion of a collapsing mountain. Faced with this strike, Morong Tian felt a jolt of fear. The overwhelming pressure rendered him incapable of lifting his sword. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Impudent. A thunderous roar erupted as Morong Yunlei stepped forward, unleashing waves of sound with his voice. Sun Yi frowned, compelled to retreat, the illusory mountain behind him dissipating under the force of the shout. The elders of the Morong family surged forward simultaneously, their expressions fierce. Outside, the crowd grew larger, eagerly waiting to witness the unfolding drama. Many were pointing at Morong Tian, their faces displaying scornful smirks. In Fuling City, at the Farong Pavilion, a woman danced gracefully on stage, adorned with flowing peach-colored ribbons, her movements enchanting as she played the pipa, the music drifting softly. Her long, captivating legs drew the attention of the onlookers outside. Exquisite, truly exquisite. Shen Anzai sighed in admiration, taking a delicate bite of a cherry that a nearby maid had offered. The maid lowered her head, shyly exclaiming, "You've soiled your garment." She pointed to the droplet of juice that had splattered onto Shen Anzai's collar when he bit into the cherry. Next time, do refrain from calling out so sweetly. It may lead others to misunderstand, as if I had done something to you. Understood, the maid replied with a gentle nod. As Shen An withdrew his gaze, he resumed admiring the exquisite, elongated pipa being played by the woman on stage. However, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Furrowing his brows as he inquired of the person beside him. It is nearly noon, yet why are there so few patrons today? The Furrong Pavilion should be bustling at this hour. He cast a puzzled glance at the numerous vacant seats in the private rooms. The maid, gently kneading his shoulders, replied in a sweet voice, "Oh, elderly Yin is unaware that some events transpired in the city last night, prompting everyone to rush over to witness the commotion. Indeed, what could possibly eclipse the elegance of listening to music? Pray tell," Shen An expressed his curiosity. The poison from the Murong family incapacitated the stewards of the Sun and Lu families last night. This morning, both families made a grand show of visiting the Murong residence to demand an explanation, the maid continued. Moreover, that esteemed young master from the Murong family returned this morning. Though his presence is of little consequence, as it is said he has yet to break through to the Qi realm. News of the grand competition on Lingfu Mountain has yet to spread, and the townsfolk remain unaware that Murong Tian has already claimed first place. Upon hearing this, Shen An raised an eyebrow. That lad returned home directly? Alas, I have heard that the Sun and Lu families are backed by the Shangwan family. It seems the Murong family may be facing dire straits. The maid languidly spoke, but just as she began, she found herself grasping at thin air. Shen An abruptly rose, adjusting his belt and straightening his attire. "Xiao Chui, inform Yue Hong and Lian Huan not to wait for this elder. I shall return another time to enjoy the music." The maid, startled, called after him, "There's no need to leave, elderly Yin. Your payment for the music has yet to be settled." But as she hurried to catch up, he had already vanished from sight, leaving her with a lingering gaze. This elderly is truly an eccentric. He spent the night in the room and yet engaged the renowned performers in discussions of life aspirations, drinking and savoring music for half the night. At the Murong residence, the atmosphere was tense, with both sides locked in a standoff for an extended period. Sun Yi frowned as he observed Murong Yunlei, feeling uncertain. In terms of strength, he was not entirely confident he could prevail. Should a confrontation ensue, the absence of Lu Tai's support could complicate matters. Contemplating this, he turned to Lu Tai, who smirked coldly. "Isn't the Sun family eager to strike first? Proceed, if you wish." He was well aware that Sun Yi's sudden attack was an attempt to incapacitate Murong Tian and gain favor with the Shangwan family. If the Lu family does not lend assistance, when that esteemed individual lays blame, the Sun family shall not bear the consequences alone. Either we all act together, or none shall move, Sun Yi boldly declared. Lu Tai's expression darkened slightly, but after a disdainful snort, he stepped forward. "You hold Murong Yunlei back. I shall deal with that young pup." With that, he soared into the air, transforming into several fleeting shadows as he charged towards Murong Tian. "Not so fast." Murong Yunlei shouted coldly, launching an attack to intercept him. Unbeknownst to him, today's conflict, which had initially been aimed at Murong Tian, had now shifted entirely onto his shoulders. "Stand your ground." Though Sun Yi cursed inwardly, he still feigned a fierce shout, throwing a punch to block Murong Yunlei's advance. As for the other elders of the Murong family, they were each ensnared by the members of the Sun and Lu families, plunging the scene into chaos. The Murong family, already at a numerical disadvantage, found themselves in a precarious situation. At this moment, Murong Yunlei was obstructed, while Lu Tai advanced as if unimpeded. The multiple phantoms he conjured converged as he approached Murong Tian, reaching out to grasp his dantian. Should this strike connect, the energy sea that Murong Tian had painstakingly cultivated would surely be obliterated. "Tian'er!" Murong Yunlei exclaimed in alarm, attempting to rush to his aid, but was firmly entangled by Sun Yi, unable to extricate himself, forced to watch helplessly as Lu Tai's claw approached. It was over. Murong Tian's hard-won breakthrough to the energy sea realm was on the verge of being undone. He had offended many, but why the Qin family? Now, not only was he implicated, but his entire clan faced oppression as well. Onlookers outside the fray shook their heads in dismay at the unfolding scene. Murong Tian's eyes turned bloodshot as he braced against the overwhelming pressure, gripping his sword tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. One sword to open the heavenly gate. With a swift motion, a radiant sword light surged forth, eclipsing the world in the eyes of those present, leaving only the brilliance of that blade. The fierce and potent sword intent startled Lu Tai, prompting him to instinctively halt and retaliate with a punch. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as the dazzling sword light shattered. The residual force of the punch struck Murong Tian, causing him to stagger back, crashing against a stone pillar blood spilling from his mouth. Lu Tai remained rooted, his expression darkening as he regarded the severed cuff of his sleeve. How could a seasoned practitioner of the Return to Origin realm almost be harmed by a mere Energy Sea novice? It was an utter humiliation. Seeking death. Enraged, Lu Tai's aura surged as he lunged forward once more, his claw-like hands reaching for Murong Tian. The latter, already gravely injured, swallowed the blood pooling in his mouth, gritting his teeth as he attempted to raise his sword to endure the onslaught, yet found himself devoid of strength to grip it. Surviving a peak Return to Origin strike as a newly initiated Energy Sea practitioner was already a remarkable feat. Where would he find the strength to fight back again? Tian'er. Murong Yunlei could only watch in despair as Lu Tai prepared a second assault, unleashing a frantic roar. Murong Tian's eyes burned with a crimson hue. Just as he glimpsed a flicker of hope, it seemed destined to be extinguished. All eyes were fixed upon Lu Tai, murmurs of resignation circulating. However, in that critical moment, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A slender beam of sword light, as fine as a finger, surged forth, swiftly penetrating Lu Tai's palm. Ah! He halted in pain, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at his blood-soaked hand. What is happening? Who struck from the shadows? Gasps echoed, and all present began scanning their surroundings. Murong Tian stood transfixed, gazing toward the direction from which the sword light had emerged. Upon seeing it, his eyes glistened with tears of joy as he exclaimed, "Master!" Murong Yunlei and Sun Yi, along with others, were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing in confusion. Master? Wasn't Murong Tian's master merely the late-stage body-tempering practitioner, the leader of Qingyun Peak, born with a frail constitution? In their bewilderment, they followed Murong Tian's gaze into the crowd. Dressed in white, with a face like a jade crown and 2 strands of silver hair cascading from his temples, Shen Anzai stepped through the crowd. "Do not panic, my disciple, for I am here," he proclaimed. His disciple, Murong Tian, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. At this moment, Shen Anzai's expression darkened, as if a storm were brewing within him, his heart filled with frustration. Just a moment longer, and all his efforts during this time would have been in vain. He had painstakingly nurtured Murong Tian, only for him to nearly lose his cultivation. "How dare anyone lay a hand on my disciple? They seek death," he spoke coldly, activating the 6 Meridian's divine sword with a flick of his fingers. A slender beam of sword light flashed, imbued with an overwhelming aura of sharpness. Lu Tai's pupils contracted in shock, barely managing to sidestep. The sword light grazed his abdomen, narrowly avoiding his Dantian's Energy Sea. "What kind of martial skill is this?" he exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Powerful, such formidable sword energy. Not only was it as swift as the wind, but it also pierced through his protective spirit essence in an instant. 6 Meridian's divine sword. Shen Anzai spoke coldly, continuing to flick his fingers as a dozen beams of sword light surged forth with resounding whooshes. "Sun Yi, save me!" Lu Tai cried, immediately activating his mid-tier defensive spirit artifact. Yet, even with the artifact's protection, the relentless sword energy forced him to retreat repeatedly, blood gushing from his mouth. Sun Yi opened his mouth but was too stunned to assist, merely staring at Shen Anzai, who continued to unleash sword energy with each flick of his fingers. Not just him, but Murong Yunlei and the other elders of the Murong family were equally astonished. Is this truly the so-called innate waste, the master of Qiyun Peak, who could never break through to the Qi Sea realm? The sword energy he unleashed with a mere flick, that which was called the 6 Meridian's divine sword, had left a peak-returning realm expert in such a miserable state. Such strength, and you claim it is merely the late stage of body refinement. Crack. After enduring several beams of sword energy, Lu Tai's defensive artifact finally succumbed, cracking with a sharp sound before shattering completely. More sword energy surged forth, causing Lu Tai to break out in a cold sweat, despair creeping into his heart. He couldn't withstand it. It was utterly insurmountable. This fellow's skills had no cooldown, and who had ever seen such extravagant use of spirit essence, treating skills as if they were basic attacks? A chill enveloped him as he envisioned himself being pierced through the Qi Sea by the sword energy, scattering all his spirit essence and becoming a crippled wretch. Stop! Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air, shattering the fierce sword energy. An elder clad in black descended from the heavens, landing steadily before Lu Tai. Upon seeing this elder, both Lu Tai and Sun Yi's faces lit up with joy. Lord Wu. The newcomer was none other than Wu Li, the elder in charge of the delegation from the Shangwan family visiting Ling City, a figure of Earth spirit realm. Shen Anzai furrowed his brow, withdrawing his hands behind him, his gaze fixed intently on the elder. Meanwhile, the previously relieved Murong Tian and others felt their hearts race once more. "Who approaches?" Shen Anzai called out loudly. "I hail from the Shangwan family." Wu Li stroked his beard, his eyes narrowed with a hint of contempt. exuding an air of superiority. The events of the day were rooted in the initial transgressions of the Murong family. The Lu and Sun clans merely sought justice. To strike with the intent of crippling someone, such arrogance. Did he intend to bully the weak? I am fully aware of the ins and outs of this matter. The Lu and Sun families have deliberately provoked us, even attempting to harm my disciple. To cripple his abilities without taking his life is already showing mercy. Shen, unfazed and indifferent, spoke with a calm demeanor. He was indeed unafraid, for he still possessed several skill cards at his disposal, should the situation become too vexatious. He would not hesitate to cleave this old man in two. Such audacity. Today, I shall ensure justice prevails. The Murong family's medicine has incapacitated members of your clans, and I shall return the favor, Wu Li declared with a cold snort, his oppressive aura enveloping the venue, leaving everyone gasping for breath, their hearts heavy with trepidation. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing with a chilling smile upon Murong Tian and Shen. You two shall be the ones to suffer. As he took a step towards Murong Tian, Shen furrowed his brow, preparing to act, when a gentle yet authoritative female voice echoed in his ears. I am most curious to witness how you intend to incapacitate them in my presence. Chapter 49. Go, do as I say. The crowd turned to see two women approaching, one following the other. The woman at the back, with her graceful demeanor, bore a delicate beauty, her skin pale with a hint of frailty. And her exquisite oval face was indeed a picturesque sight. The woman in front, however, commanded attention with her azure attire. Her expression was gentle, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Her enchanting eyes and crimson lips resembled those of a celestial being, evoking a sense of admiration that bordered on reverence. And who might you be? Wu Li inquired, furrowing his brow as he sensed an aura of pressure emanating from the woman in blue. The master of Qinghuan Peak at Lingfu Mountain, Lu Yinqin, she replied, her jade-like hand gesturing lightly, dissipating the oppressive aura that had filled the air. Shen and the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Humph. Even if you are from Lingfu Mountain, what does it matter? The Murong family has committed grave errors, inciting the wrath of heaven and the resentment of the people. Do you intend to shield them? Wu Li retorted coldly, gesturing towards the pale-faced steward of the Lu and Sun clans, stripped of all cultivation. That may not be the case. Though their powers are concealed, they are not entirely extinguished, suggested Xiao Jingxue softly from the side. Wu Li visibly frowned. This individual claiming to be Jingxue, could she be the daughter of the king of Southern Town? What is she doing alongside the people of Lingfu Mountain? Witnessing the arrival of support for the Murong family, he felt a momentary hesitation and confusion. Who is this yellow-haired girl? Do you think you have a say here? Just because you say they are concealed means they are? Sun Yi scoffed arrogantly, emboldened by Wu Li's presence. Xiao Jingxue merely cast a calm glance in his direction before introducing herself. Apologies, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Princess Qingxue, Xiao Jingxue. With those words, Sun Yi found himself at a loss for words, cold sweat instantly beading upon his brow. The daughter of the king of Southern Town, Princess Qingxue? How could she possibly follow the people from Lingfu Mountain to this place? And judging by the circumstances, it seems she is prepared to support the Murong family. Since when did the Murong family establish such connections? The onlookers were immediately thrown into an uproar, exchanging incredulous glances. Meanwhile, Murong Tian regained some strength and waved excitedly. Elder Lu, little junior sister. This declaration reverberated like thunder in the hearts of the crowd. What did Murong Tian just call the princess? Little junior sister? How could the esteemed Princess Qingxue suddenly become the disciple of the worthless Murong Tian? Murong brother, are you alright? Xiao Jingxue stepped forward to support him, concern evident in her voice. Observing their exchange of titles, Shen couldn't help but touch his nose, pretending not to hear. After all, he hadn't acknowledged taking on a disciple, so the system couldn't possibly shorten his height by 10 centimeters. As for the affectionate titles exchanged between Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue, it was beyond his control. Elder Shen, that sword energy was remarkably fierce. Was it taught by a strong practitioner of the upper three realms? Lu Yinqin entered the arena, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shen. She had actually arrived a little while ago, and, seeing Lu Tai in such a predicament due to the sword energy Shen unleashed, she decided to observe for a moment longer. The swiftness and ferocity of that sword energy left her secretly astonished. She never expected Shen to possess such formidable swordsmanship. Shen scratched his head, neither confirming nor denying the inquiry. Meanwhile, Murong Yunlei and the representatives of the Sun and Lu families were utterly bewildered. Aside from Lu Yinqin, the fact that the esteemed Princess Qingxue addressed Murong Tian as her senior brother implied that she had indeed entered the ranks of Qingyun Peak and become Shen's disciple. Moreover, according to Lu Yinqin's earlier remarks, the fingertip sword energy Shen exhibited was actually taught by a strong practitioner of the upper three realms. What does it mean to be of the upper three realms? It signifies the ability to sweep across the entire great and dynasty. However, Wu Li was adamantly disbelieving that Shen An had the backing of a strong practitioner of the upper three realms. He coldly scoffed and addressed Xiao Jingxue. Even you, Princess Jingxue, cannot slander others without evidence. You claim these two have not been crippled, but are merely concealing their abilities. Why not have the princess personally investigate and help them restore their powers? All eyes turned towards Xiao Jingxue, frowning slightly. She recognized that the situation of those two was unique, entirely due to her experiences in Yaowang Valley. As a mere second-tier alchemist, how could she resolve the cultivation issues that even the Murong family, a renowned family in the medicinal arts, could not? Noticing Xiao Jingxue's hesitation, confidence returned to Wu Li's face as he continued to speak with disdain. What is it? Is the princess unable to restore their powers? Or did you merely say those words to favor the Murong family? Could it be that the esteemed daughter of the Southern Town King is also one who engages in nepotism? His words caused many present to furrow their brows. While everyone had heard of and respected the name of Xiao Aohai, the prestige of Princess Jingxue was not particularly significant. Could it truly be, as Wu Li said, that she was engaging in favoritism? Wouldn't that tarnish the reputation of the Southern Town King? Xiao Jingxue furrowed her brows, her expression marked by difficulty. She focused on their vital points, yet at that moment, a warm and composed voice emerged beside her. Surprised, she turned to see Shen Anzai standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor tranquil. Elder, proceed as I instructed, he said with a faint smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. Earlier, in his haste to rescue Murong Tian, he had not had the opportunity to observe those two individuals closely, but now, with some leisure, he could discern subtle differences. After all, he was now a fifth-tier alchemist. Although devoid of spiritual power, his system was adept at the art of observation and inquiry, allowing him to identify issues with ease. Good. With Shen Anzai's words, Xiao Jingxue hesitated no longer. She retrieved silver needles from her storage ring and stepped forward. Watching her actions, Lu Yunqin's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation for what was to unfold. Could it be that Shen Anzai, with just a glance, could devise a solution? Wu Li, observing this scene, chuckled coldly within, his face betraying no concern as he allowed Xiao Jingxue to begin needling the stewards of the Sun and Lu families. It was ludicrous. This was a repression pill crafted by his family's elder, whose alchemical prowess was second only to that of the apothecary king. How could it be so easily unraveled? Could Shen Anzai truly achieve this with mere words? Murong Yunlei, Murong Tian, and the others wore tense expressions. The outcome of the needling did not only concern the Murong family, but also reflected on whether the esteemed Princess Jingxue was indeed a paragon of virtue or a self-serving individual. Should the news spread, it would tarnish the reputation of the Southern King and even the royal family. Chapter 50. Elder Shen, spare me. Under the unwavering gaze of all present, Xiao Jingxue swiftly employed spiritual energy to thrust the silver needles into the two stewards. As the needles penetrated their bodies, the stewards, initially anxious, soon found themselves devoid of any reaction, and they could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Wu Li, witnessing the situation unfold as he had anticipated, smirked coldly and remarked, "It seems Elder Shen's methods are ineffective. What do you have to say now?" Both Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingxue frowned slightly. Yet Shen Anzai remained unfazed, leisurely stating, "Why the haste?" No sooner had his words left his lips than two surges of overwhelming energy erupted. Boom. Just as the two stewards had begun to relax, they suddenly realized that their suppressed energy was violently surging within them, causing their vital blood to reverse course towards their heart. The ferocious power, if left unchecked, could rupture their hearts. In a state of panic, they instinctively summoned their spiritual energy to forcefully suppress the turbulent blood within. As the aura of the Qi-Si realm emanated, Wu Li's expression darkened ominously. The heads of the Sun and Lu families also appeared grim. Their cultivation had indeed returned. Could it be true, as the princess had claimed, that these two had not been rendered powerless, but had instead concealed their abilities to frame the Murong family? Onlookers outside gasped in astonishment, their discussions swirling in a cacophony of speculation. Upon the realization of the situation, the two deacons turned pale, their expressions a blend of fear and uncertainty as they glanced towards Wu Li and their own clan leader. Meanwhile, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingsnow, having discerned the true depth of the two men's cultivation, exchanged astonished glances. The latter regarded Shen Anzai with newfound respect. "What now? Do you have anything left to say?" Shen Anzai spoke with a nonchalant tone, his sleeves unfurling. Wu Li let out a cold snort, but remained silent, the chilling disdain in his gaze betraying his thoughts. He had always questioned how Murong Tian, with his inferior constitution, could so swiftly advance to the mid-stage of Qi-Si. It was clear now that he had the assistance of a master of the medicinal arts. Since this was merely a misunderstanding, let us end it here. We shall take our leave. With a flourish of his sleeve, he turned to depart. Lu Tai-sun and he exchanged glances and followed closely behind. The members of the Murong family, including Murong Yunlei, breathed a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Shen Anzai's presence, today's events could have ended poorly. Wait. Just as everyone believed the matter concluded, a sharp voice broke the silence. Wu Li had just turned back when two beams of sword light, as thick as fingers, flashed past, piercing the chi of the two deacons. With a resounding pop, the spiritual energy within them dissipated at an alarming rate. No, my cultivation! They cried out in horror, their futile attempts to retain their vanishing power proving ineffectual as they watched their strength evaporate before their eyes. Shen Anzai, what is the meaning of this? Wu Li's expression darkened ominously. The onlookers were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. It is quite simple. Since they so ardently desire their own cultivation to be rendered void, I, Shun, shall oblige them, he replied, his demeanor composed as he flicked his sleeve. His gaze shifting to Sun Yi and Lu Tai. And you too, you intended to cripple my disciple, did you not? Meeting his probing stare, the two exchanged a glance. Swallowing hard, rendered speechless. My disciple is not one to be bullied at will or dismissed at a whim, he declared coldly, since you wish to see them ruined. Today I shall ensure your downfall. With that, he flicked his fingers again, unleashing more formidable sword light. How dare you? Wu Li roared in fury, astonished that one so seemingly inconsequential as Shen Anzai would dare to strike before him. He stepped forward, shattering the two beams of sword energy, channeling the power of the earth into his palm, and unleashed a devastating strike akin to a collapsing mountain. Without needing Shen Anzai's intervention, Lu Yinxin gracefully moved, her delicate fingers pointing forward. Crack! The earth-shattering force, which had taken the form of a mountain, crumbled instantly. To dare attack an elder of Lingfu Mountain is to court death, she declared, her beautiful eyes flashing with coldness, as she unleashed a flurry of phantoms that appeared dreamlike and ethereal. Before Wu Li could regain his bearings from the illusions, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Uffed! He staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the stunningly beautiful woman in azure robes before him. So powerful, despite sharing the same realm of earth spirit, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Before the shock had fully settled, Lu Yinxin swiftly moved, appearing before Lu Tai and Sun Yi in the blink of an eye. With a powerful strike from her palms, she returned to her original position. The two men were sent crashing against the wall, blood spurting from their mouths, their eyes instantly filled with blood vessels, and their pupils constricted. Their cultivation had been utterly destroyed. Lu Yinxin, having repelled Wu Li and subsequently incapacitated the two men, executed her actions in mere moments, leaving bystanders bewildered and unable to comprehend what had transpired. I, Lu Yinxin, have rendered them powerless. What will you do about it? Lu Yinxin stood in the courtyard, her azure attire billowing, her eyes, like painted orbs, exuding a hint of indifference that deterred anyone from meeting her gaze. If the Shangwan family possesses any prowess, they are welcome to come to Qingwan Peak to reclaim their dignity. Wu Li's countenance was exceedingly dark, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cast a deep glance at Shen Anzai alongside Lu Yinxin before turning to leave. It was evident to all that Lu Yinxin and Shen Anzai were united, and any further resistance would be futile. Elder Lu, you. Shen Anzai looked at the woman ahead with some surprise. The fact that she had swiftly incapacitated the two family heads was clearly intended to signal the Shangwan family that she was firmly aligned with Qingyun Peak. Elder Shen need not worry, Lu Yinxin replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Shen Anzai felt a twinge of gratitude. He had not anticipated that she would so boldly sever ties with the Shangwan family to stand resolutely by his side. This revelation surprised him. Was Lu Yinxin genuinely concerned about potential retribution from the Shangwan family? However, it soon became clear to Shen Anzai that he had overthought the matter. To attempt to harm the disciples of Lingfu Mountain without rendering them powerless as a form of punishment would only suggest that Lingfu Mountain was weak and easily bullied. Even if the sect leader were to learn of these events, they would remain unperturbed, for the Shangwan family lacked the audacity to confront Lingfu Mountain. Listening to Lu Yinxin, Shen Anzai rubbed his nose awkwardly and nodded. So, it was a matter of upholding the sect's dignity. He had mistakenly believed that Lu Yinxin acted out of concern for him. The onlookers, witnessing Lu Yinxin decisively incapacitate the two family heads, collectively gasped in awe, their expressions filled with reverence. Shen Anzai's gaze fell upon the members of the Sun and Lu families. With Wu Li's departure, these individuals now resembled lost dogs. Stripped of any semblance of authority, they fell to their knees before him, trembling as they spoke. Elder Shen, spare us. Sun Yi and Lu Tai, realizing their cultivation had been eradicated, knelt on the ground, their faces ashen, filled with regret. Had they known, they would not have heeded the grandiose promises of the Shangwan family, nor would they have aspired to be the true masters of Ling City, to emerge as a prominent family in the Great Dynasty. Yet now, in the face of calamity, they had fled with remarkable swiftness, leaving no trace behind. The Sun and Lu families had been completely ruined this time. Chapter 51. The beginning of your journey to becoming the greatest Sword Immortal of great, and in response to the pleas for mercy from Sun Yi and Lu Tai, Shen Anzai paid them no mind, instead directing his attention to the dazed Murong Yunlei. Patriarch Murong, you should know how to handle the remaining matters, correct? Lu Yunqin stepped forward to speak. There is no need to worry about the Shangwan family. Murong Tian has secured the first position in the Lingfu sect's grand competition, and the Lingfu sect will stand firmly behind him. Upon hearing this, Murong Yunlei was taken aback, and the elders of the Murong family looked incredulously at the young man in black beside them. First in the Lingfu sect's grand competition? When did this happen? Wasn't Murong Tian at the bottom of the rankings just 2 years ago? How did he suddenly ascend to the top this year? Noticing the astonished expressions around him, Murong Tian humbly clasped his hands. Father, esteemed elders, this achievement is largely due to my master's guidance. Without my master, I would likely still be an inconspicuous individual. Elder Shen? Murong Yunlei was even more astonished, doubting his own ears. Shen Anzai from Qingyun Peak had long been rumored to be utterly inept, incapable of channeling energy into his body throughout his life. When they had heard that Li Yin from the Lingfu sect had accepted a gift and subsequently arranged for Murong Tian to go to Qingyun Peak, they had all felt disheartened. Yet today, this Shen Anzai had brought them immense surprise, regardless of whether Murong Tian truly excelled under his tutelage. The strength he demonstrated was far beyond the rumored late-stage body refining level. Who had ever seen someone capable of incapacitating 2 practitioners of the Qi-Si realm with a mere flick of their fingers, while also suppressing a returning Origin Realm warrior like Lu Tai in the late-stage body refining? Such rumors must be fabrications. Elder Shen's great kindness, the Murong family shall never forget. Murong Yunlei immediately prepared to pay his respects, but was halted by Shen Anzai. There is no need for such formalities. The duties of a master are to be fulfilled. Listening to Shen Anzai's words, Lu Yunqin wore an odd expression. Now he understands that teaching a disciple is an obligation. Why had he not done so sooner? Let us not entertain the notion that it was to test Murong Tian's character. In the realm of martial arts, every moment is precious. Wasting those 2 years made it far more challenging for Murong Tian to catch up later. Murong Yunlei sighed deeply, realizing that they had misjudged the situation. He gazed at the reinvigorated Murong Tian and sighed, speaking slowly. Tianer, your current accomplishments hinge entirely on Elder Shen's benevolence. However, concerning the 3-year agreement, I have given it much thought, and I advise you not to dwell on it. Murong Tian was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. Father, why? He felt a surge of anger. It is an unspeakable humiliation for a woman to come to our door to withdraw her engagement. I cannot bear it, nor do I wish to endure it. Even now, he vividly recalled the disdainful and haughty gazes and words of those who returned from the Tianxue sect. They spoke of the engagement cancellation, each word dripping with contempt for a waste and ad. Before so many guests, the Murong family had been belittled, losing all face, rendering them a laughingstock. Such a profound humiliation cannot be forgotten. Seeing his son so enraged, Murong Yunlei felt a pang of sympathy, but spoke helplessly. Tuner, now that Qin Xianyue has not only the support of the Tianxue sect, but also the backing of the Shangwan family, even if you win the 3-year agreement, what will it matter if you bring disgrace to their 3 families? They will not let you go, and accumulating too many enemies makes the road ahead perilous. Murong Yunlei spoke earnestly, casting a glance at Shen Anzai. He understood that even if a miracle occurred and Murong Tian triumphed in the 3-year bet, he would never escape the clutches of the Tianxue sect. Setting aside the Qin and Shangwan families for the moment, the strength of the Tianxue sect far surpassed that of Lingfu Mountain. Moreover, do you know what realm Qin Xianyue has attained? Murong Yunlei inhaled deeply, speaking with solemnity. After Chunyuan Mountain, she would undoubtedly break through to the Earth Spirit realm, becoming a formidable force in the intermediate 3rd realm, and furthermore, she has become a direct disciple of the sect master of Tianxue sect, mastering the only heavenly ranked martial technique. Heavenly ranked martial techniques. While martial skills are not as scarce as cultivation methods, they are still exceedingly rare in the entire Southern Decision domain. Murong Tian was taken aback, his fists clenching involuntarily. The might of Qin Xianyue indeed felt distant and unattainable to him. At the same age, she had already brushed against the threshold of the Earth Spirit realm and successfully cultivated a heavenly ranked martial technique, while he was only at the mid-stage of the Qi-Si. Achieving the returning essence realm in half a year would be commendable. The elders of the Murong family and even Xiao Jingxue fell into a contemplative silence. And even Lu Yinqin sighed softly. In comparison, Murong Tian's chances of victory appeared to be non-existent. However, the fervor of youth would not be stifled by insurmountable mountains. It is precisely because they are young that they possess the courage and determination to overcome any obstacle. The youth fear not the challenges that lie ahead, nor do they concern themselves with whether the path is passable. What matters is to take that first step. So what if it is difficult? Murong Tian clenched his fist and declared with unwavering resolve, "I believe I will win. How could I possibly lose?" Hearing his heartfelt and resonant words, Murong Yunlei, Lu Yinqin, and Xiao Jingxue were taken aback. Well said. While others might dismiss Murong Tian as merely a hot-blooded youth, Shen Anzai suddenly spoke up, his eyes filled with admiration. "My disciple should possess such courage and determination. As long as you do not concede defeat, the impossible can become possible. Remember, your fate is determined by you, not by the heavens." Shen Anzai looked at Murong Tian, his expression one of satisfaction. "One Qin Qianyue will not be your endpoint, but rather the beginning of your journey to become the foremost Sword Immortal of Dan." Murong Tian's fists tightened, his spirit ignited, his gaze ablaze. The beginning of becoming the foremost Sword Immortal of Dan. Xiao Jingxue observed Shen Anzai encouraging his disciple, her usually gentle eyes trembling slightly. A flicker of unusual emotion passing through them. After so many years in the Medicine King Valley, she had grown accustomed to the sighs and laments of the Medicine King, lamenting the difficulty of resolving this bone-corroding poison. Even if it were resolved, with her meridians now corroded by the poison, her future cultivation would be fraught with challenges, leading her to lose hope and resign herself to her fate. However, ever since arriving at Lingfu Mountain, this dim hope had suddenly rekindled. "My fate is determined by me, not by the heavens." The girl's eyes glimmered with complexity as she murmured, her expression gradually solidifying. Observing the spirited exchange between the master and disciple, Lu Yinqin gently shook her head, choosing not to dampen their enthusiasm. Setting aside the fact that Qin Qianyue was already a prodigy, and that she had the sect master of Tianxue bestowing her knowledge. Who is the sect master of Tianxue? A powerhouse of the Qiankuan realm. Qualified and endowed with exceptional resources for cultivation, Qin Qianyu stands out among the younger generation, not merely within the confines of the southern domain, but indeed across the entirety of the 4 domains in one prefecture. In contrast, what does Murong Tian possess? Born with obstructed meridians, he is left with nothing but a fervent heart of youth. But he does have a master. Lu Yinqin cast her gaze upon Shen Anzai, who was encouraging Murong Tian with a light pat on the shoulder. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly. No matter how well Shen Anzai conceals his capabilities, could he possibly rival the profound depths of the entire Tianxue sect, or contend with a formidable figure of the Qiankuan realm? Unless that powerful individual from the upper 3 realms were to personally instruct Murong Tian, it might be a different story. Chapter 52. The master and disciple set off to capture thieves for reward. Murong Yunlei looked at his son, brimming with confidence, and sighed without further comment. As the situation was resolved, the onlookers gradually dispersed. The properties of the Sun and Lu families were swiftly taken over by the Murong family under the pretext of reputational compensation. Now, the entire Fuling city was under the singular dominance of the Murong family. Initially, Shen Anzai did not intend to return to Lingfu Mountain so soon, but Lu Yinqin persistently followed him, expressing a desire to see what he had been doing these past few days after leaving Qingyun Peak and neglecting Murong Tian. Shen Anzai, feeling helpless, casually stated that he was aware of the Murong family's hardships and had been descending the mountain to assess the situation. He refrained from mentioning this to avoid distracting Murong Tian. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinqin became somewhat skeptical. The group returned to Lingfu Mountain. Following the incident, Shen Anzai lost his interest in descending the mountain to listen to music. His days were now spent either in the medicinal garden tending to spiritual herbs or observing Murong Tian practice swordsmanship, quietly awaiting the day of the pure Yuan Mountains opening. In recent days, he discovered that Xiao Jingxue possessed remarkable talent in the alchemical arts, taking excellent care of the spiritual herbs. Shen Anzai contemplated for a moment and decided to entrust Xiao Jingxue with the elixirs that Murong Tian consumed daily for refinement. Since she harbored aspirations of apprenticeship, he reasoned that allowing her to gain experience under the guise of early training would not be amiss. Naturally, he would also provide guidance while she refined the elixirs, as his status as a 5th-tier alchemist afforded him certain insights. Notably, on the 7th day following the events concerning the Murong family, disturbances arose at Lingfu Mountain. Li Yan, who had been hiding within the enforcement hall, was reluctantly compelled to emerge, while the sect leader, Xian Yuzi, wore an expression of deep displeasure. The cause of this uproar? The proprietor of Fu Rongxian had come to the mountain gate with several stunning young women, lamenting grievances. What were these grievances? They accused elderly Yan of deceiving their affections, claiming that his expenditures at Fu Rongxian had yet to be settled. In an effort to prevent the matter from escalating further, the peak master of Qing, Shi Peak, had to promptly settle the bill at the mountain gate, sending away the provocatively dressed beauties. However, the incident was witnessed by some disciples and quietly disseminated. In an instant, Ling Fu Mountain was abuzz with the momentous news. After Elder Li Yan's humiliating defeat to the master of Qingyun Peak, Shen, instead of retreating in shame to engage in solitary cultivation, he descended the mountain to indulge in revelry, spending his days in a haze of wine and food, and even defaulting on debts. What? The head of the law enforcement hall, after losing to a romantic rival, transformed into a roguish wanderer, reveling in carnal pleasures, leaving nothing but chaos in his wake. When Xian Yunzi, with a darkened expression, sought out Li Yan at the law enforcement hall, he found this man sprawled on the bed, deep in slumber. His visage haggard and disheveled, a portrait of excessive indulgence. Numerous jars of wine lay strewn about the bedside. Witnessing this scene, Xian Yunzi delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling off the bed. Poor Li Yan, clutching his rear in confusion, struggled to comprehend the situation. As the head of the law enforcement hall, to live so debauchedly, devoid of restraint or shame, I hereby impose a 3-month house arrest upon you. Should you dare descend the mountain again, the sect's regulations shall be enforced. After coldly uttering this decree, Xian Yunzi turned on his heel and slammed the door shut. Li Yan, gazing at the now collapsed door under the weight of his burdens and the curious disciples peeking in, was utterly bewildered. He felt stifled from his defeat to Shen. Was it merely a few days of excessive drinking that rendered him a debaucher? 3 months of confinement? He hadn't even left his abode in days. To his dismay, he even sensed disdain and contempt in his disciple Wang Hu's gaze, which made him feel as though he might vomit blood from sheer frustration. After some inquiry, he discovered that someone had impersonated him, visiting Furong Pavilion to indulge in accruing debts without payment. Scoundrel, I shall not rest until I see you brought to justice. Li Yan howled to the heavens, then violently shattered a wine jar by the bed, exclaiming that such indulgence was truly perilous. From this day forth, he vowed to abstain from alcohol. The following morning, at Qingyun Peak, outside the medicinal herb garden on the back mountain, Shen had crafted a bamboo grove near the stream for leisurely fishing and bird watching, which was quite pleasant. At this moment, 2 individuals sat in wicker chairs by the stream, one fishing while the other observed. Little did anyone know that Li Yan harbored such a disgraceful side. Truly a source of disdain. Lu Yinqin, munching on pastries provided by Xiao Jingxue, shook her head, her expression rife with contempt. Shen chuckled awkwardly. Who would have thought that such a rogue would be the head of my Lingfu Mountain Hall, forgetting even the hard-earned money of others? Truly despicable and shameful. Forgetting to pay? Lu Yinqin frowned, casting a suspicious glance at him. How do you know he forgot? Shen, momentarily at a loss for words, was pondering how to explain when a young man in black hurriedly approached, sword on his back. Master. He felt a sense of relief and feigned irritation. Why the urgency? You've startled away my fish. Morong Tian scratched his head, sheepishly smiling, then excitedly spoke again. There's new information. It seems the one who visited Furong Pavilion was not Hall Master Li Yan at all, but someone else entirely. Shen An's heart sank at this revelation. It was said that this individual had red lips and white teeth, though his hair was streaked with silver. His countenance was like that of a jade crown, radiant and graceful, indeed a handsome man. Lu Yinqin, pausing with the pastry in her delicate hand, turned to her side, while Xiao Jingxue also froze, their gazes fixed upon Shen. If I recall correctly, he seems to have frequently descended the mountain recently, often returning late at night. Does he not? Morong Tian appeared exuberant, and after stealing a glance at Shen, he seemed to have made a discovery, his eyes shining with excitement as he exclaimed, Yes, just like Master. Unbeknownst to him, Shen An's expression had darkened, yet he remained undeterred in his enthusiasm. That scoundrel truly possessed an audacity beyond comprehension. Not only did he refuse to pay his debts, but he also dared to impersonate the master of Lingfu Mountain. The sect leader had ordered a thorough investigation, and it remained uncertain when this thief would be apprehended. Observing Morong Tian's eagerness for the unfolding drama, Lu Yinqin set aside her delicacies and smiled at Shen and Elder Shen. You must have an inkling of who this despicable, shameful rogue might be, right? She deliberately emphasized several words Shen had previously uttered, her smile eliciting a sense of discomfort. Shen felt a weight in his heart, wishing he could toss Morong Tian into the water at that very moment. This lad was utterly incompetent, earning the title of the foremost in causing trouble for his master. Oblivious to Shen An's predatory gaze, Murong Tian leaned forward with curiosity, inquiring, "Master, do you know the identity of that audacious scoundrel?" Beside them, Xiao Jingxue coughed twice, attempting to signal him to cease his inquiries. Yet, this foolish boy only grew more animated. "Master, the sect leader has placed a bounty of 100,000 gold to capture this villain. If you know, we could team up to catch him and claim the reward." Xiao Jingxue turned her head away, lamenting the beauty of the azure sky and the lush greenery. Chapter 53. The sect leader comes to seek justice? Shen gazed at the eager Murong Tian and smiled. "Have you finished your sword practice? If you have no pressing matters, there are fields on the back mountain. You could plow a few acres." The youth paused, offering a sheepish grin before scampering away with his sword. After watching him depart, Shen turned to the seated Lu Yinqin. "If I were to say that everything is merely a coincidence, and that visiting the brothel does not necessarily entail immoral activities, some merely go to enjoy music and sip tea, would you believe me?" "I do not believe you." Lu Yinqin rose gracefully, departing with a gentle remark. "We shall set forth for Chunyuan Mountain the day after tomorrow. Ensure Murong Tian adjusts his state. I will have Fei Shuang notify you." With Lu Yinqin now gone, Shen couldn't help but wear a wry smile. After finally managing to draw closer to her, it seemed they were back to square one. Regret flooded his heart, wishing he could slap himself twice. Could any trivial flirt compare to Lu Yinqin, a woman of unparalleled beauty, formidable strength, and noble status? Most crucially, he had truly done nothing wrong. It was a case of a mute suffering in silence, unable to articulate his grievances. With their departure, only Xiao Jingxue and Shen remained. The former gazed at him with gentle, autumn-like eyes, the two locking gazes. Shen, with utmost seriousness, asked, "Jingxue, do you think I resemble such a despicable character?" Xiao Jingxue quickly averted her gaze, rising to bow. "Peak Master, it appears rain is imminent. I shall return to gather my clothes." Shen lay back in his chair, staring at the clear blue sky, his expression one of deep frustration. Xiao Jingxue is not merely a maid. Why does she still think of collecting clothes? What about the fundamental trust between individuals? Even if it were indeed I who visited Furong Pavilion, could one not choose to believe in my integrity? In a state of inner turmoil, Shen pondered. System. How much more does Murong Tian's admiration value require to surpass level 8? Just a little more. How much is a little? 70 points. Shen felt utterly exhausted, both in body and spirit. This fatigue stemmed from the additional 20 points he had gained during his time at the Murong residence. Now, relying solely on persuasion to cultivate Murong Tian's admiration value had become increasingly challenging. Even spending an entire night engaging him in conversation had only yielded a meager increase. The prospect of his admiration value reaching level 10 still felt distant. As Shen glanced in the direction Xiao Jingxue had departed, he stroked his chin in contemplation. Until his eldest disciple's admiration value reached level 10, he could not accept Xiao Jingxue as a student. He had deliberated on this matter for quite some time, and concluded that taking Xiao Jingxue as a disciple would indeed be a wise choice. Firstly, she is the daughter of the Prince of Southern Town, a princess within the Dan court, with the entire royal family as her backing. Secondly, her innate talent is exceptional. She is not at all inferior to Qin Xianhua, though she has long been tormented by the bone erosion poison, rendering her unable to consolidate her qi into essence, and at times, even causing her cultivation to regress. System. What rank of alchemist is required to fully dispel this bone erosion poison? Rank 7. Could you perhaps be lenient and allow me to draw additional alchemical experience in my next lottery to break through to rank 7? Yes, but it will cost you 15 years of life for one rank. Is it possible for someone else to pay on my behalf? Or perhaps an installment plan, such as repaying 1/100th of a second each year? In the martial arts arena, Murong Tian, who was diligently practicing his swordplay, suddenly sneezed and looked around, scratching his head. Could the host please refrain from tormenting this system? Shen twitched the corner of his mouth. After all, who was to blame for not providing even a manual? Leaving everything to be explored and inquired about? Perhaps truly worn down by his incessant questioning, the system finally responded. The host may choose to consume skill cards to enhance the probability of drawing. When I last inquired, did you not say that the skill cards at my disposal were insufficient to increase my chances of drawing rank 7 alchemical experience? Shen frowned. He had discreetly inquired about this matter long ago. The host is truly charming. Who said anything about drawing rank 7 alchemical experience? There are many methods to detoxify. A suitable technique is among them, though it cannot yield immediate results. Shen felt a surge of delight. What level of technique is required to dispel the bone erosion poison? Purple technique. Within the lottery wheel, there are 5 categories of prizes: gold, purple, blue, green, and white. Gold represents the finest quality, akin to the unmatched swordplay technique previously drawn from Murong Tian. Purple signifies rarity, which has yet to be drawn. Blue denotes excellence. The cat teaser Shen Anzai had obtained previously falls within this tier, though he has yet to uncover its true purpose. When he inquired of the system, it merely stated that it could amuse cats. Subsequently, Shen Anzai resorted to using it as a whip to strike Murong Tian, as it proved remarkably durable, unlike ordinary willow branches, which would break upon impact. As for the green light and the white light, one is ordinary, while the other is worthless. The purple technique, Shen Anzai pondered while stroking his chin, should be roughly classified as a heavenly grade. This implies that to completely eradicate the bone-corroding poison, one must at least draw a heavenly grade technique, and it must also be suitable for Xiao Jingxue to cultivate. By any measure, this task appears no less daunting than drawing the experience of a 7th-tier alchemist, and perhaps even more challenging. However, Shen Anzai began to understand why the system stated that skill cards could enhance the probability of drawing techniques, yet could not elevate the chances of directly acquiring the experience of a 7th-tier alchemist. This is because the experience of a 7th-tier alchemist is something he has always possessed, whereas techniques are meant to be passed down to disciples and can only be inherited once. After that, to pass it down again, one must draw anew. Nevertheless, there exists another method, allowing Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue, those knowledgeable in techniques, to facilitate the inheritance. Yet, Murong Tian himself has only just begun to grasp the unparalleled sword technique and has yet to comprehend the crucial unparalleled sword heart. Passing it on now may only lead to confusion and misguidance. The inheritance card provided by the system guarantees a 100% success rate, while verbal instruction relies on the talent and comprehension of the inheritor. If their aptitude is lacking, even with a technique, it may take years for them to grasp the basics. Therefore, the experience of a 7th-tier alchemist is presently more precious than a heavenly grade technique. The distinction lies in the fact that one can be utilized repeatedly, while the latter can currently be employed only once. Shaking his head, Shen Anzai resolved to think no further on this matter. After all, there is no urgency regarding Xiao Jingxue's situation. Even if he were to draw, it would have to wait until Murong Tian's level of admiration surpassed a particular threshold. Moreover, for the inheritance to take place, he must first accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple, which requires Murong Tian's admiration level to break through to 10. This means he has at least 3 opportunities to draw, and with the system occasionally issuing tasks, he may also earn chances to draw from those. He cannot believe that with so many opportunities, he would not succeed even once. At present, the priority is to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming journey to Chunyuan Mountain, where Murong Tian must strive to secure a place among the top 3 at the Chunyuan pool, seeking the opportunity to condense qi and attain the return to Origin Realm. Master. Just as he was lost in thought, the youth once again sprinted up the mountain path, sword on his back. What now? Shen Anzai furrowed his brow. The sect leader has arrived and is waiting for you in the Qingyan Hall. Shen Anzai sprang from his chair, a look of distress on his face. Oh no. Could it be that the sect leader was here to question him about impersonating Li Yan at the Farang Pavilion? Chapter 54. You wouldn't want others to know, would you? In the main hall of Qingyun Peak, Xian Yuzi sat facing Shen Anzai, their gazes locking for an extended silence. Unable to endure the intensity of Xian Yuzi's gaze any longer, Shen Anzai rose and spoke. Sect leader, please speak your mind. Only then did Xian Yuzi clear his throat, looking at him with a peculiar expression. Actually, I descended the mountain yesterday carrying your portrait to conduct an investigation at the Farang Pavilion before he could finish. His expression turned meaningful. Shen Anzai, realizing the matter could not be concealed, bitterly replied, Sect leader, I truly did nothing at the Farang Pavilion. I merely listened to music. At most, I sipped tea and admired the flowers with those performers. It is not as you imagine. Why are you so anxious? I never claimed you did anything wrong. Xian Yuzi gazed at him with a peculiar expression, stroking his beard. What I think is of little consequence. What truly matters is the perception of others, particularly Elder Lu's opinion. Surely, you wouldn't want this matter to become public knowledge. If you agree to assist me with a task, I shall resolve your predicament. Shen Anzai was taken aback. Why did this sentiment seem so familiar? He eyed the jovial middle-aged man before him with suspicion. He never anticipated that the seemingly approachable and amiable sect leader harbored such peculiar inclinations. Let us speak no further. He resolutely stood up, asserting, even if everyone were to know, I shall not acquiesce to your request, master. Xian Yuzi was momentarily stunned. He had yet to articulate what he required of Shen Anzai. How could he refuse so decisively? Moreover, what was that fleeting expression of disgust that had crossed his face moments ago? Do I have a snack lodged in my nose today? Xian Yuzi pondered, scratching his nose and awkwardly chuckling. Elder Shen, do not be so agitated. This task is not arduous. All that is required is a few words from you, and it will not place you in a dilemma. A few words? I am unwilling. Shen Anzai reiterated, positioning himself behind the chair and enunciating each word with gravity. Shen Anzai was again perplexed. Did this fellow expect to do nothing while he cleaned up his mess? Such naivete. Were it not for the fact that this matter was personal, would Shen Anzai, with his connections to the upper echelons and his ties to the Prince of the South, truly come to him with such cordiality? After all, he was the sect leader. Elder Shen, it is truly not a difficult task. I have heard that His Highness has granted a quota to Qingyun Peak for a visit to Chunyuan Mountain. And I merely hope that when you go, you might deliver a small item to Lady Li. I would never sell my body. Huh. Shen Anzai was taken aback. Was it simply a matter of delivering something to Lady Li? Indeed. What else did you think, Elder Shen? Shen Anzai replied, his face a picture of confusion as he regarded Shen Anzai with skepticism. What was it you just declared you would never sell? Cough, cough. Shen Anzai cleared his throat, a smile spreading across his face as he gently grasped Shen Anzai's hand. Old Shen, I find it rather amusing how you all enjoy keeping secrets. Why not state your intentions directly? I, Shen Anzai, am part of the sect. Even if you choose not to assist me, such matters are not something I can refuse. Are they? Shen Anzai regarded him with a strange expression, bewildered by the abrupt shift in his demeanor. Yet, to his surprise, the sect leader was indeed connected to Lady Li. Shen Anzai chuckled, his eyes brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Observing his gaze, Shen Anzai could easily surmise his thoughts. He shot him an admonishing glance and spoke. What are you thinking? Lady Li is my biological sister. I simply wish for you to deliver some medicinal pills that nourish and replenish her vitality. Oh, Shen Anzai's expression fell, revealing a disinterested demeanor. He had expected to uncover some grand secret. If it was merely a sibling relationship, then why did the sect leader not deliver the items himself? Shen Anzai shot him an exasperated look, because I am the sect leader of Lingfu Mountain, and she is the emperor's consort, with her child being the crown prince. Should I frequently associate with her, what would the emperor think? Lingfu Mountain does not compare to the Qin and Shangwan families, which have been supported both overtly and covertly by His Majesty. Lingfu Mountain belongs to a faction beyond the imperial control. Understood. Shen Anzai nodded. It is akin to a state-owned enterprise versus a foreign enterprise. Moreover, with the son of concubine Li now being the crown prince, frequent interactions between Shen Anzai and them may inevitably lead to backstabbing by those with ulterior motives. While Lingfu Mountain may be indifferent, the situation is different for concubine Li and her son within the palace. If their adversaries catch even a whiff of gossip, they could amplify it to catastrophic proportions. Is there not a saying, to add a crime, one need not lack for a pretext? But why does the sect leader not allow Elder Lu to deliver the message? Shen Anzai found himself puzzled once again. It is understandable not to choose Murong Tian, given his status as a disciple, which precludes him from approaching concubine Li. But why select oneself? Their eyes locked. Shen Anzai appeared taken aback. Is the quota not for Qingyun Peak? What purpose does Elder Lu serve in this? The two exchanged incredulous glances. Could it be that Elder Lu was concerned about the Qin and Shangwan families targeting Murong Tian at Chunyuan Mountain, thus going to bolster Qingyun Peak? The expression on Shen Anzai's face gradually became intriguing as he scrutinized Shen Anzai, the meaning in his eyes unmistakable. Ahem, unspoken understanding. Unspoken understanding. Shen Anzai felt a flush rise to his cheeks, coughing lightly without offering an explanation. As the sect leader, I must address you both. Why? When you could remain at Qingwan Peak, venture to Furong Pavilion instead. Shen Anzai began to grow a bit irritated. Do those superficial beauties truly compare to the dignified elegance of our illustrious Qingwan Peak's leader? Elder Shen, one must seize opportunities with Elder Lu's beauty. Many unscrupulous individuals within the sect may covet her. If you do not cherish this, what if someone takes advantage of the situation? Are you referring to Master Yanli? Shen Anzai blinked. The two shared a gaze, wide-eyed and incredulous. I am not. I did not say that. Do not make wild assumptions, and do not spread rumors. Very well. I shall certainly not divulge to Master Yanli that the leader has called him an unscrupulous individual. Shen Anzai suddenly found the exchange with Shen Anzai rather exhausting. He waved his hand, placing it over his heart, and spoke. Enough. The sect has numerous affairs to attend to, so I shall not linger. You should properly prepare with your disciple for the journey to Chunyuan Mountain. Do not bring shame to Lingfu Mountain. Leader, regarding the matter of Furong Pavilion, Shen Anzai hastily called out to the retreating figure. Rest assured, I shall resolve it for you. Watching the figure disappear beyond the hall, Shen Anzai stroked his chin. Next time, I must devise some formidable restrictions, otherwise, everyone will be flying away while I am left to climb the mountain daily, which is somewhat embarrassing considering I am the leader of Qingyun Peak. The next day, Lingfu Mountain erupted in commotion once more. In light of the Furong Pavilion incident, the leader descended personally to investigate. By evening, he returned and revealed the truth to everyone. The one who had frequented Furong Pavilion was neither Li Yin nor Shen Anzai, but a remnant of the demonic sect skilled in transformation techniques. This individual has now been slain by his own hand. It was precisely to incite internal discord within Lingfu Mountain that one disguised as the master of Qingyun Peak, parading under the guise of the law enforcement hall master while indulging in a free meal at Furong Pavilion. Upon the revelation of this news, the collective realization dawned upon everyone, and they came to accept it as a matter of course. Indeed, as the law enforcement hall master, did Li Yin truly lack the means to settle a modest bill? Elder Shun had also amassed a fortune of several 100,000 gold during the grand competition. Would he really be so foolish as to dine and dash? Surely, this was merely a ruse employed by remnants of the demonic sect to sow discord within Lingfu Mountain. Chapter 55. The Unworldly Senior Disciple at Qingyun Peak. Outside the bamboo courtyard of the small building, the peach leaves pointed skyward, while the willow leaves cast a shade over the heavens. Shen Anzai sat languidly in a wrought-tan chair, one leg crossed over the other, leisurely humming a tune as he basked in the sunlight, engrossed in a book. His spirits soared, positively radiant. The news from the previous day had swiftly transformed the public perception of the Furong Pavilion incident. Beside him, Xiao Jingxue regarded him with renewed respect, tinged with a hint of shame, quietly reflecting on the matter. Had it not been for the sect leader personally apprehending the remnants of the demonic sect, the blame would undoubtedly have fallen on the Peak Master. Indeed, it was the Peak Master who, in the face of such egregious events, did not seek to vindicate himself, embodying a demeanor of serene indifference toward fame and fortune. In contrast, the young Murong Tian appeared somewhat dejected yesterday, lamenting the missed opportunity to personally bring the remnants of the demonic sect to justice and claim the bounty of 100,000 gold. Moreover, there was another source of joy for Shunin. After a period of sword training, it seemed that Murong Tian's swordsmanship had indeed improved, and his mastery of martial arts had also transcended to the second level. Though this might sound simpler than breaking through to the first level, it was no mere coincidence. Murong Tian had recently devoted himself not only to the Thunderbolt sword, but also to the profound insights of the unmatched sword heart, frequently contemplating the unparalleled sword technique. This was a divine-level art, and any comprehension gleaned from it was extraordinary. And lo and behold, Shunin had commenced his reading. What was he perusing? A compendium of weapons, an anthology of rare flora, and a manual on perplexing ailments. Boredom had driven him to delve into literature, for he dared not venture down the mountain to enjoy music. Ideally, reading would enhance his proficiency in martial and medicinal arts. If not, it mattered little. Knowledge gained is knowledge earned. The more one reads, the more adept one becomes at eloquently persuading others. As for the tomes on medicinal arts, he found himself comprehensively versed, the knowledge of a fifth-tier alchemist clear as day in his mind, enabling him to even discern errors within the texts at times. The various weapons were somewhat comprehensible, though not entirely so. He grasped just enough to glean some understanding. However, when it came to other subjects, such as talismans and artifact refinement, he found himself utterly befuddled, staring blankly at the pages. After a yawn, Shunin closed the book, feeling somewhat fatigued as he rubbed his temples. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge was indeed a blessing, yet he was merely in the late stage of body refinement, and his energy was quite limited. Often, he would flip through a book twice and still miss crucial information, his memory muddled. Alas, after perusing 7 or 8 volumes, the actual knowledge retained was scant. Gazing at the azure sky, Shunin sighed deeply, lost in contemplation. It is no wonder that the ancients proclaimed that reading thousands of books is no match for traversing thousands of miles. Merely reading without engaging in practice renders it exceedingly difficult to retain knowledge vividly and indelibly. Yet, what can one do when they lack both spiritual fortitude and innate talent? The swordsmanship speaks of spirit accompanying the blade and strength following the edge. He comprehends this, but can he truly embody it? The path of talismans also speaks of spirit gathering at the brush, with the heavens forming the backdrop, as the wind howls fiercely and the clouds summon the thunder. Can he accomplish this? Shaking his head, Shunin stroked his chin thoughtfully. After all, can a theoretical master not still be considered a master? Even if he cannot execute it himself, understanding it thoroughly does not preclude him from imparting knowledge to others. He mused that once he genuinely mastered such extensive knowledge, he could teach his disciples without relying on a system. With this thought, he suddenly felt as if he had discovered the direction of his life's ambitions. Disregarding his fatigue, he resumed his studies with renewed vigor. Master, Master. Just as he prepared to devote himself wholeheartedly to his studies, familiar voices echoed along the bamboo path. Master, Sister Feishuang has arrived. Murong Tian, sword slung across his back, approached at a distance while waving his hand. The aloof Ling Feishuang followed closely behind him. During this period, he appeared less like the eldest disciple of Qingyun Peak and more akin to a mere messenger. Shunin raised an eyebrow, closing his book and rising to his feet. The arrival of Ling Feishuang indicated that they would soon embark on their journey to Chunyuan Mountain. Elder Shun, Princess, Ling Feishuang greeted gracefully as she strode towards the stream, her long legs moving elegantly. Ling Shizi, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Did your master send you? Shen gestured dismissively. Yes. My master has been awaiting us at the mountain gate. Oh, in that case, Jingxue, please help me bring those books from the study. We shall set off. Shen turned to speak. Certainly, Peak Master. Xiao Jingxue nodded slightly and quickly returned with the books. As the group made their way to the foot of Lingfu Mountain, Shen cast a few more glances at Ling Feishuang, then furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired, "When did you achieve your breakthrough?" Ling Feishuang paused, surprised, and turned back to respond respectfully. Elder, I just consolidated my chi 5 days ago. Upon hearing this, Shen nodded in realization, secretly affirming his thoughts. The time spent studying had not been in vain. Her gaze was as tranquil as a serene sea, drawing in energy like a deep abyss. This was precisely what he had gleaned from his readings. He had sensed that Ling Feishuang seemed somewhat different than before, and upon inquiry, it was indeed confirmed that she had made a breakthrough. This discovery filled Shun with a small thrill, igniting a greater thirst for knowledge within him. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Yinxin stood quietly before the stone tablet of Lingfu Mountain, her azure attire billowing gently in the wind. Her flowing black hair secured simply with a silver hairpin. Clad in simplicity, she lacked the ostentation of the women from the Fuhong Pavilion or the lavish elegance of wealthy young ladies. Yet, it was precisely this simplicity that bestowed upon her an ethereal charm as she stood there. Have you arrived? Sensing the presence behind her, Lu Yinxin turned slightly, her crimson lips parting gently. Indeed, Elder Lu, I apologize for the wait. Well then, since you are here, let us depart. With a graceful sweep of her sleeve, a flying boat emerged from her attire, expanding instantly and settling at the edge. She gazed at Shun as he led his disciple onto the vessel, her beautiful eyes flickering with intrigue. Yesterday, upon discovering that the despicable and contemptible rogue entering the Hurong Pavilion was not truly Shinin, she felt an unexpected sense of relief. It seemed she did not wish for Shun to become such a person. Feishuang, return to Qingluan Peak and diligently contemplate what I have taught you. Await my return. Yes, master. Ling Feishuang respectfully nodded, watching as the flying vessel gradually disappeared into the horizon. On the vessel, Shinin was experiencing this rare mode of transport for the first time, feeling a blend of curiosity and excitement within. However, in order to maintain his dignity in front of his disciple, he chose to remain silent. Xiao Jingxue, on the other hand, did not appear particularly astonished by this flying craft, as her status afforded her glimpses of even grander spectacles. Yet, upon reaching Mu Rong Tian, she exclaimed, "Wow, master! The deck is made of Fei Hong stone. A piece the size of a palm can sell for 50,000 gold. And there's even a piece of yuan stone embedded in the bow, with a dancing cricket on it." Shen glanced over at the exuberant Mu Rong Tian, who was eagerly exploring the vessel with childlike wonder, and felt a twinge of embarrassment. He turned his head away, his expression clearly stating that he did not know this person. Such disgrace. How utterly shameful. You could express curiosity without leaning over the side of the ship like that. And a dancing cricket? What nonsense. Shen thought disparagingly. Chapter 56. As they say, the path to knowledge is paved with diligence. On board the flying vessel, Mu Rong Tian's incessant tapping and prodding ceased only after Shun reprimanded him, allowing the group a moment of peace. Leaning against the side, Shen took out a book detailing the weaknesses and habits of various demonic beasts, immersing himself in its contents. Lu Yinxin initially thought his interest would be fleeting, but as time passed, her lips parted in surprise. 2 full hours had elapsed. After finishing the tome on demonic beasts, Shen promptly switched to a book on talisman arrays. Aside from taking a sip of water, he had engaged in no other activities. Does the Peak Master enjoy reading? Lu Yinxin inquired, glancing at Xiao Jingxue. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I suppose so. I have only recently arrived at Qingyun Peak and have only just noticed that Shen often carries a book. What kind of books does he read? Well, he reads everything. Xiao Jingxue nodded, confirming this detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinxin felt a twinge of surprise, stealing a few more glances at Shen. She had not previously realized how much he cherished reading. Noticing her gaze, Shen looked up and met her eyes. Elder Lu, is something the matter? He asked. Isn't it tiring to read word by word, page by page? Lu Yinxin gently inquired. After reaching the Qi Si realm, one could read 10 lines at a glance. And the mental prowess of the returning Yuan realm allows for swift perusal of texts. To put it plainly, a practitioner at the returning Yuan realm could merely flip through the book in your hands and easily memorize its contents. Understanding her confusion, Shen shook his head. In this instance, There was no further emphasis on his status as merely a practitioner of body refinement. After all, the execution of those few sword strikes would leave anyone incredulous. Comprehending and learning are two distinct concepts, while mastering and applying that knowledge is yet another level altogether. Swift observation alone is futile. Shen Anzai spoke softly, articulating the rigorous training and guidance he had endured throughout his 9 years of compulsory education. One must learn, grasp, and comprehend to master the techniques. For instance, memorizing a poem does not guarantee an understanding of its meaning. And understanding the meaning does not necessarily enable one to compose a poem of similar caliber. As he spoke, he shook his head earnestly, reflecting deeply on his sentiments. There is a saying, the path to knowledge is paved with diligence, and the sea of learning is boundless, requiring toil as a vessel. Listening to his words, Lu Yunqin and Xiao Jingsu were momentarily rendered speechless, gazing at him with eyes full of wonder. At that moment, seated before them, Shen Anzai seemed to emanate an ethereal glow, his presence exuding an air of refinement and inscrutable depth. In short, he left an impression on Xiao Jingsu and Lu Yunqin that was markedly different from before. Lu Yunqin was taken aback, never expecting such profound words to flow from Shen Anzai's lips. In her memory, the former leader of Qingyun Peak frequently sought the sect master to lament his misfortunes, appearing quite the trifler. However, through their recent interactions, she realized she had never truly understood this leader, having been swayed by unfounded rumors. Lu Yunqin blinked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed him engrossed in a book once more. What manner of person was Shen Anzai, the leader of Qingyun Peak? Beside her, Xiao Jingsu regained her composure, her gaze deep and reflective, as if resonating with some insight. She too picked up a book and began to peruse it. The tome was titled A Comprehensive Guide to Insects and Beasts of Poison. As the flying vessel approached evening, its speed gradually diminished. Shen Anzai lifted his gaze, beholding a range of majestic peaks ahead, shrouded in mist and clouds, resembling a celestial realm. Such abundant spiritual energy. Morong Tian suddenly opened his eyes, a look of astonishment crossing his features as he sprang to his feet. He then turned to gauge the reactions of the others. Xiao Jingsu smiled and nodded at him, her demeanor calm, while Lu Yunqin continued to gaze into the distance, seemingly unfazed by the presence of such rich spiritual energy. Morong Tian's gaze fell upon his master. Shen Anzai blinked, momentarily caught off guard by their mutual gaze. Upon realizing that he was the only one among the four feeling astonished, his face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Shen Anzai appeared bewildered, scanning the surroundings. Spiritual energy? Where is it? How come I cannot perceive it? Is it truly that abundant? We have arrived at Chunyuanshan. Prepare yourselves, we shall disembark. Lu Yunqin spoke softly, waving her sleeve as the flying vessel gracefully descended. To Shen Anzai's eyes, aside from the thick mist, this place bore little resemblance to Qingyun Peak. As they traversed through the white fog, a suffocating sight unfolded beside the mountain path. Rows of figures clad in gleaming silver armor stood like unyielding towers, their imposing presence exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. Suffused with a sense of sanguine ferocity, the long spears held in their hands glimmered with a chilling light, exuding an intense aura of oppression. Clad in silver armor, each of these warriors was a master of the return to origin realm. A glance revealed at least 3,000 of them. They were the White Jade Army, cultivated by His Majesty, numbering only around 10,000, yet each had survived the brutalities of battle. As the flying vessel descended, Xiao Jingxue gently began to explain. Morong Tian appeared both astonished and curious. Why did they not even blink, remaining utterly still? The three simultaneously cast a glance at him before choosing to ignore his inquiry, allowing Xiao Jingxue to continue her introduction. The White Jade Army is divided into 3 tiers, 10,000 in silver armor, all at the return to origin realm, 10 in golden armor, all at the earth spirit realm, and at the pinnacle, a solitary figure in jade armor, the most trusted general of His Majesty, who resides at the celestial spirit realm. Shen Anzai felt a sense of awe. These 3,000 silver-armored soldiers undeniably surpassed the capabilities of common folk. In other words, each of them could easily defeat 10 foes. Truly, they were the elite troops personally trained by His Majesty. And the mere presence of 3,000 silver armors was already so intimidating. One could only imagine the might of 10,000 assembled together. Just as Shen Anzai was marveling at their imposing presence, a sudden sound of breaking air echoed above. Looking up, he beheld a long, dark shadow weaving through the clouds. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a colossal azure serpent. Observing its bulging belly, it was clear that it exhibited signs of transformation into a dragon. Perched upon the serpent's massive triangular head were several figures, among them an elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, his hunched back betraying his advanced age. Yet no one would dare underestimate him as merely a frail old man. Behind the cane-wielding elder stood a young woman clad in white, sword in hand, her expression indifferent. The moment Shen Anzai laid eyes on her, he sensed Murong Tian beside him draw a heavier breath. His fists clenched tightly as he fixated on the girl atop the azure serpent, uncontainable fury flickering in his gaze. Shen Anzai needed no further inquiry to ascertain that this sword-wielding maiden must be the one who had severed the engagement with the Murong family. Qin Jia, Qin Qianwei. Chapter 57. A first encounter with the Qin family. As the azure serpent lowered its head, the figures above began to descend one by one. The two factions exchanged glances, scrutinizing each other. Qin Qianwei noticed the young man in black behind Shen Anzai, but merely cast him a fleeting indifferent glance before shifting her gaze to the mist-laden mountain path. Such an aloof and haughty demeanor ignited a fire of indignation within Murong Tian, who could hardly resist the urge to step forward. Gently placing a hand on his shoulder, Shen Anzai signaled him to remain calm. I did not expect the princess to leave the Apothecary Valley and join the commotion at Chunyuan Mountain, the cane-wielding elder chuckled. Advancing to pay his respects, his expression tinged with a hint of reverence. But this was directed solely at Xiao Jingxue beside Shen Anzai, while he chose to ignore everyone else, including Lu Yinqin. You are too kind, Elder Qin. I hadn't anticipated that the esteemed patriarch of the Qin family would personally come here, Xiao Jingxue replied softly, her words revealing a piece of information to Shen Anzai and the others. Before me stands a seemingly unremarkable old man with a cane, who is, in fact, the venerable patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Beishan, a formidable expert in the late stages of the spirit realm. Behind him, aside from Qin Qianwei, are two young scions of the Qin lineage, both of whom exhibit commendable prowess, having just entered the Qi-Si realm. In contrast, the younger Qin Qianwei has already ascended to the Return to Origin realm and is on the brink of breaking through to the Earth Spirit realm, showcasing her exceptional talent. Thus, it is imperative for Qin Beishan to personally oversee this matter, as it pertains to Qianwei's potential advancement. With a knowing smile, Qin Beishan cast a meaningful glance at Shen Anzai and the others. It begs the question, what brings the princess here, given her uncertain condition? He had already been informed that the King of the South had awarded a quota for Chunyuan Mountain to Murong Tian of Qingyun Peak. He was also aware of Murong Tian's triumph in the Spirit Symbol Mountain competition and the surprising display of strength from Shen Anzai, who had defeated a Hall Master. Yet, he felt compelled to inquire further. Accompanying the Peak Master and senior brother Murong, Xiao Jingxue spoke softly, her demeanor inscrutable. Oh, is this the famed Murong Tian of the Murong family? Qin Beishan feigned surprise. But I have heard that he possesses a congenital blockage in his meridians. Granting him such a quota seems a waste, does it not? Xiao Jingxue's brow furrowed slightly. Murong Tian's fists clenched, knuckles widening. A congenital block rendering one a wastrel has reached the mid-Qi-Si stage, while those gifted with unobstructed meridians should have long since attained the Return to Origin realm. At this juncture, Shen Anzai spoke calmly, casting a pointed glance at the two young Qin scions, who were similarly pretending to be astonished. Oh, how is it that these two young talents from the Qin family barely managed to enter the Qi-Si realm, yet still fall short of my disciple, who is burdened by a congenital blockage? Could it be that they have been slacking in their cultivation within the Qin family? He feigned a sigh of pity, lamenting the squandered potential. Hearing this, Xiao Jingxue stifled a laugh, and Murong Tian felt his spirits lift. However, the expressions of the two young Qin descendants darkened, their faces shifting from green to red with indignation. Was he not implying that they could not measure up to even a so-called wastrel? Qin Beishan narrowed his eyes slightly. I presume this esteemed individual is the illustrious Peak Master of Qingyun Peak, Elder Shen? His gaze held a scrutinizing quality, and his brow furrowed slightly. Sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy or aura from Shen Anzai, he deduced that he was at most in the late stages of body refinement. How could such a level possibly defeat a practitioner of the Return to Origin realm? Could it be that the rumors were false? With a feigned smile, he remarked, I never imagined that Elder Shen, as a master, would have a lower cultivation level than his disciple. This is indeed the first time I have heard such an amusing tale in decades. Indeed, a late-stage body refiner mentoring Murong Tian, a congenital block, to the mid-Qi-Si stage, while the Qin family, with its many practitioners in the third realm, has nurtured its own descendants to merely the initial stages of the Qi-Si. Listening quietly from the side, Lu Yinqin finally spoke, her tone flat, yet strikingly potent. The smile on Qin Beishan's face gradually faded as he cast a cold glance at Lu Yinqin. Were it not for Xiao Jingxue's presence, he would have already sent these individuals flying with a mere slap for their audacity in addressing the Qin family so. Grandfather, let us ascend the mountain, Qin Qianwei, who had never deigned to glance at Shen Anzai before, said in an indifferent manner. Qin Beishan nodded, then seemed to recall something, speaking softly, Elder Shen, do not blame this old man for not warning you. The quota granted by the king of southern Jun to Qingyun Peak was taken from the Shangwan family. When they arrive, it would be wise for you to refrain from being too sharp-tongued, or I shall be unable to assist you. With that, the Qin family began their ascent. Shen Anzai furrowed his brow. In the realm of Chunyuan Mountain, the Shangwan family was indeed more formidable than the Qin family. For the current empress bore the surname Shangwan. Within the Eastern Palace, there were only two individuals of utmost importance: the emperor's favored consort, the crown prince's mother, Li Fei, and the esteemed Empress Shangwan. To his astonishment, Shen Anzai realized that Xiao Aohai had secured his quota at the expense of the Shangwan family. He glanced at Xiao Jingsnow, who subtly shook her head in indication of her ignorance regarding the matter. Not wishing to dwell on it further, Shen Anzai recalled that he had already crossed paths with the steward of the Shangwan family during his time at the Murong residence, thus planting the seeds of conflict long ago. Should a true uproar ensue, he would promptly summon Lu Yunqin to bring the communication talismans to those at Lingfu Mountain. Who fears whom? With that thought, Shen Anzai cast a lingering glance at the enormous azure serpent resting at the mountain's foot, its eyes closed in repose. Such a large serpent, being a demonic beast, must possess delectable flesh, he mused. The azure serpent suddenly opened its eyes, its cold, vertical pupils emanating a dangerous glint. Locking onto Shen Anzai, he quickly averted his gaze, recalling that demonic beasts inherently possess a keen sense of impending danger. Let us proceed. We too shall ascend the mountain. Following the Qin family, the group stepped onto the mist-laden mountain path. The silver-armored soldiers flanking either side remained utterly silent, standing like iron towers. Chunyuan Mountain boasts a total of 10 Chunyuan pools, ascending from the mountainside to the summit. The pools are classified into 3 tiers. The first comprises the lower 4 pools, where spiritual energy flows like water, abundant yet impure. The energy absorbed from these lower pools, while plentiful, requires subsequent refinement through personal cultivation. The second tier consists of the middle 3 pools, where the spiritual energy is crystalline, abundant, and pure. The third, and most crucial, encompasses the upper 3 pools. Here, spiritual energy converges in quantities comparable to the depths of the seas, and its purity is unparalleled. Spending just a month in the upper 3 pools can lead even the most mediocre talents to break through a minor realm, provided they can absorb the spiritual energy. It is said that Xiao Aohai once resided in these upper 3 pools, transcending from the pinnacle of returning origin directly to the Earth Spirit realm, nearly breaching the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm. This illustrates the vast disparity between the other 7 pools and the upper 3. Chapter 58. Why are you shouting so loudly? As the group traversed the mountain path, they arrived at the midway point, where the presence of silver-armored soldiers had noticeably increased. At the forefront, an ornate phoenix carriage stood in repose. Today marked the day the Chunyuan Mountain was opened, and only one member of the royal family would attend to the imperial pools, the crown prince. Without a doubt, the one seated within the phoenix carriage is none other than the crown prince's mother, Lady Li. She is also the person to whom Shen An was entrusted by Xian Yuzi to deliver certain items. Of course, it is not Shen An himself who will make the delivery. Previously, Xian Yuzi mentioned that he only needed to speak a few words, as it was necessary for Princess Xiao Jingxue to undertake the task. After all, Shen An is affiliated with Lingfu Mountain and must maintain a respectful distance from Lady Li. However, Princess Xiao Jingxue's presence changes the dynamics, rendering it impossible for the Empress to take issue with the arrangement. Having met Lady Li, the requisite courtesies must be observed upon entering the royal domain. Shen An, accompanied by several others, approached to pay their respects. While members of the Qin family had already begun their ascent up the mountain, no need for formalities, a graceful voice emanated from within the silk curtains. Shen An glanced at Xiao Jingxue beside him, who understood and stepped forward. Your Highness, it has been a long time since we last met. I have specially prepared some elixirs for nourishing vitality and replenishing blood. I hope you will not find them lacking. Inside the phoenix carriage, a woman adorned in exquisite garments spoke softly. Ah, Jingxue, please come in. As Xiao Jingxue lifted the silk curtain to enter, Shen An caught a glimpse of Lady Li seated within. She was stunning, undeniably deserving of her status as the emperor's most cherished consort, her rank rivaling that of the empress. Upon noticing him, she smiled gently and nodded, before the curtain fell again. Elder Shun, let us also ascend the mountain, murmured Lu Yunqin quietly. Shen An nodded. Every moment that Murong Tian could spend at the Chunyuan pool was invaluable. The trio proceeded up the mountainside, while Xiao Jingxue remained behind to reminisce with Lady Li. The crown prince was currently engaged in cultivation at the royal Chunyuan pool at the summit, leaving the remaining 9 pools for others. As they gradually ascended, they noted that 2 of the lower 4 pools had already been occupied. These were claimed by factions subordinate to the Qin and Shangwan families, with whom Shen An was not well acquainted, hence there was little interaction. The group did not linger, instead passing by the lower pools and continuing their ascent, though the surrounding mist was not as dense as it was at the halfway point. Murong Tian's expression suggested that the spiritual energy was markedly more potent. In the middle 3 pools, 2 had been taken by other young members of the Qin family. They sat cross-legged in the central waters, eyes closed in meditation, while an elder from the Qin family stood guard outside to prevent disturbances. Observing Shen Anzai and his companions attempting to proceed further, one elder from the Qin family frowned and feigned a warning, saying, "I advise you to remain in the lower 4 pools. These, along with the remaining pools above, belong to the Shangwan family. You have no claim here." Shen Anzai cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "Pray tell, has the name of the Shangwan family been inscribed upon the upper pools?" The elder frowned, then snorted disdainfully, "You are woefully unaware of your own limitations." With that, he waved his sleeve dismissively and chose not to engage further. After all, the members of the Shangwan family were on their way, and should they find their pools occupied, they would undoubtedly erupt in fury, providing ample entertainment. "Master, do we really need to go up?" Murong Tian asked hesitantly. "Since we are here, it is imperative for you to cultivate in the upper 3 pools. Otherwise, our visit would be in vain." Shen Anzai replied indifferently. "But what about the Shangwan family?" "Fear not. I shall handle matters with the Shangwan family on your behalf," he assured. As Murong Tian had yet to finish his words, Lu Yinxin gently interjected, her demeanor calm and unruffled. "What your master said is indeed correct. If you truly wish to ascend to the Tianxue sect in half a year's time, cultivating in the upper sand pool will provide you with considerable assistance." Hearing both of them assert this, Murong Tian remained somewhat hesitant. After all, the head of the Shangwan family was merely at the early stage of the celestial spirit realm, and there was no need to elaborate on his master's prowess. Even Elder Lu was only at the pinnacle of the earth spirit realm. If a dispute were to arise over this pool, could it spiral out of control, potentially leading to conflict? Noticing his apprehension, Lu Yinxin gently patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Rest easy. I and your master will shoulder the significant matters. Focus solely on your cultivation. A mere early-stage celestial spirit cultivator is nothing to fear, even if it comes to blows." Murong Tian looked deeply moved and nodded earnestly. His master and mistress, as well as Elder Lu, were truly remarkable. Shen Anzai, somewhat astonished, had not anticipated Lu Yinxin to exude such confidence. The Shangwan family might fear Lingfu Mountain, but they would not be intimidated by a faction of lesser standing within it, such as Qian Peak. He had thought that her presence was meant to leverage her connections as an elder of Lingfu Mountain and the Prince of Southern Jun to pressure the Shangwan family. However, it appeared she regarded the early-stage celestial spirit cultivator with disdain. Did the Prince of Southern Jun grant her some formidable trump card? Shen Anzai pondered this, shaking his head. Regardless, if he could conserve his solitary skill card of the celestial spirit realm, he would be quite content. The trio continued their ascent and soon came upon a clearing. In this clearing, there were 2 pure yuan pools at the forefront, and in the distance, obscured by mist, lay another. Among these, the distant pool appeared to be the most abundant in spiritual energy, its water of the highest quality. Within it sat a young man clad in resplendent golden robes, his features indistinct but exuding an air of nobility. Undoubtedly, he was none other than the current crown prince, Xiao Tianze. Beside him stood a youthful-looking eunuch with white hair, who had erected a barrier to shield Xiao Tianze from external disturbances. Of the 3 pools, only the one on the right remained unoccupied. Qin Banshan, observing Shen Anzai and his companion's arrival, furrowed his brow slightly. "Disciple, go forth," he instructed. Shen Anzai nodded slightly. "Yes, master." Without hesitation, Murong Tian soared into the right pure yuan pool, settling into a meditative posture. Qin Banshan shook his head in quiet disapproval, a hint of mockery in his gaze. Just as Murong Tian entered a state of meditation, a thunderous voice erupted from behind. "You have quite the audacity." The volume of the voice was deafening, causing Murong Tian to open his eyes involuntarily. Shen Anzai turned to see a group of several individuals approaching, their faces etched with fury. At the forefront stood a burly middle-aged man with leopard-like eyes and a bushy beard. Following closely behind was a tall and imposing young man, none other than Shangwan Bao, the head of the Shangwan family, accompanied by his son, Shangwan Jia. Upon seeing that the right pool had been occupied, Shangwan Bao's expression darkened as he fixated his gaze on Shen Anzai's direction. On his way, he overheard the elder from the Qin family discussing the situation at the 3 pools, and upon arrival, he discovered that the people from Lingfu Mountain had indeed occupied the pool. Initially troubled by the loss of a spot, he was further incensed by the audacity of the young master of Qingyun Peak to act in such a manner, as if he were defecating on the head of the Shangwan family. Shangwan Bao glared furiously and bellowed, demanding that the young man emerge immediately. Hearing his commanding tone, Shen Anzai furrowed his brows. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Chapter 59. Elder Qin takes action. Shangwan Bao was momentarily taken aback, as was Qin Beishan. You think you can simply order my disciple to come out? Who do you think you are? This spot was personally granted by the king of Zhennan. Do you dare to defy the royal decree? Shen An retorted loudly. Shangwan Bao nearly spat blood upon hearing this, his face flushed with rage. At that moment, Shangwan Jie stepped forward coldly. The spot at Qingyun Peak was originally taken from our Shangwan family. My father, being magnanimous, did not wish to pursue this matter. Yet you allowed Murong Tian to occupy my pool. Is this not pushing your luck? His expression darkened. That upper three pools had been his predetermined choice, only to be usurped by another. Shen An glanced at him. Young heir of the Shangwan family, you must present evidence when you speak. Is this pool marked with your name, or did your family construct it? Under heaven, there is no land that isn't the king s. This pure yuan pool is a gift from his majesty. It is first come, first served. How can you claim it as yours? Or do you dare assert that your family has appropriated the emperor's property? You, Shangwan Bao, furious, clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously. Such an accusation was one his family could not bear. It could lead to execution. Lu Yinqin, listening to Shen An's words, shook her head with a gentle smile. In terms of verbal sparring, this master of Qingyun Peak indeed exhibited remarkable prowess. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. If you refuse to let him out, I shall personally retrieve him. Shangwan Bao snorted coldly, directing his gaze toward Murong Tian in the pool and suddenly extending his hand. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted, and with formidable strength, a massive hand reached for him. The terrifying pressure emanating from that hand left Murong Tian gasping for breath, immobile and seemingly at the mercy of others. However, just as the massive hand approached the pure yuan pool, a shadow of a palm surged forward in response. Boom! The clash of the palm shadow and the enormous hand produced a thunderous roar that caused the very ground to tremble. Is it not beneath your dignity for the head of the Shangwan family to strike a junior? A figure in elegant azure stood quietly before the pool, calmly observing the Shangwan family. Shangwan Bao narrowed his eyes. Lu Yinqin, I advise you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of Qingyun Peak. He harbored a certain apprehension toward this woman. As one of the 5 elders of Lingfu Mountain, she had a close relationship with the king of Zhennan. It could be said that aside from Suan Yuzi, she was the one person in Lingfu Mountain whom one could not afford to offend. Meddling in the affairs of Qingyun Peak? Lu Yinqin raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly. Head of the Shangwan family, you jest. We are all members of Lingfu Mountain. How can these affairs be deemed trivial? Shangwan Bao frowned, uncertain of how to proceed. Is it not said that Qingyun Peak has always been looked down upon in Lingfu Mountain? Why then does Lu Yinqin willingly come to protect Shen Anzai in this master-disciple relationship? Shangwan Bao clenched his fists, his expression shifting between shadow and light. Under normal circumstances, it would be wise to avoid offending Lu Yinqin, given her backing by the entire Lingfu Mountain and the Prince of South Town. However, today was different. Due to certain matters, his son must cultivate at the upper 3 pools to break through his realm. Lu Yinqin, since you insist on provoking my Shangwan family, do not blame me for disregarding Lingfu Mountain. Shangwan Bao snorted coldly and stepped forward. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure of the celestial spirit realm enveloped the area, causing the entire mountain peak to tremble. As the clouds swirled, it seemed as though divine might was descending. Qin Beishan and Shangwan Jie felt this celestial force and could almost foresee the impending confrontation. The difference between the earth spirit realm and the celestial spirit realm, even if it is merely a single stage, is like the chasm between heaven and earth. Lu Yinqin could not possibly withstand Shangwan Bao. Stand aside, he bellowed, raising his fist to strike. As he unleashed a punch, numerous illusory mountain peaks appeared behind him, their power solidifying under the celestial forces as if made tangible. The overwhelming might contained within, if not deliberately restrained, could easily obliterate half the mountain. This is the essence of the celestial spirit realm. Seeing him dare to strike, Lu Yinqin furrowed her brows in mild surprise, yet remained unperturbed. Elder Lu, be cautious. Murong Tian shouted anxiously. While Shen Anzai was ever ready to employ his skill card for rescue, Lu Yinqin gracefully waved her hand, revealing a layer of silver chains that had mysteriously adorned her wrist, their melodic clinks reminiscent of celestial music. She unleashed a palm strike, countless palm shadows flitting about, accompanied by the illusion of a crescent moon, evoking a sense of ethereal indistinction. This was the earth-tier martial technique, the mirror moon palm. With a resounding impact, the crescent illusion and the towering mountain shadows shattered simultaneously, powerful shockwaves radiating outward, sending surrounding flora and trees flying, leaving the area stark and barren. Fortunately, Murong Tian had Lu Yinqin shielding him, thus escaping the brunt of the force. The Crown Prince and Qin Xianyue were also protected by their respective barriers, remaining unscathed. As for Shen Anzai, what are you doing? Beside the uppermost pool, the elderly eunuch furrowed his brow at the figure who had hurried behind him. I feared the residual waves might disturb his highness, Shen Anzai replied, feigning righteousness. The eunuch's lips twitched. Assist? Hiding behind me to assist. If not for the fact that he possessed merely late-stage body refinement strength and was affiliated with Lingfu Mountain and the Prince of South Town, he would have been swiftly dispatched the moment he approached the Crown Prince. Shen Anzai recognized that he was safe from the eunuch's wrath, which is why he shamelessly sought refuge. There was no other choice. Even the residual waves of this battle could easily shred someone at the late stage of body refinement. And he had to hide. Lu Yinxin surely believed he could withstand the onslaught, thus offering no help. After all, he had once felled Li Yin with a few strikes during the sect competition. As the residual waves dissipated and the dust settled, Lu Yinxin stood resolute in her azure attire, her silver chains glowing faintly, unyielding in her stance. A high-grade, earth-level spiritual weapon. Shangguan Bao's expression darkened, revealing his unease. The opponent was already at the pinnacle of the earth spirit realm, on the cusp of entering the celestial spirit realm, with the aid of a high-grade, earth-level spiritual weapon. It was only natural for them to withstand the previous attack. Is the treatment at Lingfu Mountain truly this generous? A mere elder from the Five Peaks possesses a high-grade, earth-level spiritual weapon, the eunuch remarked, glancing sideways. Such weapons are scarce even within the imperial court. Although Shangguan Bao was the head of the Shangguan family, he possessed only a low-grade, earth-level spiritual weapon, which paled in comparison. Shannon raised an eyebrow, uncertain whether the silver chain belonged to Lu Yinxin herself or was bestowed by the sect leader. No wonder the latter claimed not to fear the early stages of the celestial spirit realm. Qin Baishan observed Lu Yinxin, who stood unwavering against the impending attack from the celestial spirit realm, and frowned. With a high-grade, earth-level spiritual weapon at her disposal, it would not be so simple for Shangguan Bao to subdue her. Should they truly engage in a full-blown battle, Pure Yuan Mountain would likely face devastation. Shangguan Bao was acutely aware of this. Thus he turned his gaze towards the Qin family's direction. Old Master Qin, if Jier cannot break through here, it may jeopardize our expedition to the Kangwu realm. Kangwu realm? Lu Yinxin's delicate brows knitted in concern. Upon hearing his words, Qin Baishan pondered briefly before nodding indifferently and taking a slow step forward. With that single step, the sky darkened ominously. Thunder roaring as if a ferocious behemoth were stirring chaos in the clouds, intent on overturning the heavens. The overwhelming pressure spread forth, causing Pure Yuan Mountain to tremble violently. Those near the middle 3 pools and lower 4 pools felt a sudden oppression in their chests, blood surging forth as they gazed in horror at the celestial disturbances above. This was the oppressive aura belonging to a late-stage celestial spirit realm powerhouse. In the middle 3 realms, each realm is a chasm apart. The earth spirit realm can harness the power of the earth, effortlessly cleaving mountains and severing waterfalls, while the celestial spirit realm is already imbued with the might of the heavens. Under the overwhelming celestial authority, all are but ants. If Shangguan Bao's celestial might were merely the flicker of a firefly, then Qin Baishan's celestial authority was akin to the brilliance of the stars and the moon, utterly unmatched. He stood there as if he were the embodiment of heaven and earth, confronting the celestial expanse itself. Under such pressure, Lu Yinxin's brows furrowed tightly, her fair complexion paling slightly. Although she was indeed unafraid of an early-stage celestial spirit, it was impossible for a pinnacle earth spirit to contend with a late-stage celestial spirit. Even with a high-grade earth level, or even a heavenly weapon, it was futile. This was not to say that heavenly weapons were inadequate. Rather, the earth spirit realm could not fully unleash their potential. It was unexpected that the Qin family would send Old Master Qin to Pure Yuan Mountain. And now he was even prepared to intervene on behalf of the Shangguan family? While the two families maintained a decent relationship, it hardly seemed strong enough to warrant such an action. There was no reason to offend Lingfu Mountain and the king of Zhen Nen over this. Kangwu realm. Lu Yinxin murmured to herself, realizing that Old Master Qin's willingness to assist the Shangguan family must have its reasons. Elder Lu, please step back. I will not harm you. Qin Baishan said, his gaze indifferent, his words delivered with a subtle air of undeniable authority, amplified by the thunderous roars above. Lu Yinxin, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, did not move her feet. Instead, her expression bore an air of gravity. Deep within her heart, a sense of hesitation lingered. If it were merely the pinnacle of the earth's spirit realm, today it would indeed be difficult for Murong Tian to secure a place in the upper 3 pools. Unless she, too, ascended to the celestial spirit realm. Within the pool, Murong Tian sensed the overwhelming pressure and observed Elder Lu's predicament. Although his gaze reflected a hint of despondency, he hastily spoke up. He was unwilling to jeopardize Elder Lu or his master in his quest for opportunity. Elder Lu, it is enough. I shall settle for the middle 3 pools. Hearing the young man's words, tinged with evident melancholy and concern, Lu Yinxin weighed her options, ultimately letting out a faint sigh. Witnessing this exchange, Shangwan Bao and Shangwan Jie could not suppress their disdainful laughter. The latter even went so far as to mock. A worthless one, seeking to contend with this young master for a place in the upper 3 pools? As he spoke, he provocatively glanced at Shen Anzai, who was nearby. Murong Tian, I must say, have you truly lost your wits? The Qin family's annulment of the engagement was inevitable, yet you remain ignorant of your own insignificance. Daring to set a 3-year promise. Do you genuinely expect your utterly inept master in the later stages of body refinement to help you turn the tide? What a farce. If your master were truly capable, would he have you cowering behind a woman? Would he allow you to emerge from the upper 3 pools in such disgrace? Such taunting words made Murong Tian clench his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. I will not permit you to insult my master. The young man cried out in indignation. Retrieving his black sword from the storage ring gifted by his master, poised to unleash a sword strike. Disciples cease. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Murong Tian halted, suppressing his rage as he lowered the black sword. The gazes of several individuals turned towards Shen Anzai. The eunuch slightly turned his head, observing the figure beside him step forward. Seeing that he had halted Murong Tian's actions, Shangwan Jie assumed it was due to fear of Qin Baishan's power, his scorn evident. It seems your role as a master has indeed made you wise. Otherwise, if he dared to strike, I would not hesitate to show him the chasm between genius and waste, allowing him to recognize his own limitations, thus sparing him the embarrassment at the Tianxue sect. The divide between genius and waste was palpable. Shen Anzai regarded Murong Tian, his voice solemn yet earnest. Disciple, though your talents may be lacking, I have taught you that destiny is determined by oneself and not by the heavens. What is termed genius lies beneath one's feet. As his words fell, the aura surrounding Shen Anzai underwent a dramatic transformation. A tempest swirled around him, lifting the silver strands at his temples. A suffocating brilliance began to emanate, causing an involuntary shudder within Qin Baishan, Shangwan Bao, and the others. The eunuch closest to Shen Anzai could hardly contain his astonishment as he watched this middle-aged man in the later stages of body refinement. Murong Tian clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. My master, too, is deemed a waste, more so than you. Born with a frail body, he has struggled to cultivate energy within, enduring countless scorn and ridicule. Shen Anzai stepped slowly towards Qin Baishan, his tone deep and powerful. The latter felt the oppressive force of Shen Anzai's brilliance. An instinctive sense of danger surging within him, leaving him utterly astounded. In the latter stages of forging, how could one possibly evoke such a sensation in a cultivator at the pinnacle of the heavenly spirit realm? Today, you may simply remain seated in the pool. No one can drive you away, for your master stands here. As the final word echoed, it reverberated like the crack of thunder, leaving all present in a state of stunned silence. Come forth, Shen bellowed. The black sword in Murong Tian's hand trembled violently and flew from his grasp, soaring toward the designated direction. As the sword was seized, the oppressive aura enveloping Shen erupted in its entirety, transforming into a magnificent sword intent that soared skyward. Beneath the might of this sword intent, the heavens lamented, rendering the thunderous sounds conjured by Qin Baishan insignificant. This sword intent signifies the path to sword mastery. This is dire. Qin Baishan's pupils contracted sharply, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Without the slightest hesitation, he instantly summoned his Earth-grade spirit armor, frantically channeling the spirit energy within him. Meanwhile, Shangwan Bao's complexion turned ashen with fear as he sensed the looming threat of death amidst that overwhelming sword intent. Lu Yinxin stood frozen, her gaze transfixed upon the white-clad middle-aged man, momentarily forgetting her thoughts. With a cold command, a single strike shall open the gates of heaven. Shen swung his sword. All eyes widened in disbelief as a radiant beam of sword light cleaved forth from the black blade. Under this dazzling light, the world dimmed, and all things lost their luster. The flora within several miles quivered, resonating with the sonorous chants of the sword. Qin Baishan was filled with terror, feeling an insurmountable sense of humility and fragility in the face of that sword light. In an instant, the barrier before him shattered, and even his precious armor appeared dimmed in comparison. It was futile to resist. He swiftly evaded, narrowly avoiding the sword light, yet still coughed blood, having been grazed by the razor-sharp sword energy. With a thunderous crash, the sword light continued unabated, striking a low hill ahead with a deafening roar. Under the astonished gazes of all present, that hill was cleaved in twain. The sword intent lingered, connecting heaven and earth. As the blinding sunlight cascaded down, the onlookers gasped, their breath caught in their throats. The thunder summoned by Qin Baishan subsided, and the rolling dark clouds were sundered by the sword energy, revealing a narrow scar in the sky, reminiscent of dawn breaking through the night. The power of this sword was such that it split the mountain and cleaved the heavens. Chapter 61. For his master is me. The potent sword intent spread forth, causing the barriers outside the other two pure yuan pools to tremble violently. A startled eunuch hastily unleashed spirit energy to stabilize the barrier, ensuring that Xiao Tiance could continue his tranquil cultivation within. Yet, Qin Xianhua was not so fortunate. With the elder Qin gravely injured, the barrier crumbled as well. The fierce sword intent washed over her, causing her brows to furrow, and her complexion to pale as she opened her eyes. Upon witnessing the scene outside, her lips parted slightly in disbelief. The entirety of Pure Yuan Mountain was enveloped in an eerie silence, as quiet as death itself. Qin Baishan, blood spilling from his mouth, appeared utterly disheveled, gasping for breath. Devoid of the majesty befitting a heavenly spirit realm expert, his eyes were filled with horror as they fixated on Shen An, who stood proudly, sword in hand. The sword strike, just now, had it not been for the opponent's deliberate restraint, could have even posed a risk of self-destruction. That strike had genuinely touched the realm of the Tao, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary earthly powers. Murong Tian's mouth fell agape, his face etched with astonishment. Was that strike truly delivered by his master? A single slash that cleaved the mountain in twain, a single stroke that threatened to rend the heavens asunder? One could discern the profound impact this sword had on the young man, as his admiration surged, adding 30 points to his esteem. Shen An cast a fleeting glance back, locking eyes with the boy, his tone tranquil, yet imbued with an extraordinary sense of reassurance. Disciple, focus on your cultivation. I shall handle matters outside. Thank you, master. Murong Tian responded with fervor, inhaling deeply to quell his racing heart, and then settled into meditation within the pure yuan pool. He never anticipated his master possessed such immense prowess. With him guarding the periphery, neither the Qin family nor the Shangwan family would dare to act, allowing him the peace to cultivate undisturbed. Lu Yunxin gazed at the middle-aged man wielding the sword, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise as she scrutinized him. Today, my disciple claims this pure yuan pool. Do you have any objections? Shen An's gaze remained indifferent. Indeed, he had the opportunity to slay Qin Baishan outright, yet refrained, knowing the repercussions would outweigh the benefits. Firstly, killing Qin Baishan would certainly provoke the Qin family, and with Qin Xianhua currently allied with the Tianxua sect, it would be unwise to antagonize such formidable foes. Secondly, this was royal territory. Taking a life from the Qin family here would lead to considerable complications. Thus, that sword strike was intended primarily as a deterrent, and the results were evidently impressive. Upon hearing these words, Qin Baishan's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and trepidation. Choosing to remain silent, he was haunted by the memory of that strike, cursing inwardly. By his grandmother, with such overwhelming strength. Why feign being merely at the late stage of body refinement? With that single strike, scarcely a handful within the entire Din dynasty could withstand it. Had he known of such power, he would not have postured so boldly. As Qin Baishan fell silent, Shen An redirected his gaze towards Shangwan Bao and his son. Shangwan Jia appeared pallid, shaken to the core, while Shangwan Bao too displayed a glimmer of apprehension, swallowing hard. That single strike could easily have claimed his life 100 times over. However, the significance of this pure yuan pool was paramount for their journey to the Kangwu realm, and he could not simply relinquish it. Gritting his teeth, he spoke. Elder Shun, this pool has traditionally been utilized by our Shangwan family, and it was a privilege personally bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress. To allocate it to Murong Tian may well incur the Empress's displeasure. This old fellow, having witnessed that sword strike, now appeared utterly diminished, his previous bravado evaporated. The implication was clear. He sought to leverage the Empress's authority to exert pressure. Shen An raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. Why was this fellow so insistent on this pure yuan pool's position? Earlier, Qin Baishan's willingness to act seemed to stem from some underlying reason. Could it be related to that enigmatic Kangwu realm? Your words carry weight. But the Empress merely granted a quota to the Shangwan family. She did not specify which pool is exclusively yours. Before Shen An could utter a word, a woman adorned in splendid attire gracefully approached along the mountain path, accompanied by Xiao Jingxue. It was none other than the esteemed Li Fei. Hearing the commotion from further up the mountain, she initially hesitated to intervene. However, Xiao Jingxue's persistent persuasion, coupled with the mention of the elixirs brought by Shen An, ultimately swayed her decision to ascend. Yet, as she reached the summit, she witnessed a breathtaking sword strike that cleaved a distant peak in two. Your Majesty. Shen An and the others greeted her with respectful bows upon her arrival. There's no need for excessive formalities. Li Fei gently waved her hand, her gaze shifting toward the Su family. Let this matter rest. Since your Su family arrived a moment too late, there is nothing more to discuss. Su Bao's countenance darkened, fluctuating between shades of green and red, leaving him with no choice but to concede. With Li Fei present, even the Empress herself would likely be unable to reclaim this situation. Peak Master, are you unharmed? Xiao Jingxue hurried to Shen Anzai, concern etched on her face, her eyes still wide with astonishment. I am fine, Shen replied, shaking his head as he handed her the black sword. Xiao Jingxue examined the weapon, then glanced at the canyon carved by the sword strike, her gaze thoughtful. It appeared that her master harbored formidable strength. With such a strike, even her father would hesitate to assert he could withstand it unscathed. Su Bao cast a cold glance at Mu Rong Tian in the pool before reluctantly leading the still discontented Su Jie toward the central pool. Qin Baishan returned to Qin Xianyue's side, settling down to heal. Meanwhile, Qin Xianyue, typically aloof and proud, exhibited a flicker of interest as she scrutinized Shunan, seemingly impressed by the earlier display of power. However, her attention was fleeting, as she soon resumed her meditative practice. Indeed, Elder Shun is remarkable. Far beyond the tales of his prowess, Li Fei remarked with a smile, stepping closer to assess Shunan. Your Majesty's praise is unwarranted. Shunan humbly responded with a bow. Li Fei's gaze drifted past him to the cloaked youth in the pool, her eyes glimmering with admiration. You and your disciple share a similar spirit, unafraid of authority and imbued with courage. With just over 6 months remaining in the 3-year agreement, does Elder Shen believe he can reach the Earth Spirit realm? Shunan nodded slightly. Indeed. Oh, Li Fei expressed surprise, her enchanting eyes sparkling with intrigue. It is said that even an ordinary person requires years of training to attain the Earth Spirit realm, not to mention the rigorous guidance of the Tianshu sect's leader. How can Elder Shen be so certain that Mu Rong Tian will achieve this in half a year? With his hands clasped behind his back, Shunan cast a glance at Mu Rong Tian and spoke softly, because his master is me. His words, devoid of arrogance yet imbued with profound confidence, created an illusion among those present. Perhaps it was indeed a possibility. Chapter 62, The Kangwu Realm. The heart of Kangwu. Li Fei smiled slightly. I eagerly await that day. With that, she nodded to the eunuch beside her and turned to depart. Farewell, Your Majesty. As he watched the graceful figure of Li Fei recede into the distance, Shen let out a sigh of relief and found a piece of bluestone to sit upon. Fortunately, he had secured a spot in the pool. In the span of a month, it remained to be seen whether that young scoundrel, Mu Rong Tian, would rise to the occasion and break through to the returning origin realm. Just as he settled down, he sensed a gaze fixed intently upon him. Turning his head, he found Lu Yunqin's luminous eyes, sparkling with a hint of amusement. Observing him with a playful smile, feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, he cleared his throat and spoke. Ahem, Elder Lu. I understand that I might possess a rather handsome visage, but there is no need to gaze at me so intently. It makes me rather bashful. What is your cultivation level, Shunan? Lu Yunqin, accustomed to his boldness, chose to ignore his jest and inquired with keen curiosity. Me? I'm in the late stage of body refinement. Isn't it apparent? Shunan shrugged nonchalantly. Do you believe me? What do you think? Lu Yunqin replied with a gentle smile, continuing to regard him intently. I think you do not, he retorted. So what is your true cultivation level? Late stage of body refinement, he reiterated. Their eyes locked, and ultimately, Lu Yunqin opted to abandon the inquiry. She harbored an inkling that the sword strike earlier could not have been Shen Anzai's own power. If he were skilled enough to conceal his sword intent and strength so adeptly, his true realm might very well have reached the cosmic realm. Could that be possible? It was utterly implausible. Was that sword strike perhaps a life-saving trump card left by your sworn brother? She ventured cautiously. Shunan raised an eyebrow and nodded vigorously. You're quite perceptive. He had been searching for an excuse, and now someone had provided one. Henceforth, any skills or cards he possessed could simply be attributed to the life-saving measures bestowed by his sworn brother. Upon hearing his admission, Lu Yunqin appeared to understand, her earlier doubts dissipating. Then she spoke in a solemn tone. Are you familiar with the Kangwu realm? Shunan felt a stir in his heart, recalling that the name had been mentioned in the words of Shangwan Bao and Qin Baishan. What is that place? I must admit, I have never heard of it. Noticing his ignorance, Lu Yunqin adjusted her garment and sat beside him on the bluestone, elaborating slowly, as Xiao Jingxue stood behind them, listening intently. The Kangwu realm was once the residence of the Kangwu Venerable of Zhongzhou, a nirvana strongman among the upper 3 realms. Tragically, he perished in a fierce battle with his enemies, leaving no trace of his remains. His estate has since vanished, and many martial artists from Zhongzhou have searched in vain. However, according to Shangwan Bao's earlier remarks, the Kangwu realm may have emerged within the boundaries of the Nanju domain. Listening to Lu Yunqin's account, Shen Anzai's eyes widened with astonishment. The estate of an upper 3 realms strongman. The treasures of martial arts need not be mentioned. But the true significance of the Kangwu realm lies in the secrets of how the Kangwu Venerable attained the upper three realms. What is that? Shen inquired, furrowing his brow. It is said that the Kangwu Venerable reached the upper three realms at the tender age of 30, truly a prodigious talent. However, there is another rumor suggesting that he was not a genius at all, but rather possessed exceptionally low innate talent in his youth. His remarkable achievements were attributed to a singular object. The two individuals locked eyes, and Lu Yinxin spoke slowly and deliberately. The Kangwu heart. Shen was somewhat perplexed. Having never heard of such a thing. The phoenix rests upon the parasol tree, the fire of creation burns the heavens, the divine phoenix undergoes rebirth. And Kangwu is bathed in flames. The so-called Kangwu heart refers to the heart of the old body that the divine phoenix sheds after its fiery baptism, merging with the parasol tree, thus named the Kangwu heart. Lu Yinxin paused momentarily before continuing. As for the function of the Kangwu heart, opinions have varied over the years. Some assert that it can aid individuals in enhancing their innate abilities, transforming even the most talentless into prodigies. At this juncture, she deliberately observed Shen Anzai's expression and noted his slight raise of an eyebrow before proceeding. However, others contend that the Kangwu heart does not improve one's inherent qualities, but instead grants the ability to control the divine fire of rebirth, enabling one to transcend to the realm of rebirth. This assertion is deemed the most credible, as Master Kangwu is renowned for his mastery over flames. Shen stroked his chin, pondering the notion of the divine fire of rebirth, rumored to be the most potent flame possessed solely by the phoenix, capable of incinerating all in its path. This flame is a coveted treasure for countless alchemists, as mastering the divine fire of rebirth not only provides immense convenience and advantages in alchemy, but also bestows formidable offensive capabilities upon the alchemist. With the emergence of the Kangwu realm, it is certain that all major factions in the southern domain will flock to it, and perhaps the sect leader will soon receive news. As Lu Yinxin spoke, Shen began to grasp the situation. No wonder Qin Beishan was so supportive of Shangwan Bao. It turned out that the two families had intentions to collaborate in entering the Kangwu realm. If that is the case, there must be some restrictions on entry, such as age or cultivation level. Shen inquired tentatively. Indeed, such limitations exist. To enter the Kangwu realm, one must be under 20 years of age. Shen was not surprised. See, every opportunity is constrained to prevent stronger individuals from entering. Otherwise, how would the protagonist seize the chance? He mused. However, it seemed unfortunate that he lacked the fortune to be the protagonist, as he had already surpassed the age of 30. This meant that only a group of juniors could enter and compete for the Kangwu heart. Setting aside the merits of the Kangwu heart, a residence left behind by a powerful figure of the rebirth realm would undoubtedly be filled with countless treasures. Even without the Kangwu heart, acquiring other potent elixirs, spiritual artifacts, or martial techniques would be a tremendous opportunity. Shen shook his head, realizing that overthinking was futile, as he could not gain entry. While the two were conversing, Xiao Jingxue suddenly covered her mouth, gazing with astonishment towards the pool. Shen and Lu Yinxin furrowed their brows and followed her gaze, only to be taken aback. They beheld Murong Tian seated serenely in the center of the pool, surrounded by swirling white mist that formed a massive vortex above his head. Countless rich spiritual energies surged towards him in a frenzy. Qin Xianyue, having only just entered a meditative state, opened her eyes once more. Directing her gaze towards the young man in black, she could distinctly feel that the spiritual energy within her side of the pool was being inexplicably drawn towards Murong Tian. The crown prince, Xiao Tiance, also opened his long-closed eyes, frowning as he looked on. Buzz. The sound of swords humming resonated continuously, while Murong Tian's expression remained serene, as if he were utterly oblivious to the events occurring outside. As he activated the Wushuang sword technique, he began to frantically absorb the spiritual energy present in the vicinity. It was not only the energy from the upper three pools that was drawn in. Even the middle and lower four pools felt the same compelling force. The entire Pure Yuan Mountain's spiritual energy was wildly converging towards Murong Tian. This was not mere absorption of energy. It was an outright seizure. Qin Beishan and the eunuch exchanged grave glances, fixating their attention on the black-clad youth seated within the pool. What kind of cultivation technique was Murong Tian practicing to create such a commotion merely by absorbing spiritual energy? Chapter 63. As long as he can endure, he will persist. Shen was amused, noting that his disciple shared his temperament, delighting in bringing surprises to others. Lu Yinxin's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder as she stared at the boy whose hair danced wildly in the pool. The ethereal spiritual energy transformed into swirling clouds, rushing in a tumultuous gathering. Such an uproar could not be summoned by an ordinary technique. Though Shen smiled, he feigned stubbornness, shaking his head. What temperament? If this boy possessed even a fraction of my composure and humility, he would not have attracted such a grand spectacle. Xiao Jingxue and Lu Yinqin were momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the distant peak that had been cleaved into a canyon by a single sword strike. Humble? Xiao Tianze wore a grave expression as he turned to the eunuch beside him. Yuan Gonggong, who is this individual? Your Highness, this young man is named Murong Tian, the son of the Murong family head and a direct disciple of Shen, the master of Qingyun Peak at Lingfu Mountain. Yuan Gonggong replied respectfully. Murong Tian. Xiao Tianze murmured, contemplating the name, suddenly struck with realization. Is he the one who was rejected by the Qin family and set a 3-year agreement with them? Precisely, came the answer, leaving him somewhat astonished. Was it not said that Murong Tian's meridians were obstructed at birth? Now, not only had he reached the mid-stage of Qi-Si, but his rate of absorbing spiritual energy was astonishing. What grade of technique was he practicing, and who had imparted it to him? Xiao Tianze inquired gravely, his gaze fixed intently on Murong Tian. He himself practiced the 9 Sovereigns technique, a superior earth-grade technique, yet it could not rival such overwhelming momentum. The only possibility was that Murong Tian was cultivating a heavenly grade technique. Such a technique was non-existent throughout the entire Doan dynasty, or even the southern Zhou domain. The royal family possessed the divine dragon technique, which he also practiced, and the Tianxue sect's leader had a martial skill of the same grade. However, when it came to cultivation techniques, neither the Da and royal family nor the Tianxue sect had access to heavenly grade ones. If this information were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Shen seemed to resonate with Xiao Tianze's contemplation, and upon seeing him deep in thought, Yuan Gonggong hurriedly recounted the events that had unfolded. When he learned that Shen had previously acted with discretion, and today had unleashed a sword strike that even made Yuan Gonggong's heart race, Xiao Tianze was clearly taken aback. Such a figure should be courted, never offended. In an instant, he reached a decision. Although heavenly grade techniques were immeasurably precious, if they proved unsuitable, forcing their cultivation could have dire consequences. Observing Murong Tian surrounded by a swirling aura of sword energy, it was evident that his technique was derived from a profound swordsmanship manual. Indeed, such a celestial-level swordsmanship technique was not as suitable for him as the high-grade terrestrial-level Jihuangju. Yes, Your Highness, Yuan Gonggong responded respectfully, simultaneously taking action to halt the overflow of spiritual energy from the pure Yuan pool, reinforcing the barrier once more. Xiao Tianze nodded slightly, casting a deep glance at Shen before returning to his cultivation. As for Qin Xianyue, she found herself momentarily distracted, gazing at the black-clad youth in the pool, who was steadily advancing in his cultivation. Could this truly be the Murong Tian from her memories? The one nurtured by the Murong family, who ultimately proved to be a mere waste at the body refinement stage. Having entered Qingyun Peak for over 2 years, he had now reached the mid-stage of the Qi-Si. Although this could be considered slightly better than the average person, it was important to note that this was merely the result of his 2 years of effort. All of this was attributed to that man. Qin Xianyue and Qin Beishan's gazes converged on Shen An, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with Lu Yinqin. Xianyue, do not worry. Even if he were given another year, he would scarcely reach the Earth spirit realm, let alone with only half a year remaining. Qin Beishan consoled, unsure whether he was addressing her or himself. Qin Xianyue shook her head slightly, dismissing the matter from her mind. Her aspirations were not limited to a mere Murong Tian, but extended to the entire southern realm. To the esteemed disciple of the Ping Tian dynasty's Qi Yun Dao sect, the unparalleled genius of the younger generation. At merely 20 years of age, he had already entered the threshold of the Qianquan realm. In comparison, a mere Murong Tian was but a flickering firefly against the brilliance of the moon. The 3-year agreement was nothing more than a jest. Even as Murong Tian began to make his mark, the chasm between them would only widen, rendering it inconsequential. Grandfather, I implore you to protect me. I wish to break through to the Earth spirit realm in the time to come. Qin Xianyue spoke softly, closing her eyes. Very well. Qin Beishan nodded earnestly, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. He had been concerned that Murong Tian's recent displays might affect the latter's state of mind. Yet it appeared that the fool remained a mere jester. A true genius would never deign to glance back. As the astonishment of the onlookers gradually subsided, the upper 3 pools returned to tranquility. Only the vortex of spiritual energy above Murong Tian's head persisted, still prominent. To prevent Murong Tian from forcefully absorbing the spiritual energy from the other pure Yuan pools, Qin Beishan, Shengwan Bao, and others employed various techniques to obstruct the flow. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of spiritual energy surging around them remained immense. At first glance, the purity of the spiritual energy in the pure Yuan pool where Murong Tian resided seemed to be approaching that of the royal family's exclusive pool. Under such an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, Murong Tian's cultivation progressed steadily, incrementally increasing. In a month's time, I wonder how far your disciple will advance. Lu Yinqin remarked, her beautiful eyes glimmering with anticipation. With such a colossal amount of spiritual energy entering his body in a short span, the challenge was no longer one of innate talent, but rather one of endurance. Shen An remained silent, yet beside him, Xiao Jingxue spoke up. The young girl, exuding a delicate aura, held a hint of concern in her eyes. If Murong Tian wished to seize this opportunity, he must endure an extraordinary level of suffering. The flow of spiritual energy through his meridians was akin to perpetually enduring the agony of needle pricks. Lu Yinqi nodded slightly, agreeing with the previous statement. The capacity to attract spiritual energy was one aspect, but the ability to withstand and absorb such potent energy for an extended duration was another. Listening to their conversation, Shen An shook his head with a gentle smile. His utmost confidence in Murong Tian did not stem from his aptitude for cultivation or his diligence, but rather from his indomitable spirit, one that would persist even if it meant biting down on his own teeth. The duration of the spiritual energy's presence would match his endurance. Shen An spoke softly. Lu Yinqin looked surprised, remarking on his faith in his young disciple. In response to her skepticism, Shen An smiled without replying. He had witnessed Murong Tian's diligence and fortitude firsthand. If he could silently endure the excruciating pain of the marrow-cleansing elixir, then the mere influx of spiritual energy was trivial in comparison. At some point, Shen An had genuinely embraced Murong Tian as his disciple. Observing his growth and hearing accolades about him brought an involuntary smile of satisfaction to his face. This, he mused, was the essence of being a mentor. In the ensuing days, Shen An and his companions remained by the poolside. Lu Yinqin sat in meditation, seemingly immersed in her practice. Yet no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated from her. This piqued Shen An's curiosity. It appeared she had attained the Earth Spirit realm since her entry into Lingfu Mountain years ago, at the tender age of 20. Her innate talent seemed to rival that of Qin Xianhua. However, despite the passage of time, she remained at the Earth Spirit realm. Had she neglected her cultivation? Unlikely. Over the years, apart from significant sect affairs, Lu Yinqin had secluded herself at Qinghuan Peak. If not for some extraordinary reason, she should have long since reached the celestial spirit realm. Was it a delay in her practice, akin to Xiao Jingshua's affliction? Yet, she appeared vibrant and healthy, exuding a rich and enduring aura, not at all suggesting any hidden ailment. Nevertheless, her cultivation was undeniably limited to the Earth Spirit realm. Shen An found himself perplexed. Moreover, it was rumored that Lu Yinqin was not originally from the Great Dynasty, but hailed from elsewhere. Her true identity remained a mystery, never having been discussed by her. Observing the serene beauty of her countenance, Shen An shook his head slightly and chose not to dwell further on it. He resumed his previous activities, engrossed in the books before him. Nearby, Xiao Jingxue also held a tome, but she frequently glanced toward Murong Tian with a look of concern. At this moment, Murong Tian was drenched in sweat, his body trembling faintly, as if enduring tremendous pain. Qin Baishan observed this scene with a derisive smile. The vast reservoir of spiritual energy coursing through his body was overwhelming. It was no small feat for someone at the Qi-Si realm, let alone for a practitioner at the returning essence realm to endure such force. The fact that Murong Tian could withstand it for 5 days was astonishing. Yet, it seemed that this was the limit of his endurance. Suddenly, the whirlpool of spiritual energy began to stir. The aura within Murong Tian grew restless as he clenched his teeth and let out a low roar. With a soft sound, akin to a droplet falling into the ocean, he suddenly relaxed, gasping for air. Through his unwavering perseverance over 5 sleepless days, his cultivation had finally progressed from the mid-Qi-Si stage to the late Qi-Si stage. Lu Yinqin slightly opened her eyes and glanced in that direction. To break through in just 5 days was indeed a rapid advancement. However, such a feat came at a price, one that Murong Tian paid through the agonizing pain he endured. Shen Anzai is here. It is time for him to rest for a day. Otherwise, even if his meridians can withstand it, his spirit will not, leading to a collapse, Lu Yinqin advised solemnly. In the pool, Murong Tian gradually opened his eyes, gazing weakly at Shen Anzai, who was engrossed in his reading, hoping for words of praise or comfort. However, all he received was a terse remark. You may rest, but every wasted minute here will require 10-fold or 100-fold effort to make up for later. Shen Anzai did not lift his head, merely stating, Jingxue, bring him what I prepared. The peak master, Xiao Jingxue, frowned slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy. Shen Anzai turned to her. Give it to him. Whether he uses it or not is his choice. With a soft sigh, the girl retrieved a 3-pound jar of wine from her storage ring and approached. Senior brother Murong, if you truly cannot hold on, please take a moment to rest. Murong Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the wine jar. After 5 relentless days of enduring the excruciating spiritual cleansing, he had managed to grit his teeth at first. But as time wore on, even the strongest resolve would encounter fatigue. Just then, the spiritual energy around Qin Qianyue began to tremble. Streams of brownish-yellow essence flowed from the earth, continuously surging into her body. She was attempting to break through to the earth spirit realm. Witnessing this scene, Murong Tian clenched his jaw and made a resolute decision. Just as his master had said, any moment of laxity here would necessitate greater time to compensate later. Little junior sister, don't worry. Your senior brother can still hold on. Murong Tian forced a smile, striving to appear at ease. Yet, Xiao Jingxue could clearly see the bloodshot veins in his eyes and the blood seeping from his gums. Watching him persistently accept the wine jar, her lips parted as if to offer words of encouragement, but in the end, she remained silent and stepped back. Once Murong Tian took the jar, he inhaled deeply, removed the lid, and gazed at the dark green liquid inside. Without hesitation, he tilted his head back and gulped down several mouthfuls. Though the liquid appeared unappealing, it was remarkably refreshing as it slid down his throat, alleviating much of his fatigue. After sealing the jar and placing it aside, he seemed to regain his vigor, once again settling into a meditative posture. The surrounding spiritual energy surged more intensely than before. Liu Yanxin was taken aback by the faint aroma of medicinal essence wafting from the opened wine jar. It was the 4th-grade clear spirit pill. After retreating, Xiao Jingxue spoke gently, upon learning that her senior brother intended to cultivate in the pure yuan pool. The peak master spent an entire night crafting 3 pounds of clear spirit pills for him. 3 pounds. Liu Yanxin's lips parted slightly in disbelief as she cast a glance at Shen. To concoct 4th-grade pills by the pound, setting aside the sheer amount of medicinal materials required, one could only wonder if Hall Master Su had murderous intent. Not to mention, producing 3 pounds of 4th-grade pills in a single night was a feat likely achievable only by the seasoned alchemists of the Medicine King Valley throughout the entire southern Zhu domain. I thought you spent your days merely fishing and enjoying flowers, Liu Yanxin mused, casting another glance at the person beside her. With 3 pounds of clear spirit pill in hand, Murong Tian could indeed endure for a while longer. You know very little about my affairs. There is much more to me, Shen replied with a subtle smile. Liu Yanxin merely nodded in silence, refraining from contradiction. Indeed, she seemed to know little about this master of Qingyun Peak. For instance, did achieving a black mud-like consistency enhance the medicinal efficacy? Shen twitched his lips, opting not to respond. He wished it were not so. Without spiritual energy or mental power, he could not assist the medicinal liquid in forming pills like an ordinary alchemist. He could only rely on his knowledge of alchemy to merge the medicinal effects as best as he could. The fact that he managed to produce this black mud-like substance was already commendable. With a sigh, Shen glanced at Xiao Jingxue, contemplating that after he resolved her issue with the bone-eating poison, the heavy responsibility of alchemy should be entrusted to her. After all, she had a keen interest in the art of alchemy, and nurturing her as the chief alchemist of Qingyun Peak would be splendid. At the very least, her pills would surely be more visually appealing than his dark, unremarkable creations. Moreover, the crucial point was that the products he had crafted were unsellable. Their appearance was simply abysmal. If he lowered the price, people might suspect they were counterfeit and worry about potential hazards. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Baishan, who had initially prepared to witness Murong Tian's surrender, was left dumbfounded, as was Eunuch Yuan, who was gaping in disgust. Both blinked in astonishment, watching Murong Tian settle into meditation once more, utterly bewildered. What on earth was that dark green concoction he consumed, resembling excrement? How could he possibly resume fervently refining spiritual energy after drinking it? Was he not tired? Chapter 65. Murong Tian's frenzy in the ensuing days. The earth's energy surrounding Qin Qianyue grew increasingly potent. The ochre aura even stained the pure yuan pool a color reminiscent of the earth, with a heavy atmosphere radiating outward. Within the royal family's designated pool, Xiao Tiance remained in a meditative posture, while Eunuch Yuan had specifically employed a restriction that prevented others from probing into the activities within. Thus, no one knew the true level of Xiao Tiance's cultivation. However, it was evident that it did not exceed the earth spirit realm. As he reached that realm, the absorption of spiritual energy in such copious amounts became increasingly ineffective. What was truly needed at that level was the power of heaven and earth. Over the course of 10 days, Murong Tian consumed 3 gene of the clear spirit pill entirely. His cultivation progressed from the late stage of the Qi-Si to the pinnacle of the Qi-Si realm. Now, he was merely a step away from returning to the source of spiritual energy, poised to attain the final stage of the lower 3 realms. Meanwhile, Shen sat nearby, engrossed in reading for over half a month. He rubbed his tired eyes and stretched, feeling weary from relying on a stone for rest, which had made sleep elusive. Thankfully, Only a few days remained until this arduous existence would come to an end, and he could return to Qingyun Peak to relish a more enjoyable life. Casting a glance at Lu Yunqin, who had just finished her cultivation, he curiously inquired, "Elder Lu, at your level, does one not feel fatigue even after a month without sleep?" Among the upper three pools, aside from Xiao Jingxue and Shinan, the others had remained vigilant without rest for such an extended period. As for the three individuals within the pool, they were merely enduring through sheer will. Naturally, before entering, Qin Xianyue and Xiao Tiance had consumed high-grade spirit-restoring pills. Otherwise, practitioners of the lower three realms would risk succumbing to exhaustion midway. Upon hearing Shen Anzai's words, Lu Yunqin shot him a peculiar glance. "What do you mean by your level? Do you truly feel fatigue?" she asked, skepticism evident in her voice. "Of course. I am merely a body-refining realm warrior, unlike you in the middle three realms, who possess the power of heaven and earth to sustain your spirit." Shen An replied matter-of-factly. Not far away, Qin Beishan, seated in meditation to heal his injuries, twitched the corner of his mouth. "What does that mean? Have you become so accustomed to playing the fool that you've lost sight of your true strength?" After 20 days had passed, the sword intent within him had yet to dissipate completely, and his injuries remained unhealed. Hearing Shen An claim to be merely in the body-refining realm made him want to curse, but he decided against it. Another strike from that sword would surely overwhelm his frail body. Lu Yunqin shot him an exasperated glare, unwilling to engage further, and turned her attention to Qin Xianyue. The density of the earthly power she had gathered upon her first breakthrough was indeed remarkable. Her talent was extraordinary, and her cultivation method was also of high caliber. Shen An, glancing in that direction, nodded in agreement. "Are you not concerned?" Lu Yunqin furrowed her brow. "Concerned about what?" Shen An replied nonchalantly. "The higher her talent, the stronger her power. It will only become more difficult for your disciple to win in 6 months. Then what of it? It is precisely because the mountain is sufficiently high that there is a sense of achievement in conquering it." Although he voiced it confidently, he harbored uncertainty within. Despite the system at his disposal, he was not entirely sure if he could enable Murong Tian to surpass expectations in the coming 6 months. The arrow was already on the string, and there was no turning back. All that remained was to exert his utmost effort. He eagerly anticipated the rewards for assisting Murong Tian in winning this 3-year agreement. Lu Yunqin nodded gently as she listened to his words, holding him in even higher regard for his mindset. As the two conversed, a swirling aura of brownish-yellow energy suddenly surged around Qin Xianyue, increasingly penetrating her being. She had commenced the refinement of the Earth's power, and upon its completion, she would ascend to the Earth spirit realm. Lu Yunqin's gaze sharpened. Judging by Qin Xianyue's current capability, she was effortlessly assimilating this Earth energy. Qin Beishan opened his eyes, his expression brimming with excitement and pride. This was the progeny of the Qin family, barely 18 and already on the verge of becoming an Earth spirit warrior. Such innate talent rivaled even that of the disciples from the Qiyun Dao sect. Amidst his exhilaration, he cast a sidelong glance at the young man in black, a cold smirk crossing his lips. It was fortunate that he had ended the engagement early. A mere frog that had garnered a slight fortune hardly deserved the phoenix of the Qin family. Meanwhile, Murong Tian's forehead was veined with strain, sweat beading on his brow. After consuming the spirit-calming pill, his condition had reached its limit. No matter how hard he attempted to refine the spiritual energy, he could not reach the returning essence realm. The ceaseless circulation of spiritual energy within him had already rendered his meridians painfully swollen, a constant reminder of his agony. Observing his tormented visage, Shen An frowned slightly. He contemplated concocting a pill for him on the spot, yet there was neither pot nor flame available. More critically, after ingesting so many spirit-calming pills, Murong Tian had developed a resistance. Any effect would be negligible in the short term. Therefore, it ultimately depended on how long his disciple could endure. Lu Yunqin's expression mirrored her concern. Although she possessed similar 5th-grade pills, she could not produce them. Murong Tian was merely at the Sea of Qi stage, and a 4th-grade spirit-calming pill was already the limit. He could not withstand the potency of a 5th-grade pill. As time ticked by, the earth energy surrounding Qin Xianyue visibly diminished, and the pool gradually regained its pristine white hue. On Murong Tian's side, he nearly faltered multiple times as his spiritual energy threatened to dissipate. Each attempt to consolidate his energy and return to essence resulted in blood spilling from his lips. Yet success eluded him. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from Qin Xianyue, enveloping the entire area. This pressure was as weighty as the earth itself, suffocating in its intensity. She had achieved it, a 17-year-old in the earth spirit realm. Qin Beishan's laughter resonated through the air. Meanwhile, with another surge, Murong Tian abruptly spat a mouthful of blood that stained the water's surface, his brow furrowed. Murong senior brother, Xiao Jingxue placed her hand over her heart. Concern etched on her delicate features. It seemed he had reached his limit. If this continued, his meridians would be ruined. Lu Yinxin sighed, her eyes filled with regret. Shen An observed the scene, hesitated, then sighed and shook his head, preparing to call for a halt. Disciple, enough? However, before he could finish, a surge of sword intent erupted, seemingly sensing the pressure of the earth spirit realm. An unexpected stubbornness ignited within Murong Tian, compelling him to forcefully channel the unmatched sword art once more, striking towards the returning essence realm. This time, he did not merely mobilize a trickle of spiritual energy. He drew upon all the energy within him. Murong Tian, cease this at once. Lu Yinxin's expression changed dramatically, and she cried out. Qin Beishan noticed this scene and revealed a cold, mocking smile, a foolhardy endeavor. Being already at the end of his rope, he dared to act so recklessly. Such an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy would undoubtedly overwhelm his already strained meridians, leading to their shattering, rendering him utterly incapacitated. In a more severe case, it could shatter his heart meridian, resulting in his demise. Chapter 66. Master, I have broken through. Although Lu Yinxin shouted at the very moment of realization, it was too late. All the spiritual energy within Murong Tian erupted violently, his entire body trembling. Shen An wore a grave expression, despite lacking profound cultivation. His experience in the medicinal arts informed him that Murong Tian's internal state was a chaotic mess. The uncontrolled spiritual energy posed a grave risk of shattering his flesh and bones. At this juncture, if they rashly attempted to suppress the energy, it would only have the opposite effect, leading to his explosive demise. Qin Xianyue slowly opened her eyes, a glint of brown flickering within. The pressure of the earth spirit realm gradually subsided. She had successfully broken through. Upon sensing the commotion from the nearby pool, she cast a sidelong glance and slowly shook her head. Foolishness. If the innate disparities between individuals could be bridged through such desperate measures, then how could there be distinctions between genius and mediocrity? Realizing she had advanced to the earth spirit realm, she disregarded her physical condition and forcibly condensed the energy back to its origin. This was not diligence, it was sheer folly. Qin Beishan's eyes gleamed with derision. It was for the best that this young fool had rendered himself useless, sparing them the embarrassment of facing the heavenly snow sect later. Peakmaster, please. Find a way to save senior brother Moro. Xiao Jingxue stood up, concern etched across her delicate features. Shen An's expression remained serious. Without spiritual energy, how could he possibly save him? Lu Yinxin, being merely at the earth spirit realm, could not fully suppress such overwhelming energy. Her efforts would only exacerbate the turmoil. The young man's visage had transformed into a grotesque mask, veins bulging across his body like coiled dragons, an intimidating sight. Ah! He roared, his eyes blood-red. His internal essence teetering on the brink of collapse, as if on the verge of complete disintegration. System, quickly tell me how to prevent the turmoil within him. Shen An urgently inquired internally. Given the current state of your dear disciple, unless a Qian Kuan realm master intervenes to suppress it, the only alternative is to exchange for the supreme needle technique of the medicinal arts, the 13 needles of the mysterious sect for guidance. How do I exchange? Do I have enough skill cards? Shen An pressed on anxiously. Skill cards only enhance the probability of drawing. They cannot be exchanged directly. Then for heaven's sake, tell me how to exchange. 5 years of lifespan. Shen An was taken aback, his mind blank at that moment. He stared in shock at the black-clad youth, who suddenly expelled a large mouthful of blood, staining the surface of the water crimson. Peakmaster, senior brother Murong. Xiao Jingxue's eyes reddened. Clearly sensing that Murong Tian's life force had weakened, the violent energy had evidently harmed his heart meridian. The black-clad youth swayed precariously, blood staining his lips as he opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at the middle-aged figure in white standing quietly beside him. In his eyes lingered a trace of self-reproach and remorse. He chastised himself for ultimately failing to meet his master's lofty expectations, acknowledging that his limited aptitude rendered him incapable of breaking through to the primordial realm within the span of a month. Master, your disciple is inept and has let you down, murmured Murong Tian, trembling as darkness engulfed his vision, and he collapsed straight into the water, just as he lost consciousness. A fleeting glimmer caught his eye. It appeared as though someone stood before him, extending a hand to catch his falling form. Simultaneously, a familiar, warm voice resonated in his ears. Foolish disciple, do not panic, your master is here. Observing the unconscious youth in his arms, whose inner spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, Shen An made a decisive resolution, his gaze turning grave. Exchange. Host must consider carefully. Without the ability to cultivate, once life is lost, it cannot be reclaimed. Silence your nonsense. I demand the exchange, swiftly. Shen An nearly roared within his mind. Was it merely 5 years of lifespan? The one before him, with damaged meridians and in peril, was his disciple. This foolish lad, truly reckless with his life. Exchange successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the supreme needle technique of the pharmacological path, the 13 needles of the mysterious gate. Holding Murong Tian tightly, Shen shut his eyes and began to assimilate this technique. Lu Yinxin watched the master and disciple in the pool, concern flickering in her beautiful eyes. Humph, self-inflicted misery. Qin Beishan, witnessing Murong Tian's fainting state with his turbulent spiritual energy, could not help but scoff derisively. Such poor talent. Yet he dares to aspire to break through from the mid-stage of the Qi Si to the primordial realm in just a month, truly unaware of his own limitations. Hearing his derisive words, Lu Yinxin frowned, a glint of coldness flashing in her gaze. Eunuch Yuan squinted, casting a discerning glance at the young woman, his expression inscrutable. For a brief moment, he seemed to sense an extraordinarily terrifying power. Silence. As Qin Beishan finished his taunt, Shen turned and coldly admonished him, his demeanor icy. Should you dare to further disturb my disciple, I shall take your life. Confronted with his frigid gaze, the former felt a tremor within, swallowing hard as memories of that decisive strike resurfaced, rendering him speechless. Though unable to utter a word, he let out a cold snort, directing his gaze toward the scene. Given Murong Tian's current condition, unless a powerful figure from the Qinquan realm or a medicinal sage intervened, no one could save him. He could not believe that an insignificant Shen could rival the might of a Qinquan realm expert or a medicinal sage. With external distractions eliminated, Shen furrowed his brow tightly and abruptly raised his hand, forming a sword finger directed at Murong Tian. The sudden event left him without silver needles. Fortunately, he still possessed the effectiveness card of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. The sword energy was sharp, and under his control, it could barely serve as a substitute for needles. The aura of the primordial realm? Upon sensing the ebb and flow of sword energy at Shen's fingertips, both Qin Beishan and Eunuch Yuan frowned. Was this person deliberately controlling the intensity of the sword energy, fearing it might harm Murong Tian? Yet what was he attempting to achieve? With Murong Tian's meridians already in tatters, how could he possibly withstand the sharpness of this sword energy? With all eyes upon him, Shen deftly pointed his sword at Murong Tian, executing a rapid succession of 13 precise strikes, each movement so swift that it left behind fleeting shadows. Such remarkable skill. Eunuch Yuan squinted his eyes, secretly admiring the display. In the next moment, an unexpected event unfolded before the astonished onlookers. The chaotic spiritual energy within Murong Tian, which had been wreaking havoc, began to subside, no longer spiraling out of control, but instead growing more gentle. Beads of sweat formed on Shen's forehead as he raised his hand once more, delivering another 13 needle strikes. After 3 successive applications to different acupuncture points, the chaotic energy within Murong Tian stabilized, flowing in an orderly manner. The young man slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual energy within him, having undergone such tumult, had successfully transformed, now imbued with the sharpness of a blade. This was the unique sword essence condensed by the unparalleled sword control technique. Invincible. Master, I have broken through to the return to origin realm. Murong Tian exclaimed joyously, only to suddenly freeze. Before him was the gentle visage of his master. But he noticed with concern that the silver strands at his temples had increased, and his eyes bore the weight of profound fatigue. Although his features remained unchanged, there was an undeniable aura of age about him. At that moment, his master gazed at him with a smile, softly speaking, "It is well that you have broken through." Chapter 67. Host, do not cry. The system understands you impossible. Qin Beishan gasped, his eyes fixed on the scene in disbelief. Even Lu Yinxin and Eunuch Yuan were equally astonished. How could it be that with just a few dozen strikes Shen had managed to quell the turmoil within Murong Tian and facilitate his breakthrough to the return to origin realm? Such extraordinary skill is beyond even the capabilities of the Northern Star Medicine King. Who exactly is this master of Qinyan Peak? Eunuch Yuan squinted, scrutinizing Shen with renewed interest. Until now, he had never heard of such a remarkable figure from Lingfu Mountain. Master. Murong Tian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he clearly discerned the fatigue hidden deep within his master's gaze. No matter how carefree he usually was, he now understood why he had not perished despite his heart veins being shattered. It was because his master had intervened. Admiration value. 50. Current admiration level. 8. Rewards. 1 lottery chance. 1 enlightenment pill. 1 enlightenment pill recipe. Gently patting the young man's shoulder, Shen rose gracefully. Murong Shixiao. Xiao Jingxue reacted, rushing forward to check on Murong Tian's condition. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating he was fine. However, as he attempted to rise, The excruciating pain coursing through his body forced him to grimace, leading him to sit back down abruptly. Shen glanced back slightly. Given your current condition, it is not advisable to practice further in the short term. We shall prepare to return to Qingyun Peak, where I will assist in your recovery. Yes, master. Murong Tian nodded respectfully despite the pain, and with Xiao Jingshue's support, he stood up. I never expected you to possess such profound needle techniques. As Lu Yinxin witnessed the crisis dissipate, she exhaled softly, poised to speak, when she observed Shun and nearly falter beneath his own weight. Instinctively, she extended her hand to support him, furrowing her brow in concern. What troubles you? The fragrant breeze enveloped her, and as he felt the softness of her delicate hand, Shen offered a wry smile, shaking his head. It's nothing, merely the exertion of this acupoint technique has drained my spirit. Would you like to rest here properly? Lu Yinxin inquired, her concern palpable. No, Shen countered, Murong Tian's meridians are in a dire state. I must return to refined pills for his recovery. He glanced at the exquisite beauty who aided him, adding, I would be grateful if Elder Lu could assist me a while longer. I would prefer not to stumble before my apprentice. It would be too embarrassing. Realizing the physical contact between them, Lu Yinxin felt a blush creep to her cheeks. Yet she nodded gently, her heart tinged with a hint of resignation. How perplexing this fellow was, despite being utterly fatigued. He still clung to his pride in front of his disciple. Let us depart for Spirit Rune Mountain, she said softly, turning slightly. The two behind her acquiesced, with Xiao Jingsno supporting Murong Tian closely behind. In the pond, Qin Xianyue gazed at the black-clad youth being assisted by the illustrious Princess Qin Shui, her delicate brows knitting together as an inexplicable sense of displeasure swelled within her. Although she held Murong Tian in little regard, their engagement remained intact until the 3-year term expired. Witnessing him so close to another woman inevitably unsettled her, especially considering that the woman in question was none other than the daughter of the esteemed king of Southern Town, Princess Xiao Jingsno. Murong Tian, Qin Xianyue murmured to herself, her expression once again reverting to indifference. If attaining the return to Origin Realm were such a struggle, and he had nearly lost his life through recklessness, what merit did he possess to be worthy of her? When the 3 years elapsed, she would ensure he bore witness to the chasm between the gifted and the mediocre, making it clear that they belonged to entirely different realms. After bidding farewell to Li Fei, the quartet boarded a flying vessel, embarking on their journey back to Spirit Rune Mountain. Within the craft, Xiao Jingsno harnessed her energy to soothe Murong Tian's meridians, employing her knowledge of medicine to alleviate his pain. Meanwhile, Murong Tian gazed at Shun and with a mixture of guilt and gratitude, the silence of his master weighing heavily upon him. A sense of unease gripped the young man as anxious thoughts spiraled in his mind. What if his master's ire was kindled by his earlier recklessness, leading to punishment upon their return? Observing Shun An's pallid countenance, he surmised that the cost of saving him had been significant. Had he inadvertently displeased the elder, risking expulsion from the mountain? In stark contrast to Murong Tian's frantic musings, Shun An's inner turmoil erupted. System, quickly, refund. This technique is utterly ineffective. I refuse to accept it. Retract it at once. All transactions are final and non-refundable. You scoundrel. Is there no 7-day return policy? No unconditional refunds? I wish to lodge a complaint. He lamented. This technique truly lacks efficacy. If only you could return 2.5 years of my life. The system, however, chose to ignore its shameless host. As his pleas went unanswered, Shun An's expression fell, his heart heavy with despair. He understood that he could never reclaim the 5 years of his life. 5 years. Can you fathom how he might have spent those years? Suppressing the urge to weep, Shun An took a deep breath, accepting the harsh reality of his impending demise. His gaze shifted to the boy clad in black. Their eyes met, and the boy instantly grew tense, his expression riddled with anxiety. Humph, you little rascal. Just wait and see how I deal with you. If it weren't for your master being present, your life would have been forfeit. The frustration of being unable to reclaim those 5 years of life was now vented entirely upon Murong Tian. Although his tone was admonishing, there was no true remorse within. Throughout their time together, he had seamlessly embraced the role of the Qingyun Peak's master, genuinely regarding Murong Tian as his own disciple. The thought of watching him perish or suffer a complete breakdown of his meridians was something he could not bear. Murong Tian lowered his head, appearing as though he awaited punishment for his misdeeds. All right. It did not lead to catastrophe. He is still young. And given that Qin Xianyue is on the verge of breaking through to the Earth Spirit realm, his competitive spirit is understandable. Just be more mindful next time. Lu Yinxin gently advised, winking at Murong Tian. Aren't you going to come over and apologize to your master? The latter snapped back to reality, timidly speaking, Master, I acknowledge my mistake. Peak Master, please do not blame senior brother Murong. His injuries are not yet healed, added Xiao Jingxue, blinking her eyes in plea for Murong Tian. Under the combined pressure of the three, Shen found himself unable to voice the harsh words he had prepared, pointing at Murong Tian for a long while before he ultimately sighed and waved his hand in resignation. The loss of 5 years of life weighed heavily on him, and he was at a loss for how to convey this to them. In the end, this sorrow and frustration could only be borne silently by him alone, with no one to know, to understand, or to empathize. He gazed into the distant sea of clouds, tears glistening in his eyes. Host, do not weep. This system understands you. Get lost. Chapter 68. Returning to Qingyun Peak on the flying boat, Shen An was feeling quite depleted. Unconsciously, his head tilted and he began to lean to the side. Lu Yinqin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively wanting to express her anger. However, upon seeing Shen An succumb to exhaustion and fall asleep, she opened her mouth but refrained from voicing her thoughts, her eyelashes fluttering gently. Unbeknownst to her, her previous disdain for Shen An had dissipated over time. Master, Murong Tian, witnessing Shen An's head tilt, felt his eyes welling up with tears, and with a thud, he knelt to the ground, his expression one of profound sorrow. Lu Yinqin furrowed her brow slightly and waved her sleeve to create a barrier that muffled their voices. Your master has expended too much energy to save you. He is merely asleep, not dead. Why are you crying? Oh, I thought. Murong Tian scratched his head and stood up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As he gazed at Shen An, who was leaning like a fledgling bird against Lu Yinqin's shoulder, admiration sparkled in his eyes. Truly, he was his master. Just moments ago, when departing from Chunyuan Mountain, Elder Lu had personally supported him, and now he was peacefully resting upon her. It was worth noting that ordinarily, Elder Lu had never engaged in such intimate contact with any male. If Master Li Yintang were to discover this, he would likely be infuriated to the point of apoplexy. The journey was devoid of conversation, and by the time the flying vessel emerged from the clouds and mist, arriving at the summit of Qingyun Peak, it was already deep into the night. Upon regaining consciousness, Shen An expressed his gratitude to Lu Yinqin before hastily escorting Xiao Jingxue towards the kitchen. What could he possibly need from the kitchen if he is to concoct elixirs for your recovery? Lu Yinqin found herself momentarily perplexed. Ah, Elder Lu. You may not be aware, but Master operates in a manner that is quite unconventional. He holds no regard for the alchemical furnace. Murong Tian chuckled while scratching his head. Then what does he use to brew potions? Lu Yinqin asked, momentarily stunned, casting a dubious glance in the direction of the kitchen. Could it possibly be a frying pan? Indeed. Murong Tian replied with pride, standing tall. Lu Yinqin was taken aback. Shen An is truly an extraordinary figure in the realm of alchemy. Most alchemists strive for the pinnacle of refining techniques, seeking the finest furnaces and environments. Yet this individual resorts to concocting potions in a kitchen? Although her curiosity was piqued regarding his methods, the night was already late, and it would be wiser to return home. After all, should they be caught, it would be difficult to explain. Rest well, I shall return tomorrow. With those parting words, Lu Yinqin floated away. Unbeknownst to her, at a secluded entrance on the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, a shadowy figure clad in black, revealing only a pair of lecherous eyes, observed the scene. The master of Qingyuan Peak? What brings her here at this hour? The cloaked figure shook his head, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he fixated on the rear mountain. Never mind her, time to gather some spiritual herbs. With resolute intent, he produced several burlap sacks, and, gritting his teeth, stealthily made his way towards the rear mountain of Qingyun Peak. In hand, he clutched a shovel-like spiritual tool, specifically designed for digging. Recently, spiritual birds and beasts had been frequently appearing at Lingfu Mountain, and upon investigation, he discovered that they had all emerged from the back of Qingyun Peak. There lay a medicinal garden spanning 10 acres, rich in spiritual energy, with soil even more fertile than that of his own herbal hall. The thought of Murong Tian, under Shen An's orders, having harvested numerous spiritual herbs from the herbal hall, filled him with ire. Seizing the opportunity while Shen An was absent and without any formations to impede him, he plotted to repay them in kind. Not far away, on another secluded path, 2 figures clad in black were furtively descending the mountain, one old and one young. The younger one clutched 2 sacks of spiritual herbs under his armpit, hesitating slightly. Master, with Elder Shen absent from the mountain, do you think this is rather unprincipled? The voice unmistakably belonged to Yu Jingyuan of Qingfu Peak. Hush! The older figure quickly turned and covered the boy's mouth, speaking sternly. What are you afraid of? I witnessed that old scoundrel Su sneaking over to gather spiritual herbs last time. He even dug up a whole sack of soil to take with him. I recorded it all, so when Elder Shen inquires, we can help him catch the thief. As he spoke, the old figure spat contemptuously. Su Laohui was deeply hurt by Elder Shen, and the prices of spiritual herbs have skyrocketed to an outrageous extent. My master, I am left with no choice. As we practitioners of talismans inherently consume resources, I must not only sustain the livelihoods of several hundred people within the peak, but also provide for your cultivation, clothing, and sustenance. As he lamented his own hardships, Yu Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. By the way, master, did that person who just flew away resemble Elder Lu? It truly does. Could it be that Elder Shun and the others have returned? But why would Elder Lu sneak into Qingyun Peak at such a late hour? Why ask so many questions? Hurry, let us go. Inside the kitchen, Shun was retrieving spiritual herbs from his storage bag and handing them over to Xiao Jingxue, who began to weigh them according to the formula for the 4th-grade nourishing heart pill, while he kindled a fire beneath the stove. Xiao Jingxue was already well acquainted with this scene. She deftly positioned herself to the side, her jade fingers forming a sword-like gesture as she carefully collected the fragments of the herbs into a vessel, meticulously controlling the weight as outlined in the formula. Upon seeing her deft movements, Shen noticed how she elegantly sliced away a leaf from the spiritual herb, which then fell into the vessel. The art of alchemy does not require the entirety of the herb. Most often, it suffices to take merely a fragment of a leaf or a single fruit, necessitating rigorous control over the dosage. He felt a twinge of envy, recalling how he had always resorted to a kitchen knife for such tasks. This, indeed, is the hallmark of a true alchemist. While she busied herself with the herbs, Shen took the opportunity to examine some new items provided by the system. First and foremost was the Xianmin 13 needles, a painful acquisition at the cost of 5 years of his lifespan. Xianmin 13 needles, one of the renowned techniques of a legendary herbalist in this realm, it possesses remarkable efficacy against injuries caused by demonic deviation and heart channel damage. It can also aid in regulating one's qi and blood, facilitating the flow of meridians. The higher the practitioner's realm, the more challenging the insertion of the needles becomes. Demonic deviation, heart channel damage. Shen stroked his chin, pondering the implications. To experience demonic deviation, one must transcend from the celestial spirit realm to the Qiankuan realm, which necessitates enduring the tribulation of heavenly lightning. Transitioning from the Qiankuan realm to the Nirvana realm entails facing the heart tribulation. Surviving such trials signifies a rebirth, hence the term Nirvana realm. He currently had no opportunity to engage with experts of such caliber. Even if he did, with his late-stage body refinement skills, he likely would be unable to utilize this needle technique. This implies that, for now, the technique serves little purpose beyond aiding his disciples in regulating their qi and blood. After lamenting this, he turned his attention to the rewards bestowed upon Murong Tian after his recent upgrade. Understanding Pill, a 5th-grade elixir that aids martial artists in achieving clarity of perception and comprehending their own path. Shen remembered witnessing the astonished expression on Qin Baishan's face when he utilized the skill card to open the heavenly gate, illustrating the potency of such an ability. Ordinary martial artists typically grasp the concept of force first, then intention, and finally path. However, if one's innate understanding is inadequate, even with exceptional talent, reaching the Qiankuan realm may merely allow them to perceive the realm of force. Although Murong Tian lacks the best innate qualities, his comprehension is notably high. After mastering the Thunderbolt sword, the sword in his hand has subtly approached the level of sword intent. Yet, he remains distant from the true essence of the sword path. Chapter 69. Master, that thief is quite remarkable. I wonder if this elixir will enable that young lad to comprehend the unparalleled sword heart of the unmatched sword technique. Shen stroked his chin. Only by successfully comprehending the unparalleled sword heart could one truly ascend to a higher realm in swordsmanship, transforming one's spiritual essence into a sharp and formidable sword energy. In addition to the enlightenment elixir, the system also rewarded him with the formula for the elixir. Ranging from 5th to 7th rank, the required herbs varied in rarity and value, with the higher grades becoming increasingly precious. Here we go. It's time for the thrilling segment. After reviewing the rewards, Shen summoned the lottery wheel, eagerly anticipating what treasures he might draw this time. System, initiate the lottery. Shen called out in his heart. Are you willing to risk your life? As the lottery wheel flickered with radiant light, Shen watched in excitement as golden beams danced past him. Ultimately, after yet another golden flash, the pointer stopped at a violet orb. Phew, a rare item. At least it wasn't a loss. He exhaled, relieved that it wasn't something useless, like that ridiculous cat toy. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rare item, Heavenly Spirit Eye. Heavenly Spirit Eye, capable of penetrating myriad formations and revealing weaknesses, discerning their essence. Shen was taken aback. Oh, an eye that can decipher talismanic arrays. How intriguing. But how does one utilize it? Must he gouge out his existing eyes and replace them? The host need not worry, it is not an eye transplant, but rather a transfer of the eye's power. Upon hearing this, Shen sighed in relief and chose to proceed with the transfer. As a wave of mystical sensation enveloped him, His vision became extraordinarily clear, plunging him momentarily into darkness. Peak Master, the spiritual herbs have been distributed. Xiao Jingshue's gentle voice resonated. She raised her hand to wipe away the fragrant sweat, appearing somewhat fatigued. As Shen Anzai's vision returned, he turned to look. At that moment, he was utterly mesmerized. In his eyes, Xiao Jingxue stood before the stove, her skin as fair as snow, her figure ethereal. Yet, everything appeared hazy, as if veiled by a thin mist, obscuring clarity. Realizing his predicament, Shen An quickly closed his eyes, secretly breaking into a cold sweat. Such transgressions. This was his disciple. He must not gaze. To do so would be to cross the line. Peak Master, noticing his silence, Xiao Jingxue tilted her head in confusion. Her white attire glistening like fresh snow. Though still youthful, her figure was strikingly graceful, concealed beneath her loose robes, unbeknownst to anyone. It's nothing, Shen An replied, averting his gaze and gesturing. Jingxue, you should rest early tonight. Come see me again when I'm refining pills. Though puzzled by the Peak Master's sudden embarrassment, Xiao Jingxue, being gentle and obedient, had been tending to Murong Tian's injuries throughout the journey and was already quite weary. Upon hearing his words, she did not dwell on it, offering a slight bow before departing. Once she left, Shen An took a deep breath. Goodness, X-ray vision. His heart raced, filled with excitement and anxiety. That moment had been entirely unintentional. System, what is happening? Wasn't it supposed to decipher talismanic arrays? How could it also grant me X-ray vision? The voice of the system dripped with disdain. Just clothing? What is the host so perplexed about? The absurdity of it all struck Shen An. This was a divine skill. In his previous life, he could have easily amassed 500 billion by exploiting this ability, marrying a wealthy beauty and ascending to the pinnacle of life. Host, please refrain from daydreaming. While the spiritual eye is indeed powerful, it requires strength to activate. As a mere body refinement stage practitioner, you can only sustain it for a maximum of 5 seconds and cannot use it repeatedly, lest you risk blindness. Soon enough, the system doused his enthusiasm with cold water. That initial glimpse was merely due to the instability of first acquiring the spiritual eye. Moving forward, he would have to activate it himself, and the 5-second limit was strict. Overuse could lead to severe consequences, including potential blindness. After hearing the explanation, Shen An couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling a twinge of regret. Although he had gained this miraculous ability, it came with limitations, preventing him from daily observing the charming secrets of the elders at Lingfu Mountain. Coughing, he dismissed the notion of being a shameless scoundrel. He had no intention of using the spiritual eye for nefarious purposes. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to picking up the shovel for alchemy. The next morning, upon seeing his master with dark circles under his eyes, carrying a large pot of verdant medicinal liquid, Murong Tian was deeply moved. Admiration value. 2. Shen An, weary and preoccupied, paid little attention to this. After delivering the medicinal liquid, he instructed, this heart-nourishing pill is a 10-day supply. You must take 1 bowl at a time, divided into 3 doses, and never on an empty stomach. Do you understand? Yes, master, I have memorized it. Murong Tian nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. All right, once your injuries heal, I shall concoct some enlightenment pills for you to aid in comprehending the unparalleled sword heart and fully condensing your sword intent. Shen An waved his hand, pondering thoughtfully as he stroked his chin. It had been nearly a month. The spiritual herbs in his 10-acre medicinal field should be thriving by now. The herbs required for the 5th-grade enlightenment pill were precisely what he had cultivated in his field. When Murong Tian visited the spiritual herb hall, he not only acquired discarded herbs, but also discreetly pocketed a good number of superior spiritual herbs. Those herbs would be sufficient to refine a pound of 5th-grade enlightenment pills. Just as Shen An was reveling in his thoughts, an anxious voice broke through from outside. Peak Master, something terrible has happened. Looking up, he saw Xiao Jingxue, usually calm and courteous, rushing in with an expression of urgency. What is it? Shen An furrowed his brow in inquiry. Xiao Jingxue hesitated, uncertain how to begin, but finally gritted her teeth and exclaimed, Peak Master, you must go to the back mountain at once. Qingyun Peak has been robbed. What? Shen Anzai's eyes widened, all drowsiness evaporating. He hurriedly adjusted his clothing and dashed towards the back mountain. Upon arriving outside the medicinal garden, he was struck dumb. The once lush 10-acre garden was now barren, with large patches of earth having been excavated. No, it wasn't entirely barren. A solitary water danhua stood forlornly amidst the desolation. However, it appeared to be severely battered, drooping without a hint of vitality. In that moment, Shen An found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Murong Tian hurried over, initially taken aback. He gazed at the sole remaining spirit herb in the medicinal field and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, master. That thief was somewhat considerate, leaving us 1 plant. A gust of wind swept by, causing the water-dan flower to tremble, ultimately succumbing, its petals scattering across the ground. The entire medicinal field fell into a profound silence, and Shunin stood there, mouth agape, his mind a blank slate. Was this an act of theft, or merely a resupply? Overwhelmed with sorrow, Shunin looked up at the sky, tears welling in his eyes. Every one of those spirit herbs had been painstakingly cultivated by his own hands, and now they were all gone. Cursed be the thief of spirit herbs. How ruthless your heart is. Chapter 70. He sought to steal the herbs, but what were you doing? At Lingfu Mountain, in the Spirit Herb Hall, Su Huan wore a troubled expression as he stared at the patch of dark brown earth in the medicinal field. Several spirit herbs were planted there, yet they appeared wilted, resembling something malnourished. What on earth had gone wrong? The soil on Qingyun Peak was known for its fertility and abundant spiritual energy. Why had it become ineffective here? He scratched his head in deep contemplation, utterly perplexed. Could it be that this spiritual soil was selective about its master? Did it only recognize the land of Qingyun Peak, rendering it useless upon arrival at the Spirit Herb Hall? Such a notion seemed preposterous. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the evidence lay starkly before him. The spiritual soil here was utterly depleted. Not only did it lack any trace of spiritual energy, but it even seemed to absorb the energy from the herbs. Under such circumstances, it was a miracle if any herb survived, let alone thrived. Clearly, that rascal Morong Tian had taken so many worthless herbs from the hall. Yet they thrived once planted in Qingyun Peak's medicinal field. Why was he unable to achieve the same? Su Huan was nearly at his wit's end. Over the past half-month, aside from occasionally gathering spirit herbs from Qingyun Peak, he had devoted himself to studying this spiritual soil. Yet, the spiritual soil had already fused with the unique energy of Qingyun Peak's earth. Even if he excavated all the soil from the medicinal field, it would yield no results. The medicinal field on Qingyun Peak would continue to produce new spiritual soil, while any that was separated would become barren. Hallmaster, something terrible has happened. The Spirit Fu Mountain has been robbed. Just as he was lost in thought, a disciple rushed over in a flurry, calling out anxiously. That shameless thief not only cleaned out Elder Shun's herbs from Qingyun Peak, but also took a significant amount of the soil. This was all the hard work of our farmers. If I catch him, I shall surely make him pay dearly. The disciple, with a look of intense disdain, seemed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for such herb thieves. Upon noticing the incongruous patch of dark brown soil before Su Huan, he was momentarily stunned. Ahem. Su Huan cleared his throat and spoke sternly. Is that so? You all must increase vigilance and ensure that this unscrupulous thief does not enter our Spirit Herb Hall. As evening fell upon Qingyun Peak, come, master, open your mouth. It's time for your medicine. Morong Tian held a bowl of medicine, anxiously watching Shunin, who lay in bed. During the day, the master of the household discovered that the medicinal garden had been plundered, and overwhelmed by anger and exhaustion, he fainted. Xiao Jingxue took it upon herself to prepare a restorative herbal soup. After Shunin consumed it, he smacked his lips and furrowed his brow. Disciple, this medicine is incorrect. You've added something else, Haven to you? Morong Tian was taken aback and turned to glance at Xiao Jingxue, who nodded gently. Indeed, as expected of the Peak Master. You can immediately discern that this calming soup contains additional herbs. To have achieved such an effect despite the added ingredients is quite commendable. Shunin expressed his admiration. Inquiring, what herb did you add? Shui Danhua, she replied, blinking. The one from the medicinal field? Yes, the only wilted one that remains there, Xiao Jingxue affirmed. Her expression innocent and unassuming. She was unaware that as long as the herb was planted in the spiritual soil, it would soon regain vitality. Thus, she aimed to refine it into medicine before its effectiveness waned completely. Shunin felt as though he had been stabbed in the chest anew. So, the medicinal field is truly barren now, devoid of anything? The more he pondered, the more enraged he became. How dare someone steal from Qingyun Peak? If he didn't unearth the culprit, he would no longer bear the surname Shun. Just as he was about to rise angrily and confront the sect leader at the main peak, the door creaked open. Lu Yunqin, clad in elegant azure robes, entered with a slight frown. Shunin, why are there so many spiritual birds at Qingyun Peak? It seems like all the ones from the sect have fled here. Having just concluded her affairs at Qingyuan Peak, she hurried over upon hearing of the theft at Qingyun Peak. Unexpectedly, she encountered numerous birds and beasts on her way up, including not only wild animals, but also spiritual birds raised within Lingfu Mountain that had escaped. Xiao Jingxue recalled the matter and spoke up. Peak Master, it seems those spiritual birds are heading towards the spiritual energy of the back mountain. Shunin was momentarily stunned, then recalled that the source of the immortal spirit spring had been filled by Morong Tian, the wastrel. Could it be that the rich spiritual energy emanating from the fusion of the spring liquid with the spiritual soil attracted these birds? He smacked his forehead in realization. Of course, Aside from a few individuals at Qingyun Peak, no one knows about the medicinal field. And given Qingyun Peak's long-standing poverty, which thief would be foolish enough to steal herbs from such a place? They must have discovered the medicinal field after following these birds. He stroked his chin in contemplation. Among the various peaks and halls of Lingfu Mountain, few actually raised spiritual birds. Only Qingfu Peak, Qingling Peak, Qingxi Peak, and the Medicine Hall did. Among these, the most likely suspect for stealing the herbs would be the Medicine Hall, that old scoundrel Su Laohai. This rascal must harbor resentment towards Murong Tian for previously plundering herbs from the Medicine Hall, and upon learning about Qingyun Peak's medicinal field, he brazenly returned to seize the herbs once more. Most of the substances brought by Murong Tian were mere dregs, pilfered by Su Laohai. Yet they had all been revitalized into potent elixirs. Was this not akin to him, Shunan, providing the Spirit Herb Hall with a 2-month free supply of medicine? No. I must rush to the Spirit Herb Hall to apprehend the thief. With that, Shunan seized a stick and stormed out. Wait. Lu Yinxin furrowed her brow and stepped forward. You have no evidence. How can you prove that the thief is from the Spirit Herb Hall? I will ascertain that for myself. Those herbs were cultivated by my own hands. Surely, I can recognize them. Do not rush. The sect master is already aware of this matter and is dispatching people to investigate. Shunan shook his head. By the time he concludes his investigation, my herbs will have been consumed, rendering it useless. No, I must catch the thief myself. He insisted, making his way down the mountain. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. Elder Shun, do not be anxious. I know who the thief is. The group looked up to see Zheng Sanshan, the leader of Qingfu Peak, descending with a benevolent expression and a smile. You know? Shunan regarded him with skepticism. Of course. Zheng Sanshan nodded, stroking his beard as he opened his palm to reveal a round crystal. As the crystal shimmered, a prism of water light materialized before their eyes, displaying a scene from the herb garden behind Qingyun Peak during the night. A figure clad in black was seen pulling a sack with one hand while hastily stuffing herbs into it with the other, despite the darkness and his thorough disguise. Those lewd little eyes rendered Lu Yinxin speechless. Isn't that Su Huan, the master of the Spirit Herb Hall? Just as Zheng Sanshan chuckled, believing this revelation would place the blame solely on Su Huan, Shunan interjected, wait a moment. His gaze was filled with suspicion as he inquired. If Su Laohai came to steal herbs, then what were you, Elder Zheng, doing at Qingyun Peak in the dead of night? The air thickened as all eyes fell upon the now stiff Zheng Sanshan. He offered an awkward smile and sheepishly replied, this was not captured by me. It was recorded by my disciple, Yu Xingyuan. Lu Yinxin frowned. What was he doing at the back mountain of Qingyun Peak at such an hour? Oh well. Zheng Sanshan chuckled nervously, his eyes darting. He was pursuing a spirit bird within the sect and happened to witness this scene. What spirit bird would chase at such an hour? Lu Yinxin pressed further. At this, Zheng Sanshan found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Shen Anzai's heart was as clear as a mirror. It was likely that Qingfu Peak had also been indulging in the herbs from his fields. Nevertheless, Lu Yinxin was right. One must rely on evidence. With the crystal's footage in hand, capturing Su Laohai for compensation would suffice. However, just as Shen An reached out to take the crystal, Zheng Sanshan stepped back. Ah, Elder Shun, do not be hasty. This item is quite valuable and cannot simply be given away. Zheng Sanshan chuckled, winking meaningfully. In that instant, Shen An understood. This fellow was no better than Su Laohai. He sought to extort a sum from him using this item. Elder Shun, do not hold it against me. For I have been compelled by Elder Su's relentless pressure. After you extracted a portion of his spiritual herbs, the prices have soared beyond reason. The Qingfu Peak, which already consumes resources for talisman crafting, now faces the burden of exorbitant spiritual herb costs. I am on the verge of being unable to support the disciples within the peak. Zheng Sanshan lamented with a woeful expression, nearly shedding tears. Shen An could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is there truly no normal elder within Lingfu Mountain? The esteemed head of the Spiritual Herb Hall resorts to underhanded tactics due to a mere shortage of herbs in the dead of night. And the master of Qingfu Peak publicly seeks sympathy through his misfortunes. However, Shen An had no intention of indulging him. He turned to Lu Yinxin and spoke, Elder Lu, would you kindly administer a beating to him? I shall provide free alchemy services for Fei Shuang in return. Lu Yinxin was momentarily taken aback. Despite the lackluster appearance of the potions he concocted, she had witnessed their efficacy on Chunyuan Mountain, and they were even produced by the pound. With his assistance in alchemy, would that not ensure that Qingyuan Peak would never again be deprived of medicinal elixirs? Upon this realization, she nodded and stepped forward. Zheng Sanshan, bewildered, exclaimed, Elder Lu, we are of the same sect. We must not damage our camaraderie. After acquiring the crystal stones, Shen An hastily made his way to the main peak. Xian Yuzi was in a state of disarray, fretting over how to apprehend the thief. The previous restrictions on Qingyun Peak had long since deteriorated, leaving no means to investigate the intruder's methods of breaching the defenses. Master, he was just about to sip his tea when a sudden cry echoed through the air, startling him so much that the tea he had prepared was ejected from his mouth. He looked up to see Shen and burst through the door, his face a mask of anguish, crying out in such a manner that it would evoke sorrow in any listener. Yet, there lingered a faint odor of onions about him. Master, you must take a stand for Qingyun Peak. That elder Su, lacking respect for his elders, has thoroughly pillaged our herbs, leaving not even a trace of soil. What? The herbs from Qingyun Peak were stolen by Elder Su? Shen Anzai was taken aback. Upon seeing the crystal stones in Shen Anzai's hands, he fell into a profound silence. After all, Su Huan was a respectable hall master. How could he stoop to such petty thievery? Suddenly, Shen Anzai recalled that during the disciples' grand competition, Shen An had left early, seizing the opportunity while everyone was occupied in the martial arts hall, allowing Murong Tian to pilfer herbs from the medicinal hall. It was later reported that Su Huan sought compensation, but every time he visited Qingyun Peak, Murong Tian's subordinate, Xiao Jingxue, would attend to him. With the esteemed princess present, he dared not express his displeasure. Thus, the matter of the pilfered spiritual herbs remained unresolved, and Shen An had frequently lamented to Shen Anzai about this incident. However, due to the previous insufficient resources allocated to Qingyun Peak, Shen Anzai had considered it a form of compensation and had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Little did he know that Su Huan had clandestinely returned to Qingyun Peak to pilfer the spiritual herbs anew. Master, you must stand for Qingyun Peak. I fulfilled the task you entrusted to me on Chunyuan Mountain without a single flaw, yet upon returning to Lingfu Mountain, I discovered that my home had been robbed. This is utterly inhumane. Such behavior is that of a beast. Shen An pretended to wipe away tears. Shen Anzai's expression darkened. Rest assured, Elder Shen, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. With those words, he seized the crystal and took a step forward, soaring towards the direction of the spirit medicine hall. As he departed, Shen An's pained visage instantly reverted to normal, and he retrieved an onion from his pocket. Taking a hearty bite, on his way, Shen Anzai caught sight of a figure furtively covering their face, glancing around as if fearful of being discovered. His brow furrowed slightly. It bore a resemblance to Elder Zhang. Impossible, he thought. How could he act in such a clandestine manner? Could it be? Shen Anzai's brow furrowed further as he dashed down. Halt! Such furtive behavior. Could it be that remnants of the demonic sect have infiltrated our sect? Prepare to receive my punch. His booming voice startled the individual, who promptly looked up to confront the overwhelming authority emanating from him. Master, please stop. Bang! The figure staggered back a few steps. What had initially been a mere handprint on his face now bore the signs of a blackened eye. Shen Anzai was taken aback. Elder Zhang, it truly is you? Master, could we not verify the identity of an individual before striking? Zhang Sanshan lamented, nearly in tears. Being beaten by Lu Yinxin was one thing, but now he had also endured the master's wrath. One had utilized the mirror moon palm, while the other had delivered a punch from the celestial spirit realm. The injuries inflicted by the earthly level palm intent and the celestial might would require at least 3 to 5 days to heal, even with spiritual medicine. Why were you sneaking around like a thief, covering your face? I thought remnants of the demonic sect had become so brazen, plotting against us in broad daylight. Shen Anzai felt a tinge of embarrassment. How could a dignified elder of the earth's spirit realm behave in such a manner? By the way, what happened to your face? He gestured towards the bruised handprint on Zhang's visage. Zhang Sanshan grimaced. I fell. With that, he chose not to linger and took to the wind, departing hastily. Better to be brazenly visible than to risk further punishment. Watching him soar away, Shen Anzai scratched his chin, filled with skepticism. Can a powerful being of the earth's spirit realm truly stumble and sustain such a mark? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and accelerated towards the spirit medicine hall. Master? Inside the hall, Su Huan felt a jolt of anxiety upon seeing the master arrive in person. Shen Anzai promptly produced the crystal, displaying its contents while winking and chuckling. Su Huan, Master, you wouldn't want this matter to become common knowledge, would you? Upon glimpsing the crystal in Shen Anzai's hand, Su Huan was left utterly dumbfounded. He had taken such precautions. How could he have been photographed? Master, who is this person? He averted his gaze, chuckling nervously, attempting to maintain his composure. Shen Anzai frowned and gestured, magnifying the image from the crystal. The entire water-light prism now only showcased the lecherous little eyes of the figure in black. Elder Su, would you care to take a look in the mirror? Shen Anzai's expression turned peculiar. Su Huan's countenance fell, and he began to wail. Master, I have my reasons for acting this way. That old rogue Shen is ruthless and cunning. He sent his apprentice to steal a substantial quantity of spiritual medicine from my spirit medicine hall and refuses to offer any compensation afterwards. Shen, in his ignorance regarding the governance of spiritual remedies, displayed a lamentable disregard for the precious elixirs, leading me to weep for their loss while he pretended to wipe away tears with exaggerated sorrow. His display of anguish could rival my own. I have heard whispers that 7/10 of the medicines procured from the Spirit Herb Hall by Murong Tian are merely the discarded remnants cultivated by your establishment. Xuan Yuzi remarked with a look of skepticism. Su Huan felt a pang of embarrassment. Enough of this banter. As the head of the Spirit Herb Hall, should this behavior become public, your reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Here's what we shall do. Let Elder Shun retrieve the spiritual remedies taken from Qingyan Peak, and I shall take it upon myself to dispose of this crystal. The subsequent matters will be entrusted to me, Xuan Yuzi declared with a wave of his hand. Master, those medicines rightfully belong to the Spirit Herb Hall. What do you mean by retrieve? Su Huan protested, his expression morose. Though he had occasionally withheld the necessary herbs from Qingyun Peak over the years, it was out of a sense of compassion for the spiritual remedies. After all, there were only 2 individuals on Qingyun Peak, and any surplus would inevitably spoil. If they were all useless herbs, it would be one thing. But the remedies brought back from Qingyun Peak were vibrant and lush, deserving of reverence. Though not nurtured by him, their potential still gnawed at his conscience. Suhol Master, you would not wish for this matter to circulate, would you? Xuan Yuzi gestured with the crystal in hand. Su Huan's countenance darkened as if he had bitten into a bitter melon, reluctantly conceding. Very well then, I shall only take a small portion. I cannot take too much. Returning the herbs is preferable to losing my reputation entirely. He could never have anticipated that someone had recorded the scene of him extracting herbs with a crystal. Cursed paparazzi. They truly lack a sense of humanity. In the main hall of the peak, Elder Shun, I have already communicated with the Spirit Herb Hall. You may accompany me to retrieve the losses from Qingyun Peak. Xuan Yuzi said, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Upon hearing this, Shen sprang to life. Thank you, Sect Master. Let us go together. Xuan Yuzi extended his hand, believing it prudent to oversee the proceedings to prevent further conflict between the two. Wait. Just as he took a step, Shen interrupted him. What is it? Xuan Yuzi inquired. Puzzled. Master, please wait here a moment. I need to prepare, Shen exclaimed, darting out in haste. Prepare? Xuan Yuzi was taken aback. It's merely about collecting spiritual remedies. What is there to prepare? However, he would soon discover the nature of Shun's preparations. A mere quarter of an hour later, Shun returned, accompanied by Xiao Jingxue and Murong Tian. Xuan Yuzi regarded them with suspicion. Forgive me, Sect Master, strength lies in numbers. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home to prepare a meal, lest the night falls upon us. Shen chuckled, his demeanor seemingly harmless. Casting a glance at the dimming sky, Xuan Yuzi nodded. Then let us proceed. Under his guidance, the quartet swiftly arrived at the medicinal fields of the Spirit Herb Hall. Su Huan had temporarily dismissed the disciples within the hall and stood nearby with a sullen expression. Hall Master Su, your generosity is commendable. I shall not hold back. Shen remarked. Shen smiled broadly, bowing slightly towards him. Humph. Su Huan let out a cold snort, turning away and shutting his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Shen paid him no mind, cheerfully observing the expansive field of medicinal herbs before him. This area was vastly larger than the back mountain of Qingyun Peak, spanning at least 100 acres. With a grand gesture, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Disciple, Jing Shui, let us begin. Su Huan, with his eyes still closed, opened them in surprise. Why did this feel akin to bandits descending from the mountains? As he turned to look, he could hardly contain himself, his face darkening visibly. Ahead, Murong Tian and Xiao Jingxue each retrieved bundles of burlap sacks from their storage rings, their roles clearly defined. One headed towards the area of precious century-old medicinal herbs, while the other ventured into the realm of rare, lesser-known herbs under a century old. Xiao Jingxue was somewhat gentler in her movements, expertly harvesting the herbs. In contrast, Murong Tian brandished a shovel, flinging both earth and herbs into the sack with abandon. Once a sack was filled, he promptly stowed it away in his storage ring and reached for a new one. Witnessing this scene, even Su Huan was left speechless, not to mention Xian Yuzi. Could it be that one was a scion of a prestigious medicinal family, and the other a dignified princess of Qingshui? Why did they appear like bandits? Shen. Su Huan was incensed, ready to charge forward. Xian Yuzi swiftly grabbed him by the neck, urgently advising, Su Hall Master, your reputation is at stake. Your reputation is crucial. If the contents within the crystal are leaked, your face will be lost. Su Huan, a man devoted to herbs, felt his heart ache at the sight of Murong Tian treating the medicinal plants with such disdain, tossing them in with the soil, without concern for damage. His eyes reddening with fury. Yet, restrained by Xian Yuzi and contemplating his own integrity, he could only watch in agony as the two from Qingyun Peak continued their actions. Crying out hoarsely, wasteful, wasteful. Shen, how could you allow your disciple to squander these precious herbs in such a manner? Shen merely cleaned his ears, dismissing his earlier gloom over the stolen medicinal field, a flush of joy replacing it. Enough, enough. As Murong Tian finished harvesting 2 acres, he continued onward, prompting Su Huan to panic. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingxue had already gathered over 20-century-old herbs and showed no signs of stopping. Shen, I've taken so many herbs from you at Qingyan Peak. Please command your disciple to cease. Shen yawned, feigning ignorance. He was well aware that the other herbs had been pilfered by Zheng Sanshan, but given that Qingfu Peak was utterly destitute, lacking anything aside from talismans and formations, who else could they target if not the herb hall? Realizing his cries were in vain, Su Huan struggled wildly, desperate to intervene and halt Murong Tian and his companion. His eyes wide with fury, trembling with rage. Damn beasts! Beasts! Xian Yuzi tightened his grip, preventing him from charging forward. Hall Master Su, think of your reputation. Reputation is paramount. In the end, this 100-acre medicinal garden was stripped of 20 acres. Xiao Jingxue had already denuded 2 acres of century-old herbs. All right, that's enough. We cannot accommodate any more at Qingyan Peak. Shen clapped his hands. Murong Tian finally put away his shovel, wearing an expression of unfulfilled satisfaction. Xiao Jingxue wiped the fragrant sweat from her brow, slightly panting, as she surveyed the chaotic scene, with the ground stripped bare and even the soil turned over. Shen turned his head in contentment. Upon turning, he was startled. Su Tangju, what happened to you? Xian Yuzi glanced down and quickly released the grip around his neck. Su Huan's face was as purple as an eggplant, his eyes rolling back. Master, have you choked Su Tangju to death? Shen exclaimed in shock. Xian Yuzi was equally alarmed, having been so engrossed in harvesting herbs from Qingyan Peak that he forgot he was still holding someone. Fortunately, Su Huan was in the late phase of Qi Si. He merely fainted due to a lack of breath. The compensation owed to Qingyan Peak has been given. I will destroy this crystal. Xian Yuzi warned sternly. Rest assured, I, Shun, am renowned for my discretion. Shunan replied cheerfully, waving his hand. Let us return to Qingyan Peak to plant herbs. Yes. The 3 of them swaggered away from the apothecary hall, resembling bandits who had just plundered a village. Xian Yuzi cast a sympathetic glance at the unconscious Su Huan, suddenly pausing, staring vacantly in the direction the trio had departed. It had just dawned on him that Murong Tian's aura seemed somewhat different. Had he broken through to the returning origin realm? As the moon rose high, disciples of the apothecary hall returned. Upon seeing Su Huan sprawled on the ground and the barren land, their eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Tangju, this is terrible. Our apothecary hall has been robbed. Amidst the frantic shaking of the disciples, Su Huan slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes and beheld the 20 acres stripped bare, he was momentarily stunned. Then, darkness engulfed him again, and he fainted once more. The disciples gasped in shock, cries filling the air. Tangju, quick, pinch his acupoint. Why are you slapping him? Is that how you pinch acupoints? On the back mountain of Qingyan Peak, Shunan reclined on a chair, while Xiao Jingxue placed freshly washed green grapes on a plate and poured him a cup of tea. Under the night sky, Murong Tian diligently tilled the earth with a rake. After breaking through to the returning origin realm, the task became much easier for him, as he was now quite adept. Particularly, he discovered that using spiritual essence to plow the fields fortified his somewhat unstable realm due to the recent breakthroughs, prompting him to work even harder. The 10 acres of the herb garden were expected to be completed by nightfall. Shinen, enjoying the green grapes, watched the scene with delight. Just as Murong Tian's injuries had not completely healed, it was prudent not to engage in immediate cultivation. Tilling the land served as a temporary respite until he was fit to practice again. After all, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Suddenly, a cacophony interrupted Shun An's contented grape eating. Turning his head, he spotted several particularly plump ducks, their feathers a kaleidoscope of colors. Blinking at the large sacks of spiritual herbs beside Xiao Jingxue. What in the world is this? Shinan was taken aback. Master, it seems that the 5 spirit ducks raised on Qingfu Peak can nourish one's spiritual energy. It is said that Elder Zheng only keeps 30 of them. From a distance, Murong Tian wiped his sweat and spoke up. 5 spirit ducks? Shen An's eyes gleamed as he rushed over, capturing 2 of the ducks, which quacked in alarm. Their colorful feathers flying in disarray. Jingxue, quickly, prepare the fire. Moments later, the 3 of them sat around in the bamboo pavilion, delightfully feasting on roasted and stewed duck. Peak Master, isn't it inappropriate for us to consume these, as they are raised by Elder Zheng? Xiao Jingxue said, taking out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth, a hint of concern in her voice. What is inappropriate? Weren't you the one who ate the most just now, junior sister? Murong Tian replied with a satisfied burp. The former blushed slightly. Enough, Jingshue's constitution is different. Consuming food infused with spiritual energy can help alleviate the bone-corroding poison, Shen remarked, picking his teeth while pondering. Currently, most of the spiritual birds on Lingfu Mountain have been lured by the aura of the spring liquid, and there are quite a few wild ones as well. Thus, we need not worry about food in the future. The flavor of the 5 spirit ducks is truly exquisite, leaving a lingering taste. My disciple, you should set up about 10 hunting traps near the medicinal garden tomorrow. That way, we won't need to venture down the mountain for ingredients anymore. Understood, master. As they spoke, under the night sky, a figure clad in green gracefully approached. It was Lu Yinqin. Sensing the unique aroma of the 5 spirit ducks wafting through the air, she furrowed her brow slightly. Had she arrived too late? Oh, Elder Lu. What brings you here? I heard from the sect master that there is a lead on the thief who stole the medicines, Lu Yinqin said, gracefully taking a seat beside them. Oh, what did he say? Shen inquired with interest. It is said that remnants of the demonic sect infiltrated Lingfu Mountain to steal the medicines, and they also took from the spirit herb hall. However, they have since faced justice, Lu Yinqin replied, looking at him with a questioning gaze. She was aware of the contents of the crystal, and thus, she did not believe his words. Shen displayed a knowing expression. I came primarily to check on your injuries, but it seems you are recovering quite well, Lu Yinqin observed, noting the rosy glow on Shen's face. I appreciate Elder Lu's concern. I am no longer in serious trouble. That's good to hear. I had planned to personally assist you with your energy regulation tonight, but since you are well, I shall take my leave, she said. Shen was taken aback, then hastily coughed, speaking in a somewhat feeble tone. Elder Lu, I feel I have not fully recovered yet. Lu Yinqin shot him a skeptical glance and replied softly. The herbs from the spirit herb hall were taken by you, weren't they? I will have Fei Shuang come over to gather a few for you to assist in alchemy. Her technique is crucial at this time. With that, Lu Yinqin did not linger, reminding Murong Tian to rest well and not rush his cultivation before gracefully departing. Watching her flit in and out, Shen stroked his chin. This won't do. To prevent further thefts from the mountain, a comprehensive protective formation must be established. Most importantly, it must prohibit martial artists from flying. Otherwise, they will be soaring around Qingyun Peak, while I, as the Peak Master, can only walk. I find myself quite envious. Not only must the Earth Spirit Realm be restricted, but the Heaven Spirit Realm must also face limitations. Where can one procure such an elaborate formation? A thoughtful expression crossed Shen An's face, and soon his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Who, among the Lingfu Mountain, excels in the art of talisman formations? It must be the master of Qingfu Peak, Zhang Sanshan. It is said that the protective grand formation of Lingfu Mountain has always been crafted by the successive masters of Qingfu Peak, with its annual maintenance personally attended to by Zhang Sanshan. He must be persuaded to devise a formation for Qingyun Peak that surpasses even that of the main peak. As for whether he is willing to assist, given that this rascal also benefits from the spiritual herbs of Qingyun Peak, it is only fitting to take advantage of him this time. Chapter 74. A power comparable to the forces of the earth at the main hall of Lingfu Mountain. The atmosphere was tense. Is the news credible? Xian Yuzi inquired, his expression one of astonishment. Returning to the sect leader, this information has originated from the palace. And it is without a shred of doubt, replied Zhao Chong, the master of Qingxi Peak, in a grave tone. Elder Shen has cleaved a mountain peak with a single stroke of his sword, nearly slaying the elder of the Qin family on the spot. The other elders present inhaled sharply, their disbelief palpable. What sort of strength did the elder of the Qin family possess? He was a formidable figure in the heaven spirit realm, and not merely a novice. Even if the sect leader himself were to intervene, it would be difficult for him to vanquish such a being in one strike. Shen actually came close to achieving this. This is unfathomable. Shen has been under our very noses all these years. Even with the assistance of a Nirvana realm brother, how could he silently cultivate to such a level? Elder Mu of Qingling Peak hesitated, still skeptical. The assembly fell into contemplation. This matter was indeed difficult to believe. If it were said that Shen, with the help of his brother, had barely entered the return to origin realm over the years, they might accept it. However, to grow to the point of being able to slay a powerful being in the heaven spirit realm with a single sword strike was quite extraordinary. After a moment of deliberation, Xian Yuzi spoke slowly. That should not be a reflection of his own power. It is likely a life-saving method left to him by his brother. Upon hearing this explanation, the others nodded in agreement. This notion bore a modicum of credibility. Yet, did he truly resort to such a trump card for the sake of a mere Murong Tian? Zhao Cheng remained perplexed. The assembly shook their heads, expressing their confusion. Only Zhang Sanshan, shrouded in mystery behind his mask, hesitantly interjected, perhaps his brother has bequeathed him more than just this sword? As his words lingered in the air, astonishment swept through the crowd, leading to a prolonged silence. If that were the case, this was not merely a brother, This was more akin to a father figure. By the way, Elder Zheng, why have you been wearing a mask these past few days? Someone inquired, puzzled. Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched beneath the mask as he suddenly retorted. None of your business. The individuals stood frozen, scratching their head in confusion, unable to comprehend the outburst. It was just a simple question. Was such ire truly warranted? Enough. Regardless of the circumstances, Elder Shun is still a member of Lingfu Mountain. When we visit Tianxue sect, we must lend him our support. Shen Yuzi waved his hand dismissively. The assembly gasped in surprise. Li Yin furrowed his brow and stepped forward, addressing the sect leader. Do you truly believe that Murong Tian will be a match for Qin Qianhua in 6 months? Another voice chimed in. Indeed, sect leader. Recent reports indicate that Qin Qianhua has already advanced to the middle third realm, far surpassing her peers. The crowd spoke in haste. Shen Yuzi's gaze was piercing as he replied calmly. Qin Qianhua has broken through to the middle third realm in the pure Yuan pool. Yet Murong Tian has also achieved the returning origin realm. With 6 months remaining, why should he not have a chance to prevail? Though he spoke thus in the past, he would not have placed much stock in this 3-year agreement, for Murong Tian's innate talent was truly difficult to articulate. However, recent developments indicated that Murong Tian had been breaking through barriers at an impressive rate, suggesting he had encountered significant fortuitous opportunities. Particularly, his display of sword intent during the sect competition had left a profound impression on Shen Yuzi. The transition from the returning origin realm to the earth spirit realm is not a trivial matter, Li Yin interjected. It represents a leap from the lower 3 realms to the upper 3 realms, and without extensive time to cultivate and comprehend the essence of the earth, it is utterly impossible. Shen Yuzi shot him a glance, who said I was counting on him to break into the earth spirit realm. Li Yin was taken aback. Then what does the sect leader imply? The distinction between the lower 3 realms and the middle 3 realms is that the peak of the returning origin realm and the strength of the earth spirit realm are not vastly different. The only significant gap lies in the power of the earth. If one can comprehend a force comparable to the might of the earth, then, even at the pinnacle of the returning origin realm, one could potentially contend with the earth spirit realm. What force could rival the might of the earth? The crowd furrowed their brows, casting glances towards Shen Yuzi. He replied coolly, for example, the true sword intent. Sword intent. The mere mention of it elicited surprise among those present. A genius capable of grasping such intent would undoubtedly have a tremendous chance of attaining enlightenment in the future. Such individuals are either extraordinarily rare natural Dao bodies, like the disciple of the Qi Yun Dao sect, who far surpasses Ling Fu Mountain, or they are true prodigies with terrifying comprehension. As for Murong Tian, not only is he not a natural Dao body, but he is fortunate to not be a congenital failure. Could it be that his comprehension is so astonishing that he might master sword intent within 6 months? Although the crowd did not voice their skepticism, doubt lingered in their hearts. Within the entire Dan dynasty, only 2 talents who seemed to have comprehended intent in recent years had come to light. One was the Southern King, Xiao Ao Hai, who grasped the sea-subduing sword intent, a breathtaking technique that exuded an air of slaughter. The other was the current Crown Prince of Dan, Xiao Tiansu, who had comprehended the true intent of the Imperial Dragon, destined to be a sovereign. Enough. Let us cease this discussion. You all should prepare yourselves as well. You've been stagnating in the earth spirit realm for far too long. Seek opportunities to break through. I do not wish to be embarrassed by you at the Tianxue sect in 6 months. Shen Yuzi waved his hand, his tone tinged with exasperation. The crowd exchanged wry smiles, knowing that breakthroughs are not something one can simply will into existence. However, after such a prolonged period of stagnation, it was indeed time for action. As the crowd departed, Shen Yuzi sighed and shook his head. Ling Fu Mountain was becoming increasingly desolate. With each peak master barely reaching the earth spirit realm, there is little to be done. During the initial campaign to eradicate the demonic sect, many elders were left with hidden injuries, and even he himself has accumulated such wounds, rendering him unable to transcend into the realm of Qianquan. Otherwise, he would have long since ascended to that level. This is also the reason why many elders have been unable to break through for so long. Were it not for the presence of a single elder in the Qianquan realm overseeing things, it is likely that Lingfu Mountain would no longer hold its position as the foremost sect of the Greaten. Nevertheless, in comparison to the Tianxue sect of the Baiming dynasty, it pales significantly, not to mention the leading sect of the south, the Qiyun Dao sect. It is said that within the Qiyun Dao sect, even those in the Tianling realm can only serve as assistant elders, while the true power lies with the elders of the Qianquan realm. One wonders when Lingfu Mountain might attain such glory and become the foremost sect of the south. Swan Yuzi rubbed his temples. It is certain that their generation cannot achieve this. They can only hope that the next generation will elevate Lingfu Mountain further. As for the earlier musings, Xuan Yuzi's gaze flickered as he looked towards the distant Qinghuan Peak, murmuring to himself, Lu Yunqin, of the Lu family S. Jushuan Dao Lian technique. To what level have you cultivated? In the Grade dynasty, the young prodigies who comprehend intent are not solely from the royal family. Lu Yunqin's direct disciple, Ling Feishuang, though still weak in cultivation, has a unique method of practice. In Xuan Yuzi's eyes, her astonishing comprehension is not significantly inferior to that of the disciple of the Qiyun Dao sect. After all, she comprehends more than one kind of intent. Chapter 75, Ling Shizi, would you care to join me at the martial arts hall for a bite? Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak. After several days of diligent effort, the 20 acres of medicinal fields have finally taken shape, lush and vibrant with spirit herbs sprawling across the land, a truly delightful sight. The rich spiritual energy has even enveloped the back mountain of Qingyun Peak in a swirling mist, akin to a celestial realm. Peakmaster, what is it about our soil that sets it apart? Just a few days ago, Senior Brother Moron's plants were nearly crushed by the soil, yet after being planted, they have revived with vigor, inquired Xiao Jingxue curiously, as she washed green grapes by the stream in the bamboo grove. The soil of the back mountain of Qingyun Peak seems to surpass even the miraculous soils she encountered in the Medicine King Valley. Our soil at Qingyun Peak absorbs the essence of the sun and moon. I personally irrigated it with spiritual water for a total of 81 days. How could it possibly compare to ordinary soil? Shen replied nonchalantly. Xiao Jingxue pursed her lips, clearly skeptical. However, she had indeed never encountered such extraordinary soil. In other medicinal fields, spirit herbs often wither unexpectedly, but here, such occurrences are utterly impossible. Moreover, the growth of the spirit herbs is remarkably promising, greatly reducing the time to maturity. Certain herbs that would ordinarily require several years to mature can now be harvested in a month or two. The potency of spirit herbs is classified by age, with greater age corresponding to more powerful effects. Of course, this is merely a classification range. It does not imply that one must truly wait 10 or 100 years. Some herbs that would take a decade to mature in the wild can reach their full efficacy with a healer's attentive care in just a year or so. By the way, Peakmaster, why haven't I seen Senior Brother Morong all day? Xiao Jingxue asked, somewhat puzzled. Once he had fully recovered from his injuries, I presented him with a wisdom pill, and he should now be in the process of refining its effects. Shen spoke with a hint of ennui, feeling somewhat helpless. He sensed that he had become nothing more than a tool for Murong Tian. This young man seemed unwilling to rest for even a moment. Having just healed over the past few days, he had already resumed his sword practice from dawn until deep into the night, followed by another night of cultivation. Every morning, he awaited my preparation of a tranquil pill to alleviate his fatigue. Wisdom pill? Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. What grade of elixir was that? What effects could it possibly have? She had never heard of it before. 5th grade, Shen replied leisurely. As for its efficacy, it simply allows your mind to be more perceptive, helping to comprehend certain obscure concepts. A pill that enhances comprehension? Xiao Jingxue exclaimed, astonished. She had not anticipated that the Peak Master could concoct such a remarkable elixir. According to the leader of Beichen Valley, such elixirs were notoriously difficult to refine. Even he could not guarantee success every time, and a failed attempt could risk damaging one's intellect. Master, just as Xiao Jingxue was absorbed in her astonishment, a thunderous shout erupted from the distance. The suddenness of the voice startled Shen, causing him to drop the green grapes he was holding. From afar, Murong Tian approached. Clad in black, his sword on his back, his face alight with excitement. Shen frowned. What is it that warrants such a commotion? Did I not tell you to refrain from being so boisterous? It may frighten Jingxue. Xiao Jingxue calmly caught the fallen grapes, unperturbed. She had long since grown accustomed to Murong Tian's exuberance and understood that, indeed, her master was merely testing her reactions, not intending to frighten her. After all, he had said as much last time. Master, after consuming the wisdom pill, I feel as though I have gained some insight. However, practicing swordsmanship alone leaves me feeling as if something is amiss, and I find it increasingly difficult to contain my sword intent. Murong Tian spoke with palpable excitement, a sharp aura swirling around him, and in an instant, a streak of sword light cleaved through the bamboo walls of the courtyard. Master, please strike me. Shen was taken aback. It was the first time he had encountered such a request. Observing the bamboo wall, now split cleanly in two and collapsing with a resounding crash, Shen could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Murong Tian was already a practitioner at the returning origin realm, while he himself was merely at the late stage of body refinement. In a spar, it was uncertain who would end up defeating whom. My dear disciple, in my current state, Shen was about to impart some sage advice when he suddenly saw a flash of sword light approaching. He quickly rolled to the side. Crack! The wrought tan chair shattered into two. Master, I can hardly contain myself. Please hurry. Murong Tian's sword trembled slightly behind him, emitting a melodic cry, yearning for battle. This sword energy was not something he consciously unleashed. Rather, it was an overwhelming force of his burgeoning sword intent. Shen was alarmed. What is this boy attempting? An act of rebellion against his teacher? Seeing him on the verge of unleashing another burst of sword light, Shen hastily interjected, "Stop. Let us proceed to the training ground." Murong Tian paused, puzzled. Is it not permissible here? Shen, filled with exasperation, exclaimed, "You reckless spendthrift. Just look at the state of the bamboo pavilion and rattan chair that Jing Shui has meticulously arranged. Moreover, practicing swordplay here poses a grave risk. What if you accidentally injure Jing Shui?" Murong Tian turned around, suddenly realizing that in his haste, he had inadvertently unleashed his sword energy, shattering the bamboo wall and the rattan chair. "Very well, master, please hurry." He gritted his teeth, firmly gripping the black sword at his back, and dashed away. Xiao Jing Shui stood in stunned silence, acutely aware of the surging sword intent emanating from Murong Tian, which was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. When she looked back, she found that Shen had vanished without a trace, leaving her alone in the disarray of the bamboo pavilion. She shook her head slightly, finding the situation rather amusing. Before beginning to tidy up the chaos, this Qingyun Peak was far more intriguing than the Medicine King Valley. At the foot of Qingyun Peak, Shen ran while glancing back. Upon realizing that Murong Tian had not pursued him, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I nearly became a casualty of that young one's sword energy. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Shen felt a deep sense of helplessness. It seemed that revealing such formidable strength could be perilous, almost costing him his life. No, I must find a place to hide for a few days before returning. He shook his head repeatedly. Although the 6th Meridian sword skill card was still available, using it like this was indeed a waste. As for the sword intent that had been drawn out by the enlightenment pill, it would dissipate on its own in a few days, and Murong Tian would not be in danger. It was merely a pity to waste the effect of the enlightenment pill. As he descended the mountain, Shen pondered while stroking his chin. This situation could not continue. Otherwise, when would Murong Tian ever consolidate his unparalleled sword heart and truly master the technique? He needed to find someone to spar with him, to make good use of the enlightenment pill, or else it would have been for naught. Lost in thought, he suddenly encountered a pair of long, graceful legs. Startled, he looked up and was immediately dazzled by the sight. A broad smile broke across his face as he approached the serene woman before him, rubbing his hands together in a warm gesture. "Ling Shizhi, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Would you like to join me at the martial arts hall for a bite?" Chapter 76. The strength of Ling Fei Shuang. Ling Fei Shuang regarded the amiable middle-aged man before her and gently cupped her hands in greeting. "I have met Elder Shen. I am not hungry. I have come at the behest of my master to request your assistance in alchemy." "Oh, what sort of elixir?" Shen blinked in surprise. 4th grade gathering earth pill. Upon hearing this, he was momentarily taken aback, then scrutinized the composed young woman before him with curiosity. "Gathering earth pill? That is a medicinal concoction used by Earth Spirit Realm warriors. Did you not just enter the Return to Origin Realm? Why do you require the Gathering Earth pill?" Ling Fei Shuang offered no further explanation, simply stating, "It is required for my cultivation." "I see," Shen mused, stroking his chin. "I can indeed refine it. But it will take some time. The spiritual herbs in my garden have just been planted and should not be harvested immediately. Additionally, purchasing spiritual herbs would be somewhat wasteful." Upon hearing his words, Ling Fei Shuang was taken aback. Initially, she had harbored doubts when her master instructed her to acquire the elixir, but now, hearing his consent firsthand, she felt a wave of astonishment. "When did Elder Shen become a 4th grade alchemist?" "Thank you, Elder Shen. I shall return in a few days." Ling Fei Shuang clasped her hands, intending to take her leave. "Oh, dear disciple Ling, do not be in such haste. Since you have come all this way, why not accompany me for a stroll within the peak? We can enjoy some pastries and sip on tea," Shen interjected with a warm smile. Ling Fei Shuang furrowed her brow slightly, as she had been contemplating returning to her cultivation. "Come now, my disciple is currently practicing his swordplay in the martial arena. As fellow sect members, you may exchange insights and engage in friendly sparring," Shen continued, his enthusiasm making Ling Fei Shuang somewhat uneasy. The last time she visited, he had shown similar warmth, only to later request a loan of 10,000 gold. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately nodded in agreement. She had heard that Murong Tian had demonstrated a formidable sword technique during the sect competition, and since she had not witnessed it previously, it would be worthwhile to observe it now. She was curious to discover what kind of swordplay had led Murong Tian to decline the moon mirror palm offered by her master. With Shen Anzai's eager invitation, the two made their way to the martial arena. Within the martial arena, Murong Tian sat cross-legged, firmly pressing down on his dark sword. Sweat beaded on his forehead. and the fierce sword intent he emanated had left deep marks on the nearby blue bricks. Where's my master? If he does not arrive soon, I shall lose control. Murong Tian's anxiety grew as he sensed the exhilarating surge of his sword intent, with the unparalleled sword technique almost within his grasp. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait for the next one? No, I must seek him out. After a brief moment of waiting, seeing no sign of his master, he stood up, his expression anxious. Just then, he spotted two figures approaching along the distant mountain path. Upon recognizing them, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Murong Tian's eyes as he rushed forward. Master, you have finally arrived. As the black-clad youth flew towards him, Shen quickly retreated behind Ling Feishuang. Disciple Ling, my student has made significant progress with his sword intent and wishes to spar with you. Feel free to engage. Do not worry about injuring him. Although Ling Feishuang was only at the initial stage of the returning origin realm, she was a direct disciple of Lu Yunqin and possessed Earth-tier martial skills, which should suffice to help Murong Tian manage his restless sword intent. Ling Feishuang was momentarily taken aback, seeing the flickering sword light surrounding Murong Tian and Shen hiding behind her. Hadn't they come for pastries and tea? How had it turned into Murong Tian seeking her for a spar? Yet, there was no time for contemplation, as the sword light surged towards her. With a slight furrow of her brow, she thrust her palm forward. The palm shadow was ethereal, gliding through several streaks of fierce sword light and striking precisely upon Murong Tian's chest. Bang! He staggered backward, propelled away by the force. Shen Anzai's eyes widened in astonishment. Her keen eyesight and reflexes were remarkable, as she had effortlessly tracked the trajectories of the sword light and swiftly countered, sending Murong Tian flying. Truly, she was deserving of the title of champion from the previous sect competition. This disciple Ling was indeed extraordinary. Shen realized he did not know much about Ling Feishuang. She was known to be the foremost disciple of her sect before the arrival of Murong Tian, achieving victories in battle with a crushing dominance, facing no setbacks. However, for reasons unknown, her cultivation seemed to have stagnated in the past 2 years, allowing many to catch up with her. Disciple, I fear that my intervention may harm you. Hence I have specially invited your senior sister Ling to accompany you in sword practice. Treat her well. I shall take my leave for now. As Ling Feishuang repelled Murong Tian and turned to inquire, she heard these words echoing from a distance. Shen had vanished without a trace. Furrowing her brows, she had intended to meander around for a while before returning to her cultivation. Upon hearing her master's words, Murong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Drawing his dark sword with a swift motion, he exclaimed, "Thank you, senior sister Ling. The junior brother has arrived." As his voice fell, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically, his gaze sharp as he appeared akin to a half-drawn precious sword. Noticing this change, Ling Feishuang's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. The sword intent emanating from him seemed rather extraordinary, subtly revealing a semblance of sword aura. Soon, she realized that Elder Shen's invitation for her to spar with Murong Tian was a ruse, meant to deceive her into providing him with opportunities to hone his swordsmanship. Nonetheless, she was indeed curious to assess Murong Tian's true capabilities. As he grasped the sword in hand, employing his earth-grade footwork, he remarkably split into two shadows, both lunging forward with their blades, the sword light weaving like a net, moving with astonishing speed. In the face of this spectacle, Ling Feishuang maintained her icy composure, devoid of any sign of panic. With a delicate tap of her toes, she seemed to become ethereal, effortlessly gliding through Murong Tian's sword web. Her back unturned as she raised her hand to strike one of the phantoms behind her. Bang! Murong Tian was struck on the back, stumbling forward in a disheveled manner. Ling Feishuang elegantly flicked her sleeve and slowly turned her head, speaking with a frigid tone. Your sword intent is commendable, yet lacks purity. It should be simplified. With the sword intent swirling around him, Murong Tian, rising thoughtfully, charged once more. Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. Let us continue. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Ling Feishuang effortlessly evaded his attack, delivering another palm strike that sent him reeling back. Throughout the encounter, she hadn't even employed any martial skills. From a distance, Shen observed this scene from behind a tree, astonished. Wow, how impressive! Ling Feishuang's performance truly astonished him, despite being in the same realm. She utilized minimal spiritual energy compared to Murong Tian, whose every strike was accompanied by a surge of potent spiritual essence. Coupled with his surrounding sword intent, he seemed formidable, yet it appeared utterly ineffective, failing to even graze the hem of Ling Feishuang's garment. The disparity between them lay not in the strength of their techniques, but rather in perception and combat experience. Chapter 77. Trials in the Kangwu realm. Ling Feishuang had begun her solitary journey down the mountain for training 2 years prior, enduring countless life and death battles. Although they were of the same realm, it would not be so simple for Murong Tian to defeat her. Just as Shunan was in awe, a male voice suddenly emerged beside him, startling him. As I turned around, I noticed that Shen Anzai had silently positioned himself behind us, observing the two individuals engaged in their sparring. Although it was dubbed a sparring session, in reality, it was merely Murong Tian enduring a one-sided beating. Training in the outside world? Shunan pondered with curiosity. Indeed, Shen Anzai replied with a gentle nod, taking a couple of steps forward to stand beside him. 2 years prior, Fei Shuang would descend from the mountain regularly, not merely to engage in combat with demonic beasts, but also to undertake tasks assigned by the sect. She had even encountered remnants of the demonic sect who set traps in retaliation against Lingfu Mountain. Regardless of the numerous life and death crises she faced, she had emerged unscathed. The battles outside were not the controlled exchanges of fellow disciples. They were genuine life or death struggles, necessitating the utmost control over her energy expenditure. It was precisely through such harrowing encounters that her combat skills had vastly surpassed those of her peers. Listening to his words, Shunan nodded slightly. He was well aware of this, having not squandered his previous life. After all, wasn't it said that 2 individuals of equal realm and skill could easily outmaneuver 100 who lacked practical experience? Although Murong Tian possessed cultivation, sword momentum, and both earth-grade martial skills and sword techniques, he remained oblivious to when or how to employ them effectively. In contrast, Ling Fei Shuang had instinctively developed the ability to conserve her spiritual energy and discern her opponent as weaknesses, rather than possessing particularly exceptional martial skills. She could analyze Murong Tian's movements to predict his attack direction, instantly identifying vulnerabilities and devising countermeasures. The difference was akin to that between a mere infant wielding a knife and a seasoned veteran returning from the battlefield. Yu Jingyuan, Wang Hu, and even Murong Tian were still in their infancy, while Ling Fei Shuang had long since left them far behind. In the span of a mere few breaths, Murong Tian had already been repelled by Ling Fei Shuang 5 times. A look of grave concern crossed his face as he realized that no matter how he approached the fight, the woman before him seemed to anticipate his every move. At times, he would barely raise his hand before her palm strike had already landed. Despite his repeated failures, Murong Tian showed no signs of discouragement. Rather, he grew increasingly exhilarated. Amidst this series of defeats, he had even failed to notice that the once restless sword momentum within him had gradually come under his control, moving in harmony with his will. From a distance, Shen Anzai observed this scene with an air of appreciation. I had never truly recognized the extent of Murong Tian's insight before. Given his lack of innate talent, it is understandable that few paid him any mind. Shen An remarked softly, "Are you lamenting the state of Lingfu Mountain?" Shen Anzai turned back slightly, regarding him with a half-smile. Noticing Shen An's silence, he took a deep breath, his gaze drifting far away, and spoke slowly. "Elder Shen, the current predicament of Lingfu Mountain is quite dire, and I cannot attend to every matter. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If you and Murong Tian continue as you have, Lingfu Mountain will not place any value on you, for even if substantial resources were expended to elevate your cultivation, it would yield no significant results. After all, during the incident with the demon sect, Lingfu Mountain suffered significant damage. I could only exhaust all resources to cultivate those disciples with talent, for we must remain ever vigilant against the potential resurgence of the demon sect." Listening to Swan Yuzi's earnest words, Shen An furrowed his brow. Hadn't the demon sect already been eradicated? Swan Yuzi slowly shook his head. They merely eradicated their stronghold. In truth, half of the true leaders of the demon sect still lurk in the shadows, recuperating and poised for a comeback. Shen An frowned. They constantly speak of the demon sect, but what heinous acts have they truly committed? Back then, he was merely a minor disciple of Qingyun Peak, wholly unqualified to partake in that genuine battle of the strong, relegated instead to skirmishes on the fringe. Thus, his knowledge of the demon sect remained somewhat limited. Regarding this matter, Swan Yuzi's expression grew notably serious. The demon sect is not so simple. When the demon sect invaded, the Pingtian dynasty simultaneously attacked Wolf Abyss. Had it not been for Lingfu Mountain repelling the demon sect's assault, and the king of Zhen Nan holding the line at Wolf Abyss, Great Dynasty might have ceased to exist by now. Shen An, not lacking in wit, swiftly grasped the implication of his words. The sect leader harbored suspicions that the demon sect had ties to the Pingtian dynasty. Swan Yuzi offered a slight smile and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps. The demon sect excels in combat against demons, and coincidentally, the royal family of the Pingtian dynasty possesses one of the most formidable techniques for demon control in the entire southern realm." Shen An felt a jolt within. The former continued, "Do you know which 3 figures of the Qinkuan realm the king of Zhen Nan faced alone?" "Not quite." Shen An shook his head slightly. "First, There was General Luo Hai of the Pingtian dynasty, an initial stage Qiankuan expert, who was slain. Second, the commander of the tiger hunting army, the Pingtian dynasty's Prince Lingfeng. Zhou Xiao, also an initial stage Qiankuan expert. And third, Zhou Zhao's subjugated demon beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, which possessed Qiankuan level strength. A demon beast? Shen was somewhat taken aback. The details of that battle had not been disclosed, and he had assumed that Xiao Aohai fought against 3 human warriors, not realizing that a demon beast was involved. A Qiankuan level demon beast. Do you know why the king of Zhen had to venture to Wolf Abyss recently? Xuan Yuzi spoke once more. Shen continued to shake his head. How could he possibly know about such matters? Because rumors circulated within the Graydon dynasty that his strength had plummeted to the Earth Spirit realm, he was compelled to intervene and quell the suspicions of the discerning. Is the Pingtian dynasty probing? Shen frowned. Xuan Yuzi nodded. They have begun to grow restless, and it seems they are contemplating a resurgence. If my conjecture is accurate, it may not be long before the remnants of the demon sect truly re-emerge. The ambitions of the Pingtian dynasty have always been to annex the Graydon dynasty and the northern Ming dynasty, becoming the undisputed sovereign of the southern realm. Shen shook his head. These matters were secondary. He had no time to worry about the demon sect or the Pingtian dynasty. All he could think about was aiding Murong Tian in winning the 3-year agreement in 6 months and securing the system rewards before contemplating anything else. Sect leader, you have yet to mention why you suddenly came to Qinyan Peak. Do you have some business? Xuan Yuzi cast a glance at him, then turned his gaze to Murong Tian, who was barely managing to withstand a few strikes from Ling Fei Shuang. I come to discuss another matter with you, concerning the recently emerged Kangwu realm in the southern secret domain. I wish for Murong Tian, Fei Shuang, and Zheng Yuan to embark on a journey of experience together. Shen Anzai sharpened. The residents of the Kangwu Venerable. Chapter 78. This will be a task for you, Master Ling. The Kangwu realm currently lies at the entrance of the extreme north, and many have already made their way there. Observing the degree of the seal's collapse, it should be opened within 2 months at most. If you wish to enter, I can devise a method for you. Shen Yuzi spoke in a deep tone. Wait. Shen suddenly raised his hand, harboring some doubts. Didn't Elder Lu mention age restrictions for entry? Can I really go in? Shen Yuzi cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly. It was only mentioned that there are age restrictions, not that one cannot alter their age. As long as one's cultivation does not reach the heavenly spirit realm, by consuming certain rare and specially formulated elixirs, entry is possible. Of course, these elixirs are not inexpensive. At Yawang Valley, one costs 300,000 gold. As he spoke, he observed Shun and S reaction, attempting to gauge his intentions and thereby infer his cultivation level. However, Shun shrugged nonchalantly and shook his head in refusal. I'm not going. Shen Yuzi was taken aback. Why not? Shen's reasoning was straightforward and clear, encapsulated in just 2 words. I fear death. Shen Yuzi's lips twitched. Aren't you quite formidable? You even dared to confront old Master Qin, and now you're afraid? Oh, that's only thanks to the ample provisions left by my sworn brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare challenge old Master Qin, Shunan replied, casually digging at his ear. Shunan, tell me honestly, how much did your adoptive father leave you? Shen Yuzi inquired with curious intent, leaning closer. What adoptive father? It's clearly an adoptive brother. There's not much left. I've used it all up. Not a single item remains. Their gazes locked. Shen Yuzi frowned. Really? Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Shunan affirmed, nodding and blinking with sincerity. Shen Yuzi scrutinized him, her gaze deepening, and spoke slowly. I don't believe you. Shunan watched as Shen Yuzi soared away with the wind, stroking his chin, further solidifying his intention to establish a protective array at Qingfu Peak. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated through the training ground, drawing his attention. Murong Tian was sent flying back, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before finally halting. In front of him, Ling Fei Shuang retracted her delicate hand, her cool gaze reflecting surprise. This time, Murong Tian managed to endure 10 rounds under her hand before being sent back with a single palm strike. From the beginning until now, in merely half an hour, Murong Tian had progressed from being unable to withstand a single move to barely fending off several. His combat prowess was rapidly ascending. Senior sister, let us go again. Murong Tian rose from the ground once more, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. His sword thrust straight ahead, devoid of any ostentatious movements. Yet, Ling Fei Shuang furrowed her delicate brows, glancing down at her feet. She keenly sensed that Murong Tian's strike was merely a feint. The true killing move lay beneath. The third style of thunderous sword, thunder strikes from the ground. As Murong Tian let out a thunderous roar, bolts of lightning instantly shattered the blue bricks, surging forth from the ground and transforming into gleaming swords of lightning. The swordplay was commendable, yet the intention was all too evident. Ling Feishuang had already leapt into the air, her toes barely grazing the ground before the lightning erupted, effortlessly evading the onslaught of those lightning swords. However, as the brilliance of the lightning dissipated, her brows furrowed in sudden concern. The presence of Murong Tian had vanished, amidst the dazzling flashes. She had failed to perceive his next move. "Senior sister, watch your back." A low shout accompanied by a fierce gust of wind rushed from behind, causing Ling Feishuang's cheeks to flush crimson as she swiftly turned to deliver a palm strike. Yet, her hand passed through Murong Tian's chest without any tangible resistance. A mere illusion? Ling Feishuang's delicate brows knitted together, an ominous feeling rising within her. With a sudden jolt, she raised her gaze, her eyes met with the blinding sunlight, and she could vaguely discern a shadow rapidly enlarging. The sun's glare obscured her vision, preventing her from clearly tracking the trajectory of the impending strike. Almost instinctively, she lifted her jade hand, her movements as graceful as falling leaves. In an instant, she pierced through the dazzling sword shadows cast by the sunlight, landing 3 consecutive strikes upon Murong Tian's chest. Bang, bang, bang. With a gasp, she watched as her disciple was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he arced through the air like a perfect parabola, crashing to the ground. In the distance, Shen Anzai stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate his astonishment. Was this truly the level of a return to Origin Realm practitioner? How could Murong Tian appear so feeble against Ling Feishuang? On the training ground, Ling Feishuang gazed at Murong Tian, who lay unconscious after a few convulsions upon hitting the ground, her mouth slightly agape. She glanced at her own hands. Had she perhaps exerted too much force? It was unintentional, of course. However, she had not anticipated Murong Tian's feints, executed merely to conceal his aerial assault. Most critically, he had utilized the sun's blinding rays to mask his sword's brilliance. One must concede that Murong Tian possessed considerable talent, devising such a method of attack in such a short span of time. Were he faced with less experienced fighters, those unacquainted with the tumult of battle, he would undoubtedly have caught them off guard. Ling Feishuang's sudden escalation was also a consequence of surprise. Had she not employed the falling leaves technique, she might have sustained injury herself. The 3 consecutive strikes were merely habitual. In combat, she typically unleashed a flurry of strikes, adhering to the principle of relentless assault until her opponent was thoroughly incapacitated. Murong's senior brother. In the distance, Xiao Jingxue, who had just finished tidying up the bamboo courtyard, happened upon this scene and rushed over, her face filled with concern as she helped Murong Tian to his feet. Shen An emerged from the shadows to assess Murong Tian's injuries, and upon noticing his presence, Ling Feishuang's expression turned apologetic. "Elder Shen, I didn't mean to strike so hard. How is his condition?" Observing the regret etched on her face, Shen An's heart stirred, and he rose, feigning a sigh as he spoke. "It matters not. However, he fears that this will considerably delay his sword training, should Master Ling be absent in the future. He cannot fathom how many days and nights he would need to endure alone to make up for the lost time. In just 5 months, the 3-year pact with Qin Xianyue will come to fruition, and he wonders what will transpire then." Ling Feishuang furrowed her beautiful brows, feeling a pang of guilt. What was meant to be mere sparring had escalated due to her excessive force, resulting in the injury of Murong Tian, thus impeding his practice. The mere thought of potentially jeopardizing their 3-year agreement filled her with self-reproach. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to speak up. "Master Shen, fret not. If necessary, I shall come to Qingyun Peak for an hour each day to spar with junior brother Murong." Shen An feigned reluctance, but, in doing so, "Would you not be sacrificing your time?" "It matters not. I shall simply sleep a little less each day," Ling Feishuang replied, continuing with determination. "Then I am beholden to you, Master Ling," Shen An conceded, nodding gently, turning away with a smile that blossomed like a flower. Chapter 79. The Dog That Relies on the Power of Its Master. Having a free sparring partner alleviated his worries about the rebellious Murong Tian striking him with a sword. With that thought, he stepped forward to Murong Tian, who appeared somewhat weakened, still reeling from the impact of the previous 3 strikes. "Come now, my dear disciple. Open your mouth." Shen An produced a bamboo tube, uncorking it to reveal a liquid that swirled within. Ling Feishuang instinctively pinched her nose. Her brow furrowed as she gazed at the greenish liquid emanating a potent, toxic aroma. "What is this? Is it safe to drink?" As these questions flitted through her mind, Murong Tian had already opened his mouth, gulping down the green liquid from the bamboo tube with fervor. Ling Feishuang stood in stunned silence, a newfound respect blooming within her for Murong Tian. The fact that he could consume such a concoction spoke volumes about his resilience. Soon, a more bewildering spectacle unfolded. After drinking the poison, Murong Tian sat cross-legged, and in a mere moment, he sprang to his feet, sword in hand, his gaze sharp as a hawk. Sister Ling. Once more. Seeing him charge forward as if unscathed, Ling Feishuang remained rooted in place, her hair tousled by the gentle breeze, leaving her somewhat disoriented. Wasn't it said that this injury would cause a significant delay? How long had it been since he consumed that liquid? A quarter of an hour? Perhaps even less. Now, Murong Tian appeared utterly vibrant, bursting with life. Instinctively dodging the glint of Murong Tian's sword, Ling Feishuang wore a look of bewilderment. Did she sense that she had fallen into a clever ruse? Observing Murong Tian's mastery of his swordsmanship growing increasingly refined, Shen nodded in satisfaction before turning to hum a cheerful tune as he departed. With the matter of finding a sparring partner for Murong Tian resolved, he now needed to visit Qingfu Peak to address the protective formation of the mountain. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Shen descended the mountain leisurely. Qingfu Peak. Yu Zhenyuan gazed gloomily at his master. Master, what has befallen you? Why do you wear that mask all day? Bang. A crisp sound echoed as Zhang Sanshan flicked his finger, delivering a light blow to his head. It's best to refrain from prying into the affairs of the martial world. How goes your practice of the celestial sword talisman? Yu Zhenyuan, cradling his head, replied sullenly, after consuming the spiritual medicine from Qingyun Peak. My cultivation in the returning origin realm has stabilized. With further practice, I should soon master the celestial sword talisman completely. As he spoke, a glimmer of fighting spirit flickered in his eyes. At that time, I wished to visit Qingyun Peak. For what purpose? Zhang Sanshan inquired. I wish to spar once more with junior brother Moro. However, upon voicing this, rather than encouragement, Yu Zhenyuan was met with his master's somber voice. Enough of that. Shen has passed down the thunder sword technique to Murong Tian, a technique of superior earth rank. That sword that opens the heavenly gate is undoubtedly a heavenly skill. Unless you can grasp the true essence of the talisman like the former celestial sword elder, I advise against seeking a beating. To my knowledge, Murong Tian's cultivation is now on par with yours. Zhang Sanshan stroked his beard and spoke. These words left Yu Zhenyuan astounded. What? Junior brother Murong has also broken through to the returning origin realm. He was truly taken aback, just 2 months prior. He was merely a practitioner at the initial stage of Qi Si. How could he have caught up so quickly? A bitter expression crossed Yu Zhenyuan's face. Who truly is the genius, and who the waste? Despite having squandered several years, Murong Tian's cultivation now matches his own. From now on, whoever dares to call Murong Tian a waste, I shall certainly pierce them with the celestial sword talisman 1,000 times. Peak Master. Outside the hall, a disciple from Qingfu Peak rushed in a flurry. Zhang Sanshan furrowed his brows beneath the mask and spoke with authority. What is the commotion about? It is Elder Shen. Elder Shen has come to the mountain. As the disciple's words fell, Zhang Sanshan sprang from his chair, his throat tightening. Shen is here? What could be his purpose? Zhang Sanshan felt a surge of anxiety, while others believed the 20 acres of the spiritual medicine hall had been pillaged by remnants of the demonic sect. He knew it was Shen's doing. It was said that Elder Su fainted twice on the spot due to this matter and had been moping around the spiritual medicine hall for days, staring blankly at the barren 20 acres, grinning foolishly. Now that he suddenly comes to Qingfu Peak, could it be that he intends to confront me regarding the spiritual medicine I once took, to settle the score come autumn? Elder Zhang, how do you fare? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a languid voice resonated at the entrance. As Shen stepped forward, Zhang Sanshan forced a smile, preparing to greet him. However, Shen's gaze swept the room and landed directly on Yu Zhenyuan, curiosity evident in his voice. Junior Uncle Yu, where's your master? Both men were taken aback, and Zhang Sanshan's mouth twitched. What is this? Is he trying to assert dominance right from the start? Even if he cannot see my face, can he not sense the aura of the earth spirit realm emanating from me? Yu Zhenyuan pointed to the side. Zhang Sanshan also pretended to cough twice. Oh, why is Elder Zhang still wearing a mask? What is this all about? Upon hearing the sound, Shen turned in astonishment. It was not that he intentionally feigned ignorance. Rather, he genuinely did not sense the presence of the other party. Zhang Sanshan's lips twitched slightly as he spoke in a low tone. It is still Elder Lu who has been led astray by you. Upon hearing this, Shen immediately understood and chuckled. Ah, purely a matter of coincidence. We are family, after all, and I come to request a small favor from Elder Zhang. Observing the smile on Shen's face, Zhang Sanshan instinctively recognized that this fellow harbored ulterior motives. Just as he was about to refuse, his gaze was drawn to a slender figure in azure standing at the door. Lu Yunqin, with her gentle demeanor, was smiling at him from the threshold. Her exquisite beauty, combined with that tender smile, rendered her a captivating sight. Yet, at this moment, as Zhang Sanshan felt her gaze upon him, memories of their previous encounter on Qingyun Peak flooded back. The bandit, Lu Yunqin, had been led astray by Shen, and they were now in cahoots. In that instant, He realized that the notion of a dog relying on its master was not merely a saying about dogs. Elder Shen, speak your mind. I shall assist you as far as my capabilities allow, Zhang Sanshan replied, a hint of bitterness in his voice. He was reluctant to comply, especially with Lu Yunqin standing at the entrance. What if, after he declined, Shen retorted with a reminder of Elder Lu? Come, Elder Zhang. Let us find a place for a more profound discussion, Shen cheerfully suggested. Leaning in a tad closer and gesturing toward the side of his face that Lu Yunqin had struck, whispering, after all, you wouldn't want that incident to become common knowledge. Would you? Zhang Sanshan, with a dour expression, nodded and followed him out. Meanwhile, Yu Jingyuan stood nearby, bewildered. What incident? Was he not even permitted to inquire about matters concerning his own direct disciple? Chapter 80. Does rumor-mongering require evidence? Elder Shen, what is it that you truly desire? Once outside, Zhang Sanshan could no longer endure the inquisitive gaze of Shen and could not help but ask. The latter rubbed his hands together and replied with a cheerful demeanor, it is quite simple. To prevent the precious herbs of Qingyun Peak from being pilfered again, I would like to request Elder Zhang's assistance in crafting a protective formation for the peak. As for its effectiveness, it need only be akin to that of the protective formation of Lingfu Mountain. What? Zhang Sanshan was taken aback, his eyes wide beneath his mask, staring intently at Shen and Elder Shen. Do you have any idea how many people and how many years it took for the ancestors of Qingfu Peak to forge their protective formation? You want me to create one for Qingyun Peak as well? Shen, aware of the challenge, retrieved 10,000 gold from his storage ring, placing it in Zhang Sanshan's hands with a cheerful smile, even winking at him. I am not asking you to work for free. After all, there is compensation involved. Zhang Sanshan weighed the 10,000 gold in his hand, his expression one of frustration. Do you think Qingfu Peak is lacking in this sum? Despite his words, he swiftly accepted the money, stashing it away in his storage ring, and then continued, 10,000 gold alone is insufficient. You must also provide the medicinal herbs required for the formation. I can craft the protective array, but its efficacy will certainly not match that of the mountain's protective formation. And the materials will have to be supplied by Qingyun Peak. Zhang Sanshan coughed lightly before speaking. Hearing his words, Shen shook his head repeatedly, stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. Old Zhang, you are mistaken. I am not here to negotiate with you. The matter of you stealing my spiritual herbs from Qingyun Peak is still unknown to the sect leader and the other elders. If I were to inform them of this incident later, consider the reputation of Qingshu Peak and your esteemed title as a 5th-grade talisman master. Why risk destroying your life over such a trivial matter? Zhang Sanshan's lips twitched. You have no evidence. Oh, does this require evidence? Shen blinked. Do you know what it means to slander with a mere word, and to refute it requires running with all your might? If you disagree, I shall summon the performers from Furongxian to call your name at Lingfu Mountain every day. He pondered for a moment, then shook his head, stroking his chin thoughtfully. No, it would be better to have those male performers shout while covering their behinds and weeping. Zhang Sanshan clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with indignation. Is there no dignity in being an elder? Must one speak and act like a ruffian? How shameless can one be to conceive such despicable tactics? Rest assured, I may not be able to refine the herbs of Qingshu Peak, but if you need any medicine, feel free to come to me, Shen continued, thumping his chest in assurance. Though Zhang Sanshan desired to refuse vehemently, he could only nod bitterly at that moment. Could he dare to refuse? Shen was certainly capable of carrying out such threats. He must not forget that Lu Yunqin was still waiting in the grand hall of Qingshu Peak. Then it is settled. I shall await your good news, old Zhang. After patting his shoulder, Shen hummed a little tune and departed. Outside Qingshu Peak, Lu Yunqin curiously observed beside him. What do you need from Elder Zhang? Nothing much, just reminiscing, Shen chuckled dismissively. Reminiscing? Lu Yunqin's eyes narrowed skeptically. Do they have a past worth reminiscing? And why bring me along? I heard from the sect leader that Fei Shuang was tricked by you into feeding the sword to Murong Tian today. How did that go? She shook her head and shifted the topic. Upon hearing this, Shen smiled awkwardly. Can a mutual agreement be called deception? Lu Yunqin shot him a glance. After spending some time together, she had gained some understanding of Shen's character. He could be serious when needed, yet unpredictable in his frivolity. For instance, taking a princess to the medicine hall with a sack to gather herbs. Though Fei Shuang lacked social skills, she possessed ample experience in combat. If Murong Tian could learn diligently from her, that would be beneficial. Lu Yunqin brushed her hair back gently and spoke softly. If he can comprehend a certain sword intent, combined with the techniques you've taught him, it is not inconceivable for him to defeat Qin Xianhua. Shen was slightly taken aback. Didn't you always doubt his ability to win? The former's expression momentarily faltered as memories of Murong Tian's determination to condense his energy in the pure yuan pool surfaced in his mind. The overwhelming surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body was akin to a myriad of insects gnawing at his heart. Yet he endured this torment in silence for nearly an entire month. Such resilience manifested in a young man is truly astonishing. In the past, even if Murong Tian were to reach the returning origin realm, Lu Yinqin would remain unconvinced that he could rival Qin Xianwei. However, upon witnessing his indomitable spirit, she found herself wavering. An incredible thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Murong Tian could indeed emerge victorious. "How have you found these days at Qingyun Peak, Your Highness?" Lu Yinqin inquired, diverting the conversation. "Jingxue is quite wonderful, clever and considerate. Far less worrisome than that foolish boy Murong Tian," Shen said, stroking his chin as he recalled the delicate and gentle figure of Xiao Jingxue, who resembled a fragile beauty. It is often said that daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets. This female disciple is, after all, her master's little umbrella. Since Xiao Jingxue ascended the mountain, Shen had come to realize that a disciple could indeed be so obedient and sensible. During each alchemical session, he invited her to observe closely, providing explanations along the way. Though they bore no formal master-disciple title, their bond was undoubtedly that of mentor and student. Xiao Jingxue's intelligence allowed her to grasp concepts swiftly, demonstrating an admirable ability to apply her knowledge, making her the quintessential favorite of any teacher. "What have you decided regarding accepting the princess as a disciple?" Lu Yinqin pressed further. "As I mentioned previously, we must wait until Murong Tian's affairs with the Qin family are resolved before discussing this matter." Shen replied with a chuckle. Given the current circumstances, it was evident that Murong Tian's admiration would reach its zenith only after 3 years. Even if he wished to accept her now, the system would not permit it. Lu Yinqin gazed at him in astonishment. "Are you attempting to use this to gauge the prince's intentions, to ensure he supports you when the time comes?" Shen hastily shook his head. "I am not. Do not make such unfounded claims. If he intended that, he could simply accept Xiao Jingxue as a disciple outright. After all, they would be family. Would Xiao Aohai allow them to be bullied at Tianxue sect?" Their eyes met, and a spark of understanding flickered in Lu Yinqin's beautiful gaze. "I see now. It seems that Shen is hesitating to accept the princess as a disciple due to the prince's sincerity. When the 3-year agreement concludes, if there are no significant issues in the Wolf Abyss, let the prince bring along a few of his subordinates to visit Tianxue sect. However, the 300,000 wolf troops cannot accompany them. Otherwise, the royal family of the Northern Ming dynasty would surely lose sleep over it." Chapter 81. Who will cook? Observing her expression of comprehension, Shen was somewhat puzzled. "What do you understand to warrant such a look? Come, let us head to Qingyun Peak." The two walked side by side toward Qingyun Peak. Along the way, they encountered a suspicious-looking figure who, upon seeing their close proximity, was enraged, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. At Qingyun Peak, in the martial arts hall, dusk was approaching, and the setting sun cast a fiery glow, elongating the shadows of the two figures on the training ground like flickering candle flames. Xiao Jingxue stood quietly nearby, observing intently. On the training ground, Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang continued their practice. Not only was the former visibly exerting himself, but even the latter was drenched in fragrant sweat, feeling somewhat fatigued. After an entire afternoon of relentless training, one could not fathom where Murong Tian sourced his vigor, as he showed no signs of weariness whatsoever. Whenever his spiritual essence ran low, he simply resorted to medicinal aids. Over the course of the afternoon, his progress left Ling Feishuang utterly astonished. Initially, he had unleashed his sword strikes with overwhelming ferocity, heedless of the energy expended. Now, however, his movements were swift and unembellished, devoid of any ostentation. With a single stroke, he unleashed a flash akin to lightning. Although he lacked the spiritual essence to conjure thunderous roars or tumultuous clouds, the oppressive force emanating from his sword was undeniably palpable. Murong Tian had truly grasped the essence of sword momentum. It was not merely the strength of one's cultivation or the purity of one's spiritual essence that defined powerful swordplay. Rather, it was the ability to evoke the sensation of thunderclouds looming overhead and the shock of thunder striking the earth, even without the slightest invocation of spiritual energy. This was the true essence of sword momentum. The fifth form of the thunderbolt sword. Heaven's thunder shakes the universe. Whoosh. This time, it was not the sound of thunder that resonated, but rather a piercing sound of the sword slicing through the air. Murong Tian thrust his sword forward, its song echoing incessantly. Despite the absence of any spiritual essence leaking forth, Ling Feishuang dared not underestimate the attack. To her, this seemingly unremarkable thrust had transformed into a raging tempest of thunder. The torrent of thunder surged forth like an unstoppable tide, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. Clearly, Murong Tian exuded no formidable aura of cultivation, nor did he gather spiritual essence into a formidable presence. Yet, the overwhelming sea of thunder appeared vividly before her eyes. This was the embodiment of true sword momentum. Mirror Moon Palm. Ling Feishuang, wary of the approaching storm of thunder, let out a sharp command and executed a terrestrial-level martial technique, conjuring countless shadowy palms. In an instant, her figure and the handprints became ethereal, elusive like flowers in a mirror or the moon in water, difficult to grasp. As the thunderous sea surged, Murong Tian's sword passed through her form, causing no tangible harm. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Murong Tian, once again struck as if by a heavy blow, was sent flying. Yet, in that moment of flight, he raised his sword in response. Bang! As Murong Tian landed, Ling Feishuang slowly lowered her head, her delicate brows knitting together. A fragment of white fabric was gently drifting down, its cut smooth and even. Not far away, Lu Yinxin observed this spectacle with wide, astonished eyes. She had not anticipated that Murong Tian could seize upon the flaw in Ling Feishuang's mirror moon palm at the very moment it was withdrawn. Shen Anzai's expression reflected satisfaction. Although the young man's single-mindedness often proved exasperating, he undeniably possessed a talent in this regard. In just half a day, he not only mastered the sword momentum, but also learned to identify his opponent's vulnerabilities. Senior Sister Ling, let us continue. Murong Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and rose once more from the ground. Ling Feishuang, still reeling from her earlier astonishment, felt a twinge of bitterness at his insistence to continue. Had she known, she might have reconsidered her decision to traverse Qingyun Peak once more. Enough, do not force yourself. If you can barely wield your sword, what is the point of continuing? Have I not taught you the importance of balancing work and rest? Shenan remarked as he stepped forward, with Lu Yinxin closely following. Upon their arrival, the others bowed in respect. Master, I am not fatigued, Murong Tian exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Bang! Shenan swiftly tapped him on the head, only to feel a sharp intake of breath as he grimaced. Murong Tian appeared unscathed, while Shenan nearly feared for his own fingers. Goodness, this lad's physical strength has evidently surged following his breakthrough into the returning origin realm. You do not feel tired because your adrenaline is surging. Once that energy dissipates, you will soon realize your exhaustion, Shenan explained. The group was momentarily taken aback. Nearby, Xiao Jingxue stood on tiptoes, attentively listening with a serious expression. Ahem, it's merely something that can provide temporary relief from pain and fatigue, Shenan coughed lightly, then deftly inserted a silver needle into Murong Tian. This set of needles had cost him several thousand gold at Qingling Peak. Hiss, master. Why did you suddenly stab your disciple? The sharp sensation caught Murong Tian off guard, diverting his previously focused desire to practice swordplay with Ling Feishuang. You will understand shortly, Shenan replied calmly. After the needle was inserted, Murong Tian, who had been vibrant moments ago, suddenly collapsed backward, overwhelmed by a wave of fatigue, his eyelids growing heavy. Before long, amidst the onlookers, a soft snore echoed. This lad had laid down on the training ground and slept as if he had never known rest. Peakmaster, what kind of acupuncture technique is this? Xiao Jingxue asked, her curiosity piqued, while Lu Yinxin and Ling Feishuang turned their gazes towards Shenan. He carefully stored the silver needle and replied nonchalantly, it's nothing, just a casual jab to redirect his focus. When one is highly concentrated, they tend to overlook their physical state. Just now, this lad was entirely focused on sword practice, selectively ignoring the fatigue accumulating in his body. A single needle merely pulled him from that heightened state of concentration. It's akin to someone who stays up late, flipping through pages and feeling no fatigue until they finally stop, at which point exhaustion hits them all at once. Listening to his words, Ling Feishuang nodded thoughtfully, finding much wisdom in his explanation. In her past battles for survival, she had often experienced similar situations. The pain was hardly noticeable during a fight, yet it surged dramatically afterward. Now I see, Xiao Jingxue said, enlightenment dawning upon her. Well then, we should express our gratitude to Ling Shizhi and Elder Lu for their hard work today. Shall we stay for a meal together? Shenan proposed with a cheerful smile. Lu Yinxin and her disciple exchanged glances, nodding gently in agreement. Since we're here, let us dine before departing. Just then, Xiao Jingxue timidly raised her hand, blinking cautiously as she spoke. Peakmaster, Murong Xixiang is asleep. Who will prepare the meal? A single utterance suddenly rendered the air thick with tension, leaving several individuals frozen in place, gazing at the deeply slumbering Murong Tian sprawled upon the ground, exchanging bewildered glances. Who shall prepare the meal? In the end, the responsibility of cooking fell upon the shoulders of Shen Anzai. Princess Xiao Jingxue, of noble birth, was not one to engage in the mundane tasks of cooking. She was adept at concocting potions, but certainly not in the culinary arts. As for Lu Yinxin and Ling Feishuang, as guests, It would be inappropriate to impose such duties upon them. The dish of the day would undoubtedly be the 5 spirit ducks that Murong Tian had previously ensnared in traps. Shen Anzai was no master chef. Thus, he opted to build a fire by the stream and, after preparing the ducks, placed them over the flames to roast. The surface of the ducks glistened with a layer of oil, emitting an enticing sizzle as they cooked. The aroma of the savory meat wafted through the air, and within a mere span of time, the ducks turned a golden, crispy hue, igniting appetites all around. Here, Ling Shizizi, Jingxue, Shen Anzai called out, tearing off 2 golden, sizzling duck legs and offering them to the 2 women. Ling Feishuang nodded in gratitude, accepting her portion, while Xiao Jingxue gently interjected, "The peak master has worked hard lately. Please, allow him to eat first." Shen Anzai's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he took the leg back and turned to offer it to Lu Yinqin. "Elder Lu, would you care to sample my culinary skills?" Lu Yinqin nodded lightly, her lips parting slightly as her delicate hand carefully tore off a piece of duck leg meat and brought it to her mouth. With a single bite, the exterior was crisp while the interior remained tender, leaving a lingering flavor on her palate. An essence of spiritual energy seemed to permeate, as if it could alleviate the weariness of an entire day. She was somewhat astonished. Despite Shen Anzai's usual focus on alchemy, his roasting skills were quite remarkable. "Elder Shen, are you not partaking?" Noticing their hesitance, Lu Yinqin inquired. Shen Anzai exchanged a glance with Xiao Jingxue and plucked 2 duck wings, smiling. "Not to worry. You enjoy your meal. We are merely on a diet, and 2 duck wings suffice." "Diet?" Lu Yinqin blinked in surprise, somewhat skeptical. Once the entire 5-spirit duck was consumed, though not fully satiated, the evening had grown late, making it unwise to linger. "Then we shall take our leave for now and return tomorrow." Lu Yinqin retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and rose to speak. "Feishuang, let us be on our way. Travel safely," Shen Anzai called out. "Ling Shizizi, do not forget to join Murong Tian for sword practice tomorrow." Ling Feishuang, having just experienced a delightful mood thanks to the 5-spirit duck, now felt a tinge of melancholy. After watching the 2 depart and gazing into the distance until they vanished from view, Shen Anzai suddenly turned and rubbed his hands together. "Quickly, Jingxue, I am nearly famished." Observing her master's impatience, Xiao Jingxue couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that despite the abundance of spiritual poultry at their disposal, her master was somewhat frugal. With a compliant nod, she retrieved a variety of prepared ingredients from her storage ring. There were spiritual ducks and chickens, along with an entire piglet, its skin as white as jade, all neatly arranged by the fire to roast. As the sizzle of oil began anew, an even richer aroma of meat filled the air. Meanwhile, halfway down Qingyun Peak, Lu Yinqin and Ling Feishuang strolled leisurely along the descent. At this moment, the moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a sparse array of stars, and the dusk had fully enveloped the surroundings in darkness. As the 2 figures traversed the nighttime path, Lu Yinqin suddenly furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze darting to the side. There, amidst the grass, a masked figure lay low, engaged in furtive activities that were difficult to discern in the dim light of the mountain trail. The figure exuded an air of secrecy, unmistakably suggesting malevolence. "Come out," she commanded sharply, summoning a sharp stone through the air and directing it towards the figure. Whoosh! A pained cry echoed through the night. The individual clutched their backside, parting the grass with urgency, tears glistening in the eyes concealed beneath the mask. "Elder Zhong, what have I done to offend you?" "I apologize, is that not sufficient?" As the mask was removed, a weathered face, marred by a handprint and sporting a bruised eye, was revealed, etched with sorrow. "Zheng Sanshan," Lu Yinqin exclaimed, astonished, recalling that he had indeed worn a mask in the Great Hall that very day. Zheng Sanshan was on the verge of tears, desperately wishing to find a place to assess the injury to his backside. Why had fortune so cruelly forsaken him? Was it truly divine retribution for his clandestine misdeeds? Once, he had committed himself to good deeds, yet now, a single misstep had led to a cascade of misfortunes. Lu Yinqin, taken aback, retracted her hand, her expression a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. "Elder Zhong, at this hour, what brings you to Qingyun Peak, lying on the ground?" "Elder Shen requested my assistance in setting up a protective formation for the peak. I was merely hurrying to survey the terrain," Zheng Sanshan lamented, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "What do you mean at this hour? I have been here for over an hour." Ordinarily, when maintaining formations for the sect leader's main peak, he would finish by sunset and return to Qingfu Peak. Even the sect leader could not detain him. He had stayed late, fearing that Shunin, that insufferable wretch, would spread rumors about the male actors of Furong Pavilion ascending the mountain. To his dismay, not only was there no compensation for his overtime, but he had also been met with violence. Furthermore, Lu Yinqin was also at Qingyun Peak at this hour, he noted. Hearing this, Lu Yinqin cleared her throat. Fei Shuang has been practicing swordplay with Murong Tian all day. I am here to escort her home. Ling Fei Shuang blinked at her master. Feeling somewhat perplexed. Had she not only just arrived today? During her absence in previous days, had her master not frequented Qingyan Peak? Zhang Sanshan had mentioned something about a protective formation. Could Shen Anzai's visit to Qingfu Peak be related to this matter? Lu Yinqin's curiosity piqued. Indeed. Zhang Sanshan replied. Lu Yinqin's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she nodded slightly. In that case, once the formation is complete, do remember to send a token to Qingwan Peak. Zhang Sanshan was taken aback, gazing at the young woman before him with a mix of astonishment and understanding. Rumors had circulated that Lu Yinqin and Shunan were involved, and it now seemed that there was truth to the whispers. However, he dared not refuse her request. He was no match for her, and could only nod in agreement. Fei Shuang, let us depart. Satisfied with his compliance, Lu Yinqin led Ling Fei Shuang away. As the two figures disappeared into the night, Zhang Sanshan exhaled sharply, grimacing as he extracted a stone from his injured backside. Gazing at the specks of blood upon the surface, his aged eyes brimmed with tears. The old man, who had preserved his virtue for many years, never anticipated that today would culminate in such lamentable circumstances. Just as sorrow welled within him, he suddenly sensed a tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, stirring his throat involuntarily. How exquisite! His stomach audibly grumbled. Having been neglected throughout the afternoon while he diligently surveyed the terrain of Qingyun Peak, completely forgetting to eat. Surely, as someone who was serving Qingyun Peak, it wouldn't be inappropriate to partake in a meal, would it? Zhang Sanshan stroked his chin in contemplation, soon arriving at a decision, limping up the mountain. As he walked, he discreetly swallowed in anticipation. He could no longer contain himself. What could possibly be roasting to emit such an enticing fragrance? It bore a resemblance to the taste of the five-spirit duck he had savored before. However, rare spiritual fowl were not the only offerings of Qingfu Peak. They also raised ordinary spiritual fowl like 8 treasure chickens, alongside a prized Baiyu pig, whose tender meat was imbued with spiritual essence rivaling that of certain elixirs. If sold in the market, it would fetch no less than 20,000 gold coins. Chapter 83. Truly fragrant within the bamboo courtyard. After bidding farewell to Lu Yinqin and her companion, Shen was relishing a chicken and a duck, thoroughly enjoying the feast alongside Xiao Jingxue. In contrast to Shen An's hearty consumption, Xiao Jingxue appeared more demure and gentle, yet her appetite surpassed his significantly. While Shen An had only reached the later stage of body refinement and had no pressing needs, a chicken and a duck were more than sufficient to satiate him. Xiao Jingxue, however, bore the bone corrosion poison, and consuming more spiritually infused food would greatly aid in nurturing her body and suppressing the toxins. Did you notice the pig roasting by the fire? That was left for Xiao Jingxue to enjoy alone. Remarkable, Jingxue. Who would have thought your foolish senior brother's traps would yield a Baiyu pig? This delicacy will ensure that your bone corrosion poison remains dormant for at least 2 months. Shen An clicked his tongue, savoring the moment. They must have been drawn to the spiritual essence of the Peak Master's medicinal fields. It seemed that staying near the fields granted them some benefits as well. Xiao Jingxue, elegantly enjoying her meat, spoke softly. Mentioning this caused Shen An to feel a pang of regret. Indeed, the Xianling spring liquid was a precious aid for martial artists, now misappropriated by that traitorous Murong Tian. Without the spring liquid, the essence of the spring was squandered on these spiritual fowl, nourishing them instead. Even resting atop the fields would hasten their growth. Yet, one could argue that it wasn't entirely unjust. They absorbed the spring's essence, and then individuals like themselves consumed them, which, in a sense, was akin to partaking in the Xianling spring liquid. It appeared that these spiritual fowl were all nurtured by Qingfu Peak. Would Elder Jing be aware of this? Xiao Jingxue expressed her concern. What does it matter where they were raised? Their names are not inscribed anywhere. I caught them on Qingyan Peak. They are technically trespassers on another's territory. As the plaintiff, what harm is there in administering a minor punishment? Shen An replied nonchalantly, discarding a bone while enjoying duck with his left hand. Xiao Jingxue nodded slightly, finding her Peak Master's words to possess a certain wisdom. Indeed, it was they who had trespassed upon Qingyun Peak, inciting a minor irritation. She cast a glance at the bones scattered on the ground, coughed lightly, and chose to ponder no further. Just as she was about to resume her meal, she suddenly caught sight of a figure limping towards her along the bamboo path. Master, who is that? She inquired, a hint of confusion evident as she pointed. Shen An turned to look back. Zhang Sanshan, grumbling as he rubbed his backside. Cursed all the way. It was one thing to be ambushed by Lu Yinqin, but in his haste to seek a meal, he had stumbled and nearly shattered his teeth. Who on earth, he thought, would don black clothing to sleep on the training grounds at such an hour? What an absurdity. Not only was he sleeping in the training grounds, but he was doing so in a manner akin to a slumbering pig, incapable of being roused. One might easily mistake him for lifeless. Old Zheng. Shen clutched half of a 5-spirit duck, momentarily taken aback. Zheng Sanshan was equally astonished. Casting a glance at the jade-white pig roasting by the fire, the two exchanged incredulous stares, and in an instant, anger flared within him. What are you eating? I demand to know what you are consuming. It's all a misunderstanding, dear old Zheng. Shen hurriedly tore off a duck leg and shoved it into Zheng Sanshan's mouth, attempting to soothe his nearly explosive temper. It is not as you think. I was merely trying to kindle warmth, and your pig decided to skewer itself and leap into the flames. I was powerless to stop it. Zheng Sanshan, now numb to the situation, gazed at him with a look reminiscent of a wronged spouse. Shen's expression was one of earnestness, his tone pleading. Their eyes locked, and Zheng Sanshan finally removed the duck leg from his mouth, speaking with a hint of melancholy. Elder Shen, do you believe the words you speak? Ah, my dear Zheng. You must understand, the princess is afflicted by a bone-corroding poison. I am merely seeking ways to delay its effects. Shen sighed deeply, his countenance one of sorrowful contemplation. Zheng Sanshan turned his gaze to the young maiden nearby. Xiao Jingxue promptly averted her eyes, blinking innocently, as if the matter were of no concern to her. Tonight's moon is remarkably round, she remarked. The group looked up at the overcast sky, and an atmosphere of uneasy silence enveloped them. Observing Zheng Sanshan's aggrieved expression, Shen decided to lay his cards on the table, reaching for the duck leg. Are you going to eat, or will you return it to me? He quickly stepped back, evading the grasping hand, and took a hearty bite from his duck leg, his eyes filled with longing. Eat. Though I am vexed, I must admit. The flavor of this 5-spirit duck is truly exquisite. As Zheng Sanshan consumed his food with a resentful, yet contented demeanor, the remaining portions of the jade-white pig were devoured by the two. Zheng Sanshan had the lion's share. In his mind, he reasoned, you may have slaughtered my family's pig, but that does not preclude me from savoring the feast. As they dined, upon realizing that Shen was surveying the terrain to prepare for the construction of the Qingyun Great Formation, his spirits soared with delight. He patted his greasy hands against Zheng Sanshan, encouraging him. Old Zheng, we need diligent individuals like you at Lingfu Mountain. Fear not, once the formation is complete, we shall treat ourselves to a fine meal in the city. I shall foot the bill. Under his coaxing, Zheng Sanshan descended the mountain, feeling quite disheartened, and began to survey the terrain, limping along as the night deepened. At a certain moment, while he was intently drawing symbols on a piece of blue stone, a thunderous roar echoed. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck a tree beside him, startling him into a shiver. Gazing at the overcast sky, Zheng Sanshan furrowed his brow in doubt. Surely, I cannot be so unfortunate as to be struck by lightning? No sooner had he uttered this thought than, crack! A series of lightning bolts descended, and torrential rain began to pour from the heavens. Damn it! Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched as he dashed away, his legs now remarkably agile. Just as he fled, 3 bolts of lightning accurately struck the very spot where he had stood, shattering the blue stone. Within Qingyun Peak, Shen was awakened by the rumbling thunder outside, startled by the commotion. The day had been bright, so why was there thunder and rain tonight? Was someone swearing an oath on Lingfu Mountain? Or perhaps some esteemed senior was undergoing tribulation this very night? As he pondered these thoughts, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. Oh no, I forgot that Murong Tian is still sleeping on the training grounds. He hurriedly grabbed an umbrella and dashed out the door without even putting on his shoes. When Shen caught sight of the scene on the training grounds from afar, he was momentarily taken aback. He paused, observing quietly. On the training grounds, the young man in black, unbeknownst to anyone, had already awakened. Now, amidst the torrential rain, he practiced his swordsmanship again and again. The rain soaked his robe, and his black hair clung damply to his youthful face, which bore a hint of boyishness. Each swing of his black sword sliced through a cascade of raindrops, resembling a curtain of pearls severed at its threads. The clarity of his gaze was filled with determination as he gripped the long sword tightly. Nearby, a frail girl dressed in white had arrived long before Shen. Holding an umbrella, she anxiously called out, "Senior brother, the rain is getting heavier. Take a break." Murong Tian shook his head, resolutely continuing to wield his long sword. "Little junior sister, you should return. There's no need to stay with me. I must quickly comprehend the essence of the sword. I cannot disappoint master in 5 months." Listening to the young man's steadfast words, Shen's expression shifted slightly. After a long pause, he sighed softly. This foolish boy. Chapter 84. Emergence of a periodic task. Seeing him unwilling to leave, Xiao Jingxue placed her delicate hand on her chest and continued to persuade him. But didn't he, the peak master, say that whether practicing the sword or cultivating, one must balance work and rest? It should be enough. The young man in black shook his head, his long sword creating a flurry of afterimages as he resolutely replied. But master also said, When heaven is about to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, it is necessary to first toil their muscles and bones and test their will. Master hopes for me to become a sword immortal. In my training, there can be no notion of enough. Buzz. The long sword emitted a vibrating hum, scattering a shower of raindrops. Master has said that my talent is insufficient, so I must exert tenfold, 100-fold more effort than others to truly become strong and make him proud as a sword immortal. Once Murong Tian's stubbornness took hold, no one could dissuade him. Thunder rumbled ominously. Amidst layers of dark clouds, flashes of lightning illuminate the tempest, as torrential rain cascades like a waterfall, drumming upon the emerald-tiled rooftops with a crisp sound. In the distance, Shen quietly observes this spectacle before slowly turning to depart. Ding! The host's disciple exhibits a strong conviction. Congratulations. The host has activated a phased task. Assist Murong Tian in becoming a sword immortal. As the system's voice resonates, he momentarily pauses. The aspiration to become a sword immortal is far from simple, requiring two fundamental conditions. Firstly, one must possess at least the strength of the Qianquan realm. Secondly, one must comprehend a sword path. Even the once great sword king Xiao Ao Hai could only be regarded as a sword king, not a sword immortal. Although he once possessed Qianquan realm strength, the sea-subduing sword intent he grasped had yet to reach the level of Tao. As Shen retraces his steps, he meticulously examines the task description. A phase task implies that each completed phase allows for a reward to be claimed. This sword immortal task is divided into 3 phases, independent of realms, solely pertaining to the sword. Phase 1, Murong Tian comprehends sword intent. Reward, 5 peak Earth Spirit Realm time-limited cards, and 1 system lottery opportunity. Phase 2, Murong Tian masters the unparalleled sword technique to perfection and comprehends the unparalleled sword heart. Reward, 5 time-limited cards of the Celestial Spirit Realm or 1 random positive or negative attribute. Phase 3, Murong Tian comprehends the sword path. Reward, 1 Qianquan Realm consumption card. 5 time-limited cards of the Celestial Spirit Realm or 1 permanent positive attribute, host choice. Upon encountering several novel terms, Shen Anzai's curiosity prompts him to inquire mentally. System. What exactly are these random attributes? In the previous task rewards, even with Murong Tian's admiration reaching its zenith or winning against Qin Xianyu in their 3-year agreement, this random attribute had never surfaced. This is a reward that can only be triggered by phase tasks. Random attributes are categorized into positive and negative, and also into permanent or time-limited. What attributes are available? Could you elaborate? Windchild enables the host to harness the power of wind, allowing for telekinesis, movement with the wind, or even the creation of a spiraling sphere. Upon hearing this, Shen Anzai's mouth fell agape, his heart racing with exhilaration. Goodness! Is this not more formidable than a skill card? Skill cards vanish upon use, but this presents a genuine opportunity for a permanent existence, ready for use at any moment. Are there more? Night Stalker grants the host perfect concealment at night, the ability to become invisible, traverse darkness effortlessly, and doubles their strength. Additionally, the host can temporarily bestow the power of night upon others. Beast Friend enhances affinity with all beasts, granting the ability to converse with them. As Shen listened, he almost drooled, tears of joy welling in his eyes. At last it has arrived. Initially believing he could only linger in the shadows, it seems that while the system cannot elevate his cultivation, it can indeed enhance his strength. For instance, through these attribute augmentations. Host, do not rejoice too early. These are all positive attributes, yet there also exist negative attributes. For example, the attribute of being able to catch a blade barehanded with 100% certainty, even if the host utilizes a Dao Ancestor Realm Sword skill card. A mere 3-year-old child could catch it barehanded. Or the second unique attribute of Lingfu Mountain. The host loses their head of hair, skin becomes pale, voice turns delicate, and acquires the exorcism sword technique. Stop, halt. Shen was busy speaking. I advise you to relinquish any obsession you have with my radish head. Even if I were to leap from this place, I would never practice the evil repelling sword technique. And why the second eunuch? Who is the first? The system fell silent for a moment before responding with a melancholic tone. After the transformation, there is no need to slice radishes. A host capable of mastering a sword technique comparable to the celestial tier would not cultivate? That seems agreeable. Hey, system, speak up. Why the silence? Have you frozen? Did the rain short-circuit you? Shen patted his head and, finding no response from the system, pouted as he raised his umbrella and headed back. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena, as the torrential rain poured down, Xiao Jingxue found herself disheartened after attempting to persuade Murong Tian for so long, only to see no change in him. With her teeth clenched, she turned and dashed towards Shen Anzai's residence. If he wouldn't heed her words, perhaps he would listen to the Peak Master. Hastily tugging at her garment, The young girl soon arrived outside the room, her expression one of surprise. The room was brightly lit by candlelight, and through the window, she could discern a vague silhouette at the desk, reading by the flickering light. Jingxue, come in. A gentle voice beckoned from within, causing Xiao Jingxue to pause in astonishment. Did the Peak Master anticipate her arrival? After a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open. Inside, Shen indeed sat at the desk, engrossed in a tome titled Record of Sword Immortals, which detailed numerous illustrious sword immortals from antiquity to the present, alongside their philosophies regarding the sword path. On the table lay a sheet of paper densely covered in characters. Peak Master. Murong Shixiang is out there practicing swordplay in this storm, pushing himself so hard. What if something goes awry? You must persuade him to stop. Xiao Jingxue expressed her concern. Shenan set the book aside and looked at the young woman before him, speaking slowly. Jingxue, he is different from you. Throughout your life, no one has dared to disrespect you, for you are the daughter of the Zhunnan king, the esteemed Junju of Qingshui. Xiao Jingxue was momentarily taken aback. Shenan continued earnestly, but Murong Tian's situation is not the same. The Murong family is merely an ordinary lineage in the realm of medicine, inconsequential in this merciless world. He has endured countless insults due to his lack of talent. The Qin family, in front of thousands at the banquet in Fuling City, labeled him a waste unworthy of marrying the esteemed Qin Xianyue, belittling the Murong family and his father as if they were mere ants. He must exert extraordinary effort to ascend to Tianshua's sect, to reclaim the dignity that he and his family have suffered. He wants to demonstrate to the Qin family, to the world, that he, Murong Tian, is no waste, that his father is not worthless, and that it is not he who is unworthy of Qin Xianyue, but rather she who does not deserve him. Shenan articulated each word with gravity, letting out a long sigh. To advise him to rest at this moment would only lead to regret 5 months hence. Should he find himself on the brink of victory and wonder why he did not strive harder now? Xiao Jingshue's lips parted slightly as she lowered her gaze, rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. She had indeed never faced such ridicule and could not fathom the depth of humiliation that drove Murong Shixiang to practice swordplay and cultivate with such fervor. However, she knew that if she were to lose to Qin Xianyue by a mere fraction, her senior brother would undoubtedly feel immense sorrow. Chapter 85. The 5 Great Principles Yet. What if her brother were to become overwhelmed by the burden he carried? Xiao Jingxue could not shake off her concerns. Shenan smiled gently and pushed a piece of paper forward on the table. It contained the formula for a 3rd-grade solidifying essence pill, along with detailed instructions and cautions for the refining process. Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. Peak Master, what is this? The disciples of Qingyun Peak share both glory and suffering. Henceforth, you shall be the one to concoct these pills to assist your brother in solidifying his foundation and alleviating his fatigue. Once you have mastered this, I will impart more formulas to you, but I am currently only a 2nd-grade alchemist. What of it? Shenan stated earnestly, rather than merely worrying. It would be far more beneficial to find ways to aid your brother's health, doing your utmost to support him. He stood, gazing solemnly at the young girl before him. Jingxue, if you truly wish to become a disciple of Qingyun Peak, you must prove your worthiness to be taught by me. When I, Shenan, taken disciples, I do not judge based on talent or background, but solely on the heart. Shen Anzai softened with appreciation, recognizing her concern for her brother as a testament to her integration into the Qingyun Peak family. If you can become a 4th-grade alchemist within 6 months, I shall accept you as my true disciple. Xiao Jingshue's eyelashes fluttered. This was the first time she had heard the Peak Master express such willingness to take her as a disciple. Yet, upon hearing this, her expression turned troubled. Becoming a 4th-grade alchemist within 6 months, if not for the existence of the bone-corroding poison, this would not be an impossible feat, however. She currently found herself unable to solidify her energy, and the influence of the poison rendered her incapable of refining 4th-grade pills. Although her understanding of the alchemical arts had long surpassed that of a 2nd-grade alchemist, she was still limited to crafting only 2nd-grade pills. Do you believe you cannot achieve this? The girl lowered her head, silent, yet her expression spoke volumes. Shenan shook his head slowly. You should know that old Su from the Spirit Herb Hall is merely a late-stage Qi-Si warrior, yet he is a 4th-grade alchemist. Do you truly believe you are inferior to him? Xiao Jingxue nodded, aware of this fact. However, Master Su had dedicated years to the study of alchemy, enabling him to perfectly refine 4th-grade pills despite his late-stage Qi-Si strength. More importantly, he was not affected by the bone-corroding poison. Each time she exerted herself, the excruciating pain rendered her unable to persist in refining pills of a higher grade. Observing the girl's dejected demeanor, Shenan discerned her thoughts and spoke gravely. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon individuals, first testing their resolve, laboring their muscles, and subjecting their bodies to hardship. Why do you perceive the bone-corroding poison solely as suffering, rather than as a form of tempering? Tempering? Xiao Jingxue was momentarily taken aback. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she met the gaze of the middle-aged man before her, whose temples were grayed with age. Shen nodded. Though your brother's talent may be lacking and he has endured scorn, it is precisely under such circumstances that he has forged an indomitable spirit. A heart that is resilient and steadfast in the quest for strength and the aspiration to become a sword immortal. This desire is indispensable. Though the bone-corroding poison may affect your alchemy, rendering you unable to cultivate for extended periods, lest you suffer immense torment. Why should you fear it? This is a rare opportunity for tempering your character and fortifying your mental resilience. As she listened to the earnest words of the middle-aged man before her, Xiao Jingxue's mind conjured the image of Murong Tian, steadfastly enduring solitary nights by the pure Yuan pool, her delicate face momentarily stunned. She fell into deep self-reflection. Indeed, even without utilizing spiritual energy, the peak master could still harmonize the medicinal effects through his extraordinary mastery of alchemy, achieving the desired results. If she herself could not reach that level, did the existence of the bone-corroding poison warrant her reluctance to attempt the refinement of third-tier pills? Was it that the peak master refrained from assisting her in detoxification, hoping instead that she would seize this opportunity to sharpen herself? Xiao Jingxue murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes flickering with thoughts. Shen, taken aback, then affirmed, yes, precisely. Understanding dawned upon Jingxue. The young girl lifted her head, her once delicate countenance now reflecting the same resolute spirit as Murong Tian, and she stepped forward to grasp the alchemical formula on the table. Shen nodded with satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Jingxue, to enter my Qingyun Peak, you must first comprehend the 5 fundamental principles. Xiao Jingxue listened attentively. First, never give up, always believe in yourself. Second, do not bully the weak. Do not misuse the knowledge gained at Qingyun Peak, or I shall personally expel you, even if you are a county princess. Third, respect your teachers and value camaraderie. Do not engage in infighting or treachery, or you will be cast out from Qingyun Peak. Fourth, the master is always right, and neither elder nor younger disciple should be subjected to humiliation outside. At this juncture, Shen deliberately looked at her and added, if one day, for any reason, your master or your senior brother becomes incapacitated, even if they are reduced to merely the body refining stage, you must harbor no disrespect whatsoever. Xiao Jingxue understood. She met his gaze, earnestly nodding, etching these principles into her memory. Subsequently, noticing her peak master deep in thought and silent for an extended period, she blinked and inquired, Master, what is the 5th principle? I haven't thought it through yet. I will inform you later. Xiao Jingxue was taken aback. Could it be that the previous 4 principles were improvised? All right, off you go. Your senior brother has been practicing swordplay all night. If he does not receive your solidifying pill by morning, he may find his hand incapacitated. If you cannot produce it, I shall not concoct that pill for him. Shen waved his hand, imparting a sense of urgency. Xiao Jingxue nodded seriously, clutching the formula as she hurried off to prepare for alchemy. Silently, she reminded herself that her senior brother was counting on her pill to restore his health, and she must succeed in its refinement. Halfway through her rush, she paused, then turned in another direction. Having spent so much time with the peak master, her thoughts of alchemy instinctively led her towards the kitchen. However, she lacked the proficiency in using iron cauldrons for alchemical refinement. To concoct pills, she needed an alchemical furnace. As she departed, Shen exhaled deeply and settled down. Once again, he successfully persuaded another. From now on, all elixirs below the 4th rank would be entrusted to her for refinement, allowing him to free up more time for himself. Of course, this was not for the sake of leisure, but rather to immerse himself in literature and acquire greater knowledge. After all, his disciple aspired to become a sword immortal, and as a master, he could not remain utterly devoid of wisdom. He could not simply teach in the same blind manner as before. What should the 5th grand principle be? He pondered, stroking his chin, lost in contemplation. Had he known, he would have refrained from mentioning the 5 grand principles, for based on his previous experiences with literature and web dramas, it was often the case that unfinished phrases bore fatal consequences. He certainly did not wish for this 5th principle to become his last words. That would be far too melodramatic. Chapter 86. The formation of the azure cloud array. The torrential rain gradually subsided only as dawn broke. After a night of practice, Murong Tian was utterly exhausted, his clothes drenched in a mixture of sweat and rain. He lay on his back on the ground, gasping for breath. Despite his fatigue, his eyes sparkled with excitement, for he could distinctly sense that his control over the sword had become increasingly precise and adept. His understanding of sword momentum had also ascended to a new level. After merely resting for a quarter of an hour, he propped himself up with his sword and stood, his legs trembling slightly. He still needed to prepare a meal for his master and junior sister. He muttered to himself, wiping the moisture from his face. However, as he lifted his gaze, he noticed a figure standing beside the training ground. Having been too engrossed in his sword practice, he had not realized when the person had arrived. Master Yu. Morong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Have you finished? Shen glanced at him and placed the bowl of meat porridge on a nearby table. Finish your meal and rest first. Having said this with a casual tone, he turned and departed towards the alchemy room. Morong Tian watched the middle-aged figure leave, his eyes filled with emotion. Outside the alchemy room, Shen peered through the crack in the door, silently observing the focused Xiao Jingxue as she diligently refined her pills. The alchemy room was devoid of a furnace. She utilized one she had brought from the apothecary valley. The young girl, already possessing an unnaturally pale complexion, appeared rather haggard at this moment, her face glistening with sweat. Her delicate brows tightly knitted, a sight that evoked sympathy. The alchemical furnace before her blazed with a fierce red flame, continuously burning beneath. Beside it lay piles of discarded medicinal residues, remnants of the failed attempts from the night. From Shen Anzai's observations, she seemed to have reached the final stage of alchemy. The merging of the pills, a step fraught with peril. A minor miscalculation could lead to an explosion. The grimace on her face, with her teeth clenched, clearly indicated that she was enduring some intense suffering while refining the elixirs. He could even faintly discern the appearance of thin, dark blue veins creeping along her delicate neck, shifting in and out of visibility with her exertions, an unsettling sight. The bone-corroding poison. Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. In recent days, he had perused numerous texts, gaining a deeper understanding of this poison. Introduced into the body during childhood, it remains dormant for a time. But once one begins to practice martial arts and draws energy into the body, this poison swiftly devours spiritual energy, penetrating the very marrow and becoming exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Each episode of its manifestation is akin to insects gnawing at one's bones, inflicting unbearable agony. In her youth, Xiao Jingxue spent her days immersed in studies within the confines of the imperial palace, rarely venturing beyond its gates. Who could have sown such malice? As Shen pondered with a furrowed brow, a series of ominous sounds erupted from the alchemical furnace. The crimson furnace trembled, flames erupting from its orifice with fervent intensity. This is bad. The furnace is about to explode. Shen Anzai's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily pushed the door open. Stay still. A delicate voice rang out. Filled with authority, Xiao Jingxue, her gaze resolute, bore the excruciating pain and exerted control over the furnace with unwavering determination. The furnace quivered momentarily before settling into stillness. A fragrant aroma wafting through the chamber. Xiao Jingxue's complexion paled, and she exhaled deeply, just as she reached to wipe the sweat from her brow. A sudden reminder of the door creaking behind her caught her attention. Turning around, she was taken aback. The Peak Master? Their eyes locked, and Shen cleared his throat awkwardly, relieved that he had not squandered his indestructible skill card. Recovering her composure, Xiao Jingxue's face lit up with joy. Peak Master, I have successfully refined the third-grade solidifying essence pill. The azure patterns adorning her neck faded swiftly, returning her to her normal state. Her heart swelled with excitement. For it was indeed as the Peak Master had foretold. She was capable of refining third-grade elixirs. Moreover, enduring such pain throughout the night had significantly enhanced her mental acuity. If she could maintain this perseverance, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to become a fourth-grade alchemist within 6 months. Well done. Quickly deliver the elixir to your senior brother. Shen nodded approvingly. Yes, the young woman replied with enthusiasm, disregarding the sweat that had drenched her garments. She swiftly opened the furnace lid, packed the solidifying essence pills, and departed. As Shen watched her hurried figure vanish, his gaze deepened with contemplation. His two disciples were indeed extraordinary in their own right. One possessed remarkable talent and insight in the sword arts, but bore a frail physique. The other, whose aptitude and comprehension were not inferior to that of Qin Xianyue, suffered from a debilitating poison that hindered her from breaking through to the returning essence realm. Yet, what brought comfort was their shared understanding of perseverance and resilience in the face of adversity. With such tenacity, how could they not become formidable in the future? In the ensuing days, nothing of great significance transpired at Qinyan Peak. Morong Tian devoted himself to relentless sword practice, often sleeping only an hour or two each night. Were it not for Xiao Jingxue's unwavering commitment to refining elixirs for him, any ordinary person would have succumbed to exhaustion long ago. Ling Feishuang also made it a point to arrive promptly each afternoon, sparring with Morong Tian for an hour, with her as a training partner. His understanding of combat and swordplay soared. From initially barely fending off her attacks, he gradually found himself able to exchange blows with her, compelling her to exert her utmost effort without a hint of complacency. Such astonishing progress astonished not only Lu Yinqin, but also the occasionally visiting Xian Yuzi, who marveled at the transformation. During this month, Zhang Sanshan had been stealthily roaming around Qingyun Peak, known to be surveying the terrain to establish restrictions and construct a grand formation. Unbeknownst to him, he initially presumed the individual was a thief. It is noteworthy that one day, Zhang Sanshan's disciple, Yu Zhenyuan, ascended to Qingyun Peak, arriving with a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. However, upon witnessing the intense swordplay between Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang in the training arena, and observing the battered state of the stage, he fell into silence, muttering a hasty apology for the intrusion before turning to depart. This unexpected behavior left Shen Anzai somewhat perplexed, though he dismissed it as a mere casual visit. After nearly 2 months of relentless effort, Zhang Sanshan finally completed the construction of the Qingyun Grand Formation, with Shen Anzai personally infusing his blood to become its master. As he gazed at the soaring runic light curtain, Shen Anzai nodded in satisfaction. It must be said that Zhang Sanshan truly deserves recognition as the sole 5th-grade talisman master of Lingfu Mountain, demonstrating remarkable prowess in the art of talisman formations. The aura of the formation undoubtedly rivaled that of the protective formations of the other 5 peaks, capable of suppressing even those of the celestial spirit realm. After handing some tokens to Shen Anzai, Zhang Sanshan left Qingyun Peak with tears in his eyes, not out of sorrow, but rather from a sense of excitement. Relieved that he would no longer need to labor tirelessly crafting talismans. He had invested considerable effort into this formation, fearful of any unreasonable demands that might require him to redo his work. As dusk approached, Shen Anzai awaited someone while dining in the bamboo courtyard. Outside Qingyun Peak, a figure leisurely flew in, heading straight toward the peak. With a resounding thud, the air rippled with invisible waves from the impact. Xian Yuzi was momentarily taken aback, his head buzzing. When did Qingyun Peak acquire a set of anti-void formations? It appeared to be the handiwork of Qingfu Peak. A warmth on his nose prompted him to touch it, revealing a vivid crimson hue. Chapter 87. On the verge of departure in a desolate cave within the Dun Dynasty. Flickering candlelight cast slender shadows across the walls. Several figures clad in black approached a bald elder seated cross-legged in a blood-red robe, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to the high priest. The bald elder slowly opened his eyes, his robust physique accentuated by the taut muscles visible beneath his loose blood-red robe, revealing menacing tiger tattoos. He surveyed the black-clad figures and spoke in a measured tone. Have all the arrangements been made? Reporting to the high priest. The beast pouches have been delivered, and this operation is foolproof. Xiao Tiance will not escape. The elder nodded. What of the recent news regarding Lingfu Mountain? How is the investigation proceeding? One of the black-clad figures stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. The information is accurate. The brother of Qingyun Peak's master, Shen Anzai, is a Nirvana realm expert, and he has bestowed many valuable items upon him. Qin Baishan nearly perished at his hands. However, his brother is not within the Dun Dynasty, nor even in the Southern Realm. Nirvana realm, the elder mused, narrowing his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, regardless of that powerful individual, should Shen Anzai's disciple venture into the Kangwu realm during this operation, ensure they keep a close watch on him and acquire any celestial-grade techniques and martial skills he possesses. Understood. The black-clad figure bowed, hesitating momentarily before tentatively inquiring about the disciples of Lingfu Mountain. Leave none behind. The chilling words fell, and a glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the bald elder. Indeed, Lingfu Mountain, Qingyun Peak. Shen Anzai gazed curiously at Xian Yuzi, who was ascending the mountain on foot. Master, what troubles you? I am vexed, Xian Yuzi replied, wiping his nose, having finally succeeded in staunching the blood flow. He cursed Zhang Sanshan silently hundreds of times. That old rascal had set up such a formidable array at Qingyun Peak. Even a mere collision caused the restrictive force to swirl chaotically within him. Usually, when he was asked to inspect the main peak's restraints, he would dawdle. Shen Anzai nodded, assuming the sudden fluctuation from the formation was merely caused by a bird's collision. He pondered that it might be wise to relax the restrictive force somewhat, permitting spiritual birds passage while preventing martial practitioners from soaring in the air. Otherwise, Qingyun Peak would soon run out of provisions. Uncertain of the reason for the master's visit today, Xian Yuzi cleared his throat and skillfully retrieved bowls and chopsticks from his storage ring. Taking a seat at the dining table, Shen Anzai and the others were already accustomed to this scene, ever since discovering the unexpectedly splendid cuisine at Qingyun Peak. This esteemed master, usually held in high regard by numerous disciples, would occasionally drop by to join a meal, bringing his own utensils. Of course, he was not a frequent guest, while Lu Yunqin and Ling Feishuang never missed a meal. As Xian Yuzi picked up a piece of duck, he spoke. The restrictions of the Kangwu realm are on the verge of breaking. You should prepare. We will set off the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shen exchanged a glance with Lu Yunqin and nodded gently. Murong Tian's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He never expected that one day he would have the opportunity to obtain the qualification to venture into such a secret realm for training. Not just him. Even Ling Feishuang's gaze flickered with intrigue. The realm of inheritance for Nirvana realm experts was no ordinary secret realm. It surely held countless treasures and opportunities, considering it was a domain of the formidable beings of the upper three realms. This time, only you two and Zheng Yuan will accompany me to Lingfu Mountain. If you encounter danger within, ensure you support one another and stand united against external threats. Never engage in one-on-one combat. Xian Yuzi spoke earnestly. We shall heed the Master's command. Murong Tian and Ling Feishuang replied in unison. Satisfied with their response, he continued solemnly. This time, aside from you, the Dan dynasty will also send members from the Qin and Shangguan families. Moreover, individuals from the Baiming dynasty and the Pingtian dynasty will also enter. Will that disciple from Qiyun Dao sect be going? Shenan inquired, frowning. Not at all. Xian Yuzi shook his head. He is currently in seclusion and will not participate in this secret realm expedition. Among the Dao sect's juniors, the leader is a disciple named Gu Yun, alongside Beiqin Wangshu from Yaowang Valley. They are both at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm and possess formidable strength. If you encounter them, remember to avoid conflict and prioritize your safety. As for the other disciples from various families in the two dynasties, some are also at the Earth Spirit realm. Exercise caution. If the Kangwu heart cannot be obtained, do not risk your lives. As he spoke, Xian Yuzi cast a lingering glance at Ling Feishuang. Shenan, listening to all this, sighed inwardly. From the perspective of the younger generation's cultivation, it is evident that the current Lingfu Mountain lags significantly behind both Yaowang Valley and Qiyun Dao sect, to the extent that it can only be compared to the second-rate sects of the other two dynasties. The disciples of Yaowang Valley and Qiyun Dao sect possess individuals at the Earth Spirit realm, while on the side of Lingfu Mountain, both Yu Xingyuan and Ling Feishuang have barely stepped into the returning origin realm, highlighting the stark disparity. Moreover, Ling Feishuang is already 19 this year. Although Yu Xingyuan is only 17 and is likely to reach the Earth Spirit realm before turning 20, he is nonetheless at a disadvantage due to his age. As for the disciples of Lingfu Mountain around the age of 20, they do exist, yet their talents are rather unremarkable. Most are merely at the returning origin realm, and, in terms of strength, may not even match Yu Zhengyuan, who has mastered the heavenly sword talisman. Had it not been for the battle with the demon sect a decade ago, Lingfu Mountain would not be in such a state of decline. That conflict claimed the lives of numerous strong practitioners and juniors, leaving Lingfu Mountain in a state of disarray, struggling to recover its vitality. It can be said that the current peak masters are only considered mid-tier combatants compared to those from that battle. The former peak masters were all beings of the celestial spirit realm, with two even at the cosmic realm. One of them was the former master of Qingyan Peak. Had his eldest disciple not perished in that battle and instead flourished, Lingfu Mountain would undoubtedly have gained another cosmic realm powerhouse by now. Unfortunately, that conflict devastated the Mountain Gate, nearly severing its lineage and relegating it to a lesser sect for many years, only recently beginning to improve. Were it not for the presence of a senior elder overseeing the sect, it might have long since vanished into oblivion. After discussing matters regarding the Kangwu realm, Xian Yuzi set down his chopsticks and turned his gaze towards Shun and Elder Shun. Please follow me, he beckoned, leading Shun aside. The latter followed with a face full of suspicion, wondering what could be so important that it required a private conversation. Once they had left the bamboo courtyard, Xian Yuzi waved his sleeve to cast a barrier and spoke softly. What I mentioned to you last time, have you given it any thought? What matter? Shinan was taken aback. Noticing that he had forgotten, Xian Yuzi's lips twitched. I am referring to your entering the Kangwu realm. He paused before continuing, his tone growing serious. This time, aside from Murong Tian and the others, there is another person who will accompany Lingfu Mountain into the realm. I hope you can go in to protect him. Of course, other sects may also send elders to secretly provide protection. Who? Shinan asked. Curiosity etched on his face upon hearing that someone else would be entering the Kangwu realm. Xian Yuzi fixed his gaze on him, enunciating each word carefully. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Chapter 88. What happened to the Forbidden Air Formation? The Crown Prince? Shinan was taken aback. Why would the royal heir venture into such a perilous place? Given the royal family's resources, there is no need to take such risks. Even the royal descendants of the Northern Ming dynasty and the Pingtian dynasty would hesitate to enter such a dangerous environment. Xian Yuzi's expression turned grave. His purpose in entering is not merely to participate in this contest, but to ascertain something of greater significance. Something of greater significance? Shinan furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed. What matter could possibly be of greater significance than the life of the Crown Prince? The secrets will reveal themselves once you enter, Xian Yuzi remarked. casting a nervous glance at him, awaiting his response. If warriors below the celestial spirit realm can access the Kangwu realm through that elixir, why does the sect leader not permit all the elders of the 5 peaks to enter? Shen, still frowning, found himself at a loss. Xian Yuzi's lips twitched. Do you think the concealment pill is so commonplace? It is a 6th grade elixir, composed of rare materials, and even if one wished to refine it, it would be an arduous task. Why, then, was I chosen? Surely Elder Lu's strength surpasses my own in the late stage of body refinement? Shen regarded him with skepticism. The latter fell silent. Who would believe that Elder Lu was in such a peculiar situation, unable to enter the Kangwu realm? Thus, I must inquire about your adoptive father, its adoptive brother, Shen emphasized once more. Xian Yuzi nodded. If your adoptive father has left you many hidden cards, you may enter. If not, or if you are unwilling, I will not press you. As he spoke, his expression grew solemn, and he said with gravity, I can only say that this journey to the Kangwu realm will be fraught with peril, immense danger. Given Murong Tian's strength, his life may be at stake. Shen frowned, lost in contemplation. Protecting the crown prince was not his concern. After all, he was merely a distant nephew to Xian Yuzi, not a matter of personal interest. However, Murong Tian was his own disciple, and his safety could not be overlooked. Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, you need not intervene. Another elder will accompany you to provide covert protection. Observing Shen and deep in thought, Xian Yuzi seized the moment to continue. Moreover, the opportunities within are countless. Elder Lu mentioned that you possess alchemical skills, that esteemed Kangwu master was once a 7th grade alchemist. Should you acquire his legacy in alchemy, stop, do not tempt me. Shen lifted his gaze, stroking his chin, and after considerable deliberation, spoke, allow me some time to ponder this. Very well, Xian Yuzi nodded, not rushing for an immediate answer, as they would not depart until the day after tomorrow, leaving a full day for contemplation. By the way, who is the other elder? Guess. Do you really think I will? Shen flashed a friendly smile before turning to leave. Xian Yuzi, recalling something, hurried after him to inquire, do you still possess the entry token for the Qingyan Peak formation? As sect leader, I cannot be expected to trek from the base of the mountain every time I visit Qingyan Peak, can I? Guess? After sending Xian Yuzi off, Lu Yunqin and the others also departed after satisfying their hunger. Shen sat quietly on a chair beside the training ground, observing Murong Tian diligently practicing his swordsmanship. While Xiao Jingxue perused books on the art of alchemy nearby, he was uncertain about whether to enter the Kangwu realm, as he currently had no skill cards at his disposal. Apart from a diamond invulnerability card at the Earth Spirit realm, he possessed only 2 6 Meridian Divine Sword cards at the pinnacle of the Return to Origin realm. The experience of the medicinal path cannot be wielded against foes. And as for that cat-teasing stick, really, when faced with a life or death crisis, would one truly resort to such a whimsy? Upon entering the Kangwu realm, there is but one condition, that Murong Tian manages to comprehend the sword intent within these 2 days and accomplishes the first phase of his task. This would grant him a chance to draw a lottery and 5-time limited cards for the peak of the Earth Spirit realm. As for breaking through to level 9 in worship value, that is undoubtedly out of the question at present. There remains a gap of over 20 experience points to reach that level, which is utterly unattainable within 2 days. Especially since advancing in worship value becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses. Observing the black-clad youth drenched in sweat on the training ground, Shen felt a twinge of conflict. The Crown Prince's entry into the Kangwu realm surely heralds significant events. This lad has only just entered the returning Origin realm, against an opponent of the same realm. He might not find himself at a disadvantage, yet should he encounter a formidable Earth Spirit realm adversary, escape would be futile. Moreover, one cannot predict whether Lingfu Mountain will send guardians in, and it is certain that Qiyun Dao sect, the Medicine King Valley, and other families will also have opportunities to obtain that elusive Montian Dan. This implies that the Kangwu realm will inevitably become a chaotic battleground for Earth Spirit realm powers, rendering those in the returning Origin realm mere cannon fodder. Pondering this, Shen shook his head. Overthinking serves little purpose, tomorrow remains. And if Murong Tian successfully grasps the sword intent and reaps the rewards, then entering would be a consideration. However, should he fail to comprehend it, his entry would be futile, leading only to demise. Master, why does senior brother Murong's swordplay seem increasingly simplistic? It appears to be growing ever more mundane, inquired Xiao Jingxue. Having set aside her book, her curiosity piqued. Shen glanced at the youth wielding his sword and spoke softly. The sword is a tool for slaying. Elaborate movements serve no purpose. The ultimate goal is to kill. The reason it appears unremarkable is not due to his decline in swordsmanship, but rather his growing mastery. So refined that outsiders fail to discern the hidden sword energy and murderous intent. Shen spoke with assurance, having transformed significantly. His daily readings and the martial mastery imparted by the system have enriched his knowledge immensely. His discourse is no longer mere bluster, but rather grounded in genuine understanding. Oh, Xiao Jingxue nodded, half comprehending, her delicate hand resting on her fragrant cheek as she quietly watched the black-clad youth practice his swordplay. Under the starry night, the gentle evening breeze caressed the flowers and grasses of Qingyun Peak, stirring the garments of the three on the training ground. The black-clad youth practiced his sword. The frail girl read, while the silver-haired middle-aged man observed them in silence. Occasionally, the girl would pose a question inspired by her book, and the middle-aged man would readily provide thoughtful answers, coherent and structured. Beneath the tranquil night sky, the only sounds were the slicing of the sword through the air and the intermittent exchanges of inquiry and response, creating an atmosphere of serene contentment. The night swiftly passed, and by noon the following day, Lu Yunqin and her disciple arrived gracefully, as always. Shen watched Lu Yunqin descend from the heavens, plunging into a contemplative silence. Had that old fellow Zheng been idling away while setting up formations these past 2 months? Where's the promised forbidden array? Wasn't it said that even those from the celestial spirit realm couldn't enter? How dare one be so dismissive of such matters? I must ensure that the performers from Furong Pavilion make a proper visit to the Qingfu Peak's gate. Chapter 89. The intent of falling flowers and leaves in the training arena. Lu Yunqin furrowed her delicate brows, her ears slightly flushed as she inquired. Why are you staring at me? Shen, filled with suspicion, replied, How did you get in? I flew in. She blinked innocently. You encountered no obstacles or restrictions? None. Lu Yunqin answered truthfully. This is indeed perplexing, Shen mused, stroking his chin, increasingly convinced that Zheng Sanshan had been slacking off these past 2 months, merely coasting along. This old fellow constantly lamented about working overtime every night to survey the terrain and draft the formation for the Qingyun array, but it appears it was all a ruse. Seeing Shen An's bewildered expression, Lu Yunqin stifled a smile, choosing not to reveal how she acquired the token from Zheng Sanshan. After all, he had failed to provide her with one after completing the array. Scratching his head in confusion, Shen decided to abandon the thought and cleared his throat. Addressing his disciple, Today is the final day to practice swordsmanship. We must set out for Kangwu Realm tomorrow. It is imperative that you grasp the sword intent today. Understood. Master. Murong Tian responded, his gaze resolute as he approached the training arena to stand face to face with Ling Feishuang. Over the past few days, he had practiced tirelessly, and he felt he was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet he still needed that final push. Today? Lu Yunqin exclaimed. You wish for him to comprehend the sword intent today? Otherwise, we depart for Kangwu Realm tomorrow. Having grasped the sword intent will grant him an additional measure of self-preservation therein, Shen remarked nonchalantly from his seat. Understanding the sword intent cannot be rushed. He has only been wielding a sword for half a year. Mastering the sword's momentum is already commendable. Achieving comprehension of the sword intent is far from simple. Lu Yunqin countered. Comprehending intent is no easy feat. Even Xiao Aohai, with his extraordinary swordsmanship talent, took several years to grasp it. My own disciple, Ling Feishuang, took 1 year and 2 months to comprehend his intent. To expect comprehension in half a year is not merely a high aptitude, it borders on being prodigious. Shen remained silent, observing the arena quietly. Whether today would yield comprehension of the sword intent was crucial for his decision to enter the Kangwu realm. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Murong Tian performed his customary bow. Sister, please guide me. Very well, Ling Feishuang nodded, her expression grave. After so many days of sparring, her initial composure had faded. Now, facing Murong Tian's assault, she had to proceed with utmost caution. For his sword was exceedingly swift and cunning. After the formalities, Murong Tian struck first, transforming into 2 afterimages that darted forth, launching a dual assault. Thunderous fury shatters mountains. The swords in the hands of the 2 phantoms stabbed forward, their melodies intertwining in a fierce clash. The onlooker, Xiao Jingxue, could scarcely perceive the trajectory of their strikes. Shen Anzai's narrowed slightly. Having gained the spirit eyes, his vision had become extraordinarily sharp. Nevertheless, even without taking the initiative, she could barely discern the 2 beams of sword light. Ling Feishuang, wary and cautious, unleashed her palms in a manner as ethereal and exquisite as falling leaves and drifting flowers. Clang! A series of crisp sounds echoed as she deftly struck the blade of Murong Tian's thrusting sword, deflecting the attack while simultaneously countering. Yet, Murong Tian was no longer the same as before. His reflexes were swift as he sidestepped to parry and launched another thrust. As the sword was once again deflected, he utilized the momentum to pivot, directing his blade towards Ling Feishuang's brow. Startled, she immediately withdrew. A thunderclap erupted. Morong Tian shouted. And two streaks of lightning burst forth from the ground, vanishing in an instant. Concurrently, the sword light was sharp and fleeting. How swift the sword! Lu Yinxin narrowed her beautiful eyes. Compared to yesterday, this young man's swordsmanship had advanced yet again. In the training arena, Ling Feishuang was taken aback, realizing it was too late to evade. In the next moment, Morong Tian's pupils constricted. Before him, it seemed that Ling Feishuang had transformed into a flurry of falling flowers and leaves, cascading down, indistinguishable between reality and illusion. The sword light melded into the falling leaves, instantaneously disappearing from sight. A gentle breeze swept through, enveloping him in a myriad of fluttering petals and leaves. One leaf pierced through the sword light he had just unleashed, striking against his chest. Bang! With a dull thud, he was sent flying, turmoil erupting within him. He gazed in astonishment at Ling Feishuang, who reappeared as the blossoms dispersed. Her expression was serene as she softly spoke, the intent of the falling flowers and leaves. Upon hearing this, both Morong Tian and Xiao Jinxue, as well as Shen Anzai, were taken aback. Ling Feishuang had actually comprehended the intent of her palm. They had not discerned this in her usual demeanor, and it was astonishing to realize she was indeed a prodigy. He glanced in surprise at Lu Yinxin beside him, who wore a gentle expression, evidently unfazed. As if she had anticipated this development. Morong Tian's sword had truly reached a level of speed as swift as lightning, so rapid that it was almost impossible to react. Had they continued with ordinary martial techniques, Ling Feishuang would have undoubtedly shown signs of defeat within 10 exchanges. Thus, she opted to reveal her understanding of the intent of the falling flowers. Once more, after a moment of shock, Morong Tian felt not disheartened, but rather invigorated. Charging forward with his sword once more, this time, facing the rapid sword light, Ling Feishuang, having employed the intent of the falling flowers, exhibited no signs of panic. With a gentle wave of her hand, the swirling petals and leaves effortlessly blocked the incoming sword light, rendering him unable to land a single attack. He thrust his sword from various angles 100 times, yet to no avail, not even causing her to shift her stance. The intent of the falling flowers leaned towards defensive counterattacks, enabling her to utilize countless petals and leaves in her palm techniques. For Morong Tian to breach this defense of falling flowers and leaves, he would need to strike with such speed that Ling Feishuang could not possibly react. Fast enough that the intent of the flowers would have no time to defend. Lu Yinxin offered a soft commentary from the sidelines, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. Could Morong Tian achieve this? Her words reached Morong Tian on the field, whose resolute gaze shone with determination as he repeatedly wielded his sword, striving to reach the limits of his speed. Shen Anzai took a deep breath, a hint of purple flickering in his eyes. With the activation of his spiritual eyes, he momentarily perceived the delicate trajectory of the myriad falling flowers and leaves, witnessing the barely perceptible breeze stirred by Ling Feishuang's gentle hand movements. The spiritual eyes could reveal the vulnerabilities of countless formations and also discern the subtleties of her intent. Ling Feishuang aimed to manipulate the fluttering flowers and leaves, while the sword pressure beside Morong Tian seemed to harbor a similar essence, albeit erratic and chaotic. Most notably, the falling flowers and leaves moved in accordance with Ling Feishuang's intent, while Morong Tian's sword pressure initiated first, indicating a clear and inverted intention. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Anzai spoke slowly, his tone devoid of urgency. Disciple, do not rush, draw your sword more slowly, and calm your mind to perceive the essence of the falling flowers and leaves. Morong Tian was momentarily taken aback. Slowly? But Elder Lu said that to break through the flower palm intent, one must act more swiftly. Why, then, did his master urge him to slow down? Lu Yinxin also frowned slightly, puzzled. It was precisely because Morong Tian's sword was swift that Feishuang had employed the flower palm intent. Why now insist on slowing down? Chapter 90. Comprehending the sword despite his confusion, Morong Tian complied. He attempted to draw his sword more slowly, yet his surrounding sword pressure abruptly dissipated, the brilliance of his sword fading as it merely brushed against the flowers before being repelled. Stumbling back several steps, his hand trembled slightly around the hilt, his brow furrowing in bewilderment. Why had his sword suddenly slowed? The sword pressure he had previously mastered now seemed to collapse on its own. Just as he pondered this, a familiar and gentle voice floated towards him. It is you who wields the sword pressure, not the sword pressure that wields you. The sword is a weapon, and you are its master. If you desire swiftness, it shall be swift. If you desire slowness, it must be slow. The wind Sword Immortal of the Eastern Spirit Domain had once said, where the intent reaches, the momentum follows, and where the sword goes. That is the essence of a swordsman. Lu Yinxin glanced in surprise at the middle-aged man beside her, his hair touched with frost. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, She had not anticipated that he possessed knowledge of matters concerning the Eastern Spirit domain. This domain is a sacred place for sword cultivators, where the martial artists revere the way of the sword, and countless sword practitioners abound. Shen, his gaze piercing, continued in a calm tone, what you must do is align the sword in your hand with your own will, enabling you to wield it with heart, and let its momentum conform to your form. Murong Tian stood in place. His eyes lowered as he gazed at the black sword in his hand, murmuring thoughtfully to himself, wield with heart, and let the momentum conform to form. Where the intent reaches, the momentum follows, and where the sword goes. His brow furrowed deeply. Although he had grasped the sword pressure in recent days, it seemed that each time he drew his sword, it was merely to accommodate his own sword pressure, striving for swiftness. However, this approach allowed others to easily discern his sword pressure and predict his direction. After a period of introspection, Murong Tian once again focused, drawing his sword forth. This time, he did so with even greater slowness. So slow that even the formidable Xiao Jingxue could clearly discern the trajectory of his sword and the radiance surrounding him. Bang! Yet, as the sword was merely unsheathed, the sword momentum surrounding him crumbled once more, and the luminous sword light dissipated, leaving only the unremarkable long sword being deflected by the flying petals. Again, Murong Tian, undeterred, rose from the ground and unsheathed his sword once more. With each attempt, he grew slower, repeatedly met with Ling Feishuang's sweeping palm, which, accompanied by a flurry of blossoms, sent him reeling backward. If he continues this way, the sword intent he has grasped over the past days may well collapse, rendering the past 2 months futile. Lu Yinxin furrowed her brow. Noticing that Murong Tian's swordplay had become increasingly chaotic, lacking the ferocity and swiftness he once possessed, even more inept than during his first battle against Ling Feishuang. Only through destruction can one rebuild to gather intent, Shen spoke softly. He did not deny that this notion was born from his relentless study and recent keen observations. While it may not guarantee success, it represented the sole opportunity for Murong Tian to swiftly comprehend the essence of the sword. Should he falter and ruin his sword momentum, not only would he miss tomorrow's Kangwu realm heart, but as his master, he too would forego attending. With his current strength at the origin returning realm, he would merely become cannon fodder. It would be wiser to remain and continue practicing. Lu Yunxin's delicate brows knitted together. Was this truly an appropriate method of teaching swordsmanship? After much effort, her disciple had begun to grasp the sword momentum, progressing towards sword intent. Now, he was being urged to abandon the insights gained over the past 2 months and approach swordplay from an entirely different angle. Observing Murong Tian's sluggish movements, now akin to an untrained novice, Ling Feishuang's expression turned frigid, and she dispelled her own palm intent, foregoing martial techniques, and struck with a direct palm. Clang! The crisp sound echoed. Murong Tian fell to the ground, the black sword spinning through the air before clattering to the ground. At this rate, your sword momentum will be utterly destroyed, Ling Feishuang stated coldly, attempting to persuade him to relinquish this method of training. Murong Tian lay on the ground, gazing blankly at the sky. In the depths of his mind, he felt as though he was on the verge of grasping something elusive. His master had spoken of intent and momentum, of the sword's destination. In a moment of clarity, his eyes suddenly brightened, and he sprang to his feet. Drawing the black sword from a distance, he once again thrust it forward in an unremarkable manner. Lacking fierce momentum and sharp brilliance, it was merely an ordinary strike. Foolishness, Ling Feishuang thought, shaking her head as she raised her hand for a counter. But then, a sudden jolt of realization surged within her, the previously mundane, slow thrust of the black sword abruptly accelerated, the fierce momentum swelling into a torrent of thunderous sword light. This unforeseen surge of sword intent caught her off guard, and in haste, she unleashed the flying blossom palm intent. Countless spectral leaves and blossoms manifested in the air, once again blocking the onslaught of sharp sword light. Simultaneously, she struck out, enveloping the falling leaves and blossoms as they surged toward the black sword in Murong Tian's grasp. Just as Lu Yinxin believed this strike would meet the same fate as before and be deflected, an unexpected transformation occurred. Both she and Ling Feishuang's pupils contracted in astonishment. As the sword in Murong Tian's hand suddenly vanished, countless petals and leaves fell in vain. In the next moment, the boy's steady and pure voice resonated, "Senior sister, you have lost." Ling Feishuang was momentarily taken aback, a chill distinctly creeping along her neck. The boy's brows and eyes were as sharp as a sword, his robe billowing with a sharp sound. The black sword in his hand had, unbeknownst to her, already been rested upon his shoulder. At this moment, Murong Tian's entire demeanor underwent a profound transformation. It was no longer the overwhelming sword aura that astonished upon first glance, fierce and unparalleled, but rather a serene calmness. a tranquility that concealed its edge. If one were to say that he previously wielded the sword aura like an unparalleled treasure unsheathed, now this treasure had returned to its sheath, embodying a return to simplicity. Lu Yunxin's beautiful eyes were momentarily lost, her lips parted slightly. In this instant, what Murong Tian commanded was no longer mere sword aura, but a genuine sword intent. An intent so swift and free-spirited. Congratulations to the host for completing Stage 1, earning 1 lottery chance and 5 Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Fingertime cards, Peak Earth Spirit Realm. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Shen couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. It seemed to be fate, guiding him towards the Kangwu realm. Hearing the phrase Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Once upon a time, he had lay in bed, witnessing thrilling moments, and had dramatically shouted, Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger. Alas, it had only been a fleeting thought back then. He never imagined that this dream would now come to fruition. He stroked his chin, silently resolving that, since it was to be, he would fulfill this dream in another world on behalf of his many friends from his past life. It would not be in vain after all. He pondered whether his friends would find it more impressive to shout Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger before crushing their enemies, or to effortlessly retreat formidable foes with a mere lift of the hand. System, why not summon the Buddha's Wrathfire Lotus as well? Then I shall blow up the Tianxue sect, Shen jested in his mind. The host is truly delightful. Call me father and I shall grant it. Father. Such a good son, obedient. We shall not pursue that item. Shen An's lips twitched. Rebellious child. This system is utterly a rebellious child. Chapter 91. We shall slaughter together in the martial arena. Ling Feishuang stared blankly at the black sword resting on her shoulder, unable to regain her senses for a long while. This was her first defeat. Although the circumstances were somewhat unexpected, it was indeed a defeat. No one anticipated that Murong Tian's sword could reach such swiftness in that fleeting moment. Just as she was about to strike, the sword had vanished, only to attack from another direction. You have won, she said, gazing deeply at the young man in black before her, her voice cold yet devoid of any displeasure. Thank you, senior sister. Murong Tian sheathed his sword and stood, bowing in gratitude. He then turned to the middle-aged man in black, standing outside the arena. His clear and bright eyes filled with joy and anticipation, akin to a child awaiting praise from their parents after achieving full marks. In response to his gaze, Shen smiled gently and nodded with satisfaction, saying, Truly, my disciple, well done. After receiving praise, the youth could hardly conceal his delight. He had succeeded, living up to his master's expectations, and had truly grasped the essence of the sword, an understanding that eludes countless others. Xiao Jingxue exhaled, a smile gracing her face. She had witnessed the tireless efforts of Brother Murong over the past days. Such results justified every arduous night spent honing his swordsmanship. All right, let us prepare well for tomorrow's journey, Shen said, turning towards the direction of the bamboo grove. Yes, master. Murong Tian nodded eagerly, then excitedly glanced at Ling Feishuang, drawing his sword once more. Sister, let us continue. Ling Feishuang commanded the system. Use the remaining 6 pulsed divine sword skill cards to enhance the probability and draw something that can assist me in my travels. Within the bamboo grove, Shen reclined on a rattan chair. Enhancement successful. Would you like to proceed with the draw now? Draw without a moment's hesitation, Shen issued the command. After all, upon entering the Kangwu realm, many powerful beings of the Earth's spirit realm existed. Even if they were not soaring through the skies, they could outrun him. Without a means to pursue or escape, could he rely solely on his 2 legs? Naturally, if the draw proved fruitless, he would have no choice but to purchase a mount or spirit artifact at the market. As the wheel of fortune illuminated, the pointer finally settled on a violet orb. Rare? Shen's eyes sparkled with surprise. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 1 Chitta horse, a portable beast pouch, and 30 years of horse riding experience. Chittu? He was taken aback. Indeed, a means of travel had arrived, and it was none other than the legendary Chittu. In the past life, the phrase among horses, the Chittu. Among men, Lubu held significant renown. However, as formidable as the Chittu may be, it remained an ordinary horse. And in a world where a powerful being could shatter mountains with a fist. Perceiving his thoughts, the system promptly responded. Rest assured, host. The system guarantees quality. The Chittu has been infused with the bloodline of a transformed beast, running like the wind, its speed unmatched even by Earth's spirit realm warriors in flight. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Shen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the system did not falter in critical moments. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a radiant crimson light flashed by the brook in the bamboo grove. A majestic steed, entirely chestnut without a single blemish, appeared, exuding an aura of regality as it stood there, its gaze haughty. Its muscular physique was strikingly beautiful, radiating extraordinary presence. With a snort, the Chitu approached Shunin, lowering its proud head to affectionately nuzzle against its master's hand. Truly, the Chitu was as magnificent as rumored. Shunin caressed the horse's head, feeling an attachment grow. Now, with skill cards and a means of transport secured, everything was in place for the journey to the Kangwu realm. The night swiftly passed. Although Shunin had instructed Murong Tian to rest well, the lad merely slept an extra hour before returning to his sword practice late into the night. Early the next morning, Shunin led him toward the mountain gate. Xiao Jingxue stood beneath Qingyun Peak, watching the two depart. The medicinal garden of Qingyun Peak still requires supervision, thus she cannot accompany them, nor can she enter the Kangwu realm, as that would merely be a waste of time. Outside the mountain gate, Xian Yuzi and others awaited. Besides him and the people from Qinghuan Peak, there were also Yu Jingyuan and his master, Zheng Sanshan. After 2 months of recuperation, he had long since removed his mask, regaining the majestic appearance of a peak master elder. In addition to them, there was another individual, a young man clad in simple gray robes, seemingly unremarkable, with only the cultivation of early returning origin realm. Had it not been for Xian Yuzi's prior notification, Shunin would never have imagined that this seemingly ordinary youth was, in fact, His Highness the Crown Prince. Regarding Xiao Tian's identity, Xian Yuzi merely mentioned it was a request from an old friend, without elaborating further, likely fearing that if revealed, it might lead to foolish blunders from Murong Tian and his companions. With everyone gathered, they prepared to set off. Xian Yuzi waved his sleeve, and a flying boat materialized. The group boarded the vessel, which ascended into the air, the mountain gate of Lingfu Mountain quickly shrinking into a dot below. The Kangwu realm is located at the edge of the extreme northern territory, within the domain of the Northern Ming dynasty, and the journey would take approximately 2 days. During this time, you may rest well, Xian Yuzi spoke softly while maneuvering the flying boat. 2 days? Shunin thought to himself, marveling at the distance they must cover. Xian Yuzi's flying boat was indeed several times faster than Lu Yunqin's. On board, Murong Tian curiously observed Xiao Tian's, while Shunin inched closer to Zheng Sanshan, fixing his gaze intently upon him. The latter, feeling the scrutiny, cautiously shifted aside. What is it? Old Zheng, honestly, is the formation you set up at Qingyun Peak genuine? Or did you concoct some counterfeit to deceive me? Zheng Sanshan was taken aback. What the hell? I spent 2 months, staying up late each night to create that formation. And you still doubt its authenticity? Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly recalled Shen Anzai's disgraceful tactics, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes without uttering a word. Hey, old Zheng, don't play dead. Does that formation actually work? If not, you'll have to redo it once back at Qingyun Peak. You can't skimp on that. Zheng Sanshan clenched his fists tightly. Aside from the mountain protecting array and the Qingfu array, the Qingyun array was the one he had invested the most effort into. To be accused by Shen An of cutting corners was infuriating. He must have some ulterior motive. I mustn't engage him. This fellow has no boundaries. Seeing Zheng Sanshan silent, Shen An scoffed, further convinced of his shoddy workmanship. Otherwise, how could Lu Yunqin have entered back then? Glancing around, Shen An noted that apart from Murong Tian, who was wide-eyed in scrutiny of Xiao Tian's, the others had begun to meditate. He leaned in closer to Zheng Sanshan, lowering his voice to inquire, Old Zheng, the other protector the sect master mentioned to me. It wouldn't be you, would it? If so, I'll leave the fighting to you while I cheer you on. We'll wreak havoc together. You slaughter, I'll cheer. Zheng Sanshan turned to look at Shen An, feeling utterly despondent. Why did the sect leader specifically choose this individual to accompany him into the Kangwu realm for protection? When danger arises, it is not merely the threat of others that one must contend with, but the incessant annoyance he brings. Such a misfortune. Chapter 92. The symbol of mountains and rivers on the fringes of the extreme north realm, a relentless snowfall blankets the land. Here, snow falls ceaselessly throughout the day, presenting an endless expanse of desolation and solitude. Beyond this snowy terrain lies the true extreme north realm, fraught with innumerable perils, teeming not only with countless demonic beasts but also inhabited by tribes steeped in malevolence. Only those possessing the cultivation of the mid-3 realms can hope to traverse the extreme north realm unscathed, venturing forth beyond the boundaries of the southern Zhu domain. At this moment, within an expansive valley where large flakes of snow gently descend, a multitude of individuals awaits. Some glide effortlessly through the air, riding the winds, while others navigate in groups aboard flying vessels. Those privy to the secrets of the Kangwu realm are not limited to the major sects and clans. Numerous solitary cultivators have also gathered, having received word of the occasion. Among them, 3 colossal flying vessels stand out conspicuously, exuding an air of remarkable distinction. The leader aboard each vessel, despite not having revealed any aura, emanates an oppressive presence that is almost suffocating. One vessel is adorned with cloud patterns. Another bears the image of an alchemical cauldron, and the third is inscribed with a prominent character Zhao. These three vessels represent the most formidable factions within the southern Zhou domain, aside from the imperial court, the Qiyun Dao sect, the Zhao clan, and the Yaowang Valley of the Baiming dynasty. The leaders of the Zhao clan and Yaowang Valley are both at the pinnacle of the celestial spirit realm, while the hunched, bearded elder from the Qiyun Dao sect exudes an aura that surpasses even that level. He is a figure of the Qinkuan realm. This venerable elder is the fifth elder of the Qiyun Dao sect, Yang Li, and the young man clad in a flowing white robe beside him is his disciple, Gu Yun, who, at 19, has attained the late earth spirit realm, marking him as one of the most talented within the sect. Among the scattered cultivators standing in midair, Zhang Sanshan speaks in a low voice to his companion, Shen, who is clad in a fur coat and clutches tightly to prevent himself from falling. Both wear conical hats to shield their identities. As they approach their destination, Xian Yuzi had previously cast them down into the crowd of solitary cultivators to blend in and avoid drawing attention. Shen follows Zhang Sanshan's gaze towards the flying vessel of the Qiyun Dao sect. Indeed, there are several individuals following the bearded elder, among whom a tall, slender youth with an androgynous appearance catches the eye. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression tranquil amidst the throng of martial artists. What of the Yaowang Valley and Zhao clan? Shen shifts his gaze to the other two vessels. The elder of Yaowang Valley, Qian Hai, is not only a practitioner of the celestial spirit realm, but also a fifth-rank alchemist. Among the most distinguished younger generation of Yaowang Valley is Bei Chen's daughter, Wan Shu, a mid-earth spirit realm practitioner and a fourth-rank alchemist. A jovial, gray-haired elder with a warm smile stands aboard the Yaowang Valley vessel, exuding an approachable demeanor. Behind him is a young girl dressed in a blue gown, her long hair tied with a red ribbon, curiously surveying her surroundings with her bright, expressive eyes, seemingly in search of something. This is Qian Hai and Bei Chen Wanshu. And what of the flying vessel of Lingfu Mountain? Qian Hai gestured toward the distance, saying, "Look, that is the flying vessel of Lingfu Mountain." Bei Chen Wangshu raised her eyes and was momentarily taken aback upon spotting a small flying vessel not far away. Although Xian Yuzi's vessel was far more exquisite and larger than the ordinary ones, it paled in comparison to the three massive flying vessels, rendering it rather insignificant. Is it not said that Lingfu Mountain is the foremost sect of the Dun dynasty? How is it that they possess only an ordinary flying vessel, lacking even a spirit vessel? Bei Chen Wangshu scanned the flying vessel repeatedly, yet she could not find the person she sought. Where's Jing Shui? Was it not said that she also entered Lingfu Mountain? Is she not coming? Qian Hai sighed, "Young master. Princess Qingshui suffers from bone-corroding poison and is unable to partake in the trials. It is also arduous for her to travel extensively." Oh, Bei Chen Wangshu felt somewhat disheartened. She wondered what Jing Shui was thinking. After all, the most formidable alchemist in the entire southern Zhou domain is my father. Why did she choose to seek a master at the obscure Qingyun Peak of Lingfu Mountain? I have heard that the peak master, Shen, is merely at the body refinement realm and is rather pretentious, refusing to take her as a disciple. As she spoke, Bei Chen Wangshu waved her delicate fist, feigning anger, vowing that if she encountered him, she would certainly interrogate him thoroughly. Qian Hai shook his head helplessly. "Young master, during its peak, Lingfu Mountain was no less formidable than Yaowang Valley, perhaps even stronger. Moreover, the Qingyun Peak you speak of, though seemingly obscure, once produced numerous strong practitioners, boasting 8 at the celestial spirit realm and over 20 at the earth spirit realm, with the previous peak master being at the Qinkuan realm. Such prowess?" She blinked, feeling both astonished and perplexed. Then why has it come to this, where even those at the late body refinement stage can become peak masters? This is due to the cataclysmic battle a decade ago, which saw a third of Lingfu Mountain's gates destroyed, with the majority of its strong practitioners perishing, 8 or 9 out of 10. Qingyun Peak was nearly obliterated, leaving only one survivor, the current peak master. As Qian Hai recounted the tale, Bei Chen Wangshu could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Qingyun Peak. It was hard to believe that such a formidable peak had fallen to such a state. Yet, sympathy aside, she could not forgive the current peak master, Shen, for his arrogance in refusing to accept Jing Shui as his disciple. If given the opportunity, she would certainly demand an explanation. She pondered further. What of the other powerful practitioners within Lingfu Mountain? Upon hearing her inquiry, Qian Hai's demeanor became serious, his expression more solemn. If Qingyun Peak was the strongest peak of Lingfu Mountain a decade ago, then the mightiest figure of that time was undoubtedly Zheng Shana, the peak master of Qingfu Peak. He too was at the Qinkuan realm, and among his peers, he had few rivals. His mastery of talisman arts was so profound that it surpassed even that of Elder Tianjian from 200 years ago. having fought to a standstill against the Grand Elder of Qiyun Dao sect with a single mountain river talisman. How extraordinary! Bei Chen Wangshu's lips parted slightly, her astonishment palpable. The Grand Elder of Qiyun Dao sect was no ordinary figure. Even a decade ago, he had reached the pinnacle of the Qinkuan realm, representing the apex of strength within the sect. To have fought him to a draw meant that Zheng Shanhe was perhaps even more formidable than her own father. After the valiant souls of Qingyun Peak had succumbed to battle, he stood alone, wielding a talisman to vanquish the remnants of the demonic sect, disarming them with relentless might. He felled 3 priests of the Qinkuan realm, while countless others of the Tianling and Dilan realms met their demise at his hands, thus buying precious time for the grand formation of spiritual talismans atop Lingfu Mountain. As he spoke, Qian Hai's eyes glimmered with solemn admiration. Alas, such a heroic figure, having expended all his vigor in that fierce confrontation, perished before witnessing the grand formation's activation. Yet even in death, he stood resolutely before the gates of Lingfu Mountain, bloodied and unwavering, fixated upon the direction of the demonic sect. The foes from the sect were paralyzed by fear, daring not to advance until the grand formation was invoked, at which point the forces of Lingfu Mountain quelled the tumult of war. Qian Hai sighed softly, a hint of regret lingering in his heart. What is the cause of your lamentation? A maiden inquired. It is regrettable that, due to the sudden turn of events, the Shanhua talisman was not left within the talisman tower. It seems unlikely that anyone can wield it now, Qian Hai replied, seemingly recalling something, his voice tinged with uncertainty. However, I have heard whispers that he may still have a brother alive. I wonder if he possesses the Shanhua talisman as well. The mention of the Shanhua talisman caused Bei Chen Wangshu's eyes to flicker. Was it not the master of Qingfu Peak who had once relied upon this very talisman to slay 3 formidable beings of the Qinkuan realm? If that is the case, how incredibly potent must the Shanhua talisman be? Chapter 93. The opening of the Kangwu realm following his introduction to Yawang Valley. Zheng Sanshan proceeded to elaborate on the circumstances of other sects, while Shun and listened attentively, nodding in understanding. Since there is no restriction on the number of entrants to the secret realm, why do various sects not bring thousands of disciples along? Shen queried, noting that there were already thousands of scattered cultivators present, yet the major clans had sent only a few. Would you lead them to slaughter? Zheng Sanshan shot him a glance. Sometimes, having a large number of people is not advantageous. It can make one a target. Moreover, certain dangers within the secret realm are designed to target larger groups. Fortune cannot be seized merely by sheer numbers. It requires individual strength and favorable fate, Zheng Sanshan continued. Shen nodded, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face. Old Zheng, why is it that, although you are both elders, the others are in the Tianling realm while you remain in the Dilan realm? Zheng Sanshan's lips twitched. This fellow truly had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. And what realm are you in as an elder? Me? Shen blinked innocently. I am in the body refinement realm. Seeing him unabashedly declare his own realm, Zheng Sanshan turned his head away, exasperated. This fellow's audacity never ceased to astonish him. Conversing with him was bound to be infuriating. Nonetheless, he remained curious. Did Shen possess a concealed realm? Why could he sense no trace of cultivation within him, as if he were genuinely in the body refinement realm? What then were those previous actions of his? Could they all be the result of the hidden cards left by his adoptive father? In the distance, the elders of the various clans were also introducing the characters surrounding them to their juniors. Qin Beishan and Shangguan Bao were among them, seated together on a flying vessel, their relationship appearing exceedingly harmonious. Qin Xianyuan noticed Murong Tian, who was trailing behind Xian Yuzi, and her gaze was indifferent as she subtly shook her head. It was undeniably a fool's errand for someone of early return to Origin Realm to venture into the Kangwu realm in search of fortune. Only those at the Earth Spirit realm were destined to seize opportunities in this land. Those of the return to Origin realm might be fortunate enough to partake in some benefits, but if luck were to evade them, they would likely perish without a trace. Shangguan Jia also observed Murong Tian, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. He had yet to settle the score with Murong Tian for seizing his spot in the upper 3 pools last time. With Lu Yunqin and that Shen protecting him, the Shangguan family was indeed at a loss. However, should they enter the Kangwu realm, he had countless ways to torment that useless fool. Xiao Tian stood quietly behind Xian Yuzi, silently surveying the scene, his brow furrowed. Thus far, he had not detected anything amiss. It appeared that no one had noticed the presence of a stranger within Lingfu Mountain. Could it be that my suspicions are unfounded? His gaze flickered as he shook his head slightly. Whether his thoughts were correct or not, he resolved to continue observing. Boom. Suddenly, as everyone harbored their own thoughts, the entire expanse of snow trembled. The wind and snow intensified abruptly, fierce as a blade. Oh dear, what a fierce wind! Shen exclaimed. Nearly swept away by the gust, clutching tightly to Zheng Sanchen's arm, even wrapping his legs around him, utterly losing all semblance of dignity. Zheng Sanchen looked down at the person clinging to him like a monkey, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "Shen, can't you fly by yourself?" "I can't," Shen An replied earnestly, while pressing down on his hat to prevent it from being whisked away by the wind. "I told you I'm just at the body refinement realm. I can't fly. Did you not believe me?" "I did not believe you," Zheng Sanchen retorted, his gaze lingering on him. At that moment, a series of gasps erupted among the scattered cultivators. The Kangwu realm, the entrance to the Kangwu realm, is about to open. Is that the entrance? It's truly magnificent. Amidst the exclamations, all eyes turned toward the heart of the snowstorm. There, under the swirling snow, the void rippled, and a radiant passage formed, culminating in a fiery red vortex, thick with spiritual energy. The Kangwu realm, said to be the abode of the Kangwu Venerable, was in truth a small space unto itself. Possessing such a realm, even among the upper three realms, was quite rare. This alone illustrated the profound wealth and heritage of the Kangwu Venerable. The seal has been lifted. Hasten to enter. The leaders aboard 3 massive flying vessels waved their sleeves, and streams of light ascended. The Qi Yun Dao sect and the Zhao family members were the first to soar into the luminous passage. "Elder, I'm off." Beichen Wangshu also took to the skies, accompanied by several disciples of the Yaowang Valley, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Young master, do take care," Qianhai urgently called out, concern etched upon his face. His young lady, with her innocent and naive disposition, was unaware of the treachery that lay in the hearts of men. The master of the valley summoned her to the Kangwu realm, partly to encourage her to strive for the Kangwu heart. Obtaining the Nirvana divine fire would significantly aid her future endeavors in the path of alchemy. On the other hand, he hoped she would diligently cultivate her temperament, maintaining such a pure disposition, for in this merciless world of the survival of the fittest, one cannot traverse far. "Qianyue, proceed," Qin Beishan softly instructed, stroking his beard. Qin Qianyue gently nodded, leading the Shangwan family forward. Meanwhile, Murong Tian, Ling Feishuang, and others bade farewell to Xian Yuzi and Lu Yinqin before departing. Naturally, they were not capable of flight and had to rely on Xian Yuzi and the others to escort them inside. As for the scattered cultivators, their arrival here surely stemmed from their own means, whether through flying boats or some form of temporary flying artifact. How else could one traverse such a distance to the edge of this remote northern region? Yet, there were also some older individuals who dared to tempt fate. As they set foot on the radiant passage, a sharp killing intent surged forth from within it. Boom. Among the scattered cultivators, many found themselves engulfed in golden red flames, the searing power distorting the very air around them. Cries of agony echoed as those who sought fortune were met with terror, no matter how they struggled. The flames would not be extinguished. Within mere moments, they were reduced to ashes, carried away by the wind and snow. Even those at the Earth Spirit Realm, and hidden within the Celestial Spirit Realm, faced inevitable demise if they violated the rules of entering the Kangwu realm. This scene sent chills down the spines of many outside observers, compelling them to abandon their intentions. Is this the Nirvana divine fire? Shen An thought, feeling a surge of apprehension. "Old Zheng, does the concealment pill given by the master truly work? I am still young. Let us go," Zheng Sanjian exclaimed. And the two raced through the wind and snow with great speed. He was eager to escape the incessant chatter of the other, whose words were becoming grating on his ears. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery blurred past, and Shen An barely had time to react before he found himself stepping onto the radiant passage. Fortunately, flames did not rise beneath their feet. With a sigh of relief, he felt his racing heart settle. It was fortunate that the concealment pill given by the master was genuine, or they would have been reduced to cinders by now. Chapter 94. Spatial Anomaly. Upon realizing that the restrictions had not targeted him, Shen An felt a sense of calm wash over him. The two swiftly traversed the passage and successfully entered the Kangwu realm alongside others. Once inside, they found themselves enveloped in an abyss of darkness, with everyone flowing along like driftwood. Zheng Sanjian surveyed his surroundings and soon spotted Murong Tian and the others not far off. He quietly maneuvered closer, ensuring they could maintain a close watch while in the Kangwu realm. At that moment, among the scattered cultivators, a figure clad in black with a bronze mask cast his gaze towards Shangwan Jia, who subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving a response, the figure clad in black flicked his wrist, and a dark stone materialized in his palm. With a forceful squeeze, a crisp sound echoed, unleashing a chaotic surge of spatial energy. Suddenly, the once stable void quivered, revealing a multitude of fissures. A thunderous roar erupted as an intense gravitational pull emanated from the cracks, instantaneously drawing in several unsuspecting cultivators. Before they could even utter a scream, their bodies were shattered into countless fragments, as if cleaved by the very fabric of space itself. The tremors of the void caused all present to narrow their eyes in alarm. A sense of dread washed over them. Spatial rifts. Faces turned pale as everyone hastily summoned their spiritual essence to defend against the impending threat. Yet, many were still caught in the sudden onslaught of the rifts. Meeting a swift demise, the abrupt turn of events caused Murong Tian and his companions to frown, while Ling Feishuang's expression grew grave. "We must leave this place at once," she urged, leading a few others in haste toward the exit. Meanwhile, the fissures in the void continued to proliferate, their gravitational force intensifying. Xiao Tian's gaze sharpened, his heart heavy with foreboding. As anticipated, an unforeseen calamity had indeed unfolded. He cast a fleeting glance back toward the direction of the Su family, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. It appeared that his father's suspicions were not misplaced. The Su family was far more formidable than originally perceived. The emergence of these spatial rifts was undoubtedly no coincidence, indicating that someone had orchestrated this chaos from the shadows, with the intent clearly aimed at him. Xiao Tian's narrowed his eyes. The only individuals privy to his whereabouts, besides his mother and father, were the Empress. Should practitioners of the demonic sect appear during this expedition to the Kangwu realm, it would confirm the Empress's covert collusion with the Su family and the demonic forces. Although this course of action bore considerable risk, recent reports of remnants from the demonic sect in Lingfu Mountain, coupled with the events in Langyuan, left him with no choice but to proceed with this desperate strategy. Purging internal threats was essential to fully confront external adversaries. "Old Zheng, what's the situation?" Shen gasped, clutching Zheng Sanjian tightly, his heart racing. Just moments ago, a fissure had abruptly opened beneath him. Had he not reacted swiftly to leap onto Zheng Sanjian, he would have surely lost more than just his dignity. Indeed, this journey to the Kangwu realm would not be straightforward. "Hold on tight. We must push forward, or the turbulent spatial currents will grow stronger and engulf everyone." Zheng Sanjian, too preoccupied to worry about the individual clinging to him, raised his right hand gravely, tracing intricate patterns in the air. In the blink of an eye, a complete golden talisman materialized. As soon as the talisman appeared, a gust of wind swept through the void, propelling the two of them forward like a streak of light. This spectacle captured the attention of many onlookers, including the figure in a bronze mask. Observing the two as they harnessed the power of talismans to plunge into the radiant light, his eyes narrowed slightly. A void-escape talisman. So it is Zheng Sanjian from Qingfu Peak. How fitting that fate brings us together. Zheng Sanhe avenged the deaths of so many from my sect. It is time for him to repay his debts, he murmured, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Uncertain, I ponder whether Zheng Sanhe can single-handedly withstand the multitude of formidable practitioners from our sect. As for you, dear brother, do you possess the strength to safeguard the descendants of Lingfu Mountain? After a cold smirk, the masked figure accelerated towards us. Within the desolate and shadowy expanse of the Kangwu realm, amidst the chaotic fluctuations of the void, two figures materialized from thin air. As the surroundings stabilized, Shen felt an overwhelming sense of relief, albeit tinged with dread. The thought of the martial artist who had been torn into fragments by spatial rifts sent chills down his spine. Although aware of the dangers ahead, he was unprepared for the peril that awaited them. Mere moments into their entry into Kangwu, lives were already lost. Zheng Sanjian's expression turned grave as he vigilantly surveyed the terrain. Fortunately, despite the desolation surrounding them, there appeared to be no immediate threats or prohibitions. Yet, why did he suddenly feel breathless? His complexion shifted, and he abruptly looked down, frowning as he struggled to speak. "Elder Shen, we are safe now. Could you please descend?" Shen offered an awkward smile, finally lowering the two legs coiled around his waist and releasing the grip that had tightly constricted his neck. With the confinement lifted, Zheng Sanjian inhaled the fresh air deeply, casting him a resentful glance. He had narrowly escaped death from both the spatial rift and their adversaries, only to nearly be suffocated by this individual. This situation had become complicated. The recent upheaval had thrown the spatial order into disarray, altering everyone's positions. With no time to ponder further, Zheng Sanjian spoke with utmost seriousness, his brow furrowed. "Did the sect leader not provide you with a locating compass? Quickly, ascertain their distance from here." "Understood," Zheng Sanjian replied, flipping his palm to reveal a compass inscribed with runes. The needle trembled and spun wildly before finally pointing southeast, its glow dimming to the point of near invisibility. Both individuals furrowed their brows in concern. The dimness of the compass indicated that Murong Tian and the others were quite far away. "What should we do? Should we fly over?" Shen inquired, rubbing his hands together, a flicker of excitement in his tone. The sensation of flying with the wind was utterly distinct from that of traveling aboard a vessel. The thrill was quite exhilarating. Indeed, but this mountainous region is laden with prohibitions. "I can shield myself, but Elder Shen, you must fend for yourself," Zheng Sanjian retorted. casting him a sidelong glance before grasping his hand, preparing to take flight. Wait. It's not that I fear for my life. I merely believe it prudent to proceed on foot for safety's sake. Shen interjected hastily. To his comments, Zhang Sanshan chose to selectively disregard. He had no intention of flying over to seek out their companions. At the very least, they needed to exit this mountainous area. While he could manage to fly despite the prohibitions, it would deplete an immense amount of spiritual energy. Should they encounter danger while overly fatigued, it would spell trouble. According to the sect leader, there was a strong possibility that remnants of the demonic sect would interfere in this expedition. In a circumstance where the enemy lurked in the shadows while they stood in the light, it was wiser to proceed with caution. As for Murong Tian and his group, with Xiao Tianqi present, they should face no immediate peril. After all, as the crown prince, the emperor would not allow him to enter unprepared. He must have been equipped with a trump card. Moreover, given Xiao Tian's own prowess, he should encounter no peril unless faced with the formidable assault of seasoned late-stage Earth Spirit Realm experts.